The scene before their eyes was nothing but a pile of ruins engulfed in flames. People were dying like flies, swords clashing, blood flowing everywhere. Someone today had been struck by a blade, while someone else had lain dead since who knows when, only knowing that at that moment, two swords collided. Theo and an enemy. Bitter enemies shared a common grudge and charged at each other. The one who would wield the sword. Theo parried the beast's strike with his own sword. The Ragnar family, a power guarded by two fierce dragons over a coveted sword. A ducal family defending the empire's northernmost point on the continent. The reason the Ragnar family has stood strong as the northern wall for over 1,000 years is due to a special physiology. Believed to inherit dragon blood, all who bear the Ragnar bloodline are born with extraordinary magical power, endurance and resilience, and swordsmanship talent. All except Theo, who coughed up blood after receiving a fatal wound to his abdomen. A voice rose as Theo collapsed. At this point, you still haven't learned anything. The enemy of Ragnar spat a contemptuous remark at him from deep within. There are things no matter how hard you try, you just cannot do. People call that incompetence, but that familiar tone suddenly chilled the boiling anger and shifted it into confusion. What? That man pulled down his mask to reveal a white beard and mustache. He sneered, not inheriting the talent despite bearing the Ragnar bloodline. Then came the aged face with blazing red eyes, saying, I will be angry too, young Master Theo. You must be someone Ragnar knows indeed. From this moment, he officially tasted the pain of an invisible sword thrust in the back. Theo cried out in despair, Rendon, why you? Contrary to Theo's expression, Rendon casually recounted his unfortunate tale. You see, every morning I watch you train tirelessly despite having no talent. It's truly a pitiful sight. The next words carried a clear insult, especially since that diligence led you nowhere at all. He laughed gleefully at Theo's pain and uselessness without a shred of mercy. He had no reason to pity one without magic or swordsmanship skills. Ragnar's fool really suits you. You should run away. Such a worthless being is truly laughing as it sees you struggle, trying to achieve something for yourself. Standing on the brink of despair and bitterness, he gritted his teeth and growled, Rendon. Theo slammed the tip of his sword hard into the ground. You approached me to become a swordsman and taught me useless sword techniques. Blood erupted from his throat. If Theo were an extraordinary person, he would have screamed fiery words just to drive Rendon out of the Crimson Hall, you bastard. But in response to Theo, there was only an abnormal silence, with only the sword slashing a streak of blood toward him. Severe flesh-ripping pain struck, his skin was cut, blood flowing profusely. Theo screamed in agony. Amid that pain was Rendon's steady voice, do you blame me? He grabbed Theo's hair and said, all of this is happening because of you. The pupil in his eye contracted, becoming a cruel red dot as he lifted Theo's bloodied body. His voice grew harsh. Why don't you understand? Look, let Theo see a glorious burning scene. His voice was still close to Theo's ear. Why is the Red Flower Palace on fire? Why are the members of your family dying? The corner of his mouth curled as a subordinate yanked a woman's hair. Why your mother? That wicked man threw the woman's dismembered body forcefully onto the ground. Then, he showed him a woman, your mother, dead. He looked contemptuously at the cold, soulless corpse. Something inside Theo snapped like a frayed emotional nerve, while his voice still echoed annoyingly in Theo's ear. Because you're the idiot of the Ragnar family, he kept lecturing steadily to a student processing information. A family ruled by strength. The only information Theo knew about his mother's fate was that she lay there, dead. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst from Theo's chest, snapping him awake. The robotic voice faintly sounded in his ear. You have received a reward, all your stats will increase rapidly. The next thing he knew, that light enveloped Theo. Despite his confusion, what the hell is happening? A robotic voice appeared, starting the next mission. Not knowing what was happening, Theo could only feel his tears flowing unconsciously. He wondered if things would be different before the sea of fire engulfed Theo, the rosy light, and the body of his unfortunate mother. A harsh reality announcement sounded, you are dead. Then came unexpected news for Theo, your traits have been activated, returning to the regression point. Theo suddenly woke with a sword in his hand, and Rendon's even voice said, you seem tired. Theo was filled with confusion while Rendon announced, all right. Today we'll stop the lesson here. The two teacher and student stood about 100 paces from the city gate. Rendon tilted his head and said, so dreamy. Pressing the wooden sword close to his body, he anxiously thought, what, didn't I just die? Theo tried to believe that the scene before him must be him recalling his life. If Theo meant it, then Rendon's memory statue called him amid equal confusion, young master. Theo stubbornly thought, I can't believe the face I'm recalling is the hateful face of Rendon. Theo sighed deeply. death is cruel even in its final moment, isn't it? But while he was distracted, a system panel appeared before his eyes, suddenly seeing a strange light from his retina. He was stunned. Right in the middle of the aged face gazing at him was a line of notification, Guidance Mission 1, punch Rendon in the face. After reading it, Theo grew even more puzzled. Theo was utterly confused as he read each word of the guidance mission. What the hell is this? He shifted his eyes from looking at Rendon back to the system board, wondering, do people usually reminisce like this when they die? I didn't think he could see this. Meanwhile, Rendon went blank. What's going on? Then Theo made up his mind. He let the staff fall from his hands. He clenched his trembling palm tightly, trying hard to convince himself that he didn't know what was happening. Perhaps this was a gift from the gods, giving him a chance to calm his anger before departing. His hand raised, forming a tight fist, he charged forward with one thought, even if this is only a dream, he would give him a fight. With the target being Rendon's damn face, Theo charged forward with his fist ready. A punch bearing Theo's name landed squarely in the training ground. In his eyes, the scene was like the fluttering speed of a butterfly among flowers in the sky, the fist clenching and one side of Rendon's cheek distorting as the guy was utterly clueless. And both Theo and the guy questioned the reality of the scene he considered a dream. Why is this dream so real? His punch was rather weak, too. But as fast as a comet in the universe, Rendon's cheek quickly recovered. A moment later, he flicked a quick and forceful strike at him, causing Theo to flip backward with a shout. He fell flat on his back for a long distance, while the man calmly exclaimed, I thought the lesson was already over. Theo was still very confused, and at the same time, an uncomfortable groan came from his throat. What is this? Can I actually feel pain in a dream? Rendon sighed. He said, I understand your disappointment when the awakening ceremony approaches, but you see no progress despite giving it your all. The three complete words from his mouth caught his attention, the awakening ceremony, and his voice remained gentle as he taught, but I cannot forgive a student who dares to rebel against his master. He stroked along the edge of the wooden sword in his hand while giving advice, you should use the sword, not your fists. Then he turned away, leaving a promise behind, I will see you at the next lesson. Meanwhile, Theo had not yet grasped what was happening. The insults accompanied by his peers around him, idiot, why did he disappoint his master like that? The insults continued as Rendon walked away, is this guy really a Ragnar? He's so incompetent, even compared to an illegitimate child. The peers tried to stuff all the humiliating words they could think of into his ears, if that was all he could do despite his efforts. But they never knew that none of those words reached Theo's ears, at least for now, as he tried to piece everything together by moving his fingers touching the muddy ground. To leave him half awake, half dreaming, I couldn't believe that the real sensation, the pain at the wound on my abdomen, clung to Theo's stream of thought, the clear pain I was feeling right now, along with the warmth from the soil on my hand made me doubt this sense of reality. And then I realized this was real. I stood up with a completely new understanding of the worldview I was experiencing. It was not a memory, it was real. Right now, Theo still didn't fully believe it. The awakening ceremony would happen in 2 years, this meant I had traveled back to the past. How could this be possible? Then a system interface suddenly appeared before my eyes. Curiously, I looked at it. Reading each line, congratulations, you have completed tutorial mission 1. It said the reward was the activation of Ragnar's talent. The word stirred the unknown part inside me even more. It asked if I wanted to receive the reward immediately. Theo tried lifting his hand, and touched the text on the screen. The text transformed into light on his chest. He suddenly woke up, and at the same time, it conveyed information to him. You have received the reward. All your stats will increase rapidly. Light enveloped him, regardless of whether he was ready to comprehend what was happening. Another notification appeared, starting the next mission. At the Pink Blossom Hall, a cup of tea was set down along with a mysterious voice saying, I understand now. Facing the other side, Rendon guided Theo's sword. Rendon complained, speaking frankly, to be honest, I've never seen anyone so useless. Then his attitude quickly changed into a smile, but that's why I'm here. You have a true master in Rendon. I will teach you as best I can. I will make you strong enough to participate in the awakening ceremony in the coming months. At least that's the plan. Sitting opposite him on the other side was Cecilia, the lady of the Red Flower Palace. She smiled at him and said, that's right, I entrust the boy to you, Rendon. She handed him a bag of money as payment for teaching Theo and asked him to take good care of the boy. He politely replied, of course, I intend to teach him day and night, don't worry. Cecilia said, with the faith of a mother, I am not worried, I believe in Theo. As he stepped out into the corridor, he stopped his act and said, "You will have to be worried, even if I don't teach him properly, the truth is he's completely useless." He laughed scornfully while counting the gold coins greedily in his palm, "Like mother, like son, that's right, that bloodline won't get anywhere, let's see, excellent." Seeing the amount of gold in his hand, he thought to himself it was a considerable fee and a title as the tutor for the main branch of the Ragnar family. Here, his heart as dark as hell couldn't help but grin, as a reward for revealing information about Theo and interfering with his development. That person would ensure my future, just like that fool from the Ragnar family is his benefactor. Suddenly, a leg appeared, stepping toward him and catching him off guard. He recognized the figure, the fool Theo striding down the road, and brushed past the guy. That guy's figure always made Rendon uncomfortable. He clicked his tongue in disapproval, truly. He spat vicious words about Theo, that failure. Standing under the setting sun, scrutinizing Mrs. Cecilia's back, she was giving instructions to a servant. When she turned away from the servant, she heard the call of her beloved son, "Mother." He stood in front of her, gasping for breath, and her voice asked her son. He said nothing, only threw himself into his mother's embrace. The mother assumed her son must be tired from today's training. But when she saw his tight hug, she became anxious. Why was her son still? In a corner she could not see, were the tears of her son harboring a glimmer of hope that he had truly returned. Theo hugged her tighter as he realized he had traveled back to 10 years ago. In his mind, he cradled painful memories of his mother's corpse before him. She lay there with her eyelids closed, without any warmth. He saw it, his eyes wide open, despair spreading through him. Theo let go, pursed his lips into a smile. While she was unaware of the meaning behind that expression from her son, he had already formulated a plan. He must change the future. He still remembered the dazzling light on his chest along with the notification, "Reward activated." Theo's talent had been triggered, and memories accompanied his thoughts. Now he was still weak, holding nothing, but if that mysterious notification window was real. With these useless bare hands, he vowed to paint the throne with the blood of ambition for survival. He could become strong enough to stand firm in that wretched battle for the throne. Thinking of this, he yearned even more for his mother's embrace, continuing his determination. Even if the price had to be broken bones and shattered bones. Better than the life of the enemy he hated living arrogantly, his will was fierce enough to subjugate that foe, strong enough to avenge Rendon. An announcement rang out, the second guided mission, training the body to 0/100% limit. While the sun had not yet been awakened from its dream, the young man named Theo had already woken himself with exercises and burning thoughts. He wanted very much to take revenge on Rendon right now. But with this weak body, running several laps around the yard, he told himself he couldn't do it yet. He needed to focus on becoming strong first. While running, he reflected on his previous life. The intelligence agency he had joined in his past life, the dark language. I had been demoted to the information gathering team due to a lack of skills, but I didn't expect to use the gathered information in this way. In Theo's vivid memory, a jar with a pointed lid made him think of the potion that made the body extraordinarily strong, the elixir of the Blood Sword Emperor. He was certain that among the remaining books in the world, its true value would be revealed in the secret manual, and more than ever, Theo knew that the most important thing was the harsh training he had abandoned due to lack of talent. Theo kept training like that until the sun had awakened from its dreamy slumber. His feet still pounding hard on the ground. He just kept running around the field, carrying confidence and hope blooming at the corners of his curved lips. Anything could happen because he had Ragnar's talent. The notification window was real. At this moment, the notification window showed a 27/100% level indicator. Until young men his age appeared on the training field and wondered how many laps he had run without resting, amazed at how strong he was. Later, the non-stop running exercise changed into sword-swinging exercises. With the goal in mind, he thought, I will run more than ever before. Theo swung the sword in waves, just hoping to swing more times than before. At this rate, he eagerly thought, he could truly become strong. The notification board appeared, letting him know that he had reached a 65 to 100% indicator. A few days later, people still saw him training on the field during the early hours when the sun was still yawning. And the one yawning was none other than the manager of training field number 4, Evelyn Nereville. She tucked a cigarette into her mouth and clicked her tongue a few times, saying, he's been training without sleep for days now, that idiot from the Ragnar family, huh? She was silent for a moment before letting out the next sentence. But, Evelyn questioned the person standing in front of her, was he really incompetent? Looking down at the yard, Theo was pushing himself to the utmost, exhausted and on the verge of collapse, thinking he might die. but missing just the number 3 more, the scoreboard would already show 100%. He continued swinging his sword, driving himself with the thought that he had to train his body to its limit. Last night, Theo trained until he nearly died just to reach a score of 90%. But then the score suddenly dropped by 1 point, down to 89%, startling Theo. I didn't expect the percentage to decrease just because I took a little rest. Then came a vertical swing, pushing myself with motivation. Now you don't stop until you finish. Then the number crept up to 98%. Theo gritted his teeth and slashed another strike. Then another. He looked almost out of breath but still pushed himself harder, thinking he's almost there. He told himself just a little more and swung one more time. The score rose to 99%. As he ran, he slashed at the air with the wooden sword in his hand. His breath tightened, his lungs choked, but he still stepped forward a little more, just a little more, until he couldn't breathe anymore. Theo's determined effort made Evelyn, watching from the stairs above, wary of his fierce and demonic resilience. He ran another lap around the yard, still holding steady at 99. His excessive exertion caused his eyes to scrunch in pain. There it was, the number edged up to 100%. The pupils glowed red, filled with the light of the scoreboard. The number changed into words on the notification board while Theo was running. Congratulations on completing the second guidance task. Theo immediately fell flat on the ground as the steady sound of the notification board echoed. You have received a dragon heart as a reward. An additional reward for quick completion. You have obtained 10 years of magic from your previous life. 2 options appeared above Theo's head with the question. Do you want to receive the reward right now? His hand trembled as he slowly reached toward the blue light. He pressed the word yes. The system immediately acknowledged and reported, reward received. Then he closed his eyes. From somewhere a beam of light shot into him. Whether it was luck or misfortune, Evelyn caught it right in her sight. The only thing he sensed was that he was lying on a bed. He quickly sat up, looked around, and wondered where he was. At the same time, Evelyn opened the door and calmly explained, please don't worry. This is the resting room of training ground number 4, even a Ragnar would collapse if they pushed themselves that hard. Noticing the pink hair as a distinctive feature, Theo realized Evelyn. She asked, do you remember me? I am Evelyn, the manager of training ground number 4. She briefly summarized the situation. You lost consciousness while training alone this morning, so I brought you here. Theo simply replied, I understand. Then a thank you came from his lips. Then she handed him a glass of water and continued, but young master. She said, you know that in the Ragnar family, opening the mana chamber before the awakening ceremony is forbidden, right? Facing her question, Theo replied, of course. She continued, so you also know what will happen if this rule is violated. Taking a sip of water from the cup she handed him, Theo was puzzled. Why did you suddenly ask me that? In response, he met her words paired with dark eyes, just before you lose consciousness. Evelyn uttered a word that instantly made his nerves stretch tight like guitar strings. There was a surge of mana coinciding with the opening of the mana chamber. Her complexion darkened, a forbidding red aura emanating from her. Apparently she was very angry. Could it be that you opened the hall mana chamber? She called his name, young Master Theo. Her voice unsettled his soul. What are you saying? If I had opened my hall mana chamber, I wouldn't be alive until now. Suddenly, a light emanated from the center of his chest. He suddenly recalled when he was running, the notification that appeared as he lay sprawled on the ground. You have received a dragon heart as a reward. An additional reward for quick completion. You have received 10 years worth of magic from your past life. He silently thought, oh my god, his mouth froze for a moment, then transformed into a triumphant smile with the medal. The dragon heart. The dragon heart, a mana reservoir that can be placed inside the dragon heart itself. Placing the mana reservoir in the heart makes it function more efficiently, but humans, those who are not dragons, place it in the lower abdomen. Because the human heart cannot withstand the mana reservoir. That is why every warrior like Ragnar longs to have a dragon heart. It is the easy path to becoming overwhelmingly powerful. However, humans have never been able to surpass their own limits. Theo knew he was sure to win. The life medal of the dragons lay in his chest, and he couldn't help but feel proud. Now that the dragon heart belonged to him, the reward for the mission was truly astonishing. Looking back at the fierce sister brandishing her sword, ready to draw it, he wanted to kneel but also realized he was caught in a difficult situation. To him, the great swordswoman Evelyn had retired after losing her left arm and had become the manager of training ground number 4. The image of the pink-haired woman in the cold storm appeared before his eyes. She was the commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry unit. She was so skillful that even the demon dragon of the white-armored dragon cavalry admired her. In her hand was a scale, her gaze full of authority, enough for Theo to draw a conclusion. Moreover, she was known to be extremely principled. His eyebrows unconsciously furrowed as he assessed her. She was not the type concerned with status or power, and she could not tolerate any deceit or cowardice. I only dared to fumble through my memories when facing her brown eyes. Once, when I was too rigid, she gave up her position as my direct mentor. In other words, if she discovered the mana reservoir within my dragon's heart. Theo felt pain. If he thought about the consequences, he would be executed immediately. However, thinking this, he smiled softly. Then suddenly, he blurted out a question: would you be able to endure it? Carrying another thought in his mind, what if it's not discovered? He frowned and said, are you threatening me just because of your momentary emotions? Do you dare take responsibility? Forcing her to fall silent because it was his trump card, he could turn the situation around. With sharp reasoning and a biting tongue, he continued, I am also a descendant of Ragnar. If it turns out your suspicion is baseless, this could be regarded as disgracing the Ragnar family. Faced with such harsh words, she could only agree, that's right, that is the law. Then he growled, so, do you know what the punishment for disgracing a descendant of the family is? She answered, execution. Thus, holding firmly to Evelyn's personality data in the palm of his hand, he declared confrontation. Good, you know then, so why don't you check it out? This added pressure on her. What is this feeling? What kind of person is he? But she still firmly held her point that it must be a mana wave. She reached out her hand, and light appeared from her palm. She said, then let me take a look. Her magical electromagnetic scan swept over Theo's body, because she did not believe, even though he has Ragnar blood, the law is the law. She must inspect at all costs, simply, there are no exceptions. Then, receiving the results from the magical waves surprised her. She was confused, thinking to herself, there is no mana reservoir, and the irrefutable evidence in her eyes crumbled instantly. Was I wrong? No way. At that moment, Theo knew he had won this bet. Theo's voice rang in her ear, well, right, there isn't any, right. Immediately, Evelyn knelt, her voice loud and echoing throughout the room. She said, please execute me, I was wrong, I will pay with my life. Yes, how could she have seen it? Because this was his chess game. How could it be? The dragon heart is very different from an ordinary mana reservoir. Because the existence of a mana reservoir in the dragon's heart can be controlled by its user. A smile accompanied the thought. In other words, he could hide mana at will. Thanks to the scholar-teacher and his knowledge, he trapped this game, and people only learned years later that humans could have dragon hearts. Theo's hand pointed straight at Evelyn, still with malice in his mind. How could she have guessed? Surprisingly, he touched her back gently, kindly saying it was unnecessary, causing the prisoner awaiting execution like her to be surprised by the sudden pardon. Theo laughed, you're just doing your job, aren't you? Not many dare to risk their lives like that. Then he turned his back, taking his calculations with him. Evelyn is one of the strongest, making it more beneficial for me that she owes me. Next, he spoke aloud, besides, the reason for restricting the opening of the mana storage before the inauguration ceremony was due to concerns about mana overflowing from the storage. His voice was steady in front of Evelyn's bewildered expression. The fact that you worry about me, a bastard of the Ragnar family, causing my mana storage to overflow makes me very happy. He left with a word of thanks, thanking her for taking care of him, Evelyn, but in reality, it was just a peaceful trap disguised for Theo's prey, and she was the insect that fell into its wide-open mouth. He walked on with his own calculations. A dragon's heart and 10 years of magical power from my previous life. Theo walked down the corridor holding glorious victory in his hands. In this life, I will be undefeated. A few days later, the new day began with Rendon's voice shouting fiercely at him, no, that's not right. You have to swing your sword a bit more to the right. He shouted angrily, how many times have I told you? Amidst his anger was Theo's scheme, I am becoming stronger, but pretending to learn from Rendon is truly difficult. He silently cursed the bastard Rendon. He was certain that Rendon was secretly teaching him strange sword techniques. Right next to his ear, the man instructed him to move a little to the right to let him focus on adjusting his posture, while he was busy organizing his arguments. I am certain there is someone behind directing Rendon. The river of the past surged through his mind. The one who killed me, I must find out who he is. Ending the river with him realizing something. It made him smile slightly. That's right, Theo called that Rendon. The man shouted, young master, no talking during training. Suddenly he broke the wooden sword, then pointed it straight at the man. I don't understand what you're teaching at all, it's all rubbish. He glared and his throat tightened as he growled. How can someone with your level become a mid-level swordsman? because he realized the mission Rendon was given. Theo insulted him. I feel you even struggle when facing low-level beasts. The mocking words made Rendon's voice tremble. What did you just say? In fact, Theo held the reason right in his palm. Surely pretending to be a guide to supervise me. Then the decision was made. He stepped forward and repeated, "Are you deaf?" He confronted the man, staring straight into his rotten soul. "Your skills are a stinking mess, and I swear I will get you dismissed." Just as he planned, the man shouted, "Young Master Theo." He had successfully triggered the man's ticking time bomb and also pierced through his plan. If anything happened, he would certainly have to contact the puppeteer behind Camellia Palace. A young man burst through the door, shouting Axion. He urgently reported, "Have you heard yet? Ragnar's illegitimate son is going to have a match with my master next week." The person listening to him was the young man holding the glass of wine over there, and he kept shouting loudly. It seemed he was blaming the master for his own incompetence. After that battle, he's sure to be crippled. Before he could even realize it, the speed of the wine glass had already struck him long ago. A shard of glass pierced his eye, the wine and blood mixing together. He screamed in pain, then collapsed there. The young man named Axion gritted his teeth. So what? What does it matter to me if that illegitimate son is crippled? His cold attitude played out right before our eyes. But what could be done? He is the Northern Four Hounds, the Black Tiger Axion Ragnar. And the white-haired man beside him is the Northern Four Hounds, Silver Tiger Remington Narcio. Then the door opened, and a third voice appeared, saying he should have been crippled long ago. The one appearing in the doorway was one of the 9 dragons of heaven, Ed Troivan. He warned in advance, "If you're careless, it won't end well." Axion replied nonchalantly, "I only fear those with talent, so you're worrying too much." He asked why Axion should care about that illegitimate son. Troivan responded to Theo, that things that have never happened can arise from even the smallest possibility. He expounded his reasoning. A dying ember in the wind can still burst into a flame. Axion went on to bring up another angle, but in the end, that might actually be a good thing. He said the guide would handle this matter for us. 1 week later, at training ground number 4, where many teenagers sat in the stands watching the match. Among them was Evelyn, and a mysterious man. Below the stands was Theo, silently cursing, "Damn it." Facing Rendon, his initial intention was simply to humiliate him and get him dismissed. Standing on the stands, he realized he couldn't back down anymore, but things had already gone too far. Well, he thought, matters have come to this point. Above Theo's head appeared a mission notification, Guide 3, defeat Rendon and win. Theo resolutely said, "I will take revenge, Rendon." Turning back slightly, Theo challenged Rendon, "I told you, your skills are nothing but trash." Then he decisively said, "You're fired, Rendon, get lost." Despite Rendon's attempts to shout, "Young Master Theo," Rendon yelled loudly, "I don't accept this, there's still plenty of time left on my paperwork." But Theo just turned around and insisted, "Then what's the point? If I say you're fired, then you're fired." In his heart, he still guarded a blood-tinged grudge. Thinking back on his past life, he wanted to kill him immediately, but he still wasn't confident enough in his abilities. First, he would separate himself from him and gather more information about him. Meanwhile, Rendon clicked his tongue, thinking stubbornly, "No, if I get fired like this, my mission will fail. I have to persuade him by any means." So Rendon had to plead with him using legal reasoning, "Young master, please wait a moment, this is a violation of the rules." But at that moment, the flashing light of the announcement board caught his curiosity. Ignore the guy shouting loudly, "If I report this matter to the court." The words before him made him confused. What? Suddenly Evelyn appeared. She suggested, "Then we just need to decide in Ragnar's way." Her sudden appearance left both of them unable to react immediately. Evelyn continued, "Ragnar's way is the rule of the strong. Let's decide by a sword duel. No need to go to court, we just have to abide by the will of the winner." Like finding gold, Rendon whistled happily, "What a good idea," and thought to himself, "Heaven is helping me." While Theo was still tense, her voice rang steadily, "The day will be a week from now." However, Theo objected silently. Of course not. Glancing at Rendon's arrogant smile, he thought to himself that he was not yet able to defeat Rendon. And so, exactly 1 week later, the schoolyard was packed with people. There was lively chatter in the stands. "From what we overheard, he can't even wield the sword properly. No way, is he still a Ragnar?" The chatter gradually faded away. "If he were a normal Ragnar, I wouldn't say that. He is a crippled Ragnar." Whispers still echoed in the stands. How could he possibly defeat a mid-level swordsman? Because Rendon is exactly a mid-level swordsman. Rendon smiled, "Young master, if you apologize right now, I can pretend this never happened. Before Rendon could boast further, Theo cut him off. Actually, I should be the one saying that. An apprentice swordsman like Theo dared to contradict Rendon. If you don't want to end up a one-armed swordsman, you'd better accept the truth. The words twisted Rendon's smile. Even now, Rendon was quietly calculating every step in his mind, devising a devious plan. I had thought to let it slide once because he was pathetic, but that won't do. I will kill him and pretend it was an accident. Rendon's eyes flashed a bright violet light. He thought to himself, the outcome of the duel is clear. Honestly, that might even be better. Then Rendon spoke softly, it's still appropriate to respect the senior, then go ahead and strike me first. As your teacher, I can concede the first blow. Following Rendon's words, Theo raised his forearm, tightly gripped his sword, and charged forward. Then I won't refuse. On the other side, Rendon adopted a defensive stance. A clanging sound shattered the silence as their swords collided. Then people in the stands realized someone could no longer hold back and exclaimed, how could this be? That person commented on the duel, look, that fool is about to lose. He really has no idea how to wield a sword. At this rate, he might end up dead. But regardless of what the common folk said, Theo's sword still blocked Rendon's strike. This situation made Rendon laugh. What's going on, young master? You can't do anything against a mid-level swordsman whom you look down on. And of course, Rendon's heart was just as arrogant. This was the obvious outcome. Theo wasn't even a low-level swordsman, just an apprentice. Rendon couldn't hide his smile, especially during the time he was swinging his sword while assessing. Recently, his skills may have improved a little, but not enough. If he were at least at the level of the northern four dogs, that would be a different story. Rendon laughed at his resolute resistance, but not for a moment did he think that the fool Ragnar could defeat him. Going back to before the fight began, Theo charged in and immediately confronted Evelyn. Evelyn, what were you thinking to propose that match? She was already sitting calmly on the chair, not looking very surprised, and replied steadily, I was helping you. If you want to get rid of him, you need to be more decisive. Evelyn continued, it seems he is backing, so just firing him won't solve the problem. Her words drew a dumbfounded expression across Theo's face. How do you know that, Evelyn? She answered casually, because he taught you a strange sword style. I had someone secretly investigate him. According to what she observed, Rendon's lesson rang out, create an even sharper right angle. At that moment, Evelyn thought to herself, this right angle seems a bit too much. Where did this bastard crawl out from? It made Theo suddenly think that Evelyn hadn't noticed this in her past life. Was it because he had attracted her attention due to the mana storage incident? Then she set the teacup down and said, based on my investigation. The results of the investigation showed her that Rendon, this man, was walking the path of mist. She said all traces of Rendon led back to Camellia Palace. Immediately, the image of a towering castle appeared in his mind, and Theo knew what it meant. Camellia Palace, was it all because of this disastrous war for the throne, those bastards? Suddenly, he reflected, yet he spoke aloud, it's surprising that you've discovered so much. He said, returning to harsh reality, but with my skills, I still can't defeat Rendon, so what will you do? She smiled, saying, sir, you can defeat him, you're underestimating your own potential, young master. Right now, Rendon charged at him with a shout, if you kneel down and beg, maybe I'll spare you. Rendon unleashed his tempest, swinging his sword fiercely toward him, only for it to make Rendon reconsider. Wait, something's not right. Rendon's enemy still had a lot of strength. Theo resisted with just the sword in his hand and the red glow in his eyes. Rendon and he continuously swung their swords. Rendon slashed, he defended, and the two fought back and forth like that, and Rendon realized it. He had been resisting all of my attacks for a while now. Sparks flew from the friction between the two swords clashing. After swinging for a while, Rendon realized this was not the Theo he knew. What was happening? This was not the Theo I knew. Rendon's arm grew increasingly tired as more and more techniques were employed. Rendon was confused. How had his skills increased so much? The shift in the situation left even the crowd watching from the stand stunned along with Rendon. What? He was being pushed back, and among the crowd was a suspicious hooded figure scrutinizing closely. While the stands were buzzing, asking if he was truly resisting properly, Evelyn calmly smoked a cigarette, a smile playing on her lips. Time reversed, and Evelyn proposed a week. She promised him that if she trained him for a week, he would easily be able to overpower Rendon. She said that although personally tutoring him was against the rules, he was a bastard who had no right to be a teacher. Accepting her proactive offer, Theo smiled slightly, because everything was going almost too smoothly for him. He thought to himself, he couldn't help but be amazed by the lucky goddess's kiss pressed to his cheek. He couldn't believe things could unfold like this. It was truly worth letting Evelyn owe him. However, there was one thing that made him worried, Theo thought and expressed. What was the reason you helped me to this extent? Was it because of what happened last time? She closed her eyes and smiled. That's true, but also because there was someone I knew who paid close attention to you. He really liked recruiting talented people. He continued to overpower him, pushing him back step by step thanks to a week's training results under Evelyn. They both clashed, sword against sword forming a right angle along the blade. His technique increasingly drove him crazy, wondering how, from the start, he had no talent at all, yet could do this. Rendon struggled to press his sword against his, thinking as he did so, maybe he had been pretending to be foolish all along, but why? Amid the fierce battle, suddenly Theo spoke. Rendon, the one supporting you. Which startled Rendon, who swung in a circle and threw him away. Supporting you, what? Seeing Rendon's expression, Theo calmly said, do you think I don't know that you have been teaching me worthless lessons all this time? Rendon shouted, that's ridiculous. Do you know how hard I had to work to? Before he could finish, Theo went straight to the main point. Is it the Camellia Electric? Rendon was startled. Theo laughed. You're honest, very good Rendon. He adjusted his tiptoe stance, and said, do you know what it feels like when? Suddenly his sword thrust straight into under Rendon's forearm as he continued, having your arm chopped off isn't. Before Rendon could realize it, it was already too late. The sword flashed in a slash, seizing Rendon's arm, blood splattered everywhere, the arm had fallen off its owner. Rendon's pupils darted, following the flying object. Rendon's arm had long ago flown through the air. The one who did not hesitate to swing the sword was Theo. Everyone in the stands was horrified, even the hooded figure was the same. From the wound, a pain spread to the brain, causing Rendon to scream, followed by Rendon's sharp screams as he knelt down, clutching a large hole in his arm. Rendon gritted his teeth, repeating over and over, my arm, you bastard, how dare you. Theo stepped closer, with the thought that after this, he was certainly stronger. Thinking so, Theo faced Rendon, while Rendon still could not believe the reality before him. No way, no way. He was more convinced that he could become even stronger. He said, what you told me last time, it was my fault things went this far. Rendon exhaled, what are you saying? Then Theo prepared his sword from behind, repeating to Rendon that it was his fault that today he had to die here. The hatred from the previous life could never be washed away. In this life, Theo vowed to wash that grudge with the other's head. His tone full of hatred rang out. Among the Ragnar, believing in the rule of the strong, he repeated the words Rendon had told him in the previous life. You are the weakest. Shaking off Rendon's pleas, hold on. Theo only knew that he had severed the head of that man with the blood-stained sword in his hand. The notification panel vibrated. Congratulations, you have successfully completed tutorial mission number 3. Under the gaze of numerous people, including the hooded figure, Evelyn's look, and the smile carrying some implication from the strange man. The message appeared as Rendon's head flew off, stating that for exceeding the target, you have received an additional reward. Theo stood there without a trace of regret, only the resentment within his hatred was resolved. Above, the system asked, do you want to claim the reward now? And it showed that the reward had been received in his sharp eyes. In the cold training ground, only Theo's figure remained. In front of him lay the body whose head had been severed and the arm lying motionless on the ground. The people around saw the horrific scene, with utmost fear clearly reflected in their eyes. Someone spoke out in disbelief. The fool has won, an apprentice swordsman defeated an intermediate swordsman. They still seemed stunned. How could it be? On this side, Theo coldly looked at the corpse and the dried blood in front of him, thinking how weak he had been. How could he have ever been defeated by someone like this before? Theo's eyes gleamed with a bloody coldness along with fresh blood splattered on his face. But it didn't matter because now everything was different, and everything would be different from now on. The system notification appeared, stating the observation skill has been activated as a reward. In addition, a year of magical power had also been gained. Seeing that, Theo felt joyous inside. Oh, magical power, but what was that observation? Just as he was still wondering about the new skill, a silver figure jumped down from the sky toward him. A loud bang echoed, followed by the cracking and breaking of the surrounding earth and stones. Then came a massive explosion behind Theo that shocked him so much he couldn't react immediately. From within the explosion, a pair of legs clad in full iron armor gradually approached him. The person loudly called out, Theo Ragnar. He turned his head in astonishment, as if he recognized the familiar voice. It was Julius Ragnar, the dragon demon, commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Seeing that familiar figure, Theo could hardly believe his eyes. dragon demon lower, his eyes widened in amazement, as if sensing an invisible pressure pressing down from above, countless questions flooding his mind. Why was he here, and since when had he been here? The surrounding knights were equally shocked, some even turned pale with their mouths agape. This was the commander of the white armored dragon cavalry. Why would one of the 9 dragons appear here? Evelyn was helpless against her commander's manner of arrival. She raised her hand to her forehead and asked, "Commander, you've ruined the floor already. Couldn't you have come in the usual way?" But elsewhere, a powerful blue energy continuously radiated from Julius. It seemed to want to engulf everything around and destroy all. Even Theo couldn't understand what was happening. He just turned his head to look at the person slowly walking towards him. What is going on? It seemed that he still didn't realize what mistake he had made to provoke such murderous intent from that commander. What had he done? Looking into the other's bloodshot, murderous eyes made Theo extremely uneasy. But in response to the tense situation, Julius broke into a satisfied smile, apparently very pleased with his performance. Of course, Julius cheerfully stepped forward, patting him on the back with praise. "How interesting, very good, I'm truly surprised, you brought something like this." The student has surpassed the teacher, but he forgot that there was a big difference in their physiques. Just a few hits made him cough up blood. But he quickly returned to the matter at hand, fearing the trouble that might arise. "No, just a bit disrespectful because you killed Rendon, right? Anyway, from what I've heard, that guy deserved it." Hearing those words made him hesitate. Lord Julius, with the spirit of an optimist, he burst out laughing. "Forget it." Then he called out his full name, Theo Ragnar. Theo was puzzled to hear his name called. The man placed a firm hand on his shoulder and solemnly made an offer that Theo couldn't believe even in a dream. "Join the White Dragon Armor Cavalry." Evelyn seemed to have anticipated this and helplessly held her forehead, but she was also pleased with her commander's decision. But for others, it was utterly shocking. Everyone shouted loudly in disbelief. There was no way that the fool of the Ragnar family could be recruited into the White Armor Knights, no matter how skilled he was in combat. Suddenly, a mysterious figure cloaked in a hood called out to a brown-haired young man beside him, saying, "Hey." The mysterious person in question was none other than Remington Narcio. He asked, "Do you think there has ever been a case where an apprentice swordsman, someone who hasn't even undergone the awakening ceremony, was selected?" Hearing this caused the young man to hesitate, unable to respond. But the young man quickly replied, "I don't know." The one in the white cloak already had the answer in his mind. Of course, it had never happened. Remington sat among the crowd, and although he did not react as drastically as the others, he was equally astonished by the situation before him, his whole body gradually sinking into his own thoughts. You cannot assess a person's true potential when their mana reservoir remains closed. Even if their swordsmanship is excellent, their magical power could still be lacking. His eyes widened as he tried to deduce the situation and the decision of the commander. No matter how great Julius Ragnar was, even he couldn't be certain. But seeing Julius smile with full satisfaction along with his rich experience, looking at the person he had chosen made him wonder if the dragon demon could see that potential. To bet like that, Theo, that name once again appeared in Remington's mind, but contrary to everyone's thoughts, right in the training field, Theo raised his voice to reject the commander, saying, "I have to refuse." Looking at the cold face showing no expression, proving that Theo's words were no joke. That made Julius purse his lips, feeling like he could wear dozens of pants on his head now, along with the awkward atmosphere around. He also tried to smile friendly. Even Remington couldn't believe his eyes. Even Evelyn was like the other two, she was truly speechless at Theo's answer. Everyone around was simultaneously dumbfounded and couldn't close their mouths. Then right in that awkward atmosphere, a voice exclaimed, "What?" In the arena, the heavy atmosphere covered everything. No one dared to speak. Only Julius still smiled at Theo, but no one was sure that smile carried any good meaning. After the incident of Theo refusing to join the White Dragon Armor Cavalry team, rumors quickly spread around, causing people to buzz. "Have you heard, the fool of the Ragnar family, young Master Theo? I heard that he destroyed his own master." The rumors kept spreading far and wide, making many people unable to believe it, just as they all recognized the gravity of this issue. "So, is everything all right?" Even the close maid hurriedly ran off to deliver the news while her mistress was practicing swordsmanship. The rumors continued circulating among the people. It only meant that his master was weak. In fact, he seemed rather useless. This caused a woman diligently practicing swordplay to stop her training session. The people couldn't stop discussing it. Even after the matter had long been resolved, and having witnessed it, the demon dragon tried to recruit him directly to the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. the young master declined, feeling his skills were insufficient. Thanks to those rumors, the descendants of Ragnar quickly returned home, including the silver-haired young man who disregarded the harsh snow and wind. Elsewhere, a tall, muscular young man with sun-kissed skin and a straight posture holding a wooden staff had to stop because of those rumors. A humble Ragnar was indeed rare. That night, while the snow and wind continued raging outside, the Camellia Hall was illuminated, where a conversation was taking place. A woman spoke sternly at first. Things have become complicated. She crossed her arms and looked out at the snowy scene beyond the window, telling those inside that it was unbelievable he had killed Rendon, none other than the lady of Camellia Hall herself, Emil Ragnar. A man wearing a cloak stood behind, reassuring her, "Please don't worry, madam, didn't we send Rendon precisely because of his poor skills?" She turned her head and cast a cold glance at the man behind. "The death of someone like that is of no concern to us at all, brother." The one who just spoke to her was Tien Long, Ed Troyven, a man with stern eyes dressed in a neat military uniform, his hands clasped behind his back. She turned and walked inside, telling her brother about her worries. The demon dragon had approached him, and moreover, they said it was Evelyn who gave the order. That meant we could no longer intervene by simply assigning him a new master. If he began to stand out, controlling the Manhwa faction would become even more difficult. While Emil was still speaking, a voice suddenly interrupted her. The door inside flung open, and a figure appeared, outlined by the light streaming in from outside. It was Axion. He scratched his head and entered, clearly not understanding what the woman was so worried about. Why is mother so concerned? There's no way the head of the family would care about this. Our plan can proceed as usual. His mother, of course, knew about this. She crossed her arms and retorted, "Mother understands that the best way to control the Manhwa faction without offending the head of the family is to keep Theo weak, right?" He was very glad that his mother understood this. That was exactly what he was saying. Axion brushed past the two, merely gesturing towards the table where two envelopes lay, still calmly thinking that everything was under control. That fool was still weak. How much could someone like him really change? Evelyn and the demon dragon always cared for the weaker ones, but were displeased with his attitude. Troyven, with a stern and cold expression, reminded him, Axion. He should have said not to make such a hasty decision. Every word he spoke made him freeze immediately. He remained silent, only gently raising his hand as if exerting his power. "Fine, since mother and uncle are so worried." His eyes gleamed with a deadly purple hue, turning around with the letter in hand and a sinister smile as he found a new pleasure for himself. "I will play with him a bit and make him understand his place." The next day, at the training arena, light pierced through the thick layers of clouds, shining down on the ground. The storm had passed, leaving behind a gloomy and cold atmosphere. Evelyn sheathed her sword after today's training session and turned to praise Theo. "Well done today, young master." He was also happy, having completed the training, hoisting his sword onto his shoulder as he chatted happily. "Thank you, Evelyn. It truly makes a difference to learn from the right master like you." But she refused that and straightforwardly asked, "It would be better if you joined the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Why do you refuse?" Thinking of the image of Julius, heroic with an upright stance, one hand holding a sword, his body riding a silver dragon soaring with wings spread wide across the high sky, made him feel a slight sense of regret. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry. It would be a lie to say he wasn't at least a little regretful, as it was his dream in his past life. But now he had his own plan. A silent smile blossomed along with his eyes blazing red. He was satisfied with the current outcome. However, joining now would not be advantageous. Seeing himself radiate magnificent aura along with outstanding skills, greeted by many raising their hands in welcome, Theo couldn't help but feel excited, for there was no reason to limit himself too early. Thinking about the privileges granted to the leader during the awakening ceremony, joining the White Armored Dragon Cavalry was incomparable. He smiled humbly and replied, "I do not wish to receive any special privileges. I still think I am not skilled enough. I am content with you training me for the awakening ceremony." Evelyn also did not detect any loophole in his answer and just smiled in agreement. "Very well, the commander will be disappointed." At that moment, Theo activated his ability and observed. His blazing red eyes opened, accompanied by a faint stream of power weaving around, focusing on a certain direction. The person Theo was looking at was Evelyn in front of him, with stats and information simultaneously appearing. Observing Evelyn, former deputy commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, holding the rank of senior swordsman, Theo smiled proudly at his new ability. "This observation skill is very useful. I'm sure I'll be able to make good use of it later." Suddenly, something in those eyes full of spiritual power caught Theo's attention. a status update from Evelyn's information piqued his interest. It represented the thoughts and states of the other person after a long time interacting with him. Suddenly, from afar, someone interrupted their conversation, saying, "Excuse me, young Master Theo." A knight with solemn silver hair raised a hand to his chest in greeting and introduced himself. "I come from the southern checkpoint. My name is Sybil Dree. There is something I need to discuss with you." This made Theo curious. For me, of course, he couldn't trust him yet. He looked terrifying. Who was he? Let's observe. A notification appeared showing that the ability had been activated, now observing Sybil Dree. Sybil was so excited and happy that he couldn't hide his sinister smile and his face blushed like an 18-year-old maiden. Yes, that's right, but without information from the system board, anyone seeing that demeanor would think he was picking a fight with Theo, but in reality, he only had a strong desire toward Theo and just wanted to spar with him. Seeing that smile made both Theo and Evelyn so frightened they were ready to draw their swords. A desire to spar with that appearance, with me. Simultaneously, the system board displayed a new mission. The final training quest had begun. Abandon Ragnar's title as the Fool. Before the battle took place, Sybil resolutely made his choice. "I want to follow young Master Theo." He also expressed that, "In fact, I have been ignoring you all this time. I think the nickname, the Fool, of the Ragnar family suits you very well." Hearing these words, Theo was a bit annoyed. That bastard. He didn't stop there. He continued to express his feelings. "But I know that you go out every morning and train harder than anyone else, the result of those efforts." He remembered the day Theo fought one-on-one in front of everyone. "That was the miraculous growth of yours that I witnessed with my own eyes. Witnessing you being praised in front of everyone." At this point, emotions in Sybil exploded. "You are my idol, young Master Theo. When I wanted to give up on myself after being called the Fool of the Southern Checkpoint, you appeared." He bowed his head sincerely pleading for a chance. "Please give me the opportunity to duel with you." Theo stood there, unsure how to respond. He was still a little hesitant. Normally he would have doubted his true intentions. This man is Sybil, 17 years old, male, nicknamed the Fool of the Southern Checkpoint, apprentice swordsman rank, very respectful of Theo, wishing to spar with Theo. He felt that he seemed sincere. Theo looked at Sybil's earnestness for a moment and felt truly surprised. "After defeating Rendon and as rumors of Julius's attention towards me spread, I thought those weighed down by insecurities would rush forward to challenge me." Behind Sybil, a crowd quietly surrounded us, observing. Theo seemed unable to believe it. "It's surprising that there would be people willing to follow me. I guess that means everyone still holds some pride in the Ragnar family." His hand gripped the sword firmly. "Very well, I will also need people of my own to become the head of the Ragnar clan. And this task, the fourth guide mission, to shake off the title of Fool of Ragnar 28 to 100%, is definitely the final guide mission. The title I have never escaped from, the fourth guide mission, to shake off the title of Fool of Ragnar 28 to 100%, and with this new opportunity, I will completely give up that fool's title." He slightly turned and asked, "Evelyn, can we spare a moment?" Evelyn quickly replied, "Of course, show me your skills." Holding the sword firmly in his hand, his gaze sharp as if ready for battle, Theo said solemnly, "Theo, the apprentice swordsman of the Scarlet Hall awaiting the awakening ceremony, my master is Evelyn." Evelyn smiled softly. At this moment, seeing Theo finished speaking, Sybil also shouted clearly, "Sybil, apprentice swordsman of the Southern Checkpoint, I inherited the swordsmanship of the Dree clan and am proficient with the sword." Someone shouted loudly, "Let's fight." Both quickly launched fierce attacks against each other, neither willing to give in. Feeling how fast the opponent was moving, Sybil was somewhat astonished. He was so fast. Even though I was called the Fool of the Southern Checkpoint, I was still confident in my speed. While he was slightly distracted, Theo quickly seized the opportunity to strike. Young Master Theo's skill was truly on another level. Who would dare think he's a fool? If this were my previous life, I would have struggled just to block a few hits. But of course, as soon as the thought crossed my mind, Theo raised his sword high, and swung it down with great force, knocking Sybil far away. The motion was decisive. Now this was way too easy for me. The blow was so powerful that Sybil couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. He fell heavily to the ground, his clothes torn in a patch, yet he still struggled to get up and concede defeat, just as expected from young Master Theo. "I've lost, thank you." At this moment, Theo also expressed his feelings after the match, saying, "I've learned a lot, it was a good fight." Then suddenly his gaze fell on the reflection seen on the blade. He suddenly thought of something. "Wait, can I use observational power on myself?" he used his ability and looked through it to observe. He was observing Theo, exceeding his own expectations. Alright, information about Theo appeared. Theo Ragnar, 17 years old, male, titled The Fool of Ragnar, talent, player, observation, access denied, status, eagerly awaiting awakening ceremony, level 1, strength stat 13, agility 14, vitality 12, magical power 190, intelligence 11, luck minus 49, access denied. You have perceived the stats. The stats will be denoted by numbers. Theo read while thinking. The abilities he had were categorized under the player talent, level 1, meaning if he continued completing these tasks, he could gain 4 more. Thinking of this made him somewhat happy. He could even check the values of his stats himself. Then he looked closely at the stats again. Strength 13, agility 14, vitality 12, magical power 190, intelligence 11, luck minus 49. It seemed his magical power stat was high thanks to magic from a past life and the dragon's heart, but why was his luck so negative? He then wondered if he was cursed or something. Then he paid close attention again. Magical power 190, intelligence 11, luck minus 49. Could this be why he had bad luck in his previous life? He needed to find a way to increase his luck immediately. He sheathed his sword. A noise behind him startled him. He looked at everyone, not understanding what was going on. Both Evelyn and Sybil were trying to stand up and looked in that direction. Evelyn thought that no matter how weak Rendon was, he was still a mid-level swordsman. Young Master Theo had defeated Rendon. He even gained the commander's approval. With the motto of honoring strength, there were 2 reactions from the Ragnar house. Either they envied him, or he became their object of admiration. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel proud of Theo, and those who were training here. Everyone rejoiced exuberantly and praised him. The rumor was true. People wondered if they were in Sybil's position, would they be able to parry his sword? I wonder too. Among them was someone who wished he too could spar with Theo. I also want to spar with him. This person is Eodi Nalen, 19 years old, male, title, Pillar of Naran County, rank, low-level swordsman, gifted, passionate and persistent, status, yearning to spar with Theo. He observed all the information about this person and smiled softly. Suddenly he called out the name Eodi Nalen, causing him to feel awkward. You know me. Theo did not answer directly but hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, issuing a challenge. Step forward and fight me. Hearing this, he quickly took a ready stance. What an honor. I am Eodi Nalen, the 3rd son of Viscount Nalen. I have learned ascending swordsmanship. This time, Theo introduced himself more simply. Theo of the Red Palace. I look forward to a good match. With those words, the 2 charged at each other as fast as the wind. Their swords clashed. Their mastery of basic swordsmanship increased. He focused on his arm and delivered a really strong strike. But just as the blade was about to touch Theo's head, he quickly parried it. Then he flicked Eodi Nalen's sword far away. His mastery of swordsmanship and heart transformation has increased. He couldn't react in time before Theo's lightning-fast attack. He hastily admitted defeat. I've lost. A notification appeared saying you have received approval from Eodi Nalen. Luck increased by 1. Seeing his luck increase astonished him. Approval increases your luck. It also tracks your reputation. You have gained some experience points. Seeing this, he prepared to strike again. So Theo did not stop after Eodi Nalen's admission of defeat. He continued to attack. I just need to keep fighting. The fiercer he attacked, the more his opponent's ability to withstand attacks diminished. You have received approval from Beat Ramiro. Luck increased by 1. Both continued to fight. You have received approval from Eric Moran. Luck increased by 1. The more Theo attacked, the more approval he earned and the higher his luck increased. In this way, he fought with most of the people here. You have received approval from Manfred Nonbert. Luck increased by 1. You have received approval from Manuel Moir. Luck increased by 1. You have received approval from Vero Perenc. Luck increased by 1. You have received approval from Daniel Riemann. Luck increased by 1. Theo was drenched in sweat but still refused to stop. He wanted to continue practicing fighting even though more than half the people were exhausted. Next, who's up? Suddenly he looked at his stats, realizing he had fought this much already. The guiding task for breaking free from Ragnar's Fool title at 29 to 100% was somewhat surprising, but it only increased by 1%. Then he proposed another hypothesis. Could it be because these were people who had already accepted him, or that he needed to fight stronger opponents, or show himself when more people looked down on him? I need another event. While everyone was talking behind, someone asked, you look quite tired, are you okay? Theo quickly replied, I will rest when necessary, but not now. Stepped closer. If you say so. A man in armor stepped forward to request a spar. This time, I will ask to spar with you, the Silver Lion Remington Narcio. Theo was startled upon hearing that name, Remington. Everyone was equally astonished. Remington, one of the 4 Hounds of the North. The 4 Hounds of the North include Hulkus Lang, Ray Ragnar, Remington Narcio, and Axion Ragnar of the Camellia Hall. That title is reserved for the 4 strongest individuals in the Awakening Ceremony generation under the Ragnar clan. Remington proudly approached Theo, stating his purpose, I arrived early to observe the swordsmanship of Ragnar's descendants before the Awakening Ceremony. Meanwhile, Theo was also observing Remington. He performed the ritual before entering the match. I also thank him for fulfilling my wish here. Remington Narcio, 17 years old, male, vice chieftain of the Narcio clan, Silver Lion of the North's 4 dogs, apprentice swordsman rank, gifted with swordsmanship genius and keen senses, extremely diligent, surprised by the appearance of an opponent he never expected. After learning the details, Theo quickly introduced himself to start the match. Theo Ragnar, son of the Northern Grand Protector Kyle Ragnar, an apprentice swordsman preparing to join the Awakening Ceremony. He felt a bit joyful inside, never expecting to meet the swordsmanship genius Remington, whom he respected, in this way, setting aside the fact that he was currently on a mission. His eyes shone brightly, his voice serious. It was an honor to duel with the famous vice chieftain Narcio. Theo always thought that he just wanted to fight him with all he had. He eagerly anticipated an extraordinary match. Could he, in his current state, defeat Remington, one of the North's 4 dogs? Both charged at each other, fighting with all their might. Mission 4 Guidance, Escape from Ragnar's Fool Title 30 to 100%. The clash of the 2 swords created a loud explosion. Theo's determined gaze surged forward. Seeing that look, Remington felt more excited about the match than ever before. Unfortunately, Theo's sword shattered at that moment. Watching the battle so far, Evelyn looked at both of them with a complicated expression. Seeing the sword shattered, those below called out anxiously, Young Master. Before they finished calling, the fight had already ended as the sword blade fell onto the arena floor. It was unfortunate that Theo failed to block Remington's sword. Sounds from below also echoed, has young Master Theo lost? Yet, he still did his best to stop Remington's sword from pressing against his neck. In the distance, Sybil was annoyed and said he couldn't believe it. Axion explained that it was only obvious. No matter how much young Master Theo improved, he still couldn't defeat the 4 hounds, the strongest of this generation. Unwilling to accept Eody's reasoning, Sybil retorted by citing the fighting spirit Theo had shown. While they were arguing, a voice rang out, I lost, which surprised both of them enough to exclaim, what? Ignoring the astonished crowd, Remington took a stance to end the battle, then shouted, thank you for this match. He continued, the sword I'm using is already worn out, not to mention you're exhausted. This match is my defeat. Those words surprised Theo just as much. On the battlefield, no one made considerations like that. I lost as soon as I lost my sword, he replied. Feeling that Theo was truly a strange person, Remington couldn't help but smile. Then the 2 shook hands to conclude the battle. They weren't familiar without having fought. At this moment, the sunset light made the scene magnificent. Remington sent an invitation, saying he hoped we could have a proper match another time. Theo replied as well, hoping so too. Seeing that scene made Sybil very excited, saying, see, young Master Theo is different. Meanwhile, Eody was left speechless. He had just been acknowledged by one of the 4 hounds. The system board simultaneously displayed a notification that the progress of Guide Mission 4 had reached 35%. Initially, Evelyn was tense, but seeing the 2 shake hands relaxed her spirit. Returning to Theo after that match, he quietly acknowledged the opponent before him. That guy was truly strong. With anticipation for future matches, both Remington and Theo could not hide their excitement. As for Theo, he was recalling how by acquiring talents and secret techniques through missions, he had become stronger, far stronger than in his previous life, yet he felt at the instant their swords clashed. And then he suddenly realized that he was still far inferior. From this, he understood the true benefit of the battle. Unfortunately, the match ended too quickly, but Theo still learned a lot. Not only had his luck increased tenfold, but his reputation had also greatly improved. He continued to think without paying attention to his surroundings. Unfortunately, the mission progress did not increase much, but he could still find another way, which stage would help him gain approval. Seeing Theo absent-minded for a while, Remington spoke up, young Master Theo, actually today I came here not only to duel with you. Having said that, he took out a letter from his person. I want. That letter caused Theo to become panicked. An image appeared, surrounded by a backdrop bathed in a blazing red color. Many people around were looking at someone with evaluative gazes. At the same time, a voice rang out, inviting you to join the Serpent Dragon Society. Hearing the name of the society, Sybil was stunned and surprised. The Serpent Dragon Society is a high society group that only selected individuals can join. Looking down at the letter, he still couldn't maintain his composure, and Lord Remington himself personally invited you, sir. Though not as shocked as Sybil, Theo was also quite worried about being invited into the Serpent Dragon Society. He expressed his doubt, wondering if someone like him could really join. Your group is very famous. Hearing that, Remington quickly interrupted, saying, nonsense, you more than qualify. Besides, it's not a very serious group. Then he explained further, it's simply a social group for people of the same age preparing for the upcoming awakening ceremony. But that explanation deeply offended those around. They collectively expressed, then why wasn't I invited? I want to cry. Those words made Theo reconsider. He didn't know Remington's motives for inviting him, but the Serpent Dragon Society revolves around Axion. It's full of people who look down on themselves. That is the perfect environment for me to complete the mission, and it will allow me to spy on Axion and the Camellia Palace. Realizing this is a good opportunity, he continued to analyze. I see no reason to refuse. Then took the letter. Thank you. Theo's confident smile added to his charm. If so, I will join. This time the system displayed a new notification again. Guide mission number 4 progress 36%. The admiring sounds around echoed once more. Oh, he even joined the XA Long Society. Seeing Theo accept without hesitation, Remington felt extremely happy. A wise decision. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Then he reminded that the next meeting would be in 2 weeks. Witnessing everything just now, Evelyn silently smoked, sighing deeply, not knowing what to do now. A while later, at the Red Flower Palace, a bigger surprise awaited Theo. The door to the room opened. Cecilia happily called out, my beloved son. Surprised by his mother's appearance, oh, mother, I was going to tell you. Was about to say everything when servants entered one by one carrying a gift each. He asked with confusion, mother, what is this? Seeing her son's astonishment, she eagerly explained, I heard you were invited to the XA Long Society. The XA Long Society includes Axion, the son of that cunning Emil, and outstanding talents like Remington. Without waiting for her to finish speaking, the servant quickly put clothes on him. Then she continued explaining that they were even noticed by the council. The servant was also prompt, stepping forward to measure his body size. Everything from the way you dress to how you behave will be meticulously examined. Then she took the measuring tape again to adjust the width of the clothes. With a knowing look, she said, I know you won't make any mistakes with etiquette, but attire and demeanor are entirely different matters. Surprised by her mother's words, Theo stood still without moving. Seeing her son so obedient, she happily continued, fortunately, this is something I can help you with. Don't forget, your mother was once an actress. Those words eased the heaviness in Theo's expression. Your mother is very glad to be able to help you, my dear son, she said. It reminded him of the past when he was the illegitimate child of a common concubine. Mother, you've always felt guilty for giving me such a bad reputation, even though it wasn't your fault. In the cold Ragnar family, I wonder how hard it must have been for you to have such a weak child. Yet again, my dear son. At this point, she could no longer hold back and collapsed into Theo's arms, embracing him tightly. Cecilia, though unwell, still tried to say, your mother trusts you, you can do it. Feeling a trust he had never received before, Theo smiled contentedly. Without hesitation, he also gave his mother a warm embrace. Against the harmonious backdrop of everyone around being immersed in it, Theo declared that his mother no longer needed to worry. Faced with that attitude, Cecilia wanted to say more, that her son was already involved in the Dragon Climbing Society, but seeing that steadfast expression, she stopped herself. At this moment, Theo was quietly calculating that he would crush them all. Time also passed quickly. Snow had begun to fall. 2 weeks later, the Dragon Climbing Society's party was about to begin, and we also saw Remington standing near the carriage, seemingly waiting for Theo. Suddenly, he looked a bit surprised and blankly gazed forward, as a pair of black-booted feet simultaneously approached. Finally, we saw that face, none other than Theo's, but somewhat different, becoming nobler and more magnificent. In just a short time, he had changed a lot, and his eyes had grown mysteriously captivating. After a long moment, Remington regained his composure and realized it was him, young Master Theo, who looked like a new person. After hearing this, Theo felt shy and said, "Even you tease me, Remington." He laughed and replied, "Haha, I'm serious," then made a gesture inviting him to get into the carriage that was already prepared. "Please, come aboard." As he stepped onto the carriage, he recognized the changes in himself. He was right, not only was he taller, but his muscles had also developed. This was the result of 2 weeks of hard training. Recalling the time when he still felt headaches, remembering Remington always calling out, "Young Master Theo, let's practice together," realizing that during that time Remington came to visit him every day, now the two have become quite close. He also saw the stubbornness of each person around him, all enthusiastically training alongside him, Theo thought, not to mention all the followers he has gained. Realizing everyone's situation, Evelyn was also confused. "I only wanted to teach young Master Theo for a short time, so how did I end up with these troubles?" Just when she didn't know how to handle it, Remington suddenly ran up to call young Master Theo. Even though it was only a short time, he felt those moments passed very slowly. It was 2 exhausting weeks. On the carriage was also Remington, who still kept his excited look and said, "I heard this is your first official party." He replied back, "Ah, yes, that's right." Seeing something strange about him, Remington reassured him, "No need to be nervous, I know you'll do well." However, upon hearing that, Theo's face tensed as he waited for him to continue. Remington quickly explained, "Our friend Axion might be a bit mischievous, but actually it was Axion who gave me the invitation, saying he wanted to meet you, so I hope you won't judge him too harshly. He even prepared this party for you." Remington's words surprised Theo a little. It wasn't Remington who invited him, but Axion after all. When thinking about that, for some reason Theo felt full of excitement, thinking everything was going too smoothly. The carriage was moving at a fast speed, ensuring it would arrive at the party as soon as possible. Inside the carriage, Theo's voice echoed, "I am really looking forward to it," along with a strange thought that he would be terribly humiliated. Elsewhere, a slender hand was holding a glass of wine. The owner of that hand was no stranger. It was Axion Ragnar, the Northern Four Hounds. He looked very much forward to the upcoming party. Ragnar's fool, "I am very eager to have a new toy." Early the next morning, near a residential area, a carriage came to a stop, then a voice called out, "We have arrived, young Master Theo." A foot quietly stepped out of the carriage. He leaned over to look at Remington, who was smiling beside the carriage door. Suddenly, he saw something. In front of him stood a magnificent, sturdy castle with 2 tones of white and blue. The place was very familiar to him, Camellia Palace. The one who incited Rendon to interfere with his development along with those who swallowed him, his mother, and even the Pink Flower Palace. Under the brilliant golden light shining beneath the blue sky was the splendid Camellia Palace. Remington raised his hand in invitation. "Let's go inside," he quickly replied. "Ah, okay." In the palace grounds, he happily started a conversation with him. "I received news that Axion himself would come out to welcome you. He's probably waiting at the entrance." Inside Theo's mind, another thought emerged. The reason Axion invited him was easy to understand. Even though Remington beside him kept chatting, Theo was lost in his own thoughts. Because the foolish Ragnar was plotting, he was surely trying to stop him. Having understood them well, he merely smirked, but he hadn't come unprepared. He would show that guy exactly who he was trampling on. A faint light reflecting from the earring caught Theo's attention. From a high floor, light streamed through a window. Theo quickly recognized it as the mission's blue light. Was there a mission inside the palace? Suddenly, Remington lunged from behind to warn him, "Young Master Theo," something was hurtling toward him from above. An explosion quickly erupted, white smoke billowed out and spread around, and he could only stand and watch the scene unfold. He called out to him through the thick smoke, "Young Master Theo." He slowly stepped out from the smoke to reassure him, "I'm fine." He stomped a few times, dusted himself off, then glanced at the shattered bag lying on the ground. Flowers spilled out beside it. He was used to this scene and merely said, "Flower." Only Remington was furious, eyes blazing red as he looked up and shouted, "What are you doing?" He considered himself lucky for the experience he had accumulated. If this were his previous life, he wouldn't have been able to avoid it and would have been hit. Looking at Remington, who was full of anger, he thought to himself that he had assumed Remington was also involved in this matter, but it seemed not to be the case. He could think so because the system panel had shown him Remington's status, which was a confused demeanor faced with an unexpected situation. Then he also looked up to the high place where a window frame was wide open, with light coming from inside, welcoming him with flower. From that window frame, several bullies were smiling with satisfaction at their performance. Those who did this were. A hand from behind placed on the shoulder of one of them. He spoke, how about it? It's just a greeting between friends, basic courtesy, isn't it? Of course, Remington would not let a word slip by, he angrily retorted, a greeting. That was Axion Ragnar, he smiled wickedly as if what had just happened was perfectly normal. What, you're angry? Just consider this a greeting between brothers. He couldn't hide his excitement at being dominant over others. The system also displayed all his information showing a mad, psychotic personality but accompanied by exceptional swordsmanship talent. He was also very eager to find a new opponent to play with. That opponent was none other than Theo. He silently looked up at his new enemy. He parted his lips wanting to send a few words to him. Thank you. He only gently spoke those 2 words, that made Axion wonder. Thank you. Down below, he remained very calm, raising his hand in admiration for the recent greeting. Of course, with the way you welcomed him like that, naturally he had to thank you. He was really looking forward to tonight's party. That made him grit his teeth because things were not going according to his plan. Then he smiled with satisfaction, his eyes wide open full of delight. You have become much more interesting. Inside the room, where the chandelier lit up everything around. In the room, all the trainees were gathered closely together. Murmurs and chatter surrounded them. The people were all gathered here to converse and enjoy the feast. A few trainees among them were whispering, what is Axion thinking? Although he was also from the main lineage, his words rang out despite the figures of the people entering inside. That silhouette was none other than Theo along with Remington. The 2 of them coldly strode side by side past the crowd. The others kept whispering, inviting that fool to the Dragon Club. He still looked fine, can't you see? That guy was treating him like a toy. Remington turned to apologize for the situation inside the room. Young Master Theo apologizes once again. They normally aren't like this, I'm quite used to it anyway, so it's nothing. No, it's alright, honestly, I even feel grateful. That made him confused, but only he knew this act. Keep talking, you all need to badmouth me, at least this much, so I can crush you afterwards. He also did not forget his duty, immediately looking up to the upper floor where the blue light was still shining. By the way, it seemed that the blue light I saw from outside was coming from this direction. I'm sure that's the mission, but I have no natural way to approach it. Theo silently took a sip of wine, gazing ahead. From the stairs above, Axion Ragnar slowly stepped down. Seeing him, he greeted him. So, are you enjoying the party? That quickly caught his attention. Theo tried to remain calm to reassure himself. Stay calm, just follow the plan. Then happily reached out to respond. Of course, thank you for the invitation. Axion was also pleased with that response. Sorry about what happened earlier, I went a bit too far. He quickly approached him, very familiarly putting his arm around his shoulder and asked, will you accept my apology? His disrespectful action was soon warned by Evelyn, but Theo interrupted, humph, why apologize? That made him pause. He still maintained a calm expression, tilting his head as he gave his answer to the other. I remember that was just a greeting. His answer caught Axion off guard. He just widened his eyes in surprise. What? Then immediately, he felt that he and he were on the same wavelength. As if hearing a joke, he did not hesitate to pat his shoulder. Oh my, look at our Theo, he's so interesting, I've never known you like this, you've changed a lot from before. Amidst the crowd whose eyes were fixed on the 2, he only laughed loudly and said, you like me already. Those around, seeing such a farcical scene, immediately laughed scornfully and whispered, look at him. He just stands there laughing like a fool, a bastard with no lineage, incapable of challenging the noble bloodline of Troyven. Even though Axion still had his arm around him, smiling triumphantly, the murmurs continued, haha, that's right, even if it's Ragnar, they're on different levels, you can't compare Troyven, the noble sword-wielding family from the east, with an ordinary woman from somewhere else. Theo simply smiled quietly, silently making plans. The crowd failed to realize the situation was serious, continually murmuring, but why keep lingering around that idiot? Every word spoken was aimed straight at him, causing him to frown but unable to do anything. He could only endure silently. In fact, if looked at closely, Remington was also a bastard. Hey, be careful with what you say. With that reminder, one of them hypocritically answered, ah yes, that's a forbidden topic. He continued speaking despite the boy silently bowing his head in suffering. Seeing the figure behind him silently bowing his head, revealing no expression, even Theo could not remain still. He coldly withdrew his gaze, his eyes sharp and murderous. I had intended to observe a little longer, but that would not do. Then he spoke to the person beside him. Axion responded with the courtesy of a gentleman. Theo removed the other person's hand from his shoulder and smiled, saying, I should also greet my new friends. Under the gazes of Remington and Axion, he slowly walked back to the distant wine table, gently took a bottle of expensive wine, then held it out in front of a blonde man who was the ringleader. That action made him wonder, what, did I say something wrong? As quick as lightning, Theo tilted the bottle and swung it fiercely. A sharp crashing sound rang out, then the bottle smashed directly onto the man's head. That action caused Axion and Remington to freeze in shock, under Theo's fiercely angry stare. The man, caught off guard by the attack, collapsed. He grabbed his bleeding head and shouted loudly. Still refusing to be left alone, he clumsily scrambled back up, despite the blood flowing down half his head, gritting his teeth and cursing, "You bastard, how dare you!" But a swift kick came flying in, a flying kick that struck the man's face, sending him flying back with blood splattering into the air. His eyes were bloodshot and full of killing intent, and with a still angry expression, he uttered only 2 words, "Bastard." Despite the man still screaming in pain, he stood coldly from afar and said, "I was only giving you a greeting, saying that is a bit much." That action successfully increased Ragnar's chances of escaping the title of a fool. Everyone was stunned, wondering, what just happened? Could Theo really be foolish? Even Remington couldn't believe his eyes. Young Master Theo was not the kind of person to do that. Wait, could it be because I am not? He quickly stepped forward and said, "I have finished greeting." He stomped on the blonde guy's arm, gently grabbed his hand. His cold eyes asked a question, "So now I should say goodbye, right?" Seeing his actions, the guy knew something was wrong and hurriedly said, "Wait." But before he could finish his words, his arm had already been broken in 2. Everyone was shocked witnessing Theo's brutal act. No one dared to move. Even Axion and Remington were stunned, as the system notification showed the progress had reached 58%. At the very moment the blonde guy's face turned bluish and drool ran down relentlessly, the progress increased to 59%. Having finished, Theo gently released the guy's hand. Then he coolly ran his hand through his hair and looked coldly at the group. "Does anyone else want to say hello?" The progress bar suddenly jumped to 66%. Suddenly, 4 fully armored knights jumped down from above. Each one took a ready stance, drew their swords, and charged simultaneously towards him. For sharp blades aimed straight at Theo's neck, all shouted in unison, the guilt for harming the young master. But Theo showed no fear, he only coldly glanced at them. The 4 knights shouted in unison that he would pay with his life. That was all part of his plan. Looking at the swords pressed against his neck, he knew the plan was on track. Yes, that's how it should be. Among the crowd, he only asked the name of that unfortunate person. Who was he? One of them quickly responded, the 3rd young master of the Hanavi clan. It was none other than Ian Hanavi, which was also part of his plan. This was the reason he came to the Dragon Society, a place full of enemies. With the sword pressed against his neck, he was not scared at all, only uttered a sound. "Oh, one of the 6 clans that support Ragnar, the Hanavi clan." Looking at the people before him, he thought silently that these guys would not stand still when the fool they always looked down on suddenly acted. A swordsman asked back, "So what?" He suddenly sensed a murderous aura and immediately became more alert. Still maintaining his composure, Theo was determined, he would not retreat anymore. Amid the crowd, he coldly questioned them, "These dogs of one of Ragnar's loyal clans, daring to threaten me." He opened his eyes wide, staring at each of them as if wanting to kill these insolent fools. "Can you take responsibility for those words?" At that moment, the knights felt an overwhelming pressure weighing down on them. They felt fear, and their complexions turned pale. Although they were raising their swords to Theo's throat, they themselves were enduring some kind of invisible pressure, and at the same time wondering, what is this pressure? Could it be that foolish Ragnar? A blonde-haired man among them silently reassessed him. Upon reflection, this guy also had the right to inherit the throne, being a direct bloodline descendant of Ragnar. He began to think deeply. Moreover, Ragnar was the Northern Lord and the ruler of the 6 snow clans. Declaring the death of that clan's bloodline, that person felt more trembling than ever, thinking that was a crime that could lead to the complete extinction of a clan. Then the blonde hair realized that the guy simply had not been properly taught, but now it was too late. We would have to apologize first. Now Theo no longer waited. Surrounded by countless swords pointed at him, he gave the order, "Kill them." As the voice rang out, a dazzling white light appeared. The knights who had just surrounded Theo barely understood what was happening before their heads were cut off. Still standing in the same spot, Theo paid no attention to what was happening around him. At this moment, one could see a sword that had just beheaded those men. That person quickly completed Theo's command. After finishing the beheading, that person still calmly stood there. Everyone below was surprised, unable to hide their astonishment. Even Remington was surprised. At that moment, the system's sound also announced that guiding mission number 4 had reached 70% progress. The stalker had been watching from beginning to end, and Axion also felt he could not believe his eyes. Seeing that face clearly, he involuntarily uttered a familiar name, Evelyn. Meanwhile, she paid no attention to the surroundings, only asking Theo, "Sir, when did you realize I had been following you?" Hearing such a question, he replied calmly, "That is obvious." Then he began to think, he did not know why, but thanks to her following him, he could turn the tables without any worries. Those pointing swords at Theo right now could only be lying scattered at his feet. Going back to the past, he saw a wine bottle being opened, and the one opening the bottle was Julius. He asked her, and she said she would no longer accept disciples. "So, is your new swordsmanship disciple satisfying to you?" Seeing such a troublesome question making Evelyn uncomfortable, she answered briefly, "Don't you have anywhere to go? Before I retired, I was mostly staying outside." Hearing that from her made Julius laugh heartily. "My recent joy in life is to trouble you, so, what is your answer?" She continued to ignore it, replying, "That is expensive." Taking a deep sip, he repeated the previous question, "Well, then what is your answer?" Evelyn knew this time she could no longer avoid it and reluctantly answered the question, "He has surpassed all my expectations." As she spoke, he drank the wine. Considering attitude and talent, he was the best among those she had taught. Julius was quite surprised and asked, "Axion was once under your tutelage as well, but this one is the most talented." This time Evelyn was serious. Indeed, when it came to talent, we could say his potential far exceeded that of young Master Axion. She continued to assert that these were not empty words. Hearing that made Julius feel refreshed. Because she had 2 eyes, she would see everything more clearly than I would. Then feeling puzzled, he asked why he had concealed his true power all this time. A person couldn't change so abruptly like that. Evelyn agreed with Julius's words. It seemed to be true. She noticed something strange about Theo and said, but it was truly odd that someone who had hidden their real strength all this time suddenly began to reveal it. She recalled Theo's countless days and nights of practice, realizing that reckless actions would lead one to stumble, but it seemed like he was being pursued by something, and felt restless and uneasy. That was why I was worried about his participation in the Wyvern Guild this time. Seeing Evelyn's concern, Julius put down his wine and began to say, "If you're worried, it's probably because of that kid Axion. Then just follow him." That surprised her. What? Julius explained that it might be different from what she was worried about, but something was going to happen. At that moment he laughed and said, "When the wolf pups searching for blood gather together, they start to establish their hierarchy." Then Julius gently placed his hand on his cloak and continued the unfinished sentence, "While there, try tempting Theo a little." Those words shocked her. Without waiting for her reaction, the man stepped near the door preparing to leave and told him to join the White Dragon Armor Cavalry, both of them. Suddenly Julius turned back. She thought she could retire just because she couldn't ride a dragon, returning and taking responsibility for the person she had introduced. "I'm off, the wine is really good." When Julius left, Evelyn was still standing there stunned. Looking back at the bottle of wine and the white cloak, Evelyn helplessly said, "Because it's expensive." Returning to the earlier events at the castle where the unstable party was held, after recalling why she was there, Evelyn glanced at Theo in disbelief. This time, she silently re-evaluated Theo. He realized he had been following and deliberately setting up this situation. He might have joined the Serpent Dragon Society with this purpose from the start. He is someone she does not need to worry about. Recalling the path she had followed, she still found it hard to believe, but from the moment he noticed her presence, he was certainly not an ordinary person. Regarding Theo realizing Evelyn's thoughts, he also silently thought that he had sensed her ever since he got on the carriage, the owner of the dragon heart. Recalling Theo's heart ability, it can enhance their perception, also known as the sixth sense. Anyway, thanks to that, the stage was set now. Then he called Evelyn and casually asked, "Most people here have shown disrespect to someone who could inherit. What is the punishment for such a crime?" Everyone around felt fear at his words, only daring to utter, "What?" "Didn't care at all," Evelyn replied, "depending on the clan law." Then added, "It can also be carried out immediately." The play was coming to an end. Theo just smiled with satisfaction. Everything went exactly as he planned. Ordered her because they were all children who had not undergone the awakening ritual. Just need to take one arm from them and end it there. After hearing that, Evelyn rushed to those people to respond, "Understood." Seeing that, they nervously said, wait. Her sword unhesitatingly slashed through and severed each of their arms, the second son of the Byron clan, the eldest son of the Red and White Mercenary Squad, the fourth daughter of the Ceres Trade Guild, the third son of the Clack clan, the first daughter of the Howard clan. The system sound also rang out simultaneously. Task progress guide number 4 at 72%, 75%, 79%. Someone ran over, knelt down begging, "Axion, please save me, I beg you." Even though he saw that person crying and begging, he paid no attention. Looking down at him like a fool, "Why should I do that? It was just a greeting." Axion's words left him stunned. What? Without waiting for him to finish, the sword in Evelyn's hand already struck down. Gliding past, she called a name, the eldest son of the Parenk clan, automatically ignoring that person's screams. Seeing that scene, Axion stared at Evelyn, their eyes meeting simultaneously. This time Axion opened his mouth and said, "I did not expect to meet you again like this." Elder sister Evelyn also greeted him back. "It has been a long time since we last saw the young master." After finishing the fight, the system continued to report the progress of the fourth tutorial mission at 82%. What just happened made Axion think. She only targeted those who had comments about the bloodline. She had made it so that even he, as an heir candidate, could not stop her. Besides, afterwards he looked after the others retreating back, while Evelyn approached Theo to report, "I have cut off the right hands of the 14 people you ordered me to." Upon hearing this, he also said well done and asked how their condition was. "No need to hide anything," Sister continued to report, "if they bring their hands to a priest right now, they will be able to reattach them, although their life as mercenaries would be another matter. Nothing seems to be worrisome." Theo replied, "Good." Meanwhile, Remington, who had been watching, hurriedly asked, "Young Master Theo, are you alright?" Looking at the harmonious scene before him, Axion realized that both Remington and Evelyn had been captivated by him without notice. Suddenly, he laughed and thought, "Theo, that fool of the Scarlet Hall has truly changed." Axion's wicked intentions rose up. "I want to trample you down." He also did not want to stay here long. Theo said, "Let's go, Evelyn, Remington." Upon hearing this, they agreed and said, "All right." Remington, without hesitation, shouted, "Let's go." This time, Axion's extreme hatred lingered long on Theo. Showing no hesitation either, Theo stared intently at him. Then Theo stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. His hand rested on him for quite a long moment. Somehow, Theo smiled in a strange and puzzling way at that moment. In front of everyone there, he said, "The party was great, Axion." At that moment, the system announced that tutorial mission number 4 was 100% complete. The system sound pleased Theo even more, bidding farewell and promising to meet again later. Those words made Axion turn pale with anger. The system then sounded again, "Congratulating you on completing tutorial mission number 4 alongside Evelyn." Without waiting for Theo to leave, Axion shouted loudly in full indignation, "Theo Ragnar." The sound echoed throughout the castle. This time the system continued reporting, "All tutorial missions have been completed, now no one will call you the stupid Ragnar anymore." Theo's mood improved better than ever. The mission was complete. Not wanting to stay here any longer, the three quickly departed. Theo pondered the next step, but his real revenge was just beginning. The reward this time, after completing the mission, was an experience potion that increases 5 levels. The twilight gradually descended along with light, gentle clouds drifting by. In the castle, sunlight from the late afternoon shone through a certain corner of a window frame. Someone was sitting and working there, suddenly exclaiming, "What?" Carefully looking at the cautious person reporting the situation. The person who was utterly astonished was Emil. She tried to suppress her emotions and requested, "Say that again." Axion's Dragon Guild. At another place in a humble roadside bar far from the capital. The bar's atmosphere was extremely lively at this moment. Sybil raised her glass high, laughing and saying it was to celebrate the unexpected debut of young Master Theo in high society. Those words made everyone around happily raise their glasses and drink to the bottom. The cheers and singing added a bustling, vibrant vibe to the party, helping Theo to relax his spirit. As he was raising his glass to drink, he suddenly heard a voice beside him, "Defeated by that fool Theo," which caught his attention. At Camellia Palace, where darkness cloaked the night, in some room within the palace, a sharp, piercing voice rang out. Looking clearly inside the room, Emil could not hide her anger as she shouted loudly, "You not only allowed that idiot to have an excuse, but also let your subordinate have their hand chopped off." Although Axion had been beaten, he did not offer any excuses, only responding, "Yes." Seeing her son like that, she grew even angrier. "Listen to yourself. I've warned you again and again not to underestimate him. forgetting about forcing him to submit, you just gave him a reason to cause chaos. She continued warning Axion, I've told you, once that despicable Theo starts to stand out, taking over the Camellia Palace will become much more difficult. Recognizing his mistake this time, Axion said, you don't need to worry, mother, I will. But now Amel's mood was far from well, I don't want to hear any more. Go and reflect on what you have done. You must reflect on nearly ruining our grand plan just by chasing superficial pleasures. Those words pierced Axion like a thorn. He said nothing more, only replied, I will remember that. Then quickly left, leaving Amel still simmering with anger. When Axion departed, she voiced her thoughts. TSK, I don't know whose child he takes after to be so impulsive. From the darkness, a figure appeared and said, well, he's just like the younger version, madam. That statement irritated her. He treated it as a joke. Troyvin stepped out of the shadows and approached Emil, then said, don't be this angry, this incident might not be that bad. That made her puzzled and she asked why. At this moment, he began to explain that the Rose Chamber belonged to the clan leader's harem. Therefore, it is difficult to claim ownership, although it is beyond the clan leader's concern since it's just a gathering place for the insignificant, it still has the clan leader's backing. Troyvin's serious expression continued as he said, thus, what we need is a pretext. He said, fortunately, he created a mess at the Dragon Society, and Theo is gradually becoming the representative of the Rose Chamber, so, we can use this event as a pretext. And then legally crush him. The method Troyvin proposed startled Emil, and she also began to reconsider. The reason I worried when I saw Theo growing stronger was that I feared the influence of the Rose Chamber would spread if the clan leader paid more attention to it, but by using Theo, people are becoming stronger day by day. If we use the correct legal procedures to eliminate the Camellia power, then the Rose power will have no choice but to submit to our Troyvin. We can manipulate them effortlessly. Feeling satisfied, Emil folded the fan she was spreading open, cheerfully asked again, so how long will the preparation take? As expected, Troyvin briefly replied, we have already completed the preparations. Tomorrow morning when you wake up, you will hear some good news. He took out a gift box from his sleeve and handed it to her. So tonight, just enjoy your bath and a good night's sleep. He even prepared a scented candle from the Akron volcanic region in the south. Those words made Emil happily embrace him. Indeed, he was her brother. In response, it was a heartfelt sentiment from her, explaining why she couldn't help but love him. Back at the tavern, Remington sat in a corner unable to join the joyful atmosphere. Honestly, I was quite shocked. I didn't know you cared about me so much. Theo, who had been listening for a while, still didn't understand what he was doing. What are you talking about? Remington lowered his head and said, I am talking about the Dragonfang Guild. The confusing answer made Theo think he must have gotten drunk just from the orange juice. Now Remington felt guilty about what had happened. He continued, while you endured insults about yourself, the moment they started insulting me, a friend, you didn't hesitate to defend me, young Master Theo. I was useless and truly ashamed. After finishing speaking, Remington fell silent but remained embarrassed. The more I looked at him, the more surprised I became. Glancing over at Theo, who still hadn't fully processed those words, and then thinking further, he endured the whole time being looked down upon, considered a useless illegitimate child, yet in the end, he became a strong person, not to mention Remington's thoughts continued drifting. Even against those he wasn't strong enough to defeat, he still had the unyielding will to ultimately claim victory. To Camellia Palace, a place where no one dared confront, he bravely drew his sword without hesitation. The more he thought about it, the more moved he felt, all just because of me. The system's voice also announced that Remington was deeply touched, believing that Theo cared greatly for him. That sound also made Theo stiffen, silently thinking that it seemed he had misunderstood something. After a long moment of thought, at this moment he made up his mind. The clan had ordered him to build a friendly relationship with Axion, but he had a different intention. He did not hesitate any longer. Remington declared that from now on, he wanted to follow him, young Master Theo. As the words ended, the crowd cheered and celebrated. Just as expected, the strong always accompany the strong. The two of them were truly wonderful. Realizing this unexpected event occurring, Theo was a bit embarrassed and whispered, wait, I think you've misunderstood. From nowhere, Evelyn's voice echoed in his mind reminding him, just go along with his intention. It immediately made me realize it was telepathy. Then he turned around and looked at her. Evelyn cheerfully looked back at him as if she could guess what Theo was thinking. She continued speaking, this misunderstanding isn't necessarily a bad thing. Besides, Theo by now also realized that everyone was extremely excited, especially Remington. All of them were currently enjoying this rare relaxed atmosphere. Evelyn's voice rang out again, perhaps everyone just wants to get along with you, young master. All of that made him extremely confused. Finally, he sighed and said that he was not a special person. His gaze gradually became gloomy. It was all because of this notification window. A large screen appeared before Theo showing all his information. Looking at it, he hesitated and thought, whether it's going back to the past, acquiring the Jackner family talents, or becoming this strong. The mystery lingered inside him. He wondered what this was. At first, he thought it was fragments of his regrets, but seeing its details, he no longer thought so. Inadvertently, he realized he had a vague feeling like he had encountered this before, but whatever it was helping him, so it didn't matter. The system board also clearly displayed his attributes. Just by looking, Theo could tell that the Serpent Dragon Association had ended, and his level had increased. While everyone was celebrating, he continued studying the system board. It seemed each time he leveled up, he received points to increase stats, so he thought he could enhance his abilities at will. Understanding that, he exclaimed, "It's truly terrifying," but quickly became very happy because he knew he was afraid of the brilliant future he would have. Meanwhile, Evelyn had been watching him for a while, not understanding why Theo was so joyful. After a moment, Theo finally calmed down. "All right, first I should prepare for the counterattack against the Camellia Palace," he called Remy, hoping he could help with something. Hearing the call, Remington was quite surprised. "Of course, young Master Theo, please tell me." He quickly realized that just now Theo had called him Remy in a familiar way. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Theo took out a piece of paper and held it up. "Speaking seriously, the battle for the throne between me and Axion will soon become fiercer. To prepare for that time, please help me." This action left him stunned for a long moment. While Theo's gaze grew profound, in the future, Remington would become the clan chief of the Narcio family. His thoughts gradually drifted, recalling Remington's figure. Once equipped with enough power and forces, they would be strong enough to confront the Jackner house. He should take this chance to draw Remington to his side. The paper containing his hope was still being offered, hoping that he would take it. At this moment, he still did not understand what was on the paper, but he still accepted it from Theo's hand, then cheerfully responded, "All right, I swear to follow you, young Master Theo. If there is anything I can help you with, no matter what it is, I will do it." Although he knew he would accept, Theo was still touched and said, "Thank you." After hearing that, Remington didn't wait any longer and asked, "But just now you called me Remy in a rather familiar way." Suddenly, a rude voice rang out from somewhere, "Theo Ragnar," which shocked everyone at the party. A squad of fierce knights brazenly strode in. Those around immediately became alert, shouting, "Law enforcement!" Right after yelling, the man wasted no time taking out a document and calling out Theo's name. He said, "You are under arrest for the crimes of threat and assault." His words made Evelyn retort, "What nonsense is this?" Seeing that everyone was getting anxious, Theo quickly stepped forward to request, "It's okay, stay calm." Then he moved forward to take a closer look at the document. "Let's see." After examining it for a moment, he pondered. It was indeed an arrest warrant. Noticing the writing was still wet, they must have been in a hurry. Without further thought or resistance, he walked over and immediately demanded, "Let's go." The man showed no hesitation and handcuffed him. Then he led him away before the astonished eyes of everyone present. Young Master Theo. Upon hearing that call, he looked back and gave a meaningful smile. Remington and Evelyn seemed to understand something. Quickly, Remington glanced back at the paper Theo had handed him earlier. Evelyn also paid attention to the paper. At the Red Flower Hall, upon hearing the news, Cecilia Ragnar turned around and asked, "What, where is Theo being taken?" Then she sank to the ground. The old butler saw this and quickly became fearful. "Madam." She hurriedly waved her hand, saying it was okay. Then she asked again what the boy was accused of. The old butler hesitated and replied that it seemed to be because of the Exelong Society. He went on to say that they accused him of inciting rebellion. The more she heard, the more shocked she became. "What?" She softly asked again, "Do you think they will really take this case to court?" He pondered for a moment before answering, "Yes, I believe so. Because he completely destroyed the Exelong Society, this matter will not end easily." She couldn't help but feel a slight headache. Who would have thought that the boy being invited to the Exelong Society would lead to this outcome? No, the boy will get through this. Theo is that kind of person. Then she stood up, and together with the old butler, looked up at the sky. She hoped, "My son, please return safely." Sunlight shone through the window frame, and Theo squinted slightly. Beside him sat two people guarding him as they escorted him for punishment. He opened his eyes to observe the scene ahead. Seeing the view in front of him, he suddenly remembered it had been a long time since he last returned to this place. The carriage moved through the gates of the court. He thought to himself, since I have completely destroyed the Xalong society, this matter will not end merely with detention, surely they will take this case to court. The wheels kept rolling steadily, but his thoughts were still unsettled. Bringing the heir of the Ragnar family to court meant they wanted to challenge his legitimacy as heir. The horses stopped in front of the court doors, and the coachman shouted loudly, "We have arrived." He was escorted down from the carriage. They probably wanted to completely destroy him. His mouth opened slightly, but that was exactly what I expected. Heavy footsteps entered deeper inside. The courtroom door opened, a call echoed from within. The prisoner Theo had been escorted in. That voice hadn't stopped yet. "Bring him in." His gaze suddenly gained a few more degrees of determination. "That's right, if I want to unleash what I have prepared, it has to be on a stage this grand." Inside, there were rows of large seats arranged high up. More than half of the judges had already arrived. Looking at those seated there, he was not very surprised. Indeed, many talented people had gathered here. The blindfolded man was the dragon demon Julius Ragnar, captain of the white armored dragon cavalry. He was one of the 4-9 dragons who guarded the Ragnar family. Next was the celestial dragon Troivan, head of the Central Intelligence Agency. He suddenly recalled that in his previous life, just sitting here would have made it hard for him to breathe. The next was Sword Dragon, Osa Ragnar, Madam of the Apricot Blossom Hall. The man sitting solemnly in the center was the chief dragon Wolfgang Ragnar, head of the family council. He said sternly, "Theo." In the middle was chief dragon Vertgang Ragnar, head of the family council. He said solemnly, "Theo." At that moment, someone stepped forward to remove the chains from his hands. He responded to one side, "Yes, head of the council, I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this." As soon as he finished speaking, he sank into thought. Wolfgang, the head of the council, valued lineage highly. To him, an illegitimate child like me must be disgusting. He observed that the man didn't even bother to hide it. He didn't beat around the bush but went straight to the main point. Enough with the long greetings. You already know the reason you were summoned here to answer for your crimes, don't you? He stood below, looking up to hear the verdict from above. The Byron family, the Ceres Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenaries, and even the Hanavi family, because of your foolish actions. All of them are shouting to sever ties with the main family. He could not hide his anger. You, an illegitimate child, can you bear the losses you have caused? Therefore, I will make you accountable for dragging the honor of the Ragnar family through the mud. He stood there listening seriously. Once the man finished speaking, he calmly replied, "What you said is absolutely right. I have been too careless." But then his eyes suddenly changed. "I should have cut off their heads, not just their limbs." The person sitting beside him was surprised. "What?" He began to explain with his words. "They are our subordinates, their lord grants them land and honor, and the subordinates owe their loyalty and lives to him. This is the code of knighthood." The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, yet they dared to threaten their own lord. At that moment, the fury within him exploded. "If I had known they would be so insolent, I would have beheaded them from the start. They must be punished, and the principles of knighthood must be restored." Theo shouted loudly, "How can I stand by and watch the honor of the Ragnar family, preserved for over 1,000 years, be trampled like this?" Everyone listening to him was so angry they were left speechless. Julius, hearing his words, felt impressed but also sensed that this matter should not end with an ordinary punishment. Wolfgang spoke loudly, "Do you dare mock me with such flowery words?" The lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, Osa Ragnar, also spoke up, "I have listened to your opinion. Logically, you are correct." Upon hearing this, he was somewhat displeased and immediately reminded Sword Dragon. However, she ignored his words and continued, "Yet, although Ragnar is strong, it is not truly great. If we do not listen to the voices of the vassals and knights, we will collapse." She also stated that ruling this world by cruelty alone is impossible. He seemed to understand her point and said, "I will remember that well." He stared there without looking away, sensing something. The chief's first wife, the best swordsman of the north, Sword Dragon, fortunately seemed not to have a hostile attitude toward him. He suddenly recalled the devastated scenes from the past, but wondered why she would. She added, "I hope you understand that the punishment you are about to receive is justified." He spoke up, "May I ask what that punishment is?" Wolfgang thought for a moment and then made his decision. 3 months of house arrest. Hearing that, he felt a bit disappointed. "But the awakening ceremony will take place in just 2 months," Wolfgang angrily retorted. how dare you say that? OSA, sitting beside him, explained further, I have taken that into account and decided to allow you to participate in next year's awakening ceremony, and everyone had previously agreed that the 15 children you injured will take part in next year's awakening. Troyven thought silently, thanks to the intervention of the demon dragon, the punishment is much lighter than I expected. During the discussion, Julius Ragnar stood up to object. I oppose Theo's punishment. Troyven considered this matter not too bad. Having the awakening delayed is a great humiliation for you within the Ragnar clan. He suddenly grinned wickedly, and the fact that the representative of the Scarlet Hall must endure that humiliation will create an opportunity for our Camellia Hall to surpass it. Once our plan is in motion, he won't be able to do anything. He can only accept it. He sees this as a good chance. If he foolishly tries to appeal, we can kill him, but I don't think he's that stupid. Theo bluntly opposed, I want to appeal. Everyone did not expect that he would want to appeal. Troyven tightly covered his face to hold back laughter, inwardly rejoicing and shouting, are you stupid? Your arrogance really knows no bounds. This just makes things easier for us. Julius was stunned and asked back, do you understand what an appeal means? He answered firmly, of course. He seemed to know something. I knew this could not be resolved with just 3 months of house arrest. It was no more than a light slap. The dragon demon must have pulled some strings already. He explained that in a powerful and proud Ragnar family, an appeal means. His voice was full of strength, war. In his opinion, I had no intention of accepting even that light slap. He smiled provocatively. After all, only the victor has the right to speak. He seemed to have some expectation, whereas I was looking forward to being rewarded. A notification appeared. Entering the main scenario, everyone was stunned by his provocation. The system announced a notification. Through this scenario, you can discover many mysteries hidden within this closed world. Wishing you success. Scenario Mission 1, The Path of the Air. The scene was ablaze with the fire and bullets of war, engulfing an entire village. The northern secret branch of the Ceres Merchants Guild, 2 people were fighting. The other was defeated and fell to the ground. The fire blazed ever larger. A cloaked figure stood still there, surrounded by many defeated people lying scattered. A voice came from behind. It turned out they had been hiding there after all. The person was Evelyn, who was smoking a cigarette and suddenly looked around. Just stepping closer, Remington took a small box in his hand and continued speaking, just as young Master Theo had said. Evelyn took off her hat and coat. Troyven's eerie smile echoed. The Camellia Electric had completely collapsed. It was like a court was convened here to judge some matter. Those present included Theo and members of the clan. Wolfgang Ragnar clasped his hands together, looked down at the man below, and spoke. Are you planning to turn an issue that could be settled with 3 months of house arrest into a war? He reminded Theo, you are truly arrogant. Do you think you alone can face the forces of 15 clans? Theo replied coldly, that is something I must settle myself. He calmly voiced the thoughts in his heart. In cases with such great disparity in strength, isn't representing the struggle through a decisive battle the normal way? After hearing Theo's presentation, Julius pondered the matter. Usually, an appeal means deciding the victor through war. However, in this case, war is almost impossible due to the vast difference in strength. Thinking of this, he envisioned the 2 sides facing each other. Each side would send 1 representative, and the winner would be decided in a one-on-one duel. That is the representative battle. He thought to himself, this means the defendant's representative will be Theo, while the plaintiff's representative will most likely be Axion. He didn't know what Theo was calculating in his mind. If that happened, Theo would almost certainly lose, so why did he choose this way? Did he have some scheme? He looked at Theo with disappointment. If he thought Evelyn or I would step up as the representative, he was mistaken. Theo raised his hand to continue presenting. According to the rules, we will decide the representative and organize the representative battle after 1 week. He asked those sitting above, what do you think? Troyven, sitting above, looked down at the people below and thought silently, this is an obvious tactic. He was calculating to have Julius or Evelyn act as Theo's representative, but knowing their personalities, they wouldn't do that. You will have to fight on your own, Theo Ragnar. He raised his chin arrogantly. I will send Axion and make you understand your place through death. Then he laughed coldly. Very well, then about the representative. Before Troyven could finish speaking, another voice interrupted the conversation. I thought you were a quiet child. The authoritative voice spread, causing everyone present here to be terrified and break out in cold sweat. The door slowly opened. A large figure appeared, the owner of the voice earlier. That person continued, but you are very good at scheming. The voice rang out again, causing Theo to be extremely fearful. The person stepping in was none other than Chief Kyle Ragnar. his blood-red eyes, streaked with black like a serpent's, seemed to pierce through one's soul. He spoke coldly, "You have changed a lot since the last time I saw you, my son." Immediately, all 4 senior members knelt down to pay their respects, greeting the clan leader. Theo also knelt and saluted him, placing one hand on his chest as he said, "Theo Ragnar, apprentice swordsman, pays respects to the embodiment of the great dragon god." Suddenly, a system panel appeared before Theo. The system panel assigned him a mission, Scenario Mission 1, The Path of the Air, seize the Camellia Hall and uncover its secrets. Theo thought to himself, "This is my first mission since completing the secret tutorial of Camellia Hall. Could that be the source of the blue light? The situation is too chaotic, I completely forgot about that. There must definitely be something there." Theo closed his eyes to regain his composure. No, now is not the time to be distracted. Then he slowly opened his eyes and faced the panel, watching his father as he approached. Theo continued to think that he needed to deal with this first. A new variable had appeared, his plan would be disrupted. But he couldn't help but wonder why his father had come here. Kyle Ragnar allowed Theo to rise. "Stand up, my son." Following his command, Theo slowly stood. Kyle Ragnar spoke, "I've heard about your situation on the way here, and it seems you are in a complex predicament. I understand you want to appeal through a representative battle." Theo was a little worried but still answered, "That's right." Kyle Ragnar raised his hand to hold his chin thoughtfully. If that's really the case, it will be very difficult for you to participate in that representative battle." He said sternly, "Who do you intend to choose as your representative to replace you?" Theo was cautious. This was a test. Troyvin, who was kneeling, also realized the situation, so worried he was sweating. "Wait a minute, this is..." Theo answered that there was no one. He had intended to step up himself to appeal. Kyle Ragnar replied, "Then you will lose." Theo refused to back down. "How can you know without trying? Even if forced to bow, I will not lower myself." Hearing that, he suddenly bared his teeth in a smile, then laughed loudly. "Did you all hear those words from my son?" Kyle Ragnar repeated what Theo had just said to others. "Even if forced, I will not lower myself." Kyle shouted loudly, "No saying describes the Ragnar family better than that." Julia sighed helplessly, standing aside. Kyle Ragnar crossed his arms and coldly spoke loudly, "Your attitude truly pleases me." Theo bowed his head in thanks, thanking his father for the praise. He rejoiced silently within. The representative battle was just bait. He did not intend to fight. It was good that he could speak the truth that could not be hidden. Theo recalled everything when assigning tasks to Evelyn and Remington. The evidence of Camellia Palace's rebellion conspiracy. He smiled, calculating everything. "If I have it, I can win without fighting." At that moment, Kyle Ragnar said, "Then I want to give you a chance. Drop the trial. If you can withstand a single blow from me, I will erase all your charges." Theo was extremely surprised. "A single blow." Kyle Ragnar said this as he turned his back and walked away immediately. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, causing him to turn around. "Chief, that cannot be." It turned out to be Troyvin, who looked very angry at this moment. He thought to himself, "Trying one blow with him means you accept your opponent. If he survives, he will become someone accepted by the clan leader. I don't think that Theo can endure it." He clenched his fists tightly. "But just in case he succeeds, I must prevent him from being valued by the clan leader." Without hesitation, Troyvin immediately began making excuses. "How could vassals and soldiers dare to comment on your son's bloodline?" Kyle Ragnar now spoke in a strained voice. The dragon's voice radiated full authority. "Be silent. If a vassal dares to say that, you just need to eliminate him." At this moment, he finally felt fear. The tone in his speech gradually lowered. "I understand, clan leader." Then he noticed someone and directed his gaze at Julius Ragnar, asking, "Do you have something to say, dragon demon? You've been chuckling for a while now." Julius Ragnar bowed his head and smiled, saying, "It's nothing, it's just that you haven't cared like this for a long time." The clan leader responded, "What nonsense are you talking about?" He quickly changed the subject, saying, "Let's stop the conversation here. So what about you, son, will you do it?" Theo Ragnar stared at him, thinking silently that a single strike from the clan leader had changed everything in a way he couldn't even imagine. His plan had already collapsed. "You grinned, but such a change is acceptable." Theo placed his hand on his chest, bowing his head in response to the man's words. "That was too heavy for me. How could I compare a single strike from my father to a representative battle against the vassals and soldiers?" Kyle Ragnar frowned as he looked at him and asked, "You don't dare?" His expression quickly changed as he said coldly, "No, I just want to say that this succession isn't fair." "Not fair?" he asked him back. Theo continued, since the trial has become harsher, shouldn't my compensation be increased as well? After hearing what he said, the man exclaimed, "Oh, for example." Theo turned his head back, looking up towards where the high-ranking officials were seated above. His eyes blazing red, emitting a dangerous aura as he looked at Troyven and said, "Like Camellia Palace, for instance." The word startled Troyven so much that he was terrified, unable to believe what had just happened before his eyes. Theo laughed maniacally with a harsh tone, his voice full of ambition, saying each word clearly, "Camellia Palace." Troyven went mad, the veins on his face twitching uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but curse aloud, "That bastard, Wolfgang was old, age made him calmer," only silently lamenting inwardly, it was truly insane to dare to haggle and negotiate with the clan chief. However, Wolfgang could not hide the scornful mockery deep within his heart. This guy truly did not know his place. An agreement only takes effect when both parties are equals, such arrogance would get him killed soon enough. Yet Kyle Ragnar, the clan chief and also Theo's father, very comfortably agreed, which suddenly caused him to panic. Kyle tilted his head, smiling coldly, "If you are aiming to be the successor, you at least have to have such guts." He raised his head and asked those around, "Is there anyone who objects, Heavenly Dragon?" Everyone could sense his indulgence toward Theo. Clearly, the clan chief appreciated the bravery of this young man. The question Kyle posed was in fact not a real question, so they could only agree and do nothing else. Everything in Ragnar belonged to him. How could they dare to comment on his decision? Kyle was pleased with this and replied, "Good, then prepare the arena immediately." The clan chief turned and walked away, his tone dignified as he announced the next event, "I will test Theo Ragnar right here." Theo knew this was a gamble, all or nothing, but in any case, it was a good opportunity. He forced a difficult smile. The training arena was prepared immediately afterward, with only the two of them on the field. Clearly, this was a very difficult test. The other four stood outside, each with different moods, their cold faces making it impossible to tell what they were thinking. Troyven had been cursing inwardly for some time now. "Damn it, the trap I set to catch Theo has turned into a stage to elevate him." Looking at Theo on the arena floor, he tried to convince himself not to worry because previously, Theo had shown himself to be an ordinary useless kid. So there was some basis for his increased confidence. Even though the kid had grown stronger, there's no way he could withstand a single blow from the tribe leader. Even a senior swordsman would struggle. He frowned deeply, his eyes radiating murderous intent as he cursed, "Theo would die here. He must die here." But on the arena floor, the prey that Troyven had always underestimated suddenly became the hunter. Theo was sharp enough to see through his delusions. I guess that's what he was thinking. Too bad for him, that won't happen. Thanks to the guidance reward I received. Then suddenly, Kyle let out a long hum. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Did you take an elixir when I wasn't looking?" "No, even if you took one, such a rapid change wouldn't stop. I don't really care how you got stronger." Theo couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He was truly astute, even the Q-Long failed to notice. Then he heard his father mockingly praise him, "In the end, you really are my own flesh and blood." Kyle Ragnar hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, his cloak billowing behind him, making his figure appear even more majestic. "So, are you ready?" Theo had no answer other than to respond, "Yes." Kyle wanted a fair test, obviously. He was honest enough, which was why he changed his weapon. "Normally, I would use the great sword, but since you don't even know how to use mana yet, I'll use this sword." "Any objections?" Theo replied respectfully, "Of course not." "Well said." No sooner had he finished speaking than the atmosphere around him shifted, and he let out a smirk. "Very well, then." From that rusty sword, a fierce burst of blood-red energy erupted, like an atomic bomb or even more powerful. The sudden oppression made the surrounding space feel tightly compressed. Kyle swung his sword down, the blade flashed brightly with a dazzling gleam. He signaled to begin. Theo was terrified. He couldn't deny it as his body trembled uncontrollably. Even the groan escaping his throat quivered weakly. This was the real gap in their strength. He gritted his teeth, trying not to fall, feeling an undeniable sense of dread inside, emitting such pressure merely from battle energy. Not only Theo but even Kyle felt unexpectedly overwhelmed. "Well done," he praised. "I'm surprised you can still stand firm." Theo lifted his head to look at him, his fox-like eyes flashed with a fierce red glow. He smirked proudly, feeling a sense of pride within himself. Naturally, his strength stats had nearly tripled. Theo recalled the item that had helped him enhance his power, the reward he received upon completing the tutorial, the experience elixir, a potion that effectively increases levels by 5, with a requirement below level 30. Theo gripped his sword tightly, using it to boost himself by 5 levels, and had invested all his allocation points into strength. So his strength stats now reflected that change. At level 7, his strength was 52 and his luck was -31. Other stats had not changed much. He raised his sword to shoulder height, feeling the surge of overwhelming power flooding through his body. This sensation was liberating, leaving the ordinary realm and stepping into the extraordinary. With this strength, looking at the great fortress wall before him, for the first time Theo felt confident facing someone so powerful. He could now block a blow from his father. A sword stroke came down, majestic and powerful enough to dazzle. Light from the blade shimmered with a golden glow as if trying to cut through both earth and sky. It wasn't only Theo who was stunned staring at it, while those outside also couldn't hide their stunned excitement. The sword had come down. Theo deliberately bent his knees and held the sword across his shoulder to block the strike. His eyes glanced upward, lifting his head to look at the sky above him. It was a sky red as blood, and that sword stroke was like a giant beam of light hurtling down as if it were a massive meteorite. However, Theo was calm enough to think, he could see it. In just the blink of an eye, that overwhelming force crashed down, shattering the ground to pieces. The town trembled, the entire arena was destroyed, leaving only a mound of earth and stone, with dust and smoke thickly filling the air. Kyle Ragnar could sense the feeling when the two swords clashed against each other. He turned his back to Theo, though he did not look at him. He knew that Theo could still stand firm there. Kyle Ragnar could not contain the fervent excitement surging in his veins. He cracked a smile, a very joyful one. It had been a long time. The blade began to chip. The sword in his hand shattered into pieces and fell to the ground, but the important thing was that Theo Ragnar could still stand on the ground with a smug smile because the Ragnar clan chief had acknowledged him since he found a worthy son. Troyvin clenched his teeth in rage. In contrast to his bitter anger, Julius smiled as if he had anticipated this miracle would happen. Kyle presented the results of this examination. Theo Ragnar proved his innocence through his willpower. He announced that the trial was over. At that moment, the system popped up a blue notification box stating that you have completed the sudden mission, 1 strike from Kyle Ragnar. The reward was immediately updated by the system. You have received inventory access as the reward. You have received a blue key as a reward. Uncertain how much time had passed, in a warm room with golden windows facing the sunlight, Theo lay silently asleep on a cozy bed with his wounds. His eyelids fluttered slightly, and his blood-colored eyes opened. Theo murmured, "Ah, where am I?" Cecilia immediately grasped his hand tightly and yelled in anxiety, "You're finally awake, my dear son, you had fainted." She burst into sobs, her eyes watery as she spoke incessantly. "Do you know how terrified I was when I heard you were struck by the tribe leader's sword? How is your arm? Are you injured? Try moving your shoulder. I need to call a medic immediately if it's broken or dislocated." This forced Theo to speak up and reassure her, "If you don't want to hear more nagging, I'm fine. Please calm down, mother." He turned his head to look around the unfamiliar room he was in and asked confusedly, "But where am I?" Outside, a man pushed the door open and entered, saying he was here under the tribe leader's orders. That was Julius, who was responsible for delivering this announcement. The former lady of Camellia Palace, Emil, and the head of the intelligence team have all been expelled. He was left speechless. That meant. Julius understood what he meant, and he gave a confirming smile. Yes. The place where he was standing was a magnificent and grand castle. This was Camellia Palace. The system promptly updated the progress, and the script had been revised. It uploaded the mission progress. Script Mission 1, The Path of the Successor, taking over Camellia Palace and uncovering its secrets. Camellia Palace 1/1, Secrets 0/1. Outside Camellia Palace, in the nearby small garden, a high-heeled shoe-bearing foot, filled with furious anger, crushed a flower beneath it. None other than Emil herself. She screamed wildly with rage, "Why am I, the rightful mistress of this palace, being forced to leave my own property?" The servants beside her kept pleading, "Madam Emil, please remain calm, we beg you, stay composed." 2 men standing silently nearby. Then Troyvin suddenly spoke, calling Axion. He replied, "Yes, uncle." Troyvin's eyes blazed with killing intent. His gaze was fierce as he enunciated, "I must kill Theo Ragnar." Axion shared the intent. He bowed his head and said, "I plan to cut off his arm during the awakening ceremony." Troyvin interrupted him, "No, his head." He ruthlessly made the demand, his eyes wide with terrifying intensity. "I must take his head." Axion pressed his lips tightly without speaking, his wine-red eyes staring intensely at his uncle. At this moment at Camellia Palace, Theo could leisurely think. Everything had unfolded in a direction completely different from his plan. he strolled around the palace, dazed, but this was a much better outcome. He had won Camellia Palace without needing to use his trump card. Theo opened his system panel, a new feature he had just received. Moreover, he had gained a second power, an inventory. He slipped his hand into a square within that inventory. Then Theo pulled out an apple that he had stored earlier. He opened his mouth and took a bite. Theo juggled the apple in midair, muttering to himself, I don't know how things like this exist, but it will be very useful. Then he put his hand back into the inventory once more and added, besides. Theo looked down at the item he had just taken out, this blue key. The blue key, a miscellaneous item effective for opening hell gates, requiring compatibility with the hell gate. He held the metal object in his hand, his gaze uncontrollably fixed in one direction. This key was definitely a large door sealed tight, locked firmly by sustained magical energy, making it an impregnable gate. However, Theo's intuition told him he could pass through it. Theo Ragnar inserted the key into the lock on the door, and the heavy iron door opened. Suddenly, strong, sticky winds blew from ahead, and Theo looked in surprise at the new tunnel before him. It was the system panel that simultaneously popped up a notification. You have discovered a dungeon. It continued, the experience you earn in the dungeon will be doubled as a reward. He thought joyfully, a cave inside a room in the Camellia Palace, this must be some kind of quest. Then Theo murmured with a confident tone, no matter what it is, I will complete it, I can't miss the opportunity to have my experience double. His steps suddenly halted. Oh right. To fight in a place like this, Theo guessed he should bring some self-defense weapons. He shouldn't go in empty-handed. At this moment, his system inventory was filled with swords. With the equipment prepared, Theo held a sword and shield in his hands and confidently stepped into the dungeon ahead. Alright, let's go check it out. Inside the dark and silent cave, occasionally there were torches affixed to the stone walls illuminating everywhere. Theo was still carefully scouting around, then suddenly sensed the breath of a wild beast. Theo Ragnar raised his head to look. In front of him was a huge wolf monster with fluffy pure white fur, blazing red eyes, dripping blood and saliva constantly flowing down. It looked as if it was ready to bite him at any moment. Theo was doubtful. A wolf, he clicked his tongue and commented, quite big, as big as a monster. And then, in a moment of inattention, the ground where the wolf was standing suddenly emitted a sharp sound, and its figure abruptly disappeared. Theo's experience warned him. He hastily raised his hand to block the wolf's powerful bite with his shield. Its fangs dug deep into the shield, producing a clear, ringing sound. Theo clenched his teeth and cursed, "You're pretty strong, you wild dog." He swung his sword with his right hand, slashing toward it and shouted, "But I won't lose in a battle of strength." The wolf was alert and startled. It quickly leapt backward to dodge the sharp blade. The wolf monster growled fiercely, roaring with savage intensity. Theo remained unshaken, gripping his sword tightly as he charged toward it. They both rushed at each other, exchanging several strikes within moments. His shield began showing cracks. Theo stepped back to assess his opponent. It was quite tough and fast. Half-hearted attacks wouldn't be enough to wound it. The wolf was still frantically attacking him. Theo thought that it definitely wasn't an ordinary wolf. It might even be as strong as a beast from the sea demon beyond the northern wall, which explained why its power would be difficult to deal with. The monster swung its claws, which were sharp enough to easily kill a horse. When its claws slashed down, Theo Ragnar braced on the balls of his feet and suddenly dashed forward. It was a swift and unexpected attack. In that moment, he regretted and thought that if only he could recreate that flash of light, the flash he saw when facing his father's single strike. In the past, Theo had seen it, the pure white arc, that dazzlingly pure light from the sky, which Theo had always admired from the bottom of his heart, beautiful and spectacular. And now, to win this battle, Theo yearned to perform that very attack. He raised his sword, his face radiating deadly intent as he stared at his opponent. The bright blade whooshed down in a slash, but the wolf easily dodged the attack. Instead, it started to counterattack. Theo quickly leapt back to block it, clicking his tongue. Well, of course, copying it wouldn't be that easy. The strike he aimed for was the soul blow, an expression meaning a single strike delivering instant death. Theo racked his brain. If its key was putting everything into one single sword strike. He released his grip and drew out his shield. As the heavy shield hit the ground and bounced, a gust swept by. He decided to focus on sword skills and techniques relying on speed. At this moment, he was more grateful than ever for the past training sessions Evelyn had taught him. The wolf monster always watched its enemy, and in a brief second, the human it had been staring at suddenly disappeared. The wolf's pupils dilated, and it began to tense up. Theo appeared right in front of it at an incredible speed, sword in hand, and thrust forward. The sharp blade pierced something soft. Fresh blood sprayed out in a foul streak. He pulled his sword back. The silver blade was now stained a thick red. The wolf still stood firmly on the ground, but the blood on its body kept flowing down. One of its eyes had been pierced. Angry, sweat poured from its head like a stream. Noticing that the last thrust had worked quite well, Theo was secretly pleased. Good. The wolf charged again, but now he was full of confidence facing it head-on. He could do this. And so, Theo Ragnar kept fighting like that for 2 months straight at training ground number 4 under the clear sky. Eode Naylan looked around and started chatting with Sybil. Now there were even more people. He nodded in agreement, saying, yes, at this level, we should change training grounds. The two began to chat casually. Now the rumor that the clan chief was teaching Theo a unique move had spread, and there were more people wanting to spar with him. Sybil exhaled sharply and spoke, although the young master is. Then suddenly a voice from behind cut in, hey, you guys. The person who arrived was Henry Morris, a trainee swordsman from the Plum Blossom Hall. He shrugged and started speaking in a contemptuous tone, when will your exceptional young master show up? It's been 2 months, where has he gone? I thought he never missed a single day of training. Henry sneered mockingly and taunted, I guess that coward ran away after his fake story spread too far. The two-person group with Sybil clenched their teeth as they listened to those despicable words, but they still had the self-control to hold back. The blond man saw that no one responded, so he continued flapping his mouth. It might be a lie because he won in court, but without witnesses, he must have exaggerated. Henry kept looking for trouble, and the news that he had defeated the Serpent Dragon sect. Well, everything has its limits. Before he could finish his sentence, he took a straight punch to the face. Henry Morris was knocked backward a full 9 feet, teeth and lips battered, fresh blood starting to soak through. The knight beside him cried out in alarm, Henry. Then that guy pointed his spear at Sybil, how dare an uncultured fool like you. Facing him was not only Sybil alone but dozens of piercing eyes from other knights, sharp enough to devour him alive. That made the man instantly fall silent, no longer daring to utter a single word. Sybil cursed so fiercely that her mouth twisted. You ugly guys are nothing compared to the young master. Eode calmly reminded Sybil that she shouldn't comment on others' appearances. He responded grimly, whatever, I don't like these bastards coming here to cause trouble. Then Sybil deliberately raised her voice while looking at the group near the Apricot Blossom Palace, but now they dared to insult young Master Theo. He led the other swordsmen, signaling and drawing his sword. This is war. Henry's faction was no less fierce. They also drew their swords and shouted back loudly, do these ill-mannered brutes really want to die? But then a fresh fragrance began to spread through the air, a long blue braid gently fluttering in the wind. The temperature around suddenly dropped, the swords of both factions instantly froze solid. From the middle of the battle between the two sides, a young girl suddenly appeared, carrying oppressive cold energy. The chill that appeared covered the entire arena with a thin layer of ice. And the atmosphere began to thicken, making it hard to breathe. Sybil was startled, since when? Henry's accomplice stammered in fear, Ray. He shouted while looking at the red-eyed young woman, Ray Ragnar. The identity of this girl is one of the 4 dogs, Ray Ragnar. But that was not all. The battle began to spiral out of control as a rowdy, aggressive laugh echoed. How can you guys leave me out of this fun? That person was a tall, young man with fiery short red hair and tan skin. He was one of the 4 hounds of the north, the black bear Hulkus Lank. Both Sybil recoiled in surprise, and Lank was also here, 2 of the 4 hounds. Lank paid attention to their group, saying, is it only you? He asked irritably, where's the mystic tiger? Henry's accomplice asked in disbelief, who? Lank raised his sword and shouted loudly, are you deaf? I'm talking about the mystic tiger, the master of this training ground. Ray stood silently in place, lost in thought, his mind unknown. Lank roared, I came here to fight Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon full of countless dangers, Theo Ragnar, dressed in tattered clothes, was struggling to breathe, sweat dripped from him drop by drop. And the sword in his hand was already shattered into 2 halves. In that quiet space, the system's green message softly sounded, you have leveled up. The light mounted on the stone wall remained the only illumination shining there. Following that were dozens of identical notifications ringing out, creating an endless stream of light. You have leveled up. Finally, the system announced the last piece of information as Theo rested wearily on the monster's corpse. You have hunted 170 monsters. At this moment, only one danger remained in the dungeon. The monster in Dungeon 1 of 171. Beyond the wolf's corpse on which he was sitting lay dozens of broken swords, blood, and the bodies of monsters enough to intimidate and unnerve the other knights. But all of them have now been wiped out by just one person. The final stats of Theo appeared, with luck rated in the negatives. All other parameters were below average, except for strength at 91 and magical power reaching 198. A healing potion was opened. Theo raised his head and gulped down the potion in one breath. It was a beginner's healing potion, consumable, restoring 10 health points and wounds. He looked at the potion in his hand, quietly marveling that he almost died a few times, but this had saved him. Theo looked at the scattered monster corpses around him with some nostalgia, murmuring that it was quite difficult at first, but everything had become easier. Time really flies. It had already been 2 months. And the system board now only had one last quest left, Monsters in the Dungeon 1/171. He raised his head, expression serious, and said that with only one left. At the end of the dungeon ahead was a stone staircase leading straight up, with a humming echo ringing throughout the cave. The surrounding space reeked of danger, leading him to conclude that this usually meant the boss was about to appear. The system announced the current location, entering the 5th floor. Theo slowly trudged up the steps one by one, lifting his shattered broken sword. With a sigh of sorrow, he realized this was no longer usable. Theo had no choice but to decisively throw it away and took out the last remaining sword from his inventory system. It was a shining sword with a hilt carved from exquisite blocks of wood. He told himself, "Is this all I have left?" In fact, this sword held some meaning for him. It was a ceremonial sword his mother gave him on his birthday. His eyes gazed distantly, staring intently at the blade. In his past life, there had been many conflicts between him and his mother before the awakening ceremony, so he had thrown it aside in his room and let it rust. Looking at it closely now, it was a fine sword forged from white snow steel. Theo pressed his lips tightly, his face filled with sorrow and sadness. His memories began to drift to a distant place. It was a day many years ago when the door suddenly burst open. Cecilia stepped in joyfully, followed by dozens of servants carrying enormous gifts piled into a mountain. She clasped her hands together happily and exclaimed with anticipation, "Happy birthday, my beloved son, happy birthday, my dear son, I have waited until midnight to give you this." But then Theo responded to her in a sharp tone, "Mother." He held the swords close to his chest, his expression cold as he stared at Cecilia. "The awakening ceremony is coming soon. I don't have time to waste on birthday parties." He turned his head and walked away, using the harshest words to hurt his mother. "You should know better than anyone that good equipment doesn't change blood ties." Cecilia at that moment just stood frozen, surrounded by servants who always tried to please her, yet she heard the person she loved most coldly send her away, saying, "Please go outside, mother." "But all that is just the past," he said. "No matter what." Theo looked directly at the present where he was standing. He firmly stepped forward, telling himself that he would not repeat the mistakes of his previous life. The system sounded a warning. "This is a boss room. A powerful monster will appear. Please be careful." Theo looked ahead in surprise. A part of the long tail and claw of the boss monster had appeared, with a familiar tightly closed jaw resting asleep upon its claw. In front of him was a boss with a somewhat familiar appearance. It was sleeping soundly, yet its shape was unmistakable. He suspected, a dragon. And then, sensing the aura of dominance it emitted, Theo became even more certain of his judgment. No, it was just a low-level dragon. But nevertheless, a low-level dragon is still a dragon. He was somewhat contemplative. They say the Ragnar family is descended from dragons, and the boss of this strange quest is a dragon. Theo clenched the sword tightly in his hand, harboring doubts in his heart. Could this just be a coincidence? He murmured aloud, "I don't know." He stood the sword upright in his hand, entered attack mode as he looked at the dungeon boss. But one thing was certain. He needed to defeat this thing to complete the mission. At that moment, the system also popped up 2 notification boards in a row. The first scenario mission, The Path of the Successor, take over Camellia Palace and uncover its secrets. Camellia Palace January 1st, Secrets 0-1, Dungeon Beasts 1 of 171. Theo was ambitious enough, yet he wasn't overly confident to fight this species. But could he win? After all, it was still a dragon. His red eyes flashed, the tip of his sword glimmered, ready for a surprise attack. He had to try using a lightning-fast strike. After all, he already had experience from before. He had trained with the fierce wolves. And then, fortunately, that wolf was injured by that attack, and later, they all died under his sword. Theo recalled the previous feeling, focusing force into the sword and thrusting forward with calculation. It might not be as good as his father's dragon lightning strike. The low-level dragon also sensed the killing intent and opened its 2 eyes wide. Meanwhile, his thoughts had never been interrupted, but if he fully utilized his dragon heart, he could inflict serious damage on it. The strong sword thrust pierced forward, spraying pungent blood. The low-level dragon was hit by the blow, it roared in pain, yet that only made Theo more confident. All right. However, before he could rejoice for long, a solid jet-black wing swooped down toward him. Theo quickly leapt up to dodge. Fragments of rock flew up. Theo had hoped his strike would be more effective. He had wished to pierce its brain. But judging by how the dragon still fiercely resisted, that was enough. However, it seemed my attack wasn't far-reaching enough, but I already saw an opportunity. He gripped the sword hilt tightly with both hands. His body darted through the air, suddenly appearing and just as suddenly vanishing. Each time he approached the dragon, he slashed deeply into its scales with a sword stroke. That was its special secret skill. Jester Theo stepped forward confidently, believing he could win. Theo charged once again, squinting his eyes and beginning to think of strategies to win. If only he could distract it first with a normal attack. Theo thought and then aimed for the weak spot. The dragon began to roar and used its own skill, the low-level dragon's fear that dominates the battlefield. Its violet eyes widened. That skill caused some disadvantage to him. The fear status effect reduced his movement speed by 10%, his body visibly grew heavier. Theo cursed, "Damn it, my body." Its sharp claws extended, aiming to grab and crush him to death. Though it was difficult, Theo still managed to barely use his sword to block and parry the attack. Yet that was not enough. He was still knocked backward and slammed into the stone wall. Dust and smoke thickly rose up. Theo lay amid the shattered rubble, his body aching as he forced himself to sit up. Perhaps it was the boss for this reason. If the battle dragged on, it would not end well. The two of them paused only for a second before plunging back at each other without hesitation. Theo firmly thought to himself that he needed to aim for its weak spot to finish quickly. His sharp gaze swept sideways, as if he had spotted the critical point. While the dragon was still charging forward with its razor-sharp fangs, Theo whispered silently. The dragon's weak spot was, his eyes fixed straight on the reversed scales on its chest. Theo channeled all his speed into this attack, moving so fast that afterimages were visible. And the blade relentlessly slashed forward, aiming at the dragon's weak spot, the reversed scale. The sword pierced and shattered the reversed scale. Its eyes widened, fresh blood gushing from the eye sockets. But Theo showed no mercy and drove the blade even deeper inside. The dragon roared in fierce agony. Blood splattered across Theo's face as he grinned arrogantly. All right. Yet the dragon did not collapse. Its eyes remained wide open, and its breath still lingered. Theo panicked and hastily withdrew his sword. Out there, on the training ground, an argument was underway. What did you say, Ray Ragnar? Hulkus Lank irritably pointed at himself. Theo Ragnar has to fight me first. Ray didn't care about him. She covered her ears and refused. The loser should stay out. He angrily shouted, trying to find a reason to explain. That was 3 years ago. Skills improve day by day, and 3 years is enough time to close the gap. Ray repeated, loser. That made Hulkus Lank furious. He clenched his fists tightly and let out a low guttural roar from his throat. Finally, he swung his blade on his own, setting the condition as he spoke. All right, let's duel one more time. The winner will face Theo Ragnar. Ray gently lifted his sword and was able to block that giant blade. Those around turned pale as they spoke among themselves. What the heck is going on? I don't know, but I'm terrified. At that moment, someone was leisurely walking from afar. That person calmly drew out his sword and scabbard. And just those two items were enough to easily halt the fierce battle between the two from the four dogs. You are Remington Nazio. His cold silver eyes swept over the two of them. If you want to fight, do it elsewhere. This is the territory of young Master Theo. I won't allow you two to cause trouble in his absence. Hulkus Lank grew even more pleased at his arrival. He exclaimed with delight, Oh Remy, perfect timing, I want to duel you too. Remington was annoyed. Hulkus, are you not listening to me? But at that moment, he suddenly sensed a sickly, fetid murderous aura that sent chills down his spine. The entire training ground was engulfed in a heavy, nameless oppression. He glanced around in horror. What was this murderous intent? From afar, a familiar figure carrying the sharp scent of fresh blood slowly approached. Remington looked toward the depths of his eyes in amazement, unable to hide his confusion. This pressure, what has happened? Ray's cold expression remained unchanged for 1,000 years, and at this moment, it was the same. He just coldly looked up without saying a word. Hulkus Lank, aggressive, chuckled harshly. He stared intently at the youth approaching with blazing killing intent, his tone betraying uncontrollable excitement. Finally, you have arrived. Theo Ragnar's newly activated special skill, the the fear of the low-level dragon, now blankets the battlefield. Rewinding to earlier, the fierce beast still held a sinister look on its face. Suddenly, after a few seconds, its body tilted and swayed as if it had lost gravity. Then it collapsed onto the ground, creating a loud thud. On its back was the sword deeply cutting into its flesh, wielded by Theo Ragnar. At the same moment, the system panel suddenly appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted a low-level dragon. He crouched down to examine its scales, quietly thinking that it began to struggle when he touched the scales on its chest. At that moment, I truly thought I was done for. Then he leaned back onto the dragon's back, exhaling with relief. Luckily, over time it gradually exhausted. After all, the reversed scales were still its weak point. At the same time, notification sounds echoed. You have received a low-level dragon's tooth, you have received a low-level dragon's claw, which caught Theo's attention. He sat up suddenly as 2 dragon teeth slowly emerged from behind the system interface screen, along with some annotations. Low-level dragon teeth, a type of enhanced material effect, used for forging weapons to increase durability. At this point, Theo confirmed once again, something for forging weapons, huh. Another annotation appeared, low-level dragon claws, a type of enhanced material effect, used for forging weapons to increase sharpness. Looking back at his sword, he quickly came up with an idea. He should use these materials to repair his sword. After all, he had received it from his mother. Hunting that dragon had really worn it down a lot. Suddenly, a notification caught his attention. You have acquired the skill, Fear of the Low-Level Dragon, leaving him momentarily stunned as if not understanding what was happening. A skill. Right then, bold capitalized letters made him doubt his eyes. Dragon's aura of killing intent. That's right, he received a new skill, Fear of the Low-Level Dragon, grade DNG, proficiency 1%, the effect emits the characteristic killing aura of a low-level dragon, overwhelming those around and instilling fear in targets weaker than the user. Theo was frantically joyful upon receiving it, but he had heard that only chosen ones could use such a thing. He was a bit puzzled but quickly pushed that thought aside. He excitedly accepted the reward, never expecting to get a second chance like this. Wait. Theo paused his small joy as he tossed his weapons into the system. No, even so, Theo's feet strode forward, walking while pondering. He wasn't sure if it would be useful in Ragnar. Then he turned his back and thought, after all, that place was full of experts. Behind him lay the remnants of his battle with the dragon. At the same time, the system announced once again that the Camellia dungeon had been completed. The moment the wooden door opened along with the sound of voices. Anyway, this was the moment Theo peacefully returned to the Red Flower Palace and completed his mission. The main quest, the heir's path to seize Camellia Palace and uncover its secrets. Camellia Palace January 1st, secret January 1st, only then did he dare to slightly relieve his burden. I've completed the mission, announcements sounded in succession. Congratulations on completing main quest 1, having completed the mission, you will receive a reward. And the system gradually released a sphere in front of him. The sphere entered his palm like a cat's eye, and that sphere was the organizing compass, a versatile item. Its effect guides the holder toward the organization's direction. The name and item description were unclear, leaving him confused. The organizing compass. He closed his eyes, bringing his face close to the compass, asking himself a question. What is this? Could it be related to the next mission? Reflecting, he put aside unsolved things like a math problem back onto the system's chalkboard. He decided to keep it for now. Then, dragging his feet step by step toward his room with heavy sighs, I should go back to my room to rest, I'm so tired. But that heavenly vacation plan was crushed when a worldly problem pulled him back with a loud shout. Young Master Theo, we finally found you, there's an emergency. At that moment, the maid suddenly froze when she saw a streak of blood running from the crown of his head down to his forehead. Her expression shifted to astonishment. Oh my God, look at you, where have you been? He only responded to her surprise with a miserable face. It's nothing, what's going on? Only when he reminded her did the maid suddenly remember her duty. She urgently reported, there is a fight happening at training ground number 4. Hearing the familiar ground, he was startled and confirmed, what? Immediately after, he stepped into the training ground with a fierce and deadly aura from the low-level dragon fear skill he had just acquired from the system. One part of his face was illuminated, while the rest was cloaked in shadow, and his bright red eyes opened wide with a murderous demeanor. A system echo sounded. The low-level dragon fear skill envelopes the battlefield. Deep within his pupils lay an immense loathing of being disturbed. He immediately repelled them. Vanish at once. I need to rest. The aura wants to drag anyone who dares to bother him into a pre-dug pit and is ready to fill that pit up if necessary. This has made everyone tremble with fear. At the same time, Hulkus Lank's gaze fell on the low-level soldiers collapsing behind him. That trick amused him. The murderous intent was truly overwhelming. Then, after finding the person he had long been seeking to challenge, he lunged forward with a large sword slammed down on his broad arm, moving fast enough that dust formed white smoke behind him, his laughter pressed down on the air. I knew it, I had a premonition. You will be very interesting, you belong to me, Theo Ragnar, let's see how strong you really are. And quickly, his sword stroke flicked out, turning into a purple slash. However, although he was superior to Theo in physique and sword size, Theo could easily repel him. Just a single swipe with his slender, long sword was enough to deflect the trajectory of the great sword that its wielder had calculated. His swordsmanship technique fell within the observational range of Ray Ragnar and Remington. Now, he recoiled according to momentum, Hulkus Lank's overwhelmed emotions flooding his cerebrum with lightning-fast signals transmitting throughout his brain. My strike was stopped so easily. On the other side, the emotions of the one who had pushed him away with a simple strike were currently bewilderment. Couldn't believe he had done it, that he had blocked the blow. Very quickly, his feet found their footing again on this ground. Theo blocked his strike while simultaneously probing his sensitive nerve. He immediately flew into a rage, shouting fiercely, "There's no way I'll sit still." He unleashed the black bear skill, Hulkus Lank. In a second, Theo's brainwaves swiftly scanned evaluations about him to prepare for his attack. He was always regarded as the weakest among the 4 northern dogs because he couldn't diversify his skills and wasn't particularly smart. Meanwhile, the loud and arrogant roar of Hulkus Lank echoed in his ears. Try to block this strike. Hulkus's voice bellowed. At that moment, Theo Ragnar had also finished scanning his evaluation of him, but as a member of the Lank clan, he had never been defeated in terms of strength. Theo contemplated, and now, his sword moved at the last moment before Hulkus's blade could touch him. Theo blocked the broad, shipmast-sized blade with a slender stroke as thin as a toothpick. For a moment, his red sword light suddenly bent into a segment, twisted by the curve of the blue gleam from his blade. He slashed horizontally, leaving Hulkus a bent line. Theo Ragnar smiled victoriously. He was certain the win was in his hands, the attack had been blocked, and he could even counterattack. Proudly he laughed, truly worth the upgrade. Then a long system message popped up simultaneously with a sound from Hulkus Lank's throat. Theo Ragnar, 17 years old, male, level 16, strength 96, agility 27, vitality 21, magic 189, intelligence 20, luck -6, skill of low-level dragon fear, and finally an update about access denial. Then the big guy Hulkus Lank collapsed. He lay still on the ground, his eyes completely white with no sign of life. He wiped the sweat across his face with his hand, telling himself he had swung the sword with all his strength without realizing it. Fortunately, Hulkus Lank was famous for his durability. He was only unconscious. Just in time, Sybil suddenly snapped back to awareness, followed by cheers of joy and glory for the young master from the audience. Young Master Theo had defeated the black bear. He had taken down one of the 4 hounds with a single punch. Theo suddenly realized the exuberant celebratory words were going far beyond the truth, so he quickly stopped them, saying, "Wait a moment, Hulkus Lank is still alive." And the reward for Theo Ragnar knocking Hulkus Lank unconscious was that the longsword cracked. In the end, it fulfilled its mission and broke itself off from the hilt, leaving him dumbfounded. At that moment, he realized the gift of love he had was broken. His face grew even more sweaty. The sword his mother gave him. Meanwhile, others proudly praised once again. Indeed, young Master Theo, the gentleman, even broke his sword with a single strike. Made Theo have to shout loudly in that place, "Why are you all so cheerful?" On the other hand, there was Remington's astonishment and Ray's unusually quiet demeanor. Her reddened upturned eyes were full of contemplation. Although it was daytime, her mind turned into a snowy night, falling heavily over the path along with the voice of that boy, who asked, "Who are you?" Her person then wore nothing but a simple coat in the winter cold. Noticing this, the boy inquired, "Why are you wandering here, aren't you cold?" Then without warning, the boy wrapped his red scarf around her neck and gently said, "Let me put this on you." After watching for a while, the boy added, "You're still cold, this isn't good." That boy came up with a plan and took her hand, smiling, "It's best to go to my house first," and that boy's identity was Theo Ragnar. That winter day, he took her along with a promise, "When the snow stops falling, I will take you home." Ending those frozen memories with the sunlight of reality, Ray Ragnar cast his gaze upon him. Suddenly, she smiled, then turned her back and walked away. Just in time, leaving Remington with a bunch of tangled thoughts. Did she just smile? Did Ray Ragnar just smile? Shortly after, the evening at Camellia Palace. Theo reluctantly placed the Christmas hat on his head, along with the servant standing beside congratulating his mystic tiger. You have done very well. The black-haired maid looked excited as she clearly recounted your journey. You have practiced extremely hard for a very long time. Now you just need to hold this instrument steady until the awakening ceremony. You can do it. Next came a voice welcoming Theo like New Year's fireworks. My son, along with a basket full of abalone in her hands. She scooped abalone into her son's mouth while recounting the hardships of cooking and how to get the abalone to stay on the plate long enough for digestion. Try this abalone. These abalones were only caught in limited quantities from Fuha Sea, and we gradually increased the temperature. She ignored her son's attempts to ask her to stop. Mom. It seemed that the word mom meant stop, but to her ears, it only sounded like another dish, so she continued stuffing another dish into his mouth, meanwhile lecturing on how to make it. Oh, try this one too. It's chicken raised solely on acorns from the desert in western Leia. These chickens were slaughtered carefully at the right age, then stewed with ginseng imported from a distant eastern country called Chusan. Theo had to beg his mother to stop. Please, Mom, stop. Yet somewhere in his mind, the image of his mother with the smile of spring on her lips, was more vivid than her cold closed eyes amid the sea of fire, and the merciless cruelty of an Theo Ragnar from a past life. He just chewed noisily without saying a word. The taste of his mother's cooking lingered on his tongue and he smiled. It's delicious, Mom. Only for her to scream in terror when she saw the image of her son's sword broken while carrying out his mission. My son. Cecilia Ragnar covered her mouth in shock and asked, what's going on? While her son didn't dare utter a word after gulping down the food his mother gave him. He explained that it broke during training. He regretfully took off his birthday hat and apologized to his mother. I'm sorry, this is the precious sword you gave me for my birthday. But then she spoke out, scolding that damned old woman, which left him stunned. She slammed her hand on the table and angrily shouted that she swore the sword was made from white snow steel and ebony steel wood and would never break. Theo's mind was quick, so from just one word, he deduced that the ebony steel would originated from the southern thorn forest. She confirmed it was true. She said only rare and precious materials were used, but as you can see, it's all a lie. If what she said were true, it wouldn't have broken so easily. At that moment, Theo's brain was actively working to find information about this type of wood. Ebony steel wood is a special kind of tree that develops by absorbing iron. It is considered rare because it retains the flexibility of wood while being as durable as steel. Looking at the body of the fallen swordsman, he created a mystery for himself. I know it's a good sword, but I didn't realize it was that valuable. Where did you get this sword, mother? And coincidentally, his mother also set a goal, saying this isn't right. She would go and ask that lady to clarify. This time, she insisted that the lady must make a perfect sword for her son. My son, hearing this, he quickly advised his mother, I'm fine, honestly, I can also use another sword. But she said no, everyone has finally recognized your true value, we need to be more meticulous than ever, especially now. With her caring tone, and besides, the awakening ceremony is less than a week away, isn't it? I can't let you attend the ceremony with an old sword. Seeing her like that, Theo smiled gently. Then she turned her back and decided to discuss this matter immediately. This made him curious, so he asked, Mom, where are you planning to go? She replied, to the best workshop in Winterra. The workshop she was referring to was Basque. The objective she mentioned was the Basque workshop, a cold place called the Basque workshop, one of the 3 weapon manufacturing plants in Winterra. The reputation of this workshop is linked to its massive scale, nothing less than a factory. But that's not all. The highlight of the Basque workshop is its master. She is a silver-haired woman, holding a large hammer with great experience. Her gaunt hands tirelessly sharpen hundreds of weapons before the forge's flame. She is ranked as special by the intelligence agency and is a blacksmith with the title of master craftsman, a rank held by only 2 other Ragnar artisans. Theo and Cecilia faced that person together. The woman known as the goblin embodiment of capitalism. The woman, holding a cigarette, suddenly noticed the silhouette of 2 strangers. That woman glanced over, taking in the entire appearance of the 2. She had white hair, black eyes, and goblin ears. She was the fearsome blacksmith Curson. When facing the mother and child, the woman simply uttered one phrase, oh, look who's here. The fame echoing about the woman's craftsmanship surprised Theo, as he did not expect to meet Curson so easily. He wondered how his mother knew the fearsome blacksmith. then suddenly his mother said something even more surprising. She still had not quit smoking. How could that be? There was a very simple word, mother, plain, yet it stirred his confusion more intensely than any difficult problem. What? However, the woman faced the inquiry with indifference and rejection. Mother apologizes, dear guest, but our mother-child relationship ended the day you decided to leave, and so, Theo added another random piece of knowledge about Cecilia's mother. I had thought my mother was an orphan with no relatives, but now I'm told that the high elf Curson is my mother's mother. From there, he drew a conclusion that made his nerves tremble with joy. Wait a minute, that means I have a quarter elf bloodline, so that's the reason for my handsome appearance. Returning to the point, Curson changed the subject to the main focus of the day. So, our esteemed guest came here today for something. Then she threw Curson the sword scabbard and the broken sword inside, casually saying, returning a defective item. Curson grabbed it and clicked his tongue. Defective? Seriously, I'm speechless. How dare you call a sword that I myself forged defective? But before the woman could finish her sentence, the subsequent scenes forced Curson to be astonished. Especially when she drew the sword out, revealing only the hilt and less than half of the blade's length. The woman's emotion shifted from indifference to extreme surprise. Curson shouted, this is. Cecilia immediately crossed her arms and put forth a reasoning. If it's not a defective item, then what is it? Meanwhile, her son still believes in the hypothesis that he is a quarter elf. Curson frowned and questioned who had used this sword. She replied, my son, who else? The woman cast a glance behind her at the child following her. Cecilia, displeased with Curson's way of addressing her, corrected immediately, mind your tongue, that's the genius who will rule Ragnar from now on. Aware that the woman's attention was fully on him, he instantly regained his composure and introduced himself, Theo Ragnar of Camellia Manor, honored to meet the renowned master of the Basque workshop. The woman responded coolly, yes, I've heard of you, but Theo's politeness successfully earned a plus point for his mother. She's raised you well. Quickly, Curson snapped back to the main point, did you really use this sword? He answered, yes, that's right. Cecilia added from beside him, I've already told you, it's a defective piece. The woman said nothing. If she were to speak, a single sentence would suffice. This matter would be a long one. Then Curson signaled for the mother and child to follow him inside. Only after pacing along under the woman's guidance did Theo turn back curiously and ask his mother, Mother, what is your connection to the demon blacksmith? His mother repeated, as you heard. To be sure, he asked again, is she really your mother? His mother replied, I don't know, because I rarely talk about the past. Then she calmly said, although only for a brief 6 months, she was a foster mother who took care of me. And of course, she had no idea that Theo had just lost a lump of gold from her hands. Oh, the foster mother of my mother. She recounted the time she once lived with Curson. Mother loved all things she considered beautiful, whether it was jewelry, music, theater, or even people. That's why she adopted my mother. She must have liked her very much. Obviously Cecilia heard everything Curson said, so that woman irritably told her, stop talking about the past, it's useless. Faced with Curson's cold words, she just chuckled, oh, fish, mother doesn't think that way. Then he returned to the story of his mother, asking why she left here. She just gave a non-committal answer about that. The rest Curson took the initiative to explain to Theo. The girl stepped outside by herself, saying she would become the wife of Ragnar's clan leader. The genius mind of the 100 delegated evil elf still engraved the image of the girl he parted with that day, so that woman thoughtfully said, it's unexpected that the girl voluntarily went to that miserable place, truly foolish, but commendable that she survived that long. However, Cecilia only smiled, clasping her hands together and pressing them against one cheek. She dreamily recounted the prince at the end of her runaway path. That clan leader was so handsome and masculine, and loved her deeply. Afterwards, that woman sternly condemned her adopted daughter, but even though the girl had left home like that, last year she still came back begging me to forge a sword as a gift for her son. I've never seen anyone so shameless. Facing the accusations from her foster mother, Cecilia gave an awkward smile and reminded her, Mother, why do you say that in front of me? Curson immediately retorted, am I wrong? The quarrel between the two women made him chuckle softly. Seeing his mother's smile, he felt relieved. He had never heard her speak like that before. Clenching his fists tightly, the sins from his past clung to him with every thought. It seemed he never truly understood his mother in his previous life. He really was an ungrateful son. Was he too obsessed with the clan, too dominated by it? Mentioning the previous life again, Theo Ragnar wondered. Moreover, the demon blacksmith seemed very concerned about his mother. so why did she do nothing during my past life? The master's footman stopped only when they arrived and announced to the mother and son, "We have arrived." That woman led the mother and son to a large iron door and gestured as she spoke, "This is my room, the master's office." Only then did Cecilia wonder why her mother brought them so deep inside. While Cecilia set the condition that her mother should forge the best sword for the boy to make amends, Curson grabbed Theo's hand and said, "Wait outside for a bit, Cecilia." Cecilia only then snapped back, "What?" Then that woman dragged her son inside, slammed the door shut, leaving her adopted daughter stunned, still calling out for her mother. Ignoring the call of mother, the son stood outside the iron-framed window. Curson's face hardened as he looked at Theo Ragnar. Also briefly passed over his bewildered expression, the woman let out a cry, her face turning serious. Curson got straight to the point as usual, "I will ask directly." His voice suddenly became serious and sharp. The woman pulled the cigarette from her lips and asked, "Do you have a relic of the progenitor dragon?" And of course, how could he possibly understand? Wait a moment, he organized Curson's ideas and formed a question to confirm. "The progenitor dragon you mean is the ancestor of the guardian dragons protecting the clan, right? I've heard the legend that our ancestors distributed the treasures of the progenitor dragon throughout Quinta for the descendants of the Ragnar clan, but..." Suddenly the woman became furious, shouting loudly, "Legend? Are you pretending not to know? If you really didn't have the relic," though the fact that her hand was placed on the sword's hilt said otherwise. In that moment, his brain tensed. Curson was about to strike him, forgetting that the sword-bearer had already sacrificed himself, no longer here. And Curson's eyes filled with tears, mourning his own loss. The woman immediately demanded justice for her intellectual offspring. "How could my sword have ended up like this? I poured all my heart into forging this masterpiece. It could never have been broken by anything other than the relic." Curson reproached Theo Ragnar bitterly, "Do you have any idea how much this is worth?" Theo could only apologize to make amends for Curson's frustration, apologizing. At the same time, he had a question for himself as he recalled what the woman had firmly believed about him, but it only broke when fighting the dragon, so why did she keep mentioning the relic? Meanwhile, Curson turned his back. The woman had already come up with a solution and just clicked her tongue. "Forget it. It'll be faster if I just show you instead of explaining." The woman's hand touched something wrapped in chains. The object was shaped like a coffin and was securely locked by chains wrapped around it. Curson asked him, "What do you see?" Suddenly, a kind of halo emanated from the wooden coffin, making his eyes shine brightly. He sensed something inside the coffin, which was a dazzling blue light coming from the wooden coffin matching the mysterious fragments still in his head. That blue light, a mission and the light he had seen at the door leading to the dungeon in Camellia Palace. After a moment of silence while observing Theo Ragnar's reaction with the sharp eyes of a master, the woman named Curson finally spoke, "I can't see or sense anything from it, but surely you see something based on your reaction." Curson dragged the coffin with both hands, and the woman said in a pale voice, "I've tried over and over to open this box to get the item inside, but all efforts were in vain." Next, Curson placed the coffin down with a thud, sending dust on the floor flying. The woman spoke with a mysterious voice as she told a story from ancient times, about an heirloom of the ancestral water dragon. Long ago, in the age of mythology, the water dragon ancestor plucked out a tooth and forged a sword from it. That evil dragon submerged everything with its massive jaws, and together with its fiery red eyes and one of its shiny fangs, forged a sword. The woman named Curson narrated like this: "The monster sword, the moon sword, a black blade that emits a blue glow under the full moon, which favors Theo greatly," and strangely, the woman even took the initiative to propose that if he could break the seal on this box and successfully draw the sword, she would gift him the moon sword. A sudden offer left him a bit stunned. Curson then gave a knowing smile, a warning beforehand, "You could lose your life, so do you want to try?" Theo Ragnar's lips suddenly moved, curling gradually into a smile, "That sword is mine now." At the same time, a system announcement echoed out, Scenario Mission Number 2, the path of the successor chosen by the ancestral water dragon's heirloom, the Moon Sword. That mystical sword is the Moon Sword, the blade of the Black Snow Leader and one of the 9 dragons. The Black Dragon, a mysterious figure with long white hair as pure as snow wherever he went, but very few knew the true shape of that sword, because most of those who have ever seen or heard about this sword are either dead or missing. However, Theo Ragnar remembered very clearly, it was when everything was engulfed in flames, where the black dragon let out a long hum. He was scheming, can you see it, because he had seen it, by chance, I caught sight of the true form of the crescent moon sword. And a question still lingers in me, from a past life to this day, Why did the black dragon spare me? With the crescent moon sword on his back, the black dragon only reached up to stroke his chin, almost talking to himself, wondering what he should do. Then, facing the coffin locked with chains, Theo Ragnar's heart was full of doubt about the accuracy of the item hidden inside this coffin. The black dragon's crescent moon sword is here, and is it truly an heirloom of the ancestral dragon? I met the black dragon again 4 years later, so Curson had kept the sword all this time. The sharp, shiny black eyes along with a cunning smile appeared on the elf woman's face. Do you want to try your luck? At that moment, a thought flickered across his lips and settled deep within the unspoken words, as if the greedy venomous snake coiled tightly around his tongue, manipulating him. I must take it at any cost. Then, only knowing that his wise eyes were closed by his selfish nightmare, he spoke the poisonous words aloud, that sword now belongs to me. Seeing the shackled soldiers guarding their wooden princess reminded him of the cipher fortress protecting the door at Camellia Palace. A familiar feeling stirred within Theo Ragnar. This was similar to Camellia Palace. From that moment, Theo opened his eyes to clearly see all the misty paths. He felt proud. So with this blue key and the type of supporting item, this time being a blue key with the effect of opening dungeons, it also holds its own value, which must fit the dungeon gate. By chance, having the key in his hand naturally caught the curious black eyes of Curson, the woman who wondered about the key. His fingers adjusted the jagged teeth to fit the keyhole. Then he turned it once, and the lock opened. At the same time, the body of the ancient key emitted a blue glow. The shackled soldiers also suddenly opened with a valid access notification along with a shining blue light on them, which startled Theo. Of course, the woman was the same. The blue light was harmless at first, like a chameleon's camouflage to conceal its tongue from its prey. The blue light shifted into its black strips and enveloped Theo Ragnar before he could react. The black bands from the wooden coffin box surrounded him, holding part of him as if embracing prey, and left him struggling in panic. What was happening? Without allowing him to resist, they had already wrapped around him, pulled his eyes into the endless night, then returned to his eyes a faint, hazy light awakening them. Theo wondered where he was. What appeared before him after the dark shadows was the flickering fire engulfing the towering castle known as the Pink Hall. Instantly, Theo Ragnar was bewildered, realizing, why was he here at the Pink Hall? Then a sharp pain struck his head. His hair was grabbed by that ugly old man, Rendon. At that moment, all he could do was open his eyes wide, and he realized, that's right, how could he have forgotten? The scene of his unfortunate mother's body lying on the ground without any sign of life. It was his fault because he was too weak. Because of that, he made a firm resolution that he needed much more strength, the strength to defeat Rendon Havai and crush the Camellia Hall, to crush everything with the Moonlight Sword, even if innocence was ravaged by blood-stained hands. Behind his back, at the moment he was not paying attention, that deadly bird lunged at him with its sharp beak. At that very instant, a natural reflex urged him to react. He managed to clamp down the sharp beak with just one hand, despite it struggling to break free from the blood-flesh trap of his beak shackles. Theo Ragnar calmly read it like a book, manipulating others' minds by exploiting their thirst for power. No wonder it was a monster sword, after all. The beast opened its deep blue eyes, furious and screaming wildly, "You are really insolent, how could you?" Completely opposite to its rage, Theo Ragnar responded calmly, "I have long since overcome the despair you once showed me, fool. Do you think I would be tempted by your mediocre power when I have tasks to complete?" The moon sword continued resisting. "What are you saying?" He kept holding its snout with one hand while examining it. "You are very different from the griffin I remember." It became furious and ordered, "Let me go, human." He ignored it and continued judging it by memory. "I remember you being at least 10 meters taller. Now you are almost as tall as me." Then he raised his fist as he spoke. "Perhaps you have been sealed away too long. Anyway, this works to my advantage." With lightning speed and no warning, he lunged into the open mouth laughing. "You belong to me now, moon sword." "Calm down, my friend. Who does that as a person?" The moon sword suddenly changed from a majestic mystical bird with a sharp beak to a timid duck, hurriedly trying to reason with him. "Let's discuss this civilly." Then beside him came the anxious voice of Mother Cecilia urging him to wake up. "My son, please wake up, please." Cecilia Ragnar, unable to see Theo Ragnar wake up, reacted with the natural reflex of a mother. She hurriedly turned to question Curson with a plaintive tone. "Mother, what is happening? Why is my son like this?" She couldn't control the tone of reproach in her voice towards her mother. I told you to train me with a sword, I never told you to do this to the boy." At that moment, faced with her daughter's reproachful words, the woman chose to grit her teeth and remain silent. Curson silently let his dark black eyes scan the unconscious body of Theo Ragnar, and his eyes were filled with darkness. The monster's energy had linked with its bloodstream. "I have never seen anything like this before." The woman who dared to bet with death that because he possessed a relic, she thought everything would be fine. At the same time, Cecilia Ragnar could no longer hold back the tears still lingering at the corners of her eyes and said to her mother that if anything terrible happened to her, she swore she would never forgive her mother. Once again faced with her daughter's anger, the woman was silent once more. Suddenly, the hand that was resting on the crescent sword moved. A black-blue aura surged out and lifted his body before Cecilia's eyes. The black-blue streams wound around to form a vortex and they spun in a circle around his chest, creating a hole on Theo Ragnar's chest under the watchful eyes of the two women. The hole lingered like a spiral and then gradually disappeared. His mother quickly called out to Theo, and he suddenly regained consciousness. The eyes once filled with black had now yielded to the whites, showing signs of life. Seeing her son return from nothingness, she rushed forward to hug him, emotionally shouting loudly, "Son," while he dumbly called out, "Mother," making one side of the blue shirt wet with 2 streams of tears running from his mother's eyes. Of course, he knew how worried his mother was. So he gently comforted Cecilia, "It seems I've made you worry, Mother. I'm fine, there's no need to panic." At the same time, the system announced, "Congratulations, by hunting a griffin, you have completed scenario number 2. And when Curson saw him rejuvenated, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The loot system announced the reward, the crescent moon sword, the jet black sword held in his palm. He felt as if the goddess's smile pressed against his cheek while swimming alongside the griffin that had fainted from his punch in the river of memories. Silently grateful for his luck, the griffin was easily defeated because it had just been freed from sealing. Moving his blood-red eye, Theo thought further, and also because psychological tactics had no effect on me. The notification board vibrated. By absorbing monster energy from the crescent moon sword, your magic power has increased significantly. The blue light from the notification caught his attention, adding 30 magic points. Your magic power has exceeded 200. He immediately verified the authenticity. Magic power clung to his entire arm. The system announcement reported, "Your magic power has begun to acquire divine strength." The dragon heart hidden deep inside his chest grew even bluer. He broke into a victorious smile. His mana had risen to the level of a high-ranking swordsman, and the reason his dragon life force deepened in blue was due to a divine ability, meaning a special skill with effects that enhance the body and regenerate mana by 1/5 per second. Although endowed with these extraordinary powers, he reminded himself it was not yet the right time to use them. It was unfortunate that he couldn't immediately expend all this mana. He had to restrain himself until the awakening ceremony. At the same time, the system notified him of the remaining credits within him. After confirming he was still okay, Curson spoke, "You surprised me, congratulations, you truly succeeded." Returning her words with a victorious smile, he raised the white moonlight sword and asked, "Will you keep your promise?" Curson just clicked his tongue and said, "Don't you know that elves cannot lie?" Suddenly, he felt the sword twitching under his fingers. Though Theo Ragnar did not know what it meant, Curson explained, "It's resisting." So he smiled kindly, causing the sword to become frightened. "Do you mean you still don't accept me as your master?" The woman hurriedly added, "No, not exactly." Curson replied, "Perhaps it feels frustrated after being locked away for hundreds of years. Now that it's free, it wants to release all the accumulated anger." Then that woman suggested, "Why don't you try swinging your sword at that wall with all your strength?" So he stood up to try. But first he asked Curson if it was okay. Curson just laughed mockingly. Unnecessary worry. Even if it was the crescent sword, Curson's voice was full of confidence, even bordering on arrogance. A sword swing from an uninitiated kid couldn't damage Bask. The boasting words of that woman annoyed him, really annoying. He just grunted, "Oh really?" Meanwhile thinking to himself, since he could hide the dragon heart anytime, why not take this opportunity to test the power of the crescent sword? His feet moved closer to a nearby board. Gripping the white moonlight sword tightly with both hands, his mind ran through the next calculations and used his magical power, and he asked for permission first, then apologized for the inconvenience. Theo charged forward, aiming the tip of his sword straight at his target. Because the moon sword was a monster sword possessed by Griffin and was a relic of the ancestral dragon, he was very confident. Suddenly a blue light radiated from him, making Curson realize something was wrong. Sweat formed on her face. The woman stood frozen, exclaiming, "Huh." Seconds later, the woman managed to notice and hurried to stop Theo Ragnar. Wait. But it was too late, a unique slash cut straight and stabbed right into that board. In the night, only the blue light of the sword split that board into two. At the same time, the wall was also split in half. That performance was truly the elite sun gathered together, and Cecilia's beloved mother, the joy of pride of one person, and the life reporter of Curson, the helplessness of the goblin evident on the face of the woman who had devoted herself to capitalism for 100 years. Amid the division of the wall there was the wailing scream of Curson, my factory. Curson clutched his head, full of pain inside, crying out the grievance on behalf of his wallet, my money. Ignoring that Theo realized his slash was a bit excessive, he glanced at the crescent sword and thought that perhaps this was a little too dangerous. It had absorbed all of his mana. Suddenly, a hand adorned with many rings pressed against him, a surge of mana flowing in. That woman acted before he even realized it. Curson's speed overwhelmed him. When did she become so fast? Curson forced a bitter smile. Oh heavens, you really have no proficiency in magic at all. With the massive wall instantly splitting into two cracks, that woman confirmed, you really managed to do this just because of the sharpness of your blade. Curson's gaze became pensive after a moment. This kid. From this moment on, Curson officially acknowledged Theo Ragnar as a genius. Her mind filled with mathematical formulas, and the result of the calculation was, my grandson. The ring-laden hand of that woman placed on his shoulder, Curson said, all right, Theo. The dark eyes of that woman were filled with the golden gleam of money, without a hint of calculation beyond her own coins. Curson cheerfully vowed, from now on I will be your patron. You just need to soar high and show the world your skills. Curson's cheeks flushed pink as he thought about money flowing smoothly into his pockets like water. You will become a living billboard for Bass. And the promise shimmering with the golden light of that woman's money caught Theo Ragnar's attention. The proactive offer from Curson made Cecilia exclaim in surprise, Mother. And of course, Theo noticed the radiant gold coins reflected in Curson's eyes. His judging gaze conveyed one thing, I see money in that woman's eyes. Caught off guard, Curson was startled. Night covered the sky above Bask, as snow slowly fell onto the dirt road. There, the Ragnar family bowed once more to the eerie female elf. The horse carriage moved with clattering sounds through the winter night, gradually disappearing from Curson's sight. She cast her eyes after the carriage for the last time. Now in the woman's hands were two dragon horns. They had been given to her by Theo with the words, use these to repair the wall. Curson looked at the two pairs of dragon horns, his cold face unable to suppress a sly smile. Trophies from a dragon. He must have obtained them when he retrieved the relic. The woman, with two trophies in her hands, turned her back and ascended the steps, accompanied by praise for her daughter, who, though ill-fated to leave home, truly raised a wonderful child. Suddenly, a mysterious voice sounded in Curson's ear, it's been a long time, fierce blacksmith. That tone reached his ears and also stirred Curson's annoyance. She glanced irritably towards the little bird perched on the branch. Grumbling, why are you here? Far away on the branch, the figure of a red-eyed crow appeared. Time passed swiftly like a gust of wind. Already 5 days have gone by since the awakening ceremony. Theo still trains with Evelyn. The two sparred with swords, one attacking while the other evaded. He swiftly struck a sword path toward her. She quickly regained her footing by throwing her sword in a different direction. As she dashed her sword, she praised him, your swordsmanship has become much stronger and more agile. He smiled and replied, I am truly glad to hear Evelyn praise me. That masterful duel left everyone standing there dumbfounded. Evelyn leaned back, feeling proud as she watched her student's obedient posture. It had been half a year since young Master Theo began to change, and now he had become strong enough to push me back. Moreover, if today he awakened his magic. Her cloak fluttered in the wind. She swung a straight, extended strike from her sword, while he managed to block it with a horizontal slash. She laughed. That would be the birth of a monster. Ending the battle with her words of gratitude, you did very well, you could aim to become the leader of the awakening ceremony, young master. She smiled thankfully, I will pray for your success. Theo also smiled, thank you, it's all thanks to you, Evelyn. Know that if I become the leader, I will mention your name in my speech before everyone. Making her stand stunned, what, why would you? Pull other teammates to quickly join the game. Oh, me too, young master. Please mention my name as well. And so Theo became complacent. Oh my, being loved by so many is truly difficult without even realizing it, as Evelyn's helpless gaze showed. When late afternoon came, it was time to say goodbye to the brothers and leave. Alright, I'm going now. During the day at headquarters, a figure approached the main gate of the headquarters. It was Theo Ragnar, confidently announcing his name to the guards, Theo Ragnar of Camellia Hall. Beneath, whispers and murmurs spread among the people after he introduced himself. Because everyone knew that the awakening ceremony was the most important annual event for the Ragnar family. The headquarters doors opened, and the guards stepped aside for him. He strode toward the entrance of the headquarters. Why is the awakening ceremony so important? Because every participant hopes to achieve great results at this event, and as swordsmen of the Ragnar clan, this is the first place where they can be recognized and honored. When stepping past the threshold of the headquarters, Theo suddenly felt as heavy as if lifting weights. Because the entire Ragnar clan was watching, including the clan leader, Kyle Ragnar. On the other side was Q Long, and over there was the former clan leader 2 generations prior, Hilda Ragnar. He raised his eyes to observe and silently evaluate her. The more he looked, the more he felt she didn't seem like someone 150 years old. Anyway, it was a relief to see that she was attending. The drumbeat began to sound. The sword referee at the Dragon Gate, Vanna, called out, "Attention, we will start with the preliminary examination." The referee directed the audience to one side where swords were stuck into the ground and a white stone tablet was constructed nearby. The referee explained, "The preliminary test requires grasping a sword placed on the ground and leaving an imprint on the steel wall at the podium." The referee's voice boomed through the air to inform you all that this wall is forged from white snow steel. The steady weight in his voice while explaining the rules made the other contestants wary, and added, "Ordinary steel swords cannot mark it." He raised a box high. Inside the box was a sealed black orb. He said, "But everything will change if you channel magic power into your strike. I will provide you with Soma." Vanna alleviated the heavy pressure in the hearts of the candidates with the sentence, "A Soma pill will grant you 10 years of magical power. It is a kind of elixir that will help you open your magical channels." The immense pressure from the candidates, like a steel wall on the platform, slightly lessened as he spoke. "Swallow the Soma and open the magical channels in the Dantian. Only then can you cut through the white steel snow wall with these swords. The depth of your cut will determine your results." Then he shouted loudly, "From now on, the named participants will take a Soma pill and step onto the platform." The first was Theo Ragnar. He shouted, "Participant number 1, Theo Ragnar, step forward." He obeyed the command and strode forward. In his memory, in his previous life, Axion was the leaderboard champion. He received the elixir from the soldier's hand, grasped the sword hilt, pinned firmly and aligned on the ground. Theo stepped onto the platform with a determined thought in his mind, "Not this time." At the same time, the system reported scenario mission number 3, you win the awakening ceremony and become the leaderboard champion of the awakening ceremony. Above, Hilda was the first to break the silence. She proactively inquired of Kyle, "So that's him, Kyle, the boy you mentioned earlier?" Kyle just smiled, "The boy must have caught your attention." She responded, "Of course, I was curious after you said to sit and watch from the crowded platform." She continued, "You're keeping an eye on him." A sly smile appeared on Hilda's face, "So let's see just how talented this descendant really is." After warming up early in the morning at the training ground, Theo rotated his shoulder joints and took a few breaths to regain strength. He looked at the tall stone slab in front of him and thought, "The awakening ritual, I'm a bit worried, perhaps because it's been a long time since I last performed it." Vanna Ragnar clasped his hands behind him, came closer and said, "Now swallow the Soma pill," to which he immediately responded, "Understood." Grabbing the black pill to put into his mouth, he suddenly recalled the past. In his previous life, he swallowed the Soma pill but couldn't control the mana, causing severe injury to his Dantian. The pill was swallowed quickly. A stream of blue power instantly appeared, enveloping him, which made Theo very satisfied with this power, but in this life, that will not happen. Power surged explosively around him as he bent down preparing to enter a fighting stance, which immediately drew Vanna's attention. He clenched his fists tightly, eyes wide open watching the scene before him. This bastard is causing such a large mana wave, he can't control it properly. A humanoid simulation appeared in the vast universe, with streams of power circulating continuously inside it. These are the experiences he accumulated from swallowing the Soma pill, which must be used carefully to keep the mana hull stable within the Dantian. Then he looked at Theo bending down with power rising fiercely like fire. That power seemed to want to destroy everything around it, which made him cautious. The Ragnar family members with greater talent held so much mana that if they weren't careful, they could end up disabled. He frowned and clenched his teeth. That boy would encounter the same fate. The Dantian within Theo gradually accumulated energy, a pale blue light issuing from his abdomen with powerful strength. The next moment, a pale blue circle burst forth from him, followed by a slight explosion, and the energy soon dissipated into the air. This left Vanna stunned and incredulous. The boy endured it. Feeling the surging power, he clenched his fists tightly, and the energy flared up intensely. He rejoiced enthusiastically at his own success. Finally, he possessed both a dragon's heart and a mana reservoir. Although this caused him to sweat, he was still satisfied. This made him feel a bit disappointed. Unlike in his previous life, this time he succeeded too easily. Then he grasped the sword tightly in his hand, eyes full of determination looking forward. After all, from now on, he was officially allowed to use mana. Now, with this huge amount of mana, Theo bent forward and swung his sword powerfully backward, energy gathering in the sword behind him. Then he took a step forward, carrying the sword wrapped in energy. His expression cold as he brought down a single strike from above with the sword. As it had long been accumulating, a slash down his back revealed the image of a majestic silver dragon, its mouth wide open spewing surging energy. All I needed to do was release it all for sheer exhilaration. This left everyone around stunned, some even frowning at the pressure emanating from his power. The image of the powerful dragon charging toward the thick high stone wall ahead. The unique slash was unleashed, forming a long straight line that destroyed the layer of stone on that thick wall. Even Axion Ragnar, standing with his arms crossed from afar watching Theo's performance, twitched his facial muscles. A deeply carved slash was etched into the wall as if inlaid directly into it. Even when viewed from afar, amidst a battlefield full of swords thrust into the ground and the imposing standing wall, the slash stood out clearly, its length occupying the entire wall. This made Vanna so amazed that he nearly fell backwards. He hesitated, then called out loudly to Theo. Under the sunset light that seemed to frame him, he turned and walked away with a satisfied smile on his lips, leaving behind his masterpiece as Vanna's voice rang out, "Theo Ragnar has passed the test." The others, witnessing his performance, could not help but feel fear. They whispered among themselves, "Impossible, since young Master Thorkel, we have never seen this. Is this really the slash of someone who has just opened mana for the first time?" On the other side, the system interface appeared in front of him, grabbing his attention. "Fortunately, no, the previous misfortune had been dispelled, and now your reputation began to spread across the world." Seeing this, he was endlessly joyful. Finally, he could reach the starting line just like everyone else. The system continued to announce that many people had expressed interest in your outstanding performance. Shifting to the scene where a woman draped in a thick fur cloak was leaning excitedly against the balcony, looking down below, next to her was a man grinding his teeth in bitterness. "OSA wanted to take you as a disciple, while Julius was displeased with the attention you were receiving." Rising up high where a black bird was soaring, spreading its wings, it seemed to be observing the developments on the field. "Rober Ragnar became cautious of you. Hilda showed interest in you. Of course, your performance had also attracted the attention of the former Ragnar clan chief, who smiled contentedly as she looked at you." Stepping backwards, Theo kept calculating in his mind, although both the Black Dragon and Sword Dragon were surprises. Amid everyone's confusion, you still stood tall, looking towards the two clan chiefs in the distance, but most importantly, having caught Hilda's eye made you especially happy. She possessed the heart of Garuda. You put on a stern face, your gaze flashing with coldness. If you could win that heart. Others also stepped forward to demonstrate their abilities. Sybil advanced and struck the corner of the stone wall with all his might. The judges noticed his mark there and considered it a successful accomplishment. Sybil passed the test. He was joyful because of his own efforts, tears streaming down his face, hands clenched with determination. "I did it too, young Master Theo." Following him was a girl with silver hair braided into a long ponytail at the back who launched her strike. That was Ray Ragnar. Hulkus Lank also rushed forward wielding his sword, delivering a blazing red slash full of fierce sparks. Remington, with resolute eyes, also swung his sword, creating a sharp slash on the stone wall. The three slashes were launched one after another, leaving deep marks etched on the stone wall. Each strike left an impressive trace on the rock. This caused Sybil to feel shaken and fade away. He was ashamed that his strength was still nothing compared to theirs. All four northern hounds had frightening results. Looking at the stone wall standing tall before him, covered with countless marks, only one long line that seemed to cleave the stone wall in two was truly impressive in his eyes. That was the strike left by Theo, but none of them left a greater impression than the young master. Now only one person remained, as the whispers died down, a figure proudly strode through the crowd. The image of a muscular young man with black hair and a white coat swept past everyone. Coldly walking across the arena with his twin blades, accompanied by the judge's shout, "Action Ragnar, step forward." Everyone behind kept murmuring, at this pace, the battle would be between the Shadow Tiger and the Black Tiger. Even Action couldn't manage that. Unexpectedly, the Shadow Tiger was at that level. Each word of gossip slipped into his ears, making him wish he could kill the one responsible, yet he could only grit his teeth in silent anger. Disregarding the idle rumors, he drew his long sword and advanced toward the stone wall. Vanna behind intended to guide him on what to do, saying, "Please swallow the Soma pill," but before he could finish, Axion had quickly swallowed it. Axion also focused all his energy into the sword, gripping it firmly and rushing forward. This caused Vanna behind to panic and try to stop him. Wait. But it was too late. The unleashed power was followed by the image of a fierce, spiky silver dragon lunging forward. Another single red slash was unleashed with unbelievable destructive power, seeming to want to destroy everything in its path. Seeing the desolate wreckage around caused by that immense energy, Vanna could only watch in astonishment. These are the ones who have surprised me many times already. Another slash was driven straight into the stone wall, forming a deep cut just like the one Theo had left on the stone wall. A long, deep, and profound trace, no different from Theo's, was left by Axion, and it was not even cold yet but blazing hot like fire. Seeing this, the judge also announced that Axion Ragnar had passed the test. Just that action alone surprised everyone around. How could it be? They were almost identical. Who was the winner? In this case, judging the accuracy would determine the winner. Axion stood there in the training ground. He just rested his sword on his shoulder, frowned, and looked toward the wall without saying a word. He turned and coldly walked inside. That very afternoon, the results of the competition were announced. Everyone gathered densely in the middle of the training ground to listen. Vanna stood right next to the drum, holding the drumstick with a very satisfied expression at the results. The first phase of the awakening ceremony had ended. You all did very well. This year, I am very pleased to see many people have significantly increased their scores. He happily continued, those who passed should prepare for the second phase of the awakening ceremony in 4 days, and finally, among the hundreds of competitors, everyone anxiously awaited the results. Some wore worried expressions, but there were also those with very satisfied looks due to the power and results they had achieved, and some showed little expression. Following that was Vanna's voice, announcing, "We will now reveal the ranking list that everyone has been eagerly anticipating." With the 2 long, deep slashes carved into the stone wall by Theo and Axion, any outcome, even the worst, could occur. One of the 2 will be the winner of this competition. With the determined and cold gazes of both, Vanna also announced the top contender of the first phase during the awakening ceremony as. The twilight sky gradually gave way to night, with silently falling white snowflakes creating a magical scene. Throughout the tall city, a solemn voice resonated during the first blossoming ceremony, announcing the leader. Theo Ragnar and Axion Ragnar tensed simultaneously at the moment the final words were spoken. Both were like worthy rivals emanating a cold aura on their faces, their eyes deep red with vexation and flecked with blood. The result appeared. The name called out clearly and loudly awakened the entire space. Everyone was surprised. Theo Ragnar. He himself couldn't believe it, his eyes stiff and wide open without clear thought. After the announcement, Vanna Ragnar smiled, his gaze full of satisfaction. He spoke gently. His score was a perfect 10, in technique, magic, control, and speed. There was nothing superfluous. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the large figure, containing the imposing aura of the young man before them. All whispered and speculated, is Axion not the winner? Has Axion lost? Vanna continued to speak, analyzing the results based on the large rock still bearing traces from the sword. Even the depth of the sword mark was similar to that of Lord Thorkel. The bustling discussion never ceased. Similar to Lord Thorkel, they said. Thorkel Ragnar, one of the top 5 candidates regarded as the closest to succession in memory, this mysterious figure possessed extraordinary charisma, walking across the cold snowy cliff with a large, sharp sword slung on his back. Once again, Vanna announced the results. The fellow disciples around tensed up. Coming in second was Axion Ragnar. His tone carried a hint of regret, though it was unfortunate because he also achieved a perfect score of 10. Every word pierced deeply into Axion's heart, but the length of the sword mark was shorter than Theo's, so he was ranked second. His face stiffened, and the fire in his eyes shrank into an unbearable red jewel of resentment. Finally, He announced the results for the other candidates. Some lowered their heads in disappointment, others were excited. Third place went to Remington Ragnar, fourth to Ray Ragnar, and fifth to Hulkus Lang. He read out the final name, 87th place, Sybil Dree, then encouraged everyone, saying that all had done very well. Outside, snow blanketed everywhere in white, the cold numbing all life. The second initiation ceremony would take place in 3 days at the Eastern Mountain Range. The 87 outstanding candidates should prepare thoroughly. His solemn voice rang out once more, concluding the event. The sky had now darkened to 7 parts night, the sun was setting, drawing dusk down the mountain. At that moment, night had enveloped all sides around the house. In the room, the yellow light created a warm feeling. Congratulations to the two who passed. Everyone burst into joyful applause. This is the true strength of our training school. Congratulations to Theo and Remington. The two held beer mugs. Theo responded cheerfully, "Thank you everyone, but this is not the end. Our goal is to get through the second initiation ceremony together." Through these words of encouragement, his mature demeanor became apparent. Then he placed his hands on Remington's shoulders as a gesture of team encouragement. An action that made Remington momentarily surprised. Theo laughed confidently and firmly said, "We will claim both top positions." Evelyn raised her glass of red wine toward him and affirmed, "Both of you will definitely succeed." Remington also praised with an admiring look, "Congratulations on coming in first, Theo, I'm happy your efforts have been rewarded." After saying that, his face turned gloomy, eyes full of disappointment and self-reproach, but at the same time, he felt ashamed for falling too far behind. Theo heard this tone and modestly encouraged him, "This time I just got lucky. With friends, rank doesn't matter," gentle words that soothed the deep wound in his heart. Remington's eyes shone brightly again with determination. He smiled lightly, breathed a sigh of relief, and thanked. Theo felt the heaviness inside him gradually lifting. The two clinked their glasses together, encouraging each other. "We will do our best at the second ceremony." The snow-covered mountain scenery appeared once again before their eyes. Theo blended into a space blanketed entirely in white, the cold air enveloping his body causing him to exhale a thin mist. His steps slow and deliberate, his low voice resonating as he stood at the forefront of the lantern ceremony. In a moment, Theo had climbed to the summit, his tall figure draped in white wings as if beating in sync with the majestic mountains from a past life. It was an achievement he never imagined possible. His demeanor was hardly less cold than nature itself, filled with deep contemplation. Although this was not a real battle, defeating Axion was something he could hardly believe. Thinking so, his face grew even more sharp and cold, his eyes thoughtful yet not concealing an overwhelming aura that intimidated others. His hand clenched into a fist, revealing clear determination and a strong fighting spirit. But this was just the beginning. His mind replayed images of past battles along with the malicious conspiracies of the villainous Troivan group and Axion Ragnar. Taking them down was a minor matter, the true enemies were Axion and the Celestial Dragon. He vowed to use every plan to repay them tenfold, his face now sharper than any snowflake falling in the wind, his eyes, bearing fiery red orbs, narrowed slightly, full of resolve for the future ahead. Suddenly, he remembered and took something out from his coat. The small compass in his hand, a tool that could guide its holder to their base. Ah, by the way, this compass. The compass needle pointed straight to the towering snowy mountain ahead. It was pointing towards the winter mountain range. During the second blossoming ceremony, I would come to know what the nest truly is. Suddenly, Theo detected a strange movement. His eyes glowed red instantly, alert and suspicious as he glanced cautiously behind. He immediately transformed into a shadowy figure within the snowy haze, so fast the stalker hadn't even realized. "Hey, who's there?" Unexpectedly, a sharp sword was pressed against his neck before he even noticed. "Who are you?" Theo threatened fiercely. Startled and frightened, the man stammered, why do you, wait, calm down, I'm not a suspect." He hurriedly raised his hands in defense. "I am Getsby Jotun from the Wind Sword Unit, my captain has witnessed the blossoming ceremony and sent me here." Theo recognized him, his fierce gaze softened into laziness. "A scout, I had anticipated that, but didn't expect them to be so fast." Hearing him continue, Theo froze. "So what exactly is it? You've been granted the opportunity to participate in the team recruitment test." He sighed with a mix of frustration and annoyance. "Not as a scout, but to recruit me, Getsby Jotun was quite proud of that. Yes, you must have heard of the Wind Sword Unit's reputation." Just then, a voice interrupted from somewhere, stepping forward with a blood-stained saber in hand. "As I thought, the Wind Sword Unit consists only of fools." Jotun snapped back angrily. "What did you say? who do you think you are? Ian Sosori brandished his large saber threateningly. Prince Theo Ragnar is nothing like those fools. Ian Sosori, deputy commander of the Iron Black Unit, nicknamed Fire Demon, strode forward with blazing hands, confidently speaking, "We intend to invite you to join the Iron Black Cavalry. What do you think?" Fire Demon noticed the surprise in the words. She laughed arrogantly. "Right, now you recognize me, step aside." At the same time, groups from various factions appeared one after another like flashes of lightning. Four men grinned cheerfully and approached Theo Ragnar. "Very honored, I come from the Black Sword Unit. We guarantee you will be a team captain within 3 years. Here is the Department of Law Enforcement. The captain has personally come, the Security Bureau is here. If you agree, we will provide comprehensive support." Pressed to the point of suffocation, Ian was about to lose control, her eyes glaring white with anger. She shouted loudly enough to echo throughout the forest. "Hey, line up, don't push. What ranking? You're the one who should stand at the back. Whoever brings him back first wins, understand?" Theo sprayed some aerosol and could only smile wryly. "Ha, how ridiculous. Best to leave here before things get any more troublesome." Suddenly, a gentle voice rose, accompanied by fluttering peach blossoms drifting over. Theo's eyes lit up unexpectedly. "I know this might be seen as ambition. Those feet touched down lightly on the ground, but to have such a talent, must one endure such humiliation?" The lady of the Plum Blossom Pavilion, Sword Dragon, Osa Ragnar, her presence like a celestial being descending among a sea of blazing roses. Everyone was stunned. The lady of the Plum Blossom Pavilion. She personally came to this place. Osa gently looked down. "And what else, like you all," she said calmly, "I also came to meet Theo Ragnar, wanting to take a walk and see that child." This made Theo alarmed, staring thoughtfully at the person in front of him. On another side, a soldier panicked as a sword pierced through his neck. Axion's eyes were sharp and terrifying, slicing his opponent in half with one strike. Then continuously, a series of people became mere objects before the bloody red sword energy of his blade. Axion's anger showed no sign of abating, his eyes reddened with bitterness and narrowed, jaw clenched tight, surrounded only by murderous intent. He recalled a series of Theo's victorious images from competitions. His face grew increasingly fierce, his gaze entirely filled with a will to destroy. He grabbed the head of the man beside him, and then threw him to the ground with enough force to crush everything. Instantly, that man became motionless, his eyes void of sight. Dozens lay strewn across the floor, having lost their lives under this perverse outburst of rage. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Axion noticed. A gleam of red light flashed in his eyes. He immediately swung his sword to fight. A sword pierced through the veil of aura, charging straight at Troyven. He blinked and managed to block the sharp blade. Casting a disdainful and reproachful glance, pathetic, does a little misplaced anger change anything? Only now did Axion calmly realize and said, "Sir." He casually threw away his sword and spoke up, "At times like this, we must remain calm and make a plan. Follow me." Axion's eyes attentively followed his words. The second flower opening ceremony. Troyven stepped forward, filled with a red, murky aura, his eyes radiating a terrifying killing intent. "I will show you how to turn it into the grave of Theo Ragnar." Everyone watching the two standing face to face said, "The Lady of the Mayflower Hall has come personally. This makes our side look incredibly weak." Seeing a mystical light flash, Ian Sosori exclaimed in shock, "Madam, please wait." Before finishing, Osa unleashed her power, causing the pink orb to emit thick smoke. Ian Sosori's eyes widened, terrified as he stammered, "Impossible, the space is disconnected. Could it be?" The pink orb enveloped both of them. Ian Sosori realized she intended to personally instruct him. Suddenly, the orb vanished, dispersing into smoke that floated away, transporting both into a silent, secluded space. Looking around, Theo Ragnar was stunned and thought, the seal of the Lady of the Mayflower Hall, a space completely separate from the outside world. I never imagined I'd witness what I had only heard of before. It seems my reputation is truly becoming real now. At this moment, Osa Ragnar folded her arms, closed her eyes calmly, and said, "The Dragon Lord will surely be furious, but who can stop me when I want to give someone a gift?" Theo Ragnar looked dazed and said, "A gift." Then Osa Ragnar drew the sharp sword from the Dragon Lord's sheath. The Dragon Lord's sword was powerful, like the breath of a dragon falling from the sky. With a mighty slash, she burned everything to ashes. The scene transformed, large red apricot blossoms appeared, their petals fluttering in the wind. Osa Ragnar said sternly, "But I am different from him. I have infused countless transformations into my sword. Seeing the sky filled with falling petals, Theo Ragnar widened his eyes in surprise as he listened to Osa Ragnar's words. The dragon I pursue is one that contains every possible transformation. Then, Osa Ragnar gently landed, after which the apricot blossom lady, withdrawing the sword softly, gracefully executed gentle sword strokes, intermixed with decisive cuts. Osa Ragnar continued to swing the sword, adding several powerful moves as examples. When she retracted the sword in front of her, the apricot blossom lady left behind an afterimage. Witnessing this breathtaking swordsmanship, Theo Ragnar watched in amazement. Then Osa Ragnar swung the sword and said, all in one breath. Amidst the shower of flowers, Osa Ragnar calmly stepped forward and said, I call this the apricot blossom sword technique, the first technique, Heaven's flower rain. Having spoken, the apricot blossom lady's gaze emitted a sharp gleam. Theo Ragnar stood stunned, observing everything. His hand clenched so tightly it trembled. He thought, unbelievable, there were 120 steps and sword strikes all within one breath. Could it be that even the Dragon Lord must yield to her sword technique? Then thinking that if he could combine what he had just seen into a single strike and unleash it all at once, Theo Ragnar excitedly said, I don't know if I am allowed to accept it. Osa Ragnar scowled and sneered in response, if you have clearly seen it, then that is enough. After completing the transmission, Madame Kung Hoa Mai used her power to send Theo Ragnar back to his original place, under the bewildered gaze of everyone. Osa Ragnar spoke solemnly, if you wish to see more, come find me any time after the flower unveiling ceremony. As soon as the words ended, everyone looked up in horror. Next, Osa Ragnar transformed into petals. Theo hoped you would become a fresh breeze in this place. Watching the petals dance, Theo Ragnar marveled, this is such a great gift, whether I accept it or not it is not enough. He scratched his head joyfully, wondering, but becoming Madame Kung Hoa Mai's disciple and a member of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry might be too much. I'll think about it after the second flower unveiling ceremony. 3 days later, in the cold, windy pine forest, near the northern fortress in the mountain range, where snow and wind blow incessantly, the second flower unveiling ceremony. Among the snow-covered trees, someone said this winter mountain range is a vast place stretching from our stronghold, Winterra, to the Devil's Sea. And we, the Ragnar clan, have protected humanity bearing the symbol of 2 dragons and a sword. After defeating all the monsters, the cold man stared fully into the sunlight shining down, his cloak billowing over the cursed land. The Devil's Sea, a place teeming with monsters beyond the fortress for over 1,000 years. Overseeing the second blossom ceremony, the senior swordsman Jackie Ragnar solemnly declared that one day, all of you will take on this role, which is why this place was chosen as the stage for the second blossom ceremony. Standing atop the high mountain, Jackie spoke to those below, however, as apprentice swordsmen, none of you are allowed to enter the Demon Sea, the challenge area is strictly limited within the fortress, be careful not to cross the boundary into the Demon Sea, everyone, say, clear, in unison. Jackie, with a stern expression, announced that the test content is very simple. Jackie raised a red bell, ringing it clamorously, for the next 15 days, capture beasts from the winter mountains and collect the bells tied around their necks. Images of the bells appeared in Jackie's mind, clearly explaining that the bells come in 7 colors, red, orange, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The higher the color in the spectrum, the higher the points assigned, and the stronger the beast. Especially the beasts carrying violet bells, fierce, huge monsters with bloodshot eyes, are at a level that none of you can defeat. Jackie's eyes scanned the crowd with scrutiny before sneering, but they will yield astonishing points. You are free to use any method during the test, as long as you bring the bells back before the test ends. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces darkened, but Theo Ragnar remained silent. He pondered endlessly, without limits on how to act, meaning he could steal another's prey or bell. He was openly encouraging conflict. Theo Ragnar's eyes were sharp, but that was Ragnar's survival rule. Jackie brought out a delicate box and said, finally we have placed the Chow Dom at various positions to prevent monsters from invading. Supplies are hidden in these safe zones, so use them wisely. CKY nodded and said, now the test will begin. Then Jackie waved his hand and loudly ordered everyone to scatter. The group immediately left. Sybil dashed off laughing smugly, thinking since the test lasts 15 days, securing supplies is the top priority. Supplies must come first, and we need to support young Master Theo. Hukus began, this will be very interesting. Axion decisively flew away. At that moment, Axion Ragnar recalled Troivin's words, stick to the plan, sooner or later that place will become Theo's tomb. Axion Ragnar was silent, his eyes gleaming with killing intent. Then Axion Ragnar instantly flew off, leaving the others behind. Ray Ragnar thoughtfully watched Axion. The sound of a cold wind echoed. Theo Ragnar calmly walked. Someone called out in a raised voice, "Young Master Theo, we should start moving." These words made Theo Ragnar pause. Remington said firmly, "You once said we were friends, didn't you?" Theo Ragnar asked, "What's wrong?" Remington responded nonchalantly, "After thinking carefully for the past 3 days, I realize that I regard young Master Theo both as a friend and as a rival, so I have become ambitious." Remington expressed his feelings honestly. "I truly want to surpass young Master Theo." Theo Ragnar pursed his lips and froze. But he smirked cynically, remembering the moment Remington casually pointed his sword but was blocked by Theo. "I understand that feeling." With eyes shining brightly, reflecting a look of determination. "I see it the same way." Back then, Theo Ragnar was joyful and comfortable. Now, facing Remington, Theo referred to him as both a friend and a rival. Hearing this, Remington laughed heartily. "What a relief, I had worried that I was the only one who thought that way." Remington looked up enthusiastically and explained that this was why he could not yield during the second flower opening ceremony. It was also the point he wanted to make. Theo Ragnar responded lightly with a smile, wishing him good luck. Immediately, Remington took momentum and dashed away, disappearing from Theo's sight. Standing amid the snowy forest, Theo Ragnar thought to himself that in reality Lington had targeted him. Then he opened his mouth and wondered if there was anything more exciting. Theo was delighted, thinking how thrilling it was to become stronger. But he closed his eyes to regain calm, opened the system, and decided to set emotions aside for the moment. Looking at the energy-emitting sorcery orb in his hand, Theo Ragnar felt joyful. The system announced, "Dragon Clan Compass, a miscellaneous type, used to guide the bearer toward the clan's direction." The metal rod began to vibrate. Under the night sky, the cold snow wind kept blowing toward the mountain ranges. On the steep cliff face, a blue light flashed. That mountain crevice continuously emitted a mysterious glow. At the edge of the winter mountain range, where the cold snowy wind swept over the peaks, Theo Ragnar stopped at a clearing, sure that it was somewhere nearby. The metallic needle of the compass stood upright. Unexpectedly, it was hidden beneath this snow. Theo Ragnar questioned himself, wondering how he should dig up this entire spot. Looking at the compass in his hand, he frowned with discomfort. He should have brought a shovel. Using a sword to dig is rather odd. Theo's sword at his waist felt awkward. Theo Ragnar pondered silently for a moment, then clenched his sword tightly and said, "But never mind, if there are no teeth." He glared with bloodshot eyes and resolutely swung his sword, chopping the earth ahead, causing an explosion. Dirt and rocks scattered wildly. "Then I'll just chew with my gums." A patch of forest disappeared, and the tree trunks seemed to topple over. He sheathed his sword and said coldly, "Let's go." At that moment, a cunning and gleeful laugh asked, "When did you start to notice us? We thought we had been secretly watching you already." These words startled Theo Ragnar, eyes wide. "You guys." The fat man frowned and cursed. "See, I told you you guys were too noisy." The tall one wielding 2 swords added, "It's over now. I think this brat is stronger than we thought." The short one with the grim face holding a blade said, "Very pleased to meet the first rank." These guys are the 3 thugs from Bada Mountain, fat, tall, and short, 3 thugs from Book Mountain with different expressions. They are the ones who slaughtered civilians under the guise of accidents during their missions. They seem like the consequence of Ragnar's pursuit of superior power. In the lonely place where only the caw of crows is heard, especially I cannot forget the massacre in the Book Mountain village. At that time, I was working with Yuxul and handled that case. Witnessing the black crows flying one by one to feast on the corpses and the sight of bloodstains everywhere, I know better than anyone else in Book how terrifying it was. Besides the official number of 761 dead, there were 220 missing. The horrifying thing was that the identities of the victims could not be determined. A small drop of red blood fell, causing the human skull to explode, because all their heads were crushed. Theo, despite the strong wind blowing past, told himself that he had planned to deal with them soon because of their vicious temper, but in the end, he had to confront them like this. Moreover, they were watching him. Then he spoke up, asking, "Did Axion hire you guys?" Upon hearing this, Fat frowned in confusion. Short laughed gleefully. "Do you think we would let ourselves be manipulated by a fellow disciple?" Theo continued, "No." "Then what?" Short ran up and replied, "An underling like you can't even figure that out." The image of the wolf gang appeared in Theo's mind. "So the Senate Council had sent you guys." After hearing that, the short guy flinched in shock. his face turning pale as he shouted, "What, how?" The tall guy asked anxiously, "Is it over? How does he know?" Facing them, Theo said, "Based on what you just said, that's obvious, seeing the supervisor not following, it seems he's on your side too." The short guy sneered, "Look at you, pretty sharp, huh?" The fat guy frowned angrily and asked, "Are we in trouble?" The short guy frowned and mocked, "No worries, he's about to die anyway." The short guy excitedly pointed his sword at him, "I enjoy most destroying handsome faces like yours." He remained silent, slowly lifting his sword. He unleashed magic that created a large, fierce dragon bearing sharp teeth, growling at the three of them, "I will crush your bones properly." Seeing this, the short guy's eyes widened, gritting his teeth in fear, "Huh." Theo then slashed 3 sword strikes, knocking the 3 men backward. This caused dust to billow thickly, with rocks flying everywhere. Theo's gaze was cold as he sternly said, "I don't want to be like you." Blood spurting from just 1 sword strike, the severed heads of the 3 fell from their bodies. "Instead, I'll leave the heads to you," he added. The fat guy stared furiously but couldn't do anything. Theo jumped up, kicked off a tree to gain momentum, and withdrew the aura from his sword. Perhaps because they were still young, it wasn't difficult to deal with them. Looking at the few strands wound around the sword, Theo thought to himself that the celestial flower rain technique of Madame Hoamai, after practicing for 3 days, he could finally execute the move 3 times consecutively. Theo sheathed his sword, stepping with movements that drew curves using circles and arcs that could be transformed and applied flexibly. Of course, he couldn't perform it 120 times in a row like Madame. Then Theo seized the head of the dwarf and said, having cleaned up their remains. Standing by the deep cliff, Theo threw down the 3 heads, thinking he had to figure out how to enter the basement. Just as he turned to leave, a sound echoed from below the cliff, surprising Theo. "Huh, what was that noise?" Carefully looking down the cliff, he saw steps descending into the depths. "Is this a secret staircase?" Suddenly, the sound of machinery rang out. "Hidden mission, find the invisible stairs and explore the blue caves. Go in here." Saying that, Theo leapt swiftly down the ravine. At that moment, a list with a handsome young man's image appeared. Someone said, "The current number 1 is Axion Ragnar, who has captured 41 demons, accomplishing this with a team of 21 people." The guard holding the paper continued reading, "Second place is Ray Ragnar." The person sitting at the head of the conference table asked, "What about Theo?" The person hesitated, Theo currently has no demons. And no teammates." Julius slammed the table angrily, "What?" Others speculated, "I guess he's either hiding or lying in ambush." OSA, sitting coldly in the chair next to him, said, "If it's a guess, that means there is no confirmation." The person replied, "Yes, exactly." Wolfgang Ragnar was unhappy and shouted loudly that just because he stood out in the first round doesn't mean he'll stand out in the second round. Perhaps he hesitated when facing real combat. Wolfgang Ragnar laughed triumphantly, especially since he was an illegitimate child, thinking to himself that it seemed those thugs had already done their assigned duties. Wolfgang Ragnar paid attention to Troyvin sitting opposite him and wondered if the Senate was involved in this matter. Wolfgang Ragnar smiled slyly and said, "Ah, right, I can't keep my prior promise. Well, as you can see, everything is going well, so don't worry." Troyvin was stunned when he caught Wolfgang Ragnar's gaze. Smiling brightly on the outside, but inwardly filled with hatred and anger, "Damn it, that old madman acted without asking first." After the Camellia Palace was taken, I took the opportunity to check the Rose Palace. However, I couldn't find the relic of the ancient dragon. Thinking this, night had already fallen over the palace. Troyvin frowned, thinking that the clue leading to the Rose Palace was surely held by that Theo fellow. I must kill him once I get the clue. Suddenly Troyvin turned around and signaled to his secretary to tell Axion to hurry up. OSA spoke softly to Julius, saying that the Senate and the secretary were probably plotting something. "We must also lay a safety net." Julius replied no, and this answer surprised OSA. Julius said irritably through gritted teeth, "Theo is not someone who would fall apart so easily. He must be hiding something, so interfering with the test is pointless. Moreover, I cannot overlook the fact that you met Theo without informing me." Saying this, Julius clenched his teeth and gums, his fury blazing like fire. OSA smiled brightly and said, "When it comes to that matter, isn't Theo's feelings the most important?" On this side, a gruesome skull opened its mouth wide. A group of skull demons cried out and crawled messily on the ground. Seeing this, Theo was helplessly silent. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and stepped over, mocking, "There are some mental traps that are quite strong. ordinary people would lose all reason after passing the Moonlight Sword trial, but this is nothing to me. Theo placed his hand on the stone, sensing it. He did not expect the compass to point to this place. Then he activated magic, expanding his senses, spreading throughout the cave. The system announced divine power, a special type of ability and effect that alters physical capabilities, using mana to expand his senses. Standing before 3 brightly lit cave entrances, Theo decided, alright, this way. Theo smiled confidently, firmly believing that this place was the lair of young dragons. In 3 years, thinking of the treasures guarded by dragons, this would be the place where Hyuksul hunted young dragons and found legendary items. Standing before the splendid door, he said that he felt guilty toward Hyuksul, but he had to take it first. The dragon's blazing golden eye opened wide, Amon's grimoire. Theo stared blankly at the scene before him. Seeing gold, silver, and jewels piled into small heaps of treasure, he murmured softly, impossible. His nerves suddenly tensed as he realized he had stepped into a forbidden place. This was not the nest of a young dragon. Gold and silver coins, precious gems, and treasures stretched everywhere like a vast mountain of gold and silver, and lying peacefully asleep on it was a huge jet-black dragon with shimmering silver scales. Theo was astonished to confirm, but this was the nest of an ancient dragon, a dragon deeply asleep, yet the authority it emanated still made one's heart tremble. Theo's momentum was instantly extinguished. He hesitated, worriedly thinking, this is bad. If I have to face the dragon, forget about obtaining Amon's relics, I will surely die here. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, his face pale with fear. Why was this dragon here instead of the young dragon? Could Hyuksul have spread false information, or was it because I arrived 3 years early? He gradually took a step back, quickly devising the best solution. After all, this was too unexpected. This time I have to retreat. He thought disappointedly, it was truly regrettable, but I must return before Hyuksul arrives. At that moment, he did not notice that the dragon, who had been soundly asleep, had opened its bright, wide eyes and was scrutinizing him with its gaze. Perhaps that gaze was too intense. Theo suddenly realized this far too late. The black dragon sat up, its massive form towering and majestic to the point of overwhelming those around it, but at that moment, the gaze of that great dragon rested solely on him. This was the dragon of the great road broke. It exhaled a breath full of disdain. You are the first to choose after a long time. He saw that the dragon showed no hostility. On the contrary, it comfortably lay on its treasure and introduced itself, saying its name was Roadbroke. Fearing that information was still insufficient, it continued to explain, the one you, descendants of Ragnar, call the dragon guardian god, the lord of Winter Mountain. Theo could never have imagined encountering this being here. He panicked, thinking this was Roadbroke. Without thinking, he immediately knelt down and respectfully greeted, I pay homage to my ancestor. Roadbroke suddenly stopped moving. It looked at him with a questioning gaze. Ancestor. Theo raised his head to confirm the information with it. Isn't the dragon guardian god the companion of our ancestor Sigurd and also the mother of Friedrich? Oh, it seems Friedrich, that brat, has been spreading nonsense. Roadbroke began to explain the story of old. The truth is that Sigurd and I were once companions, but that was only out of respect for the soul pact signer. We never had any emotional bond. It snorted disdainfully. How could a human possibly become a life partner with a dragon from the start? He asked in surprise. So does that mean the rumor that our family lineage carries dragon blood is just a form of propaganda? Roadbroke now firmly asserted, no, that's not wrong. Through the contract between me and Sigurd, the dragon blood has indeed been passed down. He wanted to ask more, but the ancient dragon was already weary of this Q&A session. Greetings are enough. It opened its mouth and exhaled a dragon's breath with a long sigh, saying, I will begin the mission of the dragon god's guardian towards the chosen ones. The black dragon raised its head high, looking down at the diminutive humans below, uttering an oath that has existed for a very long time. From now on, I, Roadbroke, will keep the original promise and allow those chosen who pass my trial to ask 3 questions. Theo quietly rejoiced. It's not a battle situation, thank goodness. My goal is to stand at the pinnacle of Ragnar, and to do that I need to understand Ragnar better. I must seize this opportunity to gather as much information as possible. Elsewhere, Axion Ragnar swung his sword downward. The technique, the roar of 1,000 dragons, twisted like a storm, slashing the neck of the white tiger monster beneath him. He lightly landed on the ground. The white tiger then collapsed on the barren earth, red blood gushing out like a stream. Finally, a green bell appeared, resting neatly on the ground. He bent down to pick it up, muttering as he counted, this was the 57th time. Axion did not care and threw the bell to the subordinate behind him, asking what Theo was doing. A man approached and answered that there was still no news about where he was hiding. This man was a guy with a scar running down right from the corner of his lip. He was Orion Gardner from Axion's gang. He sneered and guessed that perhaps he was afraid to face the monster. Though outwardly laughing, Orion secretly felt fear inside. He could easily defeat a monster of that size. Axion was truly formidable. He had to cling tightly to him no matter what happened. Then he again tried to stroke the horse's rump by insulting Theo, saying that no matter how strong he became, he still lived like a fool. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed his neck tightly. The fingers tightened, causing Orion's throat to constrict. He couldn't breathe. Tears naturally began to well up. His pale face started turning purple from lack of air. He couldn't understand why he was being treated this way. Axion paid no attention to friend or foe. He gripped his neck and lifted him high, coldly lecturing. "You don't know because you've never been strong. Have you ever seen me fear anything? If you have power, you won't be afraid of anything." The veins on Axion's face bulged as he angrily hissed. "What are you plotting?" Orion couldn't breathe. His saliva dripped out as he struggled, begging, "Ah no, sorry." At that moment, a short-haired person suddenly interrupted to report, "Permission, Lord Axion, there is a message from above." The person above, needless to say, was his uncle, the one with short hair who relayed Troyvin's words, urging him to quickly carry out the plan. Axion released his grip, and as Orion was set down, he immediately grabbed his neck, coughing harshly. He nodded coldly, saying, "I understand, tell uncle not to urge anymore." He reached out to touch the sword hanging at his hip, his eyes dark with a murderous aura as he said, "Since you want to kill that bastard most, I will be the one to attack him the moment he appears." Back at the dragon's lair of the Great Road Broke, he found himself in an extremely difficult situation. His face darkened as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully, saying nothing. It was a long while before he finally opened his eyes and cautiously spoke, "I will ask the first question." The black dragon let out a long yawn. It was a dragon soon to be a giraffe from old age, finally asking, "I've been waiting for you so long." Getting bored, Roadbroke, with half-open eyes, asked, "What do you want to know?" He started with the simplest question, "Why are you here?" The ancient dragon squinted at him, admiringly remarking, "You intend to ask basic questions to uncover hidden information. That's a good question." Its pupils began to glow brightly. "The reason I am here." Theo waited tensely for the answer. Roadbroke revealed a world secret. A monster existed at the edge of the world, across the seas, the Nameless King. The dragon stared intently at the tiny humans and slowly spoke each word. "For 1,000 years, I have been here under the mission to protect the world." He heard it said that the Winter Mountain was merely an outpost. Theo lowered his head without responding, but suddenly his mind cleared. The feeling was not wrong. Recalling the bright glowing eyes of the ancient dragon moments ago, Theo confirmed that the gaze of Roadbroke just now was definitely a kind of emotion he had once understood very well. It was fear. His hand clenched tightly around the sword, the space around him instantly darkened and grew cold, his heart heavy. The Nameless King, an existence that brought fear to the ancient dragon who had ruled for over 1,000 years. He clenched his fist, wanting to ask about that, but there were more important things he needed to understand first. Then he spoke again, "I will ask the second question. What are the relics of the ancient dragon?" Roadbroke chuckled and said, "There are about 3 relics, but I don't know them clearly. It seems you are quite lucky." His expression suddenly turned serious. "There are 3. He slowly recalled what he had obtained. An unnamed unease suddenly invaded his mind. One was the Camellia Dungeon, another was the Moon Sword, so what was the last one? The ancient dragon lifted his head and sighed. The relics of the ancient dragon are the result of the ancient dragon's soul divided into 31 parts. It is a vast source of power from beyond the earth. There is a creature resembling a mantis with shiny scales, Roadbroke said, that was one part of that power bestowed upon humanity. It continued, to protect you from the Nameless King. That immense power shattered into many pieces and fell to earth. The relic of the ancient dragon has no fixed form, it can be an experience item." Roadbroke suddenly paused for a moment and then resumed speaking in that monotonous tone, "Or even a strange phenomenon." Theo's eyes widened, he gradually realized something. He whispered inwardly, understanding now, the last relic he had. The last relic he possessed was the phenomenon of regression, a new life that the entity on the blue screen had granted him, an unreal phenomenon where he had lived through 20 years of life. In other words, it was regression. Theo snapped awake, so it was himself. If this happened because the ancient dragon bestowed it, it made sense. Yet deep inside he always felt that something was still unresolved. But oddly, there was always a dragon protecting the ancient dragon's relic. yet that was not present during the regression, as if a crazy thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Theo muttered, he said, I will ask the final question. Roadbrook listened to that question. Why was I chosen? He nervously pressed his lips together, his mind now a chaos of thoughts. Why was someone as weak as me chosen to battle the nameless king? The ancient dragon did not answer him with ordinary information but instead asked back, I will answer you with a question. It asked why. His dragon eyes lit up brightly, clear amber in color. Roadbrook spoke solemnly and majestically in a slow voice, posing a question that stunned him. You thought you were the only one chosen. Theo was shaken, his mouth agape and speechless. He had never considered that possibility, making it all the more terrifying. His pupils contracted sharply. Was he not the only one selected by the relic? He clamped his mouth shut to prevent a terrified groan from escaping. Troyven, Kison, the black dragon, they know about the relic and want to collect them if they are also chosen by the relic. His wine-red eyes contracted to their limits. In his mind, only the worst-case scenarios remained. Perhaps they had also seen these messages and had already regressed. Cold sweat slowly slid down. Theo felt a hammer pounding in his head. He was one step closer to the truth of the world, but everything had become more complicated. The truth that there was a nameless king whom even the ancient dragons feared, and that there were other regressors besides himself. Roadbrook had no patience to wait for him to ponder. It interrupted. Now I have answered your 3 questions. The mission is complete. So I will grant you the reward. He suddenly jolted in alarm. Ah, right, I came here to take the relic of almonds. That was originally his plan, but things have changed now. He curved the corner of his mouth into a faint smile. But I have changed my mind. I want to take something much greater. The object he desires is incomparable to a mere item. The system flashed 2 notification messages in quick succession. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission. The reward is an opportunity to possess the treasure of the ancient dragon. Before a mountain of gold and silver piled up in front of him, Roadbrook generously spoke as if it were a reward worthy of him. But you see, in this hoard, there are all kinds of treasures from around the world. The ancient dragon proudly introduced its treasure, precious gems, artifacts, elixirs, books, skills, and weapons. That much gold, silver, and treasure is what anyone would yearn for, yet the black dragon was easily willing to part with it. Whatever you desire, it is here. The ancient dragon lay atop the greatest treasure in the world, graciously offering him the choice. Choose whatever you want, and I will grant it to you. He suddenly broke into a reckless smile. Roadbrook urged and asked, so, what do you want? He placed his fist over his chest and shouted clearly, I. He took a bold risk and shouted loudly, I want Roadbrook. For a moment, the magnificent ancient dragon was stunned, its face slack, as stiff as a block of hardened dough. Roadbrook merely regarded it as a joke and burst out laughing uproariously. It seemed that my reputation is eternal, truly an amusing prank. He silently listened as the ancient dragon asked again about his wish. Now tell me, what do you truly desire? More than anyone else, he understood how seriously he had just spoken. He said, as he had just said. Roadbrook no longer smiled. Those golden eyes snapped upright and looked at him. That wasn't a joke, was it? Theo answered without fear, exactly. Suddenly Roadbrook grew angry. The aura of the dragon burst forth abruptly, compressing the surrounding atmosphere, and a strong wind began swirling. He didn't have time to react and hurriedly planted his feet firmly before being blown away by the black dragon. The ancient dragon roared along with its special skill, the fear of the dragon. It howled and cursed fiercely. The fear of the ancient dragon struck Theo like a pounding tofu. Roadbrook felt insulted and cursed. Are you trying to seize all my treasures and knowledge with mere words? He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Blood had begun to seep from his eye sockets, accompanied by an indescribable pain. Yet he stood upright and proud to face it, the guardian dragon's fear. He needed to be resolute. He began to try resisting it with the new power he had just learned, the fear of a young dragon. But all his struggling, in Roadbrook's eyes, was utterly ridiculous. It sneered and asked, how foolish, do you really think you can confront me with only the fear of a young dragon? Of course, he knew this clearly, yet he still did it simply because he wanted to create a space where he could shout that the guardian dragon had declared that he could take any treasure from its hoard, and it never said that Roadbrook couldn't be that treasure. Fresh blood flowed into his eyes, and Theo's vision was now covered by a blazing red. Yet he resolutely placed himself in this dangerous situation. This was a gamble in which he bet his very life, but the reward would be worth it, because the treasure he wanted to claim was an ancient dragon named Roadbrook, the guardian dragon who, along with the ancestor Sigurd, founded the Ragnar clan. nothing was a stronger proof of legitimacy than becoming her consort. He gritted his teeth so hard that they bled, although his body pained him, his mind and reason were clearer than ever to avoid repeating the past. Because this was the path he was compelled to walk through, Theo thought this was an opportunity he could not miss. He shouted with all the strength he had, "Please grant me Roadbroke, you promised with your sacred oath." Theo knew he was using blunt reasoning to coerce the ancient dragon, and if it wished, it could take his life, but this was a gamble, so he steadfastly yelled, "Stand beside me." Roadbroke suddenly saw something. Through Theo's image, it saw the person it had once stood beside as if they were lovers, Sigurd. Roadbroke opened his mouth wide, then suddenly fell silent for a long moment. He didn't wait for its answer. When he thought he had failed, the voice of the ancient dragon suddenly echoed, "All right, I accept." The great dragon, long bonded with the history of the Ragnar family, now stood before him in its serious and majestic form, nodding. A strong wind arose, the energy around swirling like the wind emanating from the ancient black dragon. However, the form of the dragon then was different, no longer the powerful true body of a Western dragon, but the appearance of a human. As the gentle wind faded, that human figure became even clearer. It was a young woman with short shoulder-length hair, her face shadowed deeply so others could not clearly see her features. That was the human form of the ancient dragon. Roadbroke smiled and said, "You have made me curious, I will give you a chance." Now standing on the shimmering golden mountain, before him was no longer a large dragon figure but a human girl. She had sharp and mature features, her hair two-toned black and purple, short to her shoulders, her almond-shaped eyes golden like a phoenix, her confident and strong aura attracting all gazes and easily overshadowing anyone. He stood there stunned, staring at that girl. Roadbroke was pleased with his expression. She smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "Mesmerized by my beauty, but I am over 2,000 years old." However, what he cared about was not her breathtaking beauty. He hesitated before speaking, "O great guardian dragon." Theo looked straight at the deep hollow scar on the ancient dragon's chest. Roadbroke followed her gaze. There was a brief silence as she examined her own wound, yet she remained composed and said, "Ah, this one." Roadbroke touched the wound before her. Her face revealed an undisguised anger. "Honestly, I lost my heart 50 years ago, and since then I have patiently awaited death. At most, I have only 3 years left to live." The ancient dragon stood against the light, her small figure casting a faint shadow. Roadbroke calmly admitted her limited abilities. "For this reason, I cannot leave my lair, in other words, I cannot assist you directly." After explaining her condition clearly, she extended her hand toward him. "So I ask again, do you still want to choose me as your reward?" Theo's eyes looked up with determination. A corner of his mouth lifted into a curved smile filled with confidence. He affirmed, "My answer remains unchanged. I choose Roadbroke, Ragnar's guardian dragon, as my reward." And at that moment, the system also confirmed that you have chosen Ragnar's guardian dragon, Roadbroke, as your reward. Roadbroke bowed her head and closed her eyes slightly, smiling faintly. "Truly foolish, but perhaps that is the nature of the chosen one." The system sequentially popped up 2 notifications. The title of consort of the guardian dragon has been created, the title of descendant of the ancestor has been created. Theo lifted his head to look at his nominal consort and said, "I will become stronger and seize many more relics of the ancient dragons." Because of those words, he also received something else. A soul link with Roadbroke was established. Theo looked at her with eyes full of confidence. "I will find it for you, something to replace your lost heart." The system notified that you have gained a large amount of experience points. Looking at that gaping hollow on Roadbroke's chest, he confidently said, "Among the relics of the ancient dragons there might be something capable of doing that." At that moment, the system also announced the final benefit from becoming Roadbroke's consort. "You have leveled up." Theo paused for a moment then spoke his thoughts aloud. "I think I need to at least do that to be worthy of the title consort of the guardian dragon." Roadbroke smiled softly, her eyes half closed as she bowed her head and said, "Please take care of me, my new consort." Roadbroke reiterated her situation once more, "But as I explained, I cannot leave this place. Until you find it and return with a solution, I will remain in hibernation here." Then she picked up an ancient book from her treasure trove and said, "There is one thing I need you to do." A gentle breeze briefly passed by Roadbroke and vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only a voice that hadn't yet caught up. "To truly forge a connection with my soul." She suddenly appeared before him, gently pressing that book against his chest, saying, "Read this and awaken your mind gate. You can accomplish it within a month. There are simple foods around the nest. Take the time to read." At that moment, the system happily announced it as an additional reward. you have received the grimoire Amon. Theo's gaze fixed tightly on the book shimmering with blue-purple light before him, the grimoire Amon. Taking the book in his hands, all of its information was clearly introduced by the system. This is Amon's book, a hidden creature containing magical principles related to echoes of sound from the dawn of time, sacred sounds holding the entire truth of the universe. He joyfully thought how wonderful it was that he had secured the grimoire Amon, but Theo hesitated slightly and spoke, "You mean 1 month?" Roadbroke turned and replied, "That is the necessary time to awaken the mind gate for the first time. Do you have something more important than that?" He explained his current situation, then made another request to her. "The second phase of the awakening ceremony is underway, and the exam lasts only 15 days. Right now, I have less than half a month. Can I come back after the exam ends?" Roadbroke narrowed her eyes slightly and glanced at him. She sat down and placed the treasure under her feet, saying that although it was possible, ancient dragons have certain inviolable dignities. Thus, Roadbroke bluntly refused that request. "I will not allow it." Theo did not expect her to refuse this, and he was surprised. What? Guardian dragons always enjoy unexpected variables, so Roadbroke decided to find something interesting for himself through an almost impossible test. "It wouldn't be interesting if I just let you go. Open your heart gate before the second phase ends." Roadbroke threatened him with the imposing aura of the dragon species. "I will not allow you to leave until then." Meanwhile, time was increasingly running short. The remaining time until the second phase ends, others outside were focusing all their energy on this second phase of the competition. They were gathered in meetings observing the contestants. Contestants were slaying monsters and collecting bells, while others were carefully setting up sturdy traps. At the present moment, only 13 days remain. In the Troivan clan territory 3 days before the second phase began, Troivan separated the summoning gem from the magical device and said, "As you all know, the reason the ancient jewels can create a safe zone against demons is thanks to the summoning gem embedded inside them." He curled his finger around the jet-black gem in his hand, explaining its principle of operation. By amplifying the energy of the demon sealed within the gem, it deters other demons from approaching. Then he suddenly crushed it, but if this gem is destroyed, the gem's powder does not dissolve but continues swirling around him, and a series of deep, chilling sounds suddenly echoed monotonously. A giant monster with 4 bulging eyes abruptly appeared, bearing its terrifyingly sharp teeth, wanting to bite Troivan in two, yet he calmly continued to explain, "You can summon demons whenever you want." His shadow suddenly moved. From within that shadow emerged another monster 5 times the size of the 4-eyed beast. It opened its massive jaws wide enough to swallow anything it desires. The monster from Troivan's shadow bit down, gnawing and swallowing the 4-eyed monster. That is also why Troivan remained so confident. He continued speaking steadily as if nothing had happened. "The goal of the second stage is to kill demons and collect points, so Theo had no choice but to search for and hunt demons." Facing him, Axion nodded in response, "I understand. You want me to use the gem to lure that bastard Theo here." Troivan nodded and continued to present his perfect plan. It was precise, but that alone was not enough. You cannot simply lure him in and kill him. If we do that, we might fail to obtain any clues about the relic of the Scarlet Palace. Axion, not understanding, asked again, "Why can't we torture him before killing him?" He frowned and slowly said, "You know full well." Troivan calmly stated an obvious truth that no one could change. "The gap in strength between you and Theo is not large. Controlling and torturing him will not be easy." Yet, these words caused Axion's mind to waver intensely. He clenched his jaw tightly, veins gradually bulging. Troivan, still unaware of his nephew's chaotic emotions, went on analyzing. "However, he seems too emotional. Let's take his subordinates as hostages." The dismissed group concentrated at Training Ground 4. Clearly, his kidnapping plan was perfect. Capturing them as hostages would be easier and would force him to reveal information about the relic, but as Axion listened to that, he could no longer control his trembling, tight fist. He suppressed the anger deep within, grinding out each word through clenched teeth, nodding, "Understood." And that was the plan. Returning to the present, Axion sat atop the corpses of the demons, his hands clasped as he pondered deeply, but unexpectedly, instead of seeking out the demons, he did not appear until the very last moment of the exam. Meanwhile, time was slowly passing. There were 12 hours left until the end of Phase 2. Axion Ragnar was currently ranked first with 860 points. His eyes glazed as he looked towards his subordinates hiding in the tree canopies. "Such a waste. We even carefully planted your people among the judges." While he was lost in thought, suddenly someone approached and started babbling nonsense. Perhaps those 3 scoundrels on the council had caught him. That person was Felix Ragnar, a student of the Fleur de My Sword Master, Phase 2, ranked 7th with 446 points. He kept a cold expression as he uttered cliched analyses, otherwise, there would be no reason for him not to have shown up yet. Axion slowly lifted his head to observe him. His bloodshot eyes stared frankly at the other, mixed with a dose of scorn he did not bother to conceal. A promising talent from Fleur de Mai, but such poor thinking. I can see why the head of Fleur de Mai pays much more attention to Theo. Felix was rudely insulted without cause as incompetent. He jerked backward and screamed curses. What did you say? He bit his lip until it bled, twisting with resentment. I am helping him capture Theo and yet I am mocked by him. Felix's hand clenched tightly, trembling in waves of fury. Axion, who had never cared about him, spoke calmly as if nothing had happened. Forget it, I don't expect anything from you anyway. He curved the corner of his lips into a calculating smile. Theo, if you refuse to show yourself. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Axion Ragnar's murderous aura flared intensely as he spoke through clenched teeth. I will force you to reveal yourself. Then he turned to look at those cooperating with him from the Dragon Scale Guild. Beside them was Felix's squad and the Electric Plum team. Axion led the frenzied group with bloodshot eyes blazing with killing intent. He drew his gleaming sword and sneered coldly. It's time to start the hunt. We will slaughter every eliminated one in training ground 4 one by one until he appears. After they left, not far away, a silent figure hiding behind a tree had observed everything. That person was Ray Ragnar in Phase 2, currently ranking 3rd with 561 points. She pressed her lips tight, revealing inner hardship, and suddenly felt a chill. Elsewhere, a mid-level infernal ice lizard screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground. Sybil's group struck a deep blow to the monsters with their swords. They couldn't believe it and shouted, "We did it, we've defeated the Golden Demon Bell Fiend." Sybil ranked 68th with 31 points, Eody 53rd with 52 points, and Banat 62nd with 36 points. All were happy and cheering, saying, "See, we told you we could do it, we have to boast to Lord Theo about it." However, Sybil was a bit puzzled. With only 12 hours left before Phase 2 ends, where is young Master Theo? We have already gathered a lot of supplies for him. Eody smiled optimistically and guessed that Lord Theo was certainly aiming for a bigger goal. He must be doing something more important than just collecting points. Hearing this, he found it reasonable and nodded in agreement. Perhaps surviving alone is enough to pass Phase 2, so ranking isn't that important. Then Sybil sighed wistfully, patting his chest, "But I'm still eager to see young Master Theo take first place again. He also promised he would mention me." Banat nodded and said along, "That's right, he promised me the same thing." From behind, a sharp sword suddenly lunged forward and pierced Sybil's chest. He didn't have time to react. The cold blade cut through his flesh, and warm blood slowly spurted out. He collapsed onto the ground. The Orion Ragnar group appeared from nowhere. Now he was ranked 14th with 173 points. Drawing his sword out, he sneered coldly, "You guys make me laugh to death." Two people shouted, "Sybil, Dragon Scale Guild, what is going on?" In response to their words were swords stained with fresh blood. They slowly advanced, contemptuously mocking them as if dealing with beasts. "What do you think? You are merely sacrificial lambs to summon your precious young master. We also really want to meet that damn Theo, so don't blame us too much." At the same time, at Roadbroke's base, unlike the perilous situation outside, it was still quiet and as luxurious as before. The guardian dragon crossed its arms over its chest and did not spare any praise for Theo Ragnar. It was truly unexpected. Around him now was a faint layer of mana containing enormous power. Even Roadbroke was astonished at his level, being able to open the heart gate in less than half a month. The system had also updated new skills for him at that time. You have partially grasped the magical principles inside the Grimoire Amon and created a new skill. He smiled happily and thoughtfully, thankful that the information I heard in a past life was correct. The most important factor when learning Grimoire Amon is the quantity and quality of mana. Theo's smile gradually became unusually confident, his eyes flashed with a bloody hue, and his whole body emitted a tremendous amount of mana. Because I have both mana-containing energy and a dragon's heart, learning twice as fast as a normal person is probably natural. He slowly flipped through each page of Amon's book and said simply, "Theo should have already acquired an advanced skill, but his current condition is still not high enough, so the system has presented another option. Your status is too low, a lower-level skill has appeared. That skill is called Hatchling Synchro Level C, allowing free manipulation and the ability to read residual thoughts of objects through psychic sensing." Roadbroke now felt somewhat satisfied. She snorted and smiled, saying, "I guess at least you need to reach that level to be called my companion." with this, you have grasped the basics, the rest you must continue to refine through training. The ancient dragon continued, when you reach a higher level, you will even hear my voice. Moreover, she half closed her eyes, the corner of her lips curling into a charming smile as she spoke words that shook others. You will be able to borrow the power of Roadbroke. Theo felt excited as he thought about what he could achieve in the future, a power like that of the ancestors. However, Roadbroke did not only deliver good news, she reminded him that of course, to do that, my recovery must be prioritized. Don't forget I have at most 3 years left to live. He clasped his hands firmly, confidently promising, don't worry, I will accomplish it. Roadbroke rarely opened her eyes to look at anyone. She smiled indulgently as if the child she had cared for had finally grown up. Then she reached out again, the power rushing and coiling within her palm. She created a swirling mana source surrounding Theo, and said, with this I declare that the primal contract has been made. Before the contract was completed, the ancient dragon gazed intently at him with its blazing golden eyes. I will wait for our next meeting, my new companion, the first in 1,000 years. A moment later, outside the dragon's lair, a foot slowly stepped onto the snowy ground, trudging straight forward. Theo braced his hands on his waist, muttering while exhaling, phew, it's good that I made a contract with Roadbroke, but I haven't made any progress with the awakening ritual. He silently calculated the time and suddenly realized he was in a critical situation. I only have 12 hours left, as if I deliberately chose to play on hard mode. He sighed, thinking to himself, if I hunt demons the normal way, I can't get first place within 12 hours. After thinking it over, Theo decided to take a different path, so only one strategy remains. Although this method isn't very glorious, it's still legitimate. Stealing bells from others, Axion ranked first in his previous life, surely in this life he's the same. With that thought, Theo became even clearer about what he needed to do now. In other words, I can only get first place by defeating Axion. That said, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he was that talented. Even so, he was certain that defeating him would not be easy. At that moment, suddenly, suspicious rustling sounds echoed from the nearby forest. Theo turned to look in that direction. From the shadows, a figure covered in blood steadily stepped out, speaking in a low, painful whisper, "Found you." He clearly saw the person's face and asked with a frightened expression, "Who are you?" That person staggered forward, drenched in blood, body trembling so much that they had to lean against a tree to stand upright. He called out in panic, "Ray Ragnar, what happened to you? Were you attacked by monsters?" He then asked, "How could a monster inflict such severe wounds on you?" Ray moved closer and closer, which allowed Theo to see more clearly what was going on. The wound dripping blood on her body wasn't caused by beasts but was a very clean cut made by a sharp weapon. He was utterly shocked. It was a sword wound. Had she been attacked by humans? Seeing how complicated the situation was becoming, Theo immediately asked what exactly had happened, but Ray refused to answer right then, saying, "Later, for now, let's head west." Before she could finish, her body suddenly ached painfully, and her legs seemed to lose strength as she collapsed. He hurriedly stepped forward and carefully caught her. At the moment he caught Ray, his hand grasped tightly onto her hands that held the sword. And then the power he received was also activated. Using the embryo synchronization skill, the hidden thoughts within the sword were conveyed. His skill kept rotating continuously, reading the memories of the sword's owner, Ray Ragnar. In the next moment, moments of Ray's memory from a few minutes ago appeared in Theo's mind. She crouched behind a tree, silently eavesdropping on a group of people talking. And what about Theo? The crowd gathered in a group numbering dozens. They spoke loudly without any restraint. There's still no news about him, but since we've come this far, he will appear soon, right? The cavalry under Theo's command was brutally beaten, then tied up kneeling on the cold snowy ground. Fresh blood soaked the white snow, and they felt even prouder because of that. Moreover, we've left a lot of traces of those people from training ground number 4, there might be monsters that can lead him here. Axion looked at those bloodied knights and suddenly grunted. He turned to look at his subordinate. "Should I kill them?" The person was startled, thinking he wanted to kill him, stammering, "What, did I do something wrong?" Axion shook his head, then looked at them as if they were worthless insects, said impatiently, "No, I mean these guys. Why did you bring 9 of them? Only 2 or 3 hostages are enough." Hearing this, the other person sighed with relief and scoffed, "Ah, these guys, then just kill off a few." At the moment the sword was about to swing down, Ray suddenly appeared from within the old forest, blocking the strike and bringing it to a halt. Axion turned his head to look at her, his expression indifferent and bored. Clearly, he didn't care in the least about the presence of the girl before him. "What is this? Ray Ragnar. Ray cast a cold glance sideways, his impassive face hardening. This was going beyond the limit. He didn't care about that, although he paid no mind to Ray. He also didn't want to cause trouble without reason, therefore, Axion only threatened with a phrase, neither painful nor irritating. This has nothing to do with you. I don't want to complicate things further, so don't meddle here anymore. Go your own way. She heard the threat in his tone but still could not back down, for they were Theo's comrades. Release them. Axion suddenly fell silent, his apathetic demeanor quickly shifted to hatred upon hearing Theo's name. So you stand with that fool too. She realized this man did not want to resolve things peacefully, so she took the initiative to charge and attack. Sharp ice shards flew forward. Axion was already drawing his sword, ready to counter at any moment. The two sides clashed fiercely in battle. Shockwaves from their techniques blasted back, throwing heaven and earth into chaos. Ray's strength was formidable, but still not enough to face the current number one. His sharp blade slashed a deep wound across her chest, the sharp smell of blood quickly rising. Her hand, which had always gripped her sword tightly, was beginning to loosen. What happened next? Theo could no longer continue watching because of a lack of status. Some thoughts were unreadable. He suddenly snapped awake, staring fixedly at that sword. His fury had reached its peak. What had happened? Why did Axion capture our comrade? Clearly, Ray didn't say a word, yet the person before her knew everything. She asked in surprise, "How did you know?" But Theo didn't have time to care about that. He urgently shouted, "Tell me what has happened." She gritted her teeth as if recalling her own helpless weakness. She sadly recounted that as soon as everything began, Axion had desperately tried to capture you. She mournfully told how, unable to find you, he had taken your teammate hostage to lure you out. Theo could not believe it. How had things developed like that? What? Ray didn't want to talk about it anymore. She stammered, "I'm not here to discuss that." Yet Theo's mind was consumed only with rage aimed directly at that half-brother, Axion. He couldn't understand why they always targeted him like this. Even now, you people won't let me be, but I am no longer the weakling you can trample on. If they keep challenging me, then Theo must step up and settle this once and for all. He shouted, "Where are they? Where is Axion waiting for me?" The snowstorm had begun to rise, the wind howling fiercely through every leaf gap. In that cold and silent space, a hurried and anxious voice echoed, "Theo had appeared." A man ran over from afar, urgently reporting that he had suddenly appeared on the northern edge of the cliff. Axion, who was quietly pondering, immediately reacted, "Is that true?" The blond man nodded firmly, certain that right now he was contacting Ray, and he thought that he would arrive here soon enough. Every blood cell in Axion's body was boiling wildly with excitement. He curled his lips into a manic smile. "Finally, you have appeared, Theo. I will prove that someone like you can never surpass me." At the moment he was most excited, from a distant treetop, his allies suddenly raised their voices to remind him, "Don't forget, young Master Axion. That person is using telepathy to guide you. There's no need to confront him directly, you only need to obtain information about the relics through the hostage." In the pitch-black night without a single ray of light, Axion heard that voice resonate inside his mind, "We will take care of the rest with Theo." They continued, "While we deal with him, use the summoning orb to distract the attention of the surrounding overseers." Axion had no choice but to comply. "Yes, understood." He gritted his teeth but still gave his assurance, "Don't worry." Turning back to Theo, after hearing those words, Ray immediately objected vehemently, "No, he couldn't go meet Axion." She tried to persuade him by comparing the strength of the two sides. The supervisors of the Imperial Intelligence Agency also sided with Axion. She clearly understood this battle formation, which is why she said even Theo wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Seeing him silent, saying nothing, she raised her voice and quickly outlined the optimal solution to overcome this problem. "This is not a battle, it's a massacre, it's a trap set to kill you. You can't go alone, let's find other supervisors, persuade them, and go together." Theo gritted his teeth and cut her off, "There's no more time, I appreciate your help." Looking at the fresh blood stains soaking into the white snow, the glaring red dazzled him. He said, "But while we are still hesitating like this, something might have already happened to them." And so, Theo had no other choice but to face his problem alone. "I have to go now, tell me where they are." Ray didn't understand why he wanted to rush into death like that. She scolded, "Are you stupid?" She shouted, "If you go, you'll die. What's the use if you die? Even if a few people have to be sacrificed, you must survive." Without waiting for her to finish, he shouted, "I don't want to lose anyone else, I don't want to." His memories spun around. He recalled every joyful moment spent with his friends, our goal is to overcome the second ritual of initiation together. She didn't understand that. Ray had never felt that kind of affection before. She didn't understand, so she responded to him that this is the Ragnar family, sacrifices are inevitable. Theo knew that, but the memory of that day was so vividly beautiful that he never wanted to lose it again. We will gather here once more. In a fit of anger, Theo shouted that she had also intervened. Ray suddenly froze, her eyes widening as she stared intently at the person before her. He looked straight at that little girl and said, she just stood by and turned a blind eye. It was a painful memory that Theo could never forget. The entire Camellia Hall was engulfed in flames, everywhere filled with the stench of blood and the acrid smell of burning corpses. Why did Camellia Hall burn? Why did the servants die? His battered body had limbs severed and was trampled upon. The old man wearing a hood plunged a sword through his mother's throat, forcing him to face the brutal reality before his eyes. It was because of that idiot from the Ragnar family. That sound was like a curse striking directly at Theo's heart, causing his body to ache repeatedly from his own helplessness. Because you are the weakest, he laughed at him with that disgusting, mocking smile, among all the powerful Ragnars. Back to reality, Theo has tasted so much suffering that he can't stop feeling anger because of it. He is fed up with always having to endure it miserably. He reached out urgently and firmly gripped her shoulder. Ray rarely heard a voice filled with such sorrow. I cannot repeat the mistakes of the past. He transformed every feeling of helplessness, every pain of his into a flame of hatred. Theo radiated the aura of an ancient dragon, knowing exactly what he needed to do now. So, tell me where Axion is. Among a pile of scattered items lying on the cold snowy ground, a person slowly walked past. That person picked up an item stained with blood, and when scanning the surrounding objects, he immediately recognized who they belonged to. They were items collected by Sybil. And a golden bell soaked in fresh blood lay isolated on the snowy ground. A bell fell onto the bloodstain. The silver-haired youth's voice suddenly trembled. He croaked out, something terrible has happened. Remington turned his head. Seeing the red-haired sister and brother standing right beside him, he whispered, isn't that right? He called out their last name, Hulkus. Hulkus ranked 5th with 499 points. Then he turned to call the name of their sister, Erica. She was a tough and muscular woman like her younger brother, with long red hair loosely braided. Erica ranked 4th with 521 points. Remington no longer cares about competing at this moment. He proposed a cooperation between both sides, saying, I apologize, but I hope you can help me a little. Remington Narcio ranked 2nd with 688 points. The snow ape monster raised its stone club, letting out a roaring scream as it struck down. The powerful strike slammed down, sending the snow beneath its feet flying up. However, in Theo's eyes, it was nothing more than child's play. He lightly jumped to the side to dodge. Then he slid along the snow, quickly closing in on the monster's left flank. The weapon in his hand gleamed as Theo swung it to strike, coldly saying, I don't have time for this. The sharp blade formed a powerful sword aura that severed the snow ape's body from a distance. He shouted, go away. The heavy body of the monster collapsed onto the snow, fresh blood spurting but not yet falling before Theo hurried away, completely ignoring the bell of their group in his view. He rushed through the cutting blizzard, calmly assessing the situation as he ran. It was highly likely that CB and the other hostages were still alive. Troyven was the guide for Axion, so he probably arranged to kill him quietly without causing chaos. Blocking his path now were 5 large snow apes, yet Theo was not afraid. Instead, he continued analyzing how the supervisors with Axion served as proof. He ran forward, raising the sword in his hand high above. The skill Tam Long Trail was used. 3 consecutive sword strikes unleashed in a single move. 5 monsters were cut into many small pieces like chopped vegetables. The foul, rank smell of blood rose, causing others to frown. Throughout it all, he never stopped moving. On the contrary, he remained deep in thought. The supervisors sent to kill him. Theo's eyes flashed with cruelty, determined to control Axion's abnormal behavior. Before him now was probably the boss of the snow apes, also struck by the Tam Long Trail, but it only left shallow cuts on the creature's body. On the contrary, it still had strength left to let out a fierce roar. He began to accelerate again. Even so, he had to act faster because Axion was an unpredictable variable. He leapt into the air, white snow suddenly burst upward, and Theo disappeared. Theo jumped high, facing that fierce monster, but his mind and thoughts were not on it. Instead, they were focused on another matter, yet it was precisely that variable. Theo gripped the white moonlight sword tightly with both hands, channeling his entire body weight downward. The snow ape sensed the danger, opened its mouth, and let out a threatening roar. However, he dodged sideways in midair. Then Theo leapt onto the snow ape's head, driving his sharp sword through the thick skin and fur at the top, piercing straight into its brain. As he stabbed downward, he mercilessly thought he might be able to catch Axion. The monster's mouth spewed forth a gush of pungent blood. He had defeated the snow ape with such ease. Cut back to the previous scene. Ray still stood there in a daze. She stared into the pure white void before her and muttered, "That's right, Theo, you've been like this since you were little." In Ray's memory, she always remembered the moment when Theo, still a child, took her hand. Back then, he was a lovable kid with big, wide eyes. At that time, he gently spoke those words, "Let's go home first." Just a single warm moment from childhood was enough for her to remember it forever. This time, Ray limped step by step, following her own footsteps, footprints stained with blood gradually marking the snow. Yet she paid no mind to that. Despite her blood slowly seeping out, Ray still wanted to help the sunlight from her childhood. "I will help you." Returning to the group of Axion's people, the Sybil members were brutally beaten and tied up with a long cloth gag around their mouths, yet he kept groaning as if he wanted to curse something. An impatient foot suddenly lunged forward, kicking his face. His emotions were originally unstable. All of Axion's patience had been invested in waiting for Theo. At this point, he no longer had any patience for others. "I warned that if they did not remain silent, I would kill them." Just as he was about to make a move, a reminding sound echoed, "Young Master Axion." They stood at a distance but constantly observed movements on this side. They kept reminding not to forget the advice of the director of the Imperial Intelligence Agency, "Do not change the plan arbitrarily." Axion frowned with annoyance. However, he obediently listened. "Fine." Axion sheathed his sword. Then he sat back down on the snowy ground, looking lethargic and dejected. Axion's face darkened, the murderous aura thickened and surged fiercely. His eyes were bloodshot as he fought to suppress the pent-up irritation and hatred inside him. Far away among the tree branches, someone was watching them. He bitterly thought that 4 senior prosecutors had been sent to kill that Theo. In the end, the old man did not believe I could defeat him. He clenched his hands tightly, trying to keep himself calm. That fool. Suddenly, at that moment, a foot stepped onto the snow and advanced. The riders from training ground number 4, mouths covered, still tried to shout meaningless words to stop it. Axion, who had been in an irritable and annoyed mood, finally raised his head, lips tightly pressed, staring fixedly at the person who appeared. The feet stepped on the snowy ground without moving, standing silently there. Axion cheerfully cleared his throat and spoke, "At last, you have appeared." Only then did those feet begin to step forward. Seeing the tall, thin youth covered in blood stepping onto the snow, Axion parted his lips to laugh softly and spoke the name that had always lingered in his mind, Theo Ragnar. Theo did not reply to him immediately. Instead, his bloodshot eyes glanced first at the people around him. They were the knights from the 4th training ground, bearing wounds on their bodies, their faces bruised and swollen. They were in pain, their bodies covered in fresh blood and exposed to the freezing cold beneath, yet, they still looked at him with worried eyes, as if he was the one suffering torture. Theo's cold face grew even sterner. He turned his head to look toward the group facing him. They were the people from the Dragon Scale and Plum Blossom societies. Unlike the others, they bore no wounds. Their fierce faces radiated killing intent as they stared at him, swords brandished in their hands. Theo nodded, as if he understood. He had remembered all his enemies. Axion sat cross-legged on a nearby low rock, with the Dragon Scale and Plum Blossom members behind him. He spoke in a hoarse, deep voice, "You kept me waiting too long." He was standing in front of Theo, yet his gaze was not on him. He bent down, his bloodshot eyes looking down at a person lying on the ground. "That is Sybil. He is different from the others." Not only was he brutally beaten, but he was beaten until he fainted. His eyes were tightly shut as if he were dead. That image pushed Theo's rage to the peak. He could no longer control his trembling hands. Axion began to stand up, his hand gripping tightly the sword strapped at his waist. The hastily planted senior prosecutors hurriedly reminded him, "Young Master Axion." That voice quickly made him freeze, stopping the action he was in the middle of. He said nothing but sighed wearily. His hand finally loosened its grip on the sword at his side. He spoke directly, "You surely already know the situation before coming here, so let's get straight to the point." Axion calmly put forward a condition. "If you want to save your friend, then..." But before he could finish his sentence, Theo sneered and mockingly asked 3 words, "Are you scared?" He glanced upward. "What?" Theo cast a contemptuous look, his face clearly showing disdain as he repeated his provoking question, "Are you afraid to lose to me?" Those words completely shattered the composure Axion had tried to maintain. he hissed each word through clenched teeth. What nonsense are you talking about? Opposite Theo stood a group of people who had undergone long training, yet he was alone. He spread his arms wide and laughed. If it weren't so, there would be no reason for you to do this. Gather a bunch of people, with their hateful eyes fixed on me. He paused for a moment, his eyes pretending to be absent as he looked toward Sybil. He bluntly accused her, even of this shameful hostage kidnapping incident. Then he smiled arrogantly. Isn't it all because you are afraid of losing to me? But fearing it apparently wasn't enough to provoke him, he continued to jab. The title of the strongest in the north is probably just an empty name. Axion finally couldn't hold back anymore. He clenched his teeth and cursed, bastard. Theo knew he had successfully stirred Axion's competitive nature, so he confidently pointed his sword at the opponent, demanding a fair fight, or to try dueling me once, like a true Ragnar, a duel with swords. Theo gave a cold laugh, ending with one last provocation, of course, that is, if you still have any pride left. Axion's eyes widened, he gave a crooked, mad smile stretching to his ears, as if the rein restraining his nature had finally been cut by Theo. He then set forth sufficient conditions to persuade Axion to agree. If I lose, I will give you everything you want, even my life. On the other hand, if I win, please release. Without listening to everything he wanted to say, he laughed madly a few times, his eyes staring at his hands soaked in fresh blood as always. A duel with swords, that idiot Ragnar boy wants to duel me with swords. Axion hugged his head, trying to suppress a burst of laughter choking in his throat. You don't realize that your arrogance has reached the heavens. Through the gaps in his fingers, his eyes were fierce like a wild beast starved for days, staring at Theo as if wanting to devour him alive. Do you really think I fear you? The group of senior prosecutors sensed something was wrong and hurriedly tried to alert him. Young Master Axion, it's just a provocation, you don't need to respond to him, they persuaded, trying to restrain him, warning not to act beyond control, not to fall into his trap, and to stick to the plan. But Axion at this moment was completely overcome by desire and domination. He growled heavily at them, be silent. He retorted by asking if they actually didn't believe him. The only response was silence from that group. Receiving no answer, Axion didn't care. He stepped forward, his hand once again resting on the hilt of his sword, and said, very well, Theo, let's duel. The plan succeeded as expected, and Theo gave a faint smile as if he had foreseen everything. Unlike his own mood, the group of senior prosecutors standing at a distance found themselves in a difficult situation. Things are getting complicated now. What should we do? It's still within our expectations. It's just that the workload has increased a bit. They whispered among themselves, discussing the plan. If young Master Axion oversteps his bounds, we will just follow the plan. At this moment, Axion had stepped in front of Theo. No matter what, he was still a man of enough honor to fulfill the conditions that Theo had laid out. He said to his subordinates, this is a duel of a proud Ragnar. No one is to intervene until the match is over. Do not touch the hostages, for they are the stake of this wager. Then suddenly, only a few unclear afterimages flashed across the ground without a visible figure. Axion frowned instantly, paying close attention because he, more than anyone, understood exactly what was happening. From afar, Theo used just a brief second to close the distance between them. His crescent moon sword swung down, but Axion had already drawn his sword to block it. The two swords clashed fiercely, sparks bursting bright in the night. He felt the arm holding his sword going numb. Clearly, Theo Ragnar's sword swing was by no means light. Even though his opening attack was stopped, he did not lose heart. On the contrary, he took it as a mild warning. Thank you, no need to waste time, let's begin. With that, Theo swung his sword again. Axion once more drew his sword to block the unexpected attack. Theo's two sudden attacks without warning made Axion feel irritated. Truly, such underhanded tricks come from the son of a concubine. As soon as the sentence ended, the two of them rushed at each other again. The clear, ringing clang of swords striking each other continuously echoed. In a blink, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Axion began to use his sword techniques. He raised his hand backward, and a pinkish red light radiated from the sword, instantly blazing brightly. I will teach you. The move, Heavenly Dragon's Roar, was launched, a devastating attack like the bite of a giant and magnificent dragon. Axion shouted, the true power of Ragnar. Theo was taken aback by that power. His body suddenly froze, but he quickly counterattacked. Theo channeled his strength into the crescent sword. Then he swung the sword to strike. The triple dragon claw, strike, like a destructive blow, tore the Heavenly Dragon's Roar into many pieces and shattered it completely. Axion could never have imagined that the technique he was so proud of could be destroyed so easily. Theo stood firmly on the ground, his face displaying a mocking smile as he looked at him. He flashed a smirk and sneered, "Do you have enough strength to teach me?" Orion Gardner, head of the Dragon Scale Guild ranked 14th with 179 points, cursed under his breath. Just look at Theo Ragnar's performance still imprinted on the thick layer of snow. He really knows how to overwhelm. At the beginning, I still had doubts, but is Theo really this skilled? He clicked his tongue with disdain. At this moment, his wrinkles were filled with countless calculations. This matter is too difficult. Axion might lose here. Should I betray him and follow Theo? Axion has always been a damn arrogant bastard. He let his mind take a breath, resting for a moment, and he gritted his teeth, reluctantly making a choice. No, the judges from the Imperial Intelligence are here. They will definitely handle everything. Just focus on distracting the other judges. Immediately, Orion turned his back and hurriedly ordered the entire council under his rule, the Dragon Scale Association, to disband. In the white snowy night, his hurried echoing voice rang out, "We don't want to get caught up in this chaos. Let Axion take the lead. We will move separately." Hidden somewhere in the dark night, a memory of young Axion emerged. A voice sounded out, "Axion." That voice was Troivan's, instructing young Axion that he must seize Ragnar's throne for his mother and uncle, for the prosperity of the Troivan family. So on that very day, young Axion bore a great responsibility on his shoulders. He added that the name Ragnar was merely a facade. "You are a Troivan, do you understand?" The river of memories ended with Axion's teeth grinding harshly. The man clicked his tongue in astonishment. Truly remarkable. Then his legs sprang up. He rushed at Theo with the ordinary sword in his hand. He shouted, "Theo Ragnar." A blood-red crescent blade swept alongside Axion's sword as Axion attacked him. Two swords clashed together, creating a frictional force along the blades. The sharp clang of metal rang out between them, one attacking, the other defending. Hidden behind the sword was a pleased face because Axion had fallen into the trap he had set. "Thank you for acting exactly as I expected, Axion." In the council room, the soldier reported that Theo Ragnar had finally revealed himself and was confronting Axion Ragnar. At that moment, it was as if an emotional dose was pumped into each person differently. Julius Ragnar clenched his fist and smiled happily. "That's it, finally you've taken action. As far as I know, you are still safe and sound." Wolfgang Ragnar was stunned, wondering, wasn't he dealt with by those bastards? While Troivan breathed a sigh of relief, "So he's still alive, thank heavens. I don't know what he has been doing all this time, but my plan can finally begin." In an unseen corner, his lips silently curled into a smirk. "After Axion obtained the information about the holy relic, the top swordsman I chose will behead him." Suddenly, the intelligence reports from two soldiers echoed into his ears, capturing his attention. There is recent news. Theo Ragnar and Axion Ragnar's faces suddenly stiffened, especially when the next sentence reached his ears that they are currently in a one-on-one duel. He fell silent, his eyes narrowed to the maximum, a bead of sweat trickled down his cheek, forcing him to utter, "What?" On the other side, the harsh scraping sounds of Theo and Axion's swords continued. Theo Ragnar kept defending, while Axion swung his blade in a dazzling red arc. Axion just evaluated his opponent. He is strong. He has improved at an astonishing speed. However, he widened his eyes. In Axion's cloudy red eyes, his speed seemed like slow motion, making him silently disdainful. He wasn't that fast. His hand holding the sword slowly raised it with the thought stream, the opponent's movements. Then in a flash, he was quick. The sword's tip dashed straight at him. The reason he could easily throw away the sword was that he had read everything already. In that hair's breadth moment, a fleeting thought flashed through his mind. The sword-throwing technique reminded him of the past, in the screaming eyes of his comrades. Perhaps he had experienced it before. Calmly, Axion responded, "You should know that using a secret technique has predetermined movements." He continued, his eyes dilated, only allowing the opponent to guess your next position. Blood dripped from the sword. Spots on the pure white snow turned vividly red. Theo caught the sword just before it dashed straight into his skull and uncovered another truth. "So it was you." The flame from a past life suddenly flared up, a voice from the hooded stranger rang out, "You talk too much." Just before he died completely, he overheard a few words from him. He took off the mask covering his face. It was Axion. He quietly gave the order, "End this matter." The moment he learned the truth, his nerves went haywire facing the man who had killed him years ago, the despicable wretch who had committed that act. In his stream of memories, immediately after he died, as the pink fire electric burned out, he had struggled fiercely to drive those people away. He silently harbored resentment. He was doomed to die never knowing who had set the pink fire electric ablaze. In that moment of despair, because he lacked strength. However, the goddess of luck smiled upon him, fortunately. While he was still on the verge of death and unaware, in his next life, thanks to Evelyn's investigation, he discovered that there was a profound connection to the electric fire. Looking at the man who killed him that night, the reasonable conclusion was that the man in the hood was the one who killed him. He grasped the clue that those who killed him were the Troivan family. And among the Troivans, there was one who used a rare technique, throwing swords. And that person was Axion Ragnar. Theo silently observed that only an extremely arrogant person would dare to use such a move that easily disarms the weapon. His eyes narrowed. He dared to bet that he had not been 100% sure before, but now, seeing it with his own eyes again, he was certain. His hand clenched. His voice tinged with hatred echoed through the snowy night, both then and now. The sword suddenly snapped. He was the one who broke it as hatred engulfed him. Why do you bastards want to kill me so much? That strength surprised Axion. He had just broken a sword with his bare hands, and the sword fell down slowly. Theo swore that this was different from his past life. He had caught the hilt of the sword. Theo resolved, I will save myself. Everything happened right before Axion's eyes. He thought silently, along with all my teammates. Theo quickly responded by throwing the sword toward Axion. However, unfortunately for him, Axion just had to tilt his head slightly to avoid the direction of the sword. He sneered, where are you aiming at? What half-hearted imitation is this? But the next second, he was forced to use his body, because the formidable killing intent emanating from him made Axion uneasy. What the hell is going on? Axion reacted naturally. He drew another sword to defend himself against that aura. He was concerned that this killing intent was no ordinary thing. The latent power deep within him forced Axion to reconsider. His mana level was truly laughable. Axion wondered if this bastard had been hiding his talent in the early stage. In the blink of an eye, Theo had vanished from his sight, then suddenly appeared right in front of him, just as his eyes were not watching. By the time he was able to react, a blinding explosion rang out in the winter sky. He gripped his sword across his body tightly, his whole body instinctively retreating. And Theo continued to slash him with his sword. He survived thanks to the sword stuck across his body. Theo thrust his sword straight ahead and Axion did the same. Suddenly, Theo smirked, asking when Axion would finally show his true strength. That drove him mad, that damn bastard. Suddenly, Axion grabbed Theo's forearm. He pulled him along, causing his sword tip to nearly strike Theo's eye. Theo timely dodged by tilting his head to the side. He growled. Breaking free from Axion's control, Theo leapt up. Their swords clashed, causing both to fall back. But quickly, they regained their balance on their feet. Before charging Axion, Theo used magic to teleport again, disappearing from Axion's control, and reappearing right in front of Axion at a close distance, unknown to him. Theo knocked Axion's warrior sword far away. Theo called to Axion, stepped back to gain momentum for his body. He said, do you know what it feels like to swing a sword in a straight line, and be stabbed right through the stomach? Without hesitation, he thrust his sword into Axion. There was an investigative team in the snowy night. They were not attacked by beasts, but there were signs showing someone had dragged them away. The investigative team of 3 consisted of Remington, Pulchus, and Erica. Remington voiced his speculation that the only one bold enough to do this was Axion, but someone else lacked wisdom and that was Pulchus. The big guy naively asked, Axion, he's ranked first, why would he do that? Axion intends to recruit more subordinates. Remington answered the big guy's naive question with his profound knowledge, explaining that it seems Axion had taken your teammates hostage to lure Theo out. Axion plans to eliminate Theo at the second awakening ceremony. Hearing that Axion laid a hand on his friend, Pulchus immediately flew into a rage. He shouted, what the hell, Axion should fight fairly, what on earth is Axion doing, that despicable bastard? But Erica responded indifferently, so what? The reason for her casual words was that this matter was far too ordinary. She said this was Ragnar's awakening ritual. Situations like this were perfectly normal. Remington was silent. After a while, he continued speaking. That is why I dislike Ragnar. No matter how much I admire his strength, I cannot accept things like this. Seeing that he had firmly made up his mind, her expression darkened. She asked again, you're treading on dangerous ground. Are you serious? He smiled and said, I have to save my comrades. That's what Theo would do. Remington invited him to join, saying it would be great if you joined me. Pulchus enthusiastically agreed, I'll join. Then he turned to ask Erica, sister, you'll come along too, right? However, she just clicked her tongue and said, no, I don't care. Turning away indifferently, I only followed because I thought I would meet Theo Ragnar, but I saw no sign of Theo at all. besides, I despise the weak, I have no interest in saving them. Her indifferent attitude made Hulkus exclaim, "Sister, you're so cold," forcing Erica to turn back. She clenched 4 fingers on her forehead and shouted, "What did you just say, kid?" Remington said, "Erica, I know why you want to meet Theo." She was silent, and he fervently assured that, "I assure you if you help me this time, it will help you achieve your goal." The footprints raced swiftly through the air. The Remington team ran with extraordinary speed through the wind. Deep within his heart, he asked for a few seconds to arrive immediately. "Everyone please wait a little longer." But on the way, a swordsman blocked them, stopping them. That swordsman said, when the Remington group stood before them, "You cannot take another step." In just a moment, he recognized which guild it was. He slowly spoke as if not believing his eyes. "The Plum Blossom Guild." The head of that guild, Orion, arrogantly exclaimed, "It's been a long time, Wellington, after abandoning us to follow a cripple," he sneered, "now you mix with this group of muscle-brained bears." Axion's insult made Hulkus's nerves tense. "What, calling us just a bunch of fools with muscles instead of brains and stupid bears?" Which left Orion speechless for a second before Axion said, "I never said that." Remington said coldly, "Step aside Orion, I don't want to fight old friends." And of course Axion's pride would not let the Remington group pass so easily. "I refuse." He was silent for a second, then drew his sword. If Orion chose this, Remington had no other choice but, "If you refuse to step aside, then so be it." No one in the Remington group uttered a word to each other. They charged into Orion's group. He reluctantly said, "I will have to do it." On the other side, Sybil was tied up lying on the snowy ground. Between his thighs, he tightly gripped the blunt sword. Sybil shifted his thighs so that the blunt sword would cut through the rope tying him. The reason he had this sword was because Theo had thrown it away. Theo deliberately threw it off course towards Axion. The sword flew towards Sybil, and it stuck right in front of him to save his life. He swore to heaven and earth that this was an opportunity given by Theo himself. "I will end this matter." The tip of the blunt sword cut into the rope. Far from his position were the figures of 2 young men fighting each other. The more you looked, the more they charged straight at each other through the snow layer. Their 2 swords clashed among the falling snowflakes. But midway, a 3rd swordsman joined the fight. Of course, Theo recognized who that was, so he spoke silently. "Finally, you have stepped up." The first words of that person when interrupting the battle were, "I apologize, young Master Axion." That was Liam Troyven, the senior swordsman examination supervisor. Liam Troyven said, "I will accept my punishment after the awakening ceremony." He stepped into the fight, sweeping aside Theo's sword. He shouted to the guards behind him to escort the young master. The guards responded in unison, "Understood." Then he quickly gained momentum advancing, his cloak fluttering, leaving the guards to repeatedly urge Axion, "Young Master Axion, you have fought enough, let us handle the rest." A bodyguard handed Axion the sword. We had retrieved the sword he had dropped. Grasping the sword in his hand, Axion cast his red eyes a contemplative glance. On the other side, the guy thrust the sword towards Theo. It almost pierced through his skull. Luckily he managed to dodge in time. Then the guy swung it in an arc, and Theo quickly bent down. After that, Theo regained momentum, and struck Liam fiercely. Liam raised his sword straight up, then swung it down to counter Theo's boldly positioned sword right in front of him. As he struck, Liam thought silently that he had no choice but to admit not only was young Master Axion a high-level swordsman, but the sword he carried today was also formidable. Suddenly, Liam felt determined. Liam rushed forward with the remaining thoughts in his head that they were no match for him. The only chance was now while there was no supervisor around. It was a pity to have to kill such a genius. But because of the clan Liam served, and above all, for Troyven, he raised his sword to bid his final farewell to him. "Goodbye, Theo Ragnar." Facing Liam's strike, Theo's pupils reacted. They dilated, and in the shadow of those eyes, a streak of blood splattered out. It turned out Liam had been stabbed from behind by a sword. Liam spat out blood. Axion had stabbed Liam with his own sword. Unable to believe his eyes, the master had stabbed him. Liam shouted, "Young master, what is this about?" Axion growled in response, "I told you not to intervene." The subordinate's name was stabbed violently amid the snowy night, under the witness of Theo and that very subordinate. He drew out his sword, letting the subordinate fall by momentum. The other guards shouted, "Young Master Axion, what the hell are you doing?" With a pride as solid as a mountain, he angrily cleared his throat. "Do you intervene because you think I will lose? This is an insult to the air." With such high self-esteem that he discards his subordinate, implying to his men that Theo must beware, "Axion, that madman, he is willing to strike his own people. Axion parted his lips to utter a few words. Fine, I will acknowledge you, Theo Ragnar, you are strong. Dissecting the rot-filled heart inside him, only echoing Troivin's words, the weak are useless, but you are someone talented, Axion. The words of his uncle poisoned him daily, crushing everything and standing at the summit, only then can you seize Ragnar's throne. He spoke bitterly, but you must be weaker than me, that must be obvious. Facing someone who worships their pride as everything, he arrogantly declared, I am destined to become the strongest and take the throne, there is no way I will lose to someone like you. The sword in his hand seemed ready to strike anyone at any moment, whenever he spoke, anything that blocked his path. He charged forward, screaming furiously, I will kill them all. At that moment, Theo glared intensely. When Axion swung his sword down, creating a large curved slash, only for Axion to realize that there was no one there, not a single soul on the crack he had slashed. In fact, Theo Ragnar had already taken to the air before Axion could strike down. And now Theo was lunging down, dropping his sword to slice across Axion's arm. Not far away, the bodyguard scrambled over anxiously, asking worriedly, Senior Liam, are you okay? Liam coughed harshly, a bodyguard gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it, I knew he was reckless but not to this extent. Liam forced himself up and said urgently, what are you waiting for? Liam shouted, don't pay attention to me, go help the young master and kill Theo Ragnar. The bodyguard was about to argue, but Axion was resisting us fiercely. Before he could finish speaking, Liam yelled, go now, kill Theo immediately. If Axion dies, we're all doomed. On the other side, Axion cried out in agony. He hurriedly struck up and down against Theo's sword. At that moment, his mad thoughts spilled out uncontrollably. No, no, it can't be like this. His uncle's words rang deep within him, even a faint glimmer of hope. With Ragnar, I still cannot predict what will happen. His uncle told him the parable of the candle, even a candle flickering in the wind can suddenly blaze up. He clenched his teeth in bitterness. No, it can't be. At that time, his uncle asked him, why do you keep worrying about that bastard? He is just an incompetent worm. Back then, he was very confident. And he vowed that she would deal with him gently and make him realize his place. Then one day, Uncle told him, you know too, right, the gap in strength between you and Theo is no longer far now. At that moment he froze, his ears ringing because that sentence struck right at his heart. Axion shouted loudly, no, 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 he lunged up with his sword. He furiously yelled, trash like you can easily be torn apart and killed. He roared, I am Axion Ragnar, the one destined to rule the north and inherit Ragnar's throne, I am Axion Ragnar. Like a dragon charging toward Theo, facing his storm, he calmly responded, that damned golden arm, it is because of your ambition that so many of my people have died. A stream of blue mana was emitted, and spread throughout the crescent sword he wielded. He said, if you don't abandon that ambition, I will crush it with my power. With the crescent sword in hand, along with the willpower and strength I possess, he charged. A blue dragon appeared from his power. Theo shouted a dragon claw strike, making Axion falter. Axion's red dragon was torn apart in an instant. All thanks to his flame of hatred he will become truly powerful to defeat all of you. That overwhelming scene caused everyone, on both sides to stare wide-eyed, including his teammates who sensed it even from far away. Axion's dragon had been defeated. Under the full moon night, Axion's body was torn apart, followed by a violent sound, amidst the thick, swirling smoke. At this moment, Axion's feet stood on the ground. The next second, his knees buckled, alongside the headless body of Axion. At the same time, his head flew off nearby, and collapsed onto the ground close by. Blood streamed down from the crown of his head. His foot stepped on his hair. He stood there, with a settled fury. Liam stood dumbfounded, exclaiming, huh. He called that headless corpse young Master Axion. On Theo Ragnar's sharp sword, bright red blood droplets dripped down. Those drops competed to fall onto Axion's dead, unblinking eyes. The group of villains accompanying Axion Ragnar witnessed this bloody scene in horror, speechless, mouths agape as if they couldn't believe what was happening. Among them was Liam, wearing a single band across his forehead, who opened his eyes wide and cried out, his lips moving as he struggled to form a complete sentence. Young Master Axion. He looked down at the body of that young master. Although he knew Axion was no longer among the living, he stubbornly refused to believe it, calling out that name, hoping he would awaken and answer him. But waiting forever brought no reply from the other side. His faint hopes were extinguished one by one, his face grew sour, and he angrily ordered those men to kill him. Then, in a fury, Liam shouted aloud, kill that damn bastard at once. As soon as he finished speaking, the group accompanying him immediately responded to the call, instantly brandishing their own swords and charging toward Theo aggressively. They hesitated not an instant as they aimed straight at him, the man who remained calm and unscathed after the bloody battle with Axion Ragnar earlier. But even though he was facing such imminent danger, he merely glanced indifferently at the group, slightly curling his lips into a faint smile while thinking to himself, "This is bad." He silently calculated every detail in his mind. From this point forward, it was a gamble. Facing 4 senior swordsmen even in perfect condition was impossible, and in his current state, the chances were even slimmer. Clutching his sword tightly, his stamina depleted and his mana nearly drained after the final strike. Before long, Theo Ragnar's entire body was exhausted to the extreme, deep in thought but still striving to hold on to the last flicker of clarity remaining as he prepared for the fierce battle with the onrushing attackers. His face was filled with vigilance and caution as he attentively observed every action and gesture of his foes to timely dodge and counterattack. At that moment, one of the group raised his sword, ready to assault as soon as Theo's guard dropped, aiming to overwhelm him completely, leaving him no breath to spare. Originally, they were only 3 in total, but their fighting spirit and strength were truly impressive, especially to Theo Ragnar, who had not yet fully recovered his strength after battling Axion Ragnar before. As if understanding this issue deeply, he gradually became panicked inside. He hesitated, thinking, wouldn't they be coming? At that moment, the sound of heavy footsteps thundered as they approached their location. Each step they took caused the place to light up, as if a radiant halo was emanating powerfully around them. It turned out those people were members of the Northern Silver Lion hunting quartet, coming to break the siege and rescue him. They spread out into small groups and appeared everywhere. Some stood in front, shielding Theo who was standing dazed behind, while the others surrounded and besieged the 3 opponents. Their sudden appearance took him somewhat by surprise. He opened his eyes wide, staring in astonishment at them fighting shoulder to shoulder, as complex emotions welled up within him, leaving him speechless. Hulkus, along with Remington and Erica, stood before him, joining forces to fight the 3 opponents, each looking fierce and robust. All 3 radiated their unwavering fighting spirit. Only then did Theo snap out of his mixed emotions. He spoke loudly. "What? How did you get here?" he asked them, confused. Hearing your words, Remington both blocked the opponent's strike and turned to look at you with a smile. He said heroically, "Isn't it obvious to save a comrade in danger, Theo?" The words you spoke stirred his emotions intensely. He stood there dazed, lost in his own thoughts. Ignoring the fierce battle raging around them, Hulkus and Erica glanced at Theo. Hulkus excitedly shouted in agreement with Remington, "Damn it, Theo, I've never met anyone as strong as you. I like you." In contrast to his excitement, Erica was much colder. She spoke neutrally. Witnessing it firsthand is indeed even more impressive. Sybil, standing not far from them, could hear their entire conversation, despite the clashing swords and voices nearly drowning out their speech. He raised his sword forward, matching Hulkus's spirit, and said loudly with a tone of irony, "I, the loyal dragon, serve young Master Theo. I cannot cause trouble and then run away." As soon as he finished speaking, a display panel immediately appeared in the air showing his information. Sybil, 17 years old, talented and loyal male. At the same time, Remington raised his sword to block the opponent's attack. The 2 struggled for a long time, their swords sparking with the power of their strength. He seriously stared straight at the person opposite him and calmly exposed that man's true identity. The supervisor was not allowed to intervene directly, let alone take action against a candidate. "You know this is a serious crime, don't you?" He squinted and continued speaking. At that moment, because he was busy fencing with Remington, the man didn't notice that his angry, scowling face had slipped out from under the cloak's hood at some point. The man grit his teeth and let out a growl. Immediately after, taking advantage of him being distracted, the man quickly sent a telepathic message to Liam, who was standing far away from this place full of scandal. "Liam, what should we do? This situation has gotten out of control. Should we deal with all of them?" The sudden contact startled Liam, who was kneeling. "Please, make a decision," the man pleaded urgently. Only then did Liam slowly stand up, musing deeply on how to save them. Indeed, the situation was a disaster. The man assessed the current condition from his own perspective. Liam raised his eyes to look at them. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. Anger and resentment shone clearly within them. "We haven't found any clue about the holy relic of the Scarlet Chamber, nor can we deal with Theo." He ignored the others present and stared intently at Theo, who stood bewildered among the crowd engrossed in their struggle. watching them protect him without a single wound on his back. Then he looked over at Axion's corpse lying there. Below the ground was a bloodstain with no clear owner, along with a sword that had long been broken in two. Even Lord Axion was dead. And now all of this had been exposed. Liam stood in a corner, staring distantly at the fierce struggle unfolding, unsure of what to do. Though he had pondered for quite some time, he still couldn't come up with the best solution for all of them. There was no single way to fix this. His words terrified them to the extreme. The other guy panicked and shouted Liam's name. "Liam, we don't have any time." At this moment, true to their hopes, he had conceived a solution that could satisfy both sides, so the best choice was. He looked up at the sky and calmly spoke a savage sentence. "Kill them all." As if not understanding what he was saying, the other hurriedly asked for clarification. Immediately Liam associated the idea with huge monsters covered in white fur or skin that was icy white. He patiently explained to them to help them understand. An abnormal monster appeared and massacred all the candidates present at the scene. Then he pulled out a large bag from who knows where. That was the best plan. He calmly told them in this desperate situation, fake it as an accident and erase all evidence of Troiven's involvement. His eyes widened, deep and sinister as he spoke. Not long after he finished speaking, he immediately turned the bag he had just held upside down, and from the bag fell spherical orbs with purple engravings on them, emitting a mysterious black color onto the ground. He sneered maliciously and said, "Two level 5 monsters. They are enough to stage the accident, understand?" His 3 comrades were startled upon hearing this, shocked by his cruelty. Nevertheless, to preserve the lives and honor of Troiven, they had no choice but to obey his words. "Understood. All for Troiven." Saying this, Liam forcefully threw those orbs toward Theo without hesitation. But as he was engrossed in executing his plan, suddenly a sword pierced through him from behind. He was caught off guard and could not react in time. Half of Selperd's handsome face appeared from beneath the hood of his cloak. His warm, deep voice echoed as he softly called his name, "Liam." This critical blow caused him so much pain that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Unable to retaliate, this made him feel furious and irritated. Damn it. More chaos ensued. Selperd Gardner stood beside Aaron Barkas. Both were members of the White Dragon Cavalry. An intense chill emanated from him as he coldly lifted his eyelids to look at him and asked, "What the hell are you doing?" At the same time, the people from My Flower Electric and Tweeleen Electric appeared unhurriedly, led by 2 proud ladies who also acted as supervisors, Natasha Kopel and Sally Gardner. Seeing their presence here, Liam seemed unable to believe that his plan had failed before it even started. The wound from Seth's fatal stab still throbbed painfully on his body, tears streamed from his eyes, glowing a blood red. How could they have arrived so quickly? He wondered in confusion. He originally intended to struggle a little longer to try to complete his scheme, but the wound was too severe and the blood loss too great, so he died right there, collapsing before the rest, causing them to panic and shout. One of them shouted loudly, "Liam." At this moment, Selperd rested his sword on his shoulder, slightly bent forward, frowned, and looked down at Liam's corpse, saying, "The 3 of you stay where you are. If you want to live, obey us obediently. If you want to end up like Liam, go ahead and resist." This threat from him terrified and unsettled them. After a long mental struggle, just as Selperd expected, they did not stubbornly resist but instead turned their heads to look at Theo and let out a cry as if unwilling to accept the current outcome. Seeing this, Theo knew everything had been resolved properly, each matter handled accordingly, and he relaxed with a smile, murmuring as the supervisor, "Thank heaven and earth." Just after he finished speaking, his whole body lost balance and he collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Ray Ragnar, who came running out from somewhere, arrived just in time and caught him, letting him rest his head on his broad shoulder. Despite how exhausted he was, Theo still tried to finish his sentence. "You arrived just in time." "Thank you," he said softly. Ray gently turned his head and glanced at him. "I don't understand why you had to put yourself in such a precarious position, Theo. That was truly reckless. Why did you risk your life like that?" Hearing that, he summoned all his remaining strength to open his eyes. Then he looked towards his teammates who were escorting the others away to be punished. At that moment, Remington ran over to him, frowning with disapproval at what he had done and loudly complained, "Theo, that was really dangerous. Why didn't you just call me?" But before he could answer, Erica and Hulkus ran up to block Remington. Erica said excitedly, "Hey, don't forget I helped you, okay?" Hulkus interrupted, "Theo, you can't die until we have another one-on-one fight." No sooner had they finished speaking than his teammates chimed in one after another, "Lord Theo, coming this far for us, even if we die, we will have no regrets." Ray reached out to support Theo, who was slumped on his shoulder. and she was astonished to see this scene. As for him, he leaned on her shoulder, attentively listening to every word they spoke, gently smiling with pride. He moved his lips softly, uttering quiet words, "Here." His voice echoed unexpectedly in her ear, startling her. She turned her head, trying to see what he intended to say. Only then did he finish the sentence he had left unfinished. "This is the strength that I pursue." His voice was filled with pride for his comrades, as well as gratitude for all they had done for him. After hearing that, she immediately understood the meaning behind his words, softly wearing a bright smile, and then gently, albeit hesitantly, called his name, Theo. But before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted her, saying, "Ah, by the way, give me the bell so I can take the lead position." She smiled as she listened, uttering no further words. That night, the sky was filled with falling snowflakes and towering trees. Here, each person was lost in their own thoughts. Elsewhere, far from where Theo was, in a magnificent castle with many windows, flickering lights still glimmered in the darkness. Troyvin sat in a cozy small room, his face showing shock and disbelief. He raised his commanding tone. "What did you say?" Around him were two middle-aged men and a young woman sitting together at the table. Not far away, a fully armored soldier was reading information from a document that had been delivered. The soldier held the paper tightly in his hand with a fear that words could not express, his voice suddenly booming, "Axion." The three people sitting in the room, along with him, were equally bewildered, and confused, no less than he was. At this moment, his face grew darker and colder than usual. "Already dead," he said, filled with rage. The snow was falling thicker and thicker, and the candidates gradually gathered in one place as the results of the second round were announced. Everyone was anxiously awaiting the results. At that moment, a figure wearing a cloak stepped forward. He simultaneously declared, "Very well, everyone, then." And the mysterious person who appeared was a celestial dragon, Pharaoh Ragnar. He calmly continued, "I hereby declare the completion of Stage 2 of the Awakening Ritual. After numerous hardships, the second stage is finally complete." Everyone present was stunned by his appearance and began to question, "A celestial dragon, what is he doing here? He rarely makes a public appearance." Facing the contestants' doubts, the celestial dragon ignored them and continued assessing. 45 out of 87 candidates passed. Not bad at all, truly the most talented generation ever. After speaking, his eyes began to glow red. "I am especially impressed with the top scorer's results." Upon hearing the name Theo, instinctively everyone looked up. After that, he announced important information. "Surely you all know, anyone who passes the second phase will be promoted from a novice swordsman to a low-level swordsman." Then he looked down at the candidates with satisfaction. "Be proud of that, you now have the right to participate in activities like the Swordsman of Ragnar." His gaze swept over everyone present as he shouted, "All those here deserve that honor." Without giving the candidates time to rejoice, Pharaoh continued, "Now I will announce the scores of the second phase." When the name of the top scorer was read out, everyone was surprised. First place Theo Ragnar, 1121 points. They showed confusion. Theo again, over 1,000 points. How did he achieve that? He had been almost silent until the last moment. Theo heard all the whispers, but he didn't care, maintaining his initial cold demeanor. "Didn't you hear? He and Axion had." Ignoring the murmurs, he continued to announce second place Remington, 926 points, third place, Erica, 843 points, fourth place, Ray Ragnar, 789 points, fifth place, Hulkus Lank. The rankings were read one after another in this gloomy, misty, cold forest. The last rank he read was Isla Layman, 28 points, "Well done, all of you." Alongside praise for everyone, he also said in a cold tone, "However, the awakening ceremony is not over yet. There is still the final phase, the third phase. Therefore, those who qualify to participate in the third stage, please raise your hands." As the words finished, people around began to exchange whispers. "Did you pass?" "No, I didn't collect enough demon bells." "I have enough, but I cannot decode them." Ignoring the surrounding sounds, hands were raised one after another, starting with Remington Narcio. Next was Erica, followed by the arm of Ray Ragnar. Finally, a gloved hand raised, attracting everyone's attention. No one else but Theo Ragnar. Though outwardly calm, Theo's mind was filled with profound thoughts. The hidden piece of Stage 2 is the elemental breath technique, also called elemental breathing. One must master this technique by collecting scattered passages found in the demon bells. Theo was lost in thought. They are called hidden pieces not only because they are hard to obtain but also because they are difficult to comprehend. Only those who successfully master this technique can combine the elemental attribute with their mana and earn the right to participate in the third stage. Fragments of broken memories appeared. In a past life, he couldn't grasp these passages clearly, but now, as he recalled them, his pupils faded in color. The system also notified him, synchronizing the young dragon's memory reading of the object. Strange images suddenly appeared in his mind. A knight heroically splitting a massive rock with his sword. More and more similar images appeared, and he realized this was seeing the essence of the passages through images. Helped me understand everything immediately. Counting and looking back at the number of raised arms made Fawzi D unable to hide his surprise. Oh, having just one candidate is already amazing, but here there are 4, really impressive. While Theo silently thought, in their previous lives Remington and Ray could not comprehend elemental breathing. This is definitely the butterfly effect I created. Without waiting any longer, he said, alright, one by one, show me what you have achieved, starting with. The first to step up at his invitation was Theo Ragnar. Those near him looked at him with admiring and envious eyes, while Theo thought that with Axion eliminated, many things would change from now on. No longer hesitant or afraid of the unknown, Theo stepped forward. But there was nothing to fear. This time, he affirmed to himself once again, I am certain that this will be a brighter future than before. The steady steps affirmed the good things the future would bring to Theo. At this moment, he spoke, what I have gained is a great source of power radiating outward, also carrying the crackling sparks of electricity around it. Finally, the opportunity had arrived. Theo's voice rang out, the lightning spell, accompanied by the effect of golden lightning bolts striking around. As Theo's eyes opened, they had turned a pale majestic yellow, also showing that Theo's body was filled with energy, first transferring the attribute into mana and materializing it. As soon as the thought ended, powerful lightning bolts struck down where Theo stood. The system evaluated this as combination, realization, control, expansion, and the release of a golden aura. Everyone watching was stunned. It couldn't be. Not only did he successfully transmit the attributes, but he could also realize them. Sybil was incredibly excited witnessing this scene. Indeed, young Master Theo. After successfully realizing, Theo did not stop. He continued to think further. Most people would stop here, but Remington Narcio, who had been observing him closely, seemed to have a telepathic connection, fully understanding Theo's next action. His heart also heard his intense desire, beginning to beat rapidly, imparting an ambitious power throughout Theo's body. A massive energy sphere continuously fired, forming lightning bolts. This scene also left Ray full of surprise at Theo's true strength. Erica showed an indescribable expression, saying, I really am beginning to like him, while Hulkus Lank marveled, he is so cool. Witnessing all this, Faro also praised, truly surprising, I didn't expect you to have reached the stage of control, you truly are as talented as the rumors say. He was about to continue speaking but suddenly realized something. His gaze filled with curious astonishment. Hearing those words, Theo paid no attention and simply continued. He concentrated his strength, energy seeping throughout Theo's body. Around Theo now enveloped an immense energy aura that no one dared approach. Suddenly he opened his eyes. A new technique was executed, along with the breath of thunder. He quickly drew a sword, and slashed forward. The technique performed in a flash combined with power created a thunder dragon that charged straight at Faro. The scene of the dragon soaring and the phoenix dancing left everyone stunned, staring in awe. Seeing the dragon rush towards Faro, everyone then realized that Theo was attacking the exam supervisor. As for him, even when faced with the attack before his eyes, he paid no mind and even smiled contentedly. How interesting. He has possibly reached the expansion stage already. At this moment, his hand condensed into tiny droplets of water. The power of the proctor manifested clearly with the technique called water breath retention. The droplets flew up, creating a massive cut across the charging dragon, elegantly called slicing through the water stream. After stopping the dragon, he reassessed and said, "You are worthy to test my strength." Those words made Theo very happy as he smiled, while everyone around was amazed at the scene before them. Returning to his place, this time he not only praised, "Well done, Theo Ragnar, I will award you an additional 1,000 points, making Theo quickly thank him and reassess him as truly a celestial dragon, generous to challengers. The ranking was also updated. First place Theo Ragnar, 2,121 points. Everything unfolded with one surprise after another. Over 2,000 points was indeed an overwhelming lead. Remington, upon hearing this, was also extremely happy for Theo. someone exclaimed that this record was on par with the achievements of the young master Thorkel. After realizing Theo's limitless potential, Pharaoh was very satisfied and promptly asked the other three to show what they had accomplished. Remington went up one by one, displaying his awakened power and receiving an additional 500 points. Next, Ray was granted an additional 300 points. Finally, Erica also received an additional 300 points. The outstanding performances of the four in turn moved him to exclaim, "Oh my, what a rich generation." Usually, just reaching 1000 points is enough to top the exam. Then he looked at those four exceptional faces one by one, yet now we have four contestants all reaching the level of valedictorian. The final list was announced with soaring scores: Theo Ragnar, 2121 points, Remington, 1426 points, Erica, 1143 points, and Ray, 1189 points. With those scores, he was pleased and continued to praise, "Well done, all of you." The snow fell more heavily, increasing the chill here. Finally, he instructed that except for those chosen to participate in the third stage, the others could return home, start preparing for the assignment ritual next week. No one lingered, each person packed up and left one after another. In the end, only the four and Pharaoh remained amid this harsh weather. Pharaoh glanced at the mountain behind him and spoke, "Now then." Before he finished the sentence, a great source of power surged all around. The four people quickly staggered, struggling to defend themselves. Seeing that, Pharaoh declared that it was time to begin Phase 3 of the awakening ritual. After hearing that, Theo was surprised that Pharaoh could hide his astonishment. What? That terrifying power made Theo feel a familiar breath. Why could I sense the energy of Roadbro? The third ritual is the meeting with the head of the family. It is also the time when everyone meets Kyle Ragnar, chief of the Ragnar clan. Pharaoh wondered who knew what would happen at this meeting. It truly is a challenge that depends entirely on the family head. The palace of the Ragnar clan also loomed majestically beneath the blood-red sky. Furthermore, this meeting will decide whether you are chosen for the family heads battle. All 5 previous top candidates originally came from the family heads battle. Those in the clan from that battle each possess unique talents and continuously enhance their own abilities. Accordingly, being chosen means you have been recognized as a strong candidate. On this side, Theo Ragnar was under such intense pressure it was suffocating. Therefore, the one waiting for us up there must be the family head. Looking toward the mountain radiating a powerful energy as red as blood, he wondered, "But why do I feel the presence of Roadbro?" As if realizing something, Theo's eyes widened. It can't be. The image of a man holding a blood-stained sword and clutching a blue object like a heart. The thought occurred, could they have taken Roadbro's heart? A man with silver hair and a long beard spoke up, "Now, let's pierce through the dragon's fear and meet the master." The moment he spoke, a wave of power surged down from above, as if pressing everyone in Theo's group to bow. Erica, feeling suppressed, angrily cursed, "Damn it, how can we climb in this condition?" Ahead, Theo was in better shape. He could still stand to guide her. Forget about using physical strength. Does Erica still not understand? So what should we do? He went on to explain, "You need to regulate the flow of mana." Like new knowledge, Erica hesitated and repeated, "The flow." Remington beside him asked, "Do you mean creating an out-of-phase wave to neutralize the distortion?" Seeing someone understand his point, Theo replied, "Exactly, well done." Remington found it a bit difficult to answer but said, "It's easier said than done." Theo turned his head and looked ahead, reminding, "If you can't properly control and adjust mana, then you don't deserve to meet the master." You seem to understand that, and replied, "Yeah, that's true." The two talked very well with each other, only Erica still didn't understand what was going on. Out of phase, interference waves, what language are you speaking? Remington smiled, this was his chance to shine. Seconds later, despite the power still being suppressed on his shoulders, it was as if he were illuminated by the light of knowledge and explained to her that mana is a type of wave. It naturally oscillates, and the pressure exerted by the host is also formed from waves. To overcome it, we need to calculate and create a mana wave to cancel it out. But look, see Erica's face. Does she look like she understands? Erica directly applied her own understanding, pointed to the distant mountain, and asked, "So you're saying we need to create mana that completely opposes this damned pressure?" Remington also seemed to understand and replied, "Yeah, something like that." Erica seemed to awaken from that pile of complicated knowledge and angrily scolded him, "You bookworm, why do you explain a simple thing in such a roundabout way?" Being scolded like that made Remington pause. The bookworm behind Ray appeared to have understood, thinking, "So that's how it is." But Erica was still dissatisfied and pointed while continuing to scold him, "Isn't that right, bookworm? are you really only 17? Your way of speaking sounds just like Theo Ragnar up there, who is pouring all his mana out. Then the power erupted fiercely, spreading through the air. That caught the attention of the two people behind them. Remington watched Theo with a satisfied smile, then turned to look at him. Ahead of him, a blaze of blue mana flared strongly. He seemed to know what Theo was doing and simply asked, "Finished already?" Theo coldly instructed him, "If you are the next host, this is the minimum you must be able to do." That left Remington stunned. Even the silver-haired man frowned sternly, and Erica also widened her eyes, staring intensely at him. Without waiting for anyone to react, Theo Ragnar dashed forward, saying, "Then I will go first." Remington hadn't caught up with his movement and only called out to Theo, "Theo," even Erica shouted, "Hey, Theo Ragnar." The man slowly reminded the others, "All of you should hurry, the points will be awarded based on who arrives first." As if awakened, the others seemed to understand clearly and remained silent. Then the three quickly sped off after Theo, leaving only the man who laughed, "Aha, now." Under the sky glowing red like blood, with snow continuing to fall all around, he still spoke to himself contentedly, "I'm beginning to want to take disciples now that I'm old." On this side, at Don Donbach Palace where warm light surrounded, the palace was far from peaceful as a voice yelled, startling those nearby. "Haha, my daughter, where is my lovely youngest daughter?" Ki-son, unconcerned about his own appearance, constantly checked the rooms along the corridor searching for his daughter. "My daughter." Seeing the figure running down the corridor left the two servants helpless behind him. "Oh heavens, the Marquis has come again." The orange-haired maid beside them also felt powerless, because young Master Theo was doing very well, and the atmosphere in the palace had become much brighter. Inside the room, Cecilia was explaining to another servant, but that serious atmosphere was shattered by the door swinging open dramatically along with Khan's booming voice, "I'm here, your daughter," which made her sigh helplessly. She gently reminded, "Mother, please maintain your composure in the palace," but her mother paid no attention to that and instead spoke even louder, "Composure, how can I maintain composure in this situation? This mother was about to become super rich." Cecilia quietly reminded her, "Mother, you are already rich." Ki-son excitedly rushed over and hugged her daughter tightly, "Not just rich, but obscenely rich, unbelievably wealthy, no one can compare, this is the true capitalist spirit of the elf clan." She eagerly told Cecilia the entire story. "Since Theo became famous, our workshop has been flooded with orders. The problem of lacking customers for the workshop has been solved." Cecilia remained silent, saying nothing. Her eyes briefly showed a hint of sadness, only lowering them to quietly think, "I always knew our Theo would achieve great things," but, thinking of her son still fighting on the battlefield, as a mother her heart was filled with constant worry. "I just cannot stop worrying. Has he been seriously wounded? Are the pressure and tests too much for him? All I can do is wait like this." The more she thought, the more she couldn't hold back her emotions, clenching her hands tightly. "This unbearable sense of frustration is all I can do for my boy. It's just like this." Before her appeared a solemn military uniform, as if it were a gift she gave to her son, wishing I could help him more realistically. Beside her, Ki-son kept raising both hands enthusiastically about his plan. "The days of only manufacturing weapons are over. I will make and sell all kinds of accessories as well." The other person's words made Cecilia widen her eyes as if she had just realized something. On this side, Ki-son was still talking about his plan. "I will increase revenue tenfold from now on." Suddenly, Cecilia interrupted her voice, "Mother," which made Ki-son freeze. Mother had once said. In Zek's mind appeared the image of a sophisticated robotic arm. She asked further, "Have you made a prosthetic arm yet?" Back on the battlefield, Kyle Ragnar seemed to encounter a joke and burst out laughing, "Haha, next lord, your endless energy truly pleases me, Theo." The crow on his shoulder also let out an excited caw as if understanding what he was saying. He turned and said, "I know what you worry about, but even parents do not have the right to stop their children's dreams." He bent down and sat on a large rock, explaining to him, "Especially the fiery spirit of youth, no one can stop it, even we once had such moments. This place is proof of that." Finishing, he looked up at the sword cemetery before him, where those who wanted to challenge the Lord had fallen. The crow seemed to sense something and let out a cry, but Kyle just laughed heartily. He quickly reassured it, "There is nothing to worry about. What I want is the golden age of the Ragnar house." Looking at the hundreds of swords plunged straight into the ground along with the snowy mountain and the familiar blue mana stream in the distance, he spoke, "If there is anything blocking the way, I will clear it like this. However, nothing has been decided yet, there is still plenty of time to observe." The raven seemed to understand what he was saying and remained silent without cawing further. The more he spoke, the more Kyle frowned, looking far away, even as his son. In the distance, a figure kept trampling through the snow, rushing forward. Theo, with a cold expression, charged straight ahead. Kyle Ragnar, as if seeing through him, spoke and gave him a nickname, a fake regressor. After the second awakening ritual, the head of the family had a brief conversation with his raven and then sat in the sword cemetery where he waited for the children worthy of passing the final challenge. When Theo appeared, the head's face brightened, a long smile spread across his lips. Finally you have come, my son. But his eyes quickly became alert. In contrast, Theo was exhausted after the long journey, having to face the overwhelming aura of an extremely powerful person to the point of feeling suffocated. Just the oppressive aura of the head of the family made him take 4 hours to climb a mountain that normally takes only 1 hour. The head of the family asked, "Do you know what this place is?" Theo glanced around and immediately recognized this as the sword graveyard, where the swords of opponents defeated by the family head were gathered. Closing his eyes tightly, the family head recalled the words he had once spoken. Indeed, that is the position of the family head, where one must face countless threats alone, relying on no one. That is the position of the strong, who must stand above all by their own strength if they want to lead the clan to prosperity. Opening his eyes, he asked solemnly, "Do you believe you deserve to claim that position?" Theo calmly replied, his voice full of confidence, "Of course I do." But the family head's expression showed dissatisfaction. "Don't answer so easily. I had to slaughter thousands of lives to stand here. Can you maintain that answer after feeling their hatred fully?" As soon as he finished, the resentments in the sword graveyard flared up, screaming and rushing towards Theo. "You will be cursed forever. How dare you commit such cruelty? We will tear you into 100 pieces." Yet despite being surrounded by hatred, Theo remained steadfast without the slightest wavering. The family head asked in surprise, "How do you still keep that determination?" A multitude of reasons flashed through Theo's mind: avenging his past life, seizing the position of family head, ending this damned power struggle. He was ready to overcome any challenge to fulfill his mission. Theo drew his sword, knowing his answer might not be what the family head wanted, but there was only one way left, to prove it with the sword itself. "I will use my sword to answer," Theo declared clearly. Hearing this, the family head smiled with satisfaction, his eyes sharp as blades. "Very well. From now on, I will no longer see you as my son but as an arrogant challenger. Show me what you have learned from her teachings." At the mention of her, Theo's expression instantly shifted to panic. What did the family head just say? Could it be, as he suspected, that he was the one who had done it? But before he could finish his thought, a sudden slash came down, effortlessly cleaving Theo in two. The sword in his hand shattered like a dry branch. Theo's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe he was defeated without even realizing it. A simple strike from the family head was enough to finish off a novice like him. It was truly overwhelming. In his final moment, Theo's only thought was, "Am I already dead?" His consciousness fading, he drifted into a vague place, the sword spirit. This realm was something only the greatest masters could create, and as a trial to awaken him, it was truly merciless. The crow beside him couldn't hide its fury, constantly protesting, but the family head responded coldly, "Are you worried he'll die? This is a harsh trial for those who wish to become the family head. Only those with iron will can escape the sword spirit. If determination is only half-hearted, then dying here is better than surviving to become a disaster for the family." In that infinite space, Theo's soul floated contemplatively. "I am already dead. Being defeated by someone as strong as the family head is nothing to regret. At least in this life I have accomplished the things I longed for, reclaiming the Camellia Palace, avenging Rendon and Axion, escaping the tragic previous life. Everything is the luck of fate. After all, this life is still much happier than the last. Perhaps this is the end of the journey." Invisible hands pulled at him, wanting to drag Theo's soul down into the abyss of despair. Just as he was about to give in, a voice rang out, the voice of a mysterious bird. "Enough, kid, get up quickly. If you fall just because of this small challenge, then it'd be better if I had swallowed you whole from the start." The shout blazed like a fire within Theo's mind, awakening him. His eyes flashed with determination. "You're right, thank you." Once again Theo tightly gripped his sword, but this time everything was different. He would not allow this to be the end. After hard effort to get this far, how could he give up? Theo promised himself that even if his body shattered, even if his soul broke, his will would never disappear. "The life granted to me this time is only to take revenge and move forward." He gathered all his strength, faith, and determination accumulated over 2 lives into a single strike. The sword lunged straight ahead like a key breaking the chains of darkness. The mental sword barrier collapsed. Theo returned to the real world. In his hand, the sword had already been swung down, clearly engraving the path he chose, the path full of thorns and challenges but with no retreat. The clan head quietly approached, eyes shining brightly, face full of satisfaction and expectation. "Well done, you have overcome it." Those words marked the end of an arduous awakening ritual and also the beginning of a stormy road ahead. 1 week after the awakening ceremony, the atmosphere at the clan headquarters was more lively and bustling than ever before. After a period of rest, Hulkus and his sister Erica were present at the large square to attend the nomination ceremony. "Wow, so crowded, it makes me feel nervous and anxious," Erica immediately uttered a cold remark, already a general but still shy like a child. "Huh." Hulkus angrily retorted, "I'm not shy, it's just that here are all 2 powerful people, commanders of units, the 9 dragons, both the former clan head and the current clan head." His sister casually relaxed, "No one cares about someone like you who hasn't yet mastered attribute breathing. What did you say?" Hulkus clenched his teeth in anger, but with his unpleasant sister, he could do nothing, still trying to salvage the situation. "Can't you tell me, after all, what did you receive from the clan head during the 3rd awakening ritual?" Erica responded with an indifferent face, "That's a secret, you don't need to know, he's really stingy, if it were Theo, he would have shared it with you already." Erica frowned, "Theo of yours, are you delirious? What the hell are you saying? I also know that the life of Aranka is a gamble on Ragnar's life. If that's the case, I want to follow a really cool and strong ruler, someone with power, personality, and ambition. Only Theo Ragnar fits that description. I will bet my life on him. That's why I call him my Theo." Erica raised her eyebrows slightly. "So has he agreed to this already?" Hulkus said casually, "He has to agree. I even plan to join the same unit as him. Besides, the family head said they won't bring Theo back to the family mansion, so that makes it easier for me to follow him." The loud beating of drums echoed from the stands. The ceremony officially began. The ceremony announcer raised his voice, "The nomination ceremony will now commence. The most outstanding candidate of the awakening ritual, Theo Ragnar, please step forward." Cheering and applause rose throughout the square. Theo stood beneath the clear blue sky, his eyes shining brightly, his face full of confidence and joy. The scene was a complete contrast to his previous life, where he once dared not dream of this light. Now the belief in a brilliant future shone clearly in Theo's eyes. Up in the stands, Evelyn smiled happily, "Everyone is watching you, young master, where will you choose to go?" "If I could, I hope you would choose the White Dragon Cavalry, but that's just my selfish dream." The Master of Ceremonies continued, "Congratulating you for becoming the outstanding student. Your comprehensive abilities truly make the other contestants strive harder. Now, your choice is." Before he could finish speaking, a figure stood up suddenly, causing the entire square to buzz. Because the person who had stood up was Troyven, one of the heavenly dragons and the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. People wondered what he intended to do. Could he be seeking revenge for Axion? Even the host and the Legion commanders closely followed the situation, as a tense atmosphere enveloped the area. The Master of Ceremonies quickly spoke up, "Central Director, I do not understand your intentions, but please sit down." Ignoring all protests, Troyven calmly looked at Theo, his voice gentle yet shaking the entire square. "I want to propose that you accept the position of Deputy Director of the Central Intelligence Agency. What do you think, Theo Ragnar?" Reaching the highest position is an extraordinary feat. Although a member of Ragnar, you once held the lowest rank. You transformed from a fledgling into a powerful soaring dinosaur. Your journey has been one of rising to the peak. Words about Theo spread by word of mouth like that. Although he had grown stronger, who would have thought he killed Axion? People even said that if no one had stopped him, he might have killed the Overseer as well. Is his skill really that exceptional? It is said that he completely overwhelmed Aeon. Theo's story of rising from the weakest to the pinnacle has inspired many apprentice swordsmen. More and more people admired him. No one looked at Theo with contempt anymore, but rather with envy. The Ragnar family no longer had any fools. At this moment, the system displayed a notification to Theo: "You have achieved the highest rank in the opening festival. Congratulations on completing Scenario Mission 3, the winner of the opening festival. Reward: you receive the Ether Core. The reward will be stored in your inventory." Only then did Theo remember, oh right, there was a mission. Seeing the reward, he was a bit curious. What exactly is the Ether Core? Since this is a long mission, it must be something valuable. Suddenly, someone spoke up, the vice chairman of the Intelligence Bureau. This also caught Theo's attention. The speaker was Troyvin. We guarantee to grant Theo Ragnar the position of vice chairman. Upon hearing this, Theo remained silent, secretly using his skills to probe and observe the other party. The system also began to observe. Troyvin, 46 years old, male, title, Heavenly Dragon, talented in scheming, strategy, and planning. A hidden knife of ambition, status, attempting to use Theo Ragnar as a hunting dog to uncover the secrets of the primordial dragon's relic. Seeing this, Theo sneered inwardly and thought, of course, he's targeting the primordial dragon's relic, he must already know that I possess it, but from now on, things will not go as you wish, Heavenly Dragon. And you, Troyvin, at that thought, Theo clenched his fist tightly, I will personally destroy you. Hearing this, Julius angrily shouted, what is going on? The presiding officer of the Troyvin Intelligence Agency comes up with a satisfying answer, I was merely recruiting talent according to the nomination ceremony procedures, is there a problem? Julius grew even angrier and raised his voice, do you think everyone here is stupid? Everyone knows you are trying to avenge the death of your nephew. But Troyvin showed indifference to what Julius just said, haha, that's easy to understand, but you are wrong, as an individual, I may feel angry, but as the presiding officer, I only wish to recruit outstanding talent. Hearing that, Julius couldn't help but silently admire, truly a ruthless man, his only thought despite his nephew's death was achieving his goal. Vanna, hearing the commotion, shouted loudly, enough, stop it, I understand your desire to recruit talent, but please wait until the procedure begins. Then turning to ask Theo, now, Theo Ragnar, have you made your decision? Theo replied, actually, I haven't decided yet. That is why I want to hear the offer first, what kind of offer will you make? After speaking, Theo's face revealed a cunning expression. Let's wait and see the next offers. At that moment, a hand was raised. I, Osa Ragnar Plunus, propose Theo Ragnar become my disciple and promise to grant him the position of heir of the Plum Blossom Hall. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The heir, the master of the Plum Blossom Hall, has no children. This means they will adopt him as their son, the successor of the Sword Dragon. Remington standing beside saw this and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. 2 of the 9 dragons had already revealed themselves, truly impressive. Theo. Hulkus was equally excited and exclaimed, truly wonderful. Erica also said that the other captains and leaders would no longer dare to speak out. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang down from the sky, declaring that it too wanted to join the competition. Suddenly, the silhouette of a bird in the sky dove straight toward the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave. Within the dense smoke, a figure gradually emerged. It was the Black Dragon, leader of the Black Snow, Robert Ragnar. His appearance stunned everyone. The Black Dragon, even the Black Dragon had joined. Then Robert spoke to Theo, Theo Ragnar, I have been watching you throughout the Blossom Festival. Hearing this, Theo whispered in curiosity, me, Robert continued, Kyle was right, you have many interesting qualities. Then Robert invited Theo, join the Black Snow, I promise to grant you the title of Vo-Tuet. Upon hearing this, Theo also pondered, Vo-Tuet is the highest rank in the secret intelligence organization Black Snow, a place where one can reveal their identity openly and earn honor. Back when I was in Black Snow, only 8 people reached that position. In my previous life, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't attain it, but now, it seems far too easy. At this time, Faro also joined the race for talent. Theo Ragnar, the 3rd Blossom Festival is indeed very impressive, don't forget that. Our Tang Long Sanctuary is always open and waiting for you. This person is Tang Long, master of the Tang Long Sanctuary, Faro Ragnar. This caused Selper to speak up as well. What, even Tang Long openly took a stance, 4 of the 9 dragons had participated, Evelyn added, and there was still one more. Our captain, the captain of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, Julius Ragnar. Even though the others offered very generous benefits, Julius still stood firm. Our White Armored Dragon Cavalry cannot offer any special benefits to Theo. Upon hearing this, Selpert had to exclaim, are you really that stubborn? Evelyn just sighed and smiled, indeed, he is our captain, someone who believes that proving one's true strength is the real honor. Then Julius continued, I am eager to recruit you, but I will not offer any special treatment that would be unfair to other members. What I can provide is comprehensive support and the pride of becoming a Dragon Knight. After hearing all the proposals, Theo smiled deeply and inscrutably, I understand. Just as he was about to speak, my choice is. Hilda suddenly transmitted a message to him, you are a regression user, aren't you? Hearing that, Theo immediately froze, trying to find the person who had just transmitted the message. Looking toward the direction from which the message had just been sent, he discovered it was none other than Hilda, the former head of the clan. Theo tried to remain calm and pretended not to understand as he replied, "I don't know what you're talking about." Seeing this, Hilda couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy may not remember how he lived in his past life, but his acting skills are truly top-notch." Theo increasingly had more questions. What does that cycle mean? Does multiple reincarnation really exist? Vanna noticed he was acting strangely and quickly asked, "Theo Ragnar, what's wrong? You don't look well." Theo hurriedly made an excuse, "Can I have a little time to think?" Vanna generously replied, "Of course, this is an important decision, but don't take too long." Then Hilda transmitted to him telepathically, "No need to hide anymore, I am also a regression candidate, but my assigned cycle ended a long time ago." Hearing this made Theo even more annoyed. Again, cycle clearly means multiple reincarnations. How can that happen, and how many other regression candidates are out there? My opponent is a former patriarch. It's better to answer frankly and ask directly. Thinking this, he immediately asked Hilda again, "Does cycle mean being able to reincarnate multiple times?" Hilda was surprised, "What, you don't know, so Kyle hasn't told you anything?" "Yes, Kyle hates regression candidates to the point he can't stand them. It's truly surprising he let you survive." Hearing that, Theo was even more shocked. "What, could it be that all the harsh trials I've endured were because of Kyle?" Hilda also noticed his change. "You seem to have many questions, but time is running out. If you want to know the secrets of this world and the family, come to me, and we will talk again later." Thus, their secret conversation began and ended without anyone knowing. Theo now seemed to have changed his decision. At the third flower opening festival, the head of the family did not give me any answers. The only thing he handed me was the sword core. The head of the family detests false regressions. The flow of Roadbroke's aura that I sensed from him at that time. And Roadbroke's stolen heart. Does the head of the family really take Roadbroke's heart? Because would Roadbroke, an ancient dragon, accept false regressions? Normally, humans cannot defeat an ancient dragon. But with the head of the family, known as the demigod, that can happen. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided there was no other choice to explore the family's mystery related to regressions. Vanna then asked him, "Now Theo Ragnar, have you decided where you will go yet?" Theo had also chosen to seek Hilda, so he answered, "Yes, I have decided. I will." Just as he finished speaking, Remington quickly replied, "Choosing the Pharaoh Academy." Remington had become a disciple of the celestial dragon Pharaoh. He probably made this decision because both of them used water energy. In his past life, Remington returned to the Narshio family to become stronger, and eventually initiated a rebellion against the Ragnar family, but this time he did not leave Ragnar. Surely this is another change caused by me. Theo and Remington shook hands firmly, and he looked at the other slowly and spoke. This was only a temporary farewell. Theo smiled happily and continued, "Let us both do our best in our own positions and then reunite with greater strength." Hearing this, Remington smiled and quickly replied, "Of course, Theo, I look forward to the day we meet again." With that, he looked at Theo with affectionate eyes. Seeing this, Theo also directed a warm gaze back at Remington. As expected, Ray had returned to the Daffodil Mansion, where her mother, the Ice Dragon, was. There was no place more suitable for her than there. Sybil and the others from training camp number 4 wanted to follow Theo, but their achievements did not qualify them. Parting with comrades was truly regrettable. Suddenly, Theo spoke loudly, "With this, the official appointment ceremony is over. Everyone did very well. Now, you may disperse. But I am certain that everyone will continue to put forth their best effort." As soon as he finished speaking, he focused his gaze on the distant sky. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, Theo." He glanced toward Hulkus, who was grinning widely. The boy continued speaking, "I didn't expect we'd end up in the same unit." Hulkus waved at Theo, smiling broadly, which made Erica standing beside him mutter in disgust, "This idiot." "But I have also made some new teammates." Hearing the other two speaking, Theo also spoke softly, "Hulkus, Erica, it's great to see you here. Thank you for helping me in round 2, you saved me." Erica then grinned broadly, "Don't forget that you owe me," but in her heart, she thought, "The strongest is always the best." Hulkus also hurriedly shouted, "Damn it Theo, I like you already." Inside, he was screaming that the strongest is truly the best. Theo looked at the two people laughing openly before him and thought helplessly, why have these people suddenly started liking me like this? Suddenly another voice spoke up, "Attention, the commander is coming. No matter what, my goal remains unchanged, the most prestigious unit of the Ragnar clan. The perfect place for me to launch my plan to become the clan leader, the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Julius confidently stepped forward and said, "Congratulations on becoming members of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry." At that moment, Theo also looked toward Julius, still unfinished with his earlier thoughts. "I will go see Hilda afterward." Julius stepped up and stood in front of everyone. He smiled and said, "Now, listen to the oath from our new recruits." Hearing this, Hulkus was the first to shout quickly, "I want to become a great dragon cavalryman." Another young man also shouted, "I want my name to be renowned far and wide." Erica, from a distance no different, quickly said, "I want to be the strongest of this generation." From afar, a strange young man also shouted loudly, "I want to be recognized by you, Commander." In a moment, everyone began to pay attention to something. This caused some others to curiously look in their direction. Theo was still standing there steadfastly, his gaze unchanged as everyone looked at him. Suddenly, he lowered his voice slightly, "I am preparing for the great battle 5 years from now." Then raised his voice clearly and loudly, "I will become the commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry within 5 years. Hearing that, Selperd was surprised and thought to himself, "He really has guts," saying that right in front of the commander. At that moment Julius laughed loudly and then spoke, "Very good, dreams must be grand, excellent, you have chosen the right place." He threw his cloak back. Julius stood firm before the crowd and declared, "Regardless of the reason you chose this unit, remember only one thing. Every drop of blood and sweat you shed will become an immortal legend in the history of Ragnar. Today's hardships will be tomorrow's pride, our shields will not break and our swords will not shatter. Your comrades will always stand shoulder to shoulder with you, and so will you with them. Awaiting at the end of that blood and sweat-soaked path is glory. Congratulations on becoming part of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry family." Suddenly, a large dragon flew in from somewhere behind Julius. Seeing the dragon land, everyone stirred with excitement. A flying dragon, the commander's companion. The dragon gently lowered its head for Julius to stroke. He softly said, "This is my companion Gullah, she is a flying dragon, our symbol of the cavalry." Suddenly, countless other dragons appeared in the sky, soaring around. A large dragon landed, another with unusual legs followed after, and the others also landed one by one on the ground. The dragons stood in a long row, with others riding on their backs. Julius spoke, "Now everyone get on your elders' dragons." He climbed onto his young dragon's back and softly continued, "We will begin the initiation test. This is the time for you to claim your companions, gather at the dragon's nest." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately flew up into the sky. Theo looked at the dragons thoughtfully, "So this is a dragon, I will have my own flying dragon." Suddenly Evelyn, who was sitting on a dragon, came over. She gently said, "Let's go, young master." Hearing that, Theo opened his mouth wide in surprise. Evelyn looked at him and continued speaking, "I see you have come to the White Armored Dragon Cavalry." Theo exclaimed in surprise, "Evil, why are you here, have you returned to serve?" Seeing him say that, she only smiled helplessly, "Yes, it is also unavoidable." Suddenly Theo noticed something. His gaze stopped on Evelyn's arm. Hesitantly he said, "Evil, your arm." Hearing that, she just smiled. That iron arm was still resting casually on the dragon's back. Cecilia stepped forward, bowed her head and softly said, "I have come to express my gratitude." At that moment Evelyn unexpectedly exclaimed, "The Lady of Camellia Palace." She quickly ran up to Cecilia and said, "If the person being talked about is young Master Theo, then it's all right, even without my help, I believe he will still develop his talents." Hearing that, Cecilia hurriedly replied, "That may be true, but knowing that someone sincerely recognizes and supports you and that person is incredibly trustworthy will surely become a great source of strength for the boy. I heard that you are exactly that kind of person to Theo." No sooner had she finished speaking than Evelyn appeared momentarily stunned by those words, softly answering, "No, I'm just a lone inspector who's retired to live in seclusion." Seeing this, Cecilia awkwardly said, "Please don't belittle yourself. Many times the guiding light goes unnoticed for how brilliantly it shines. You are that light, I will help you so that your light can spread throughout the world." At this moment, Evelyn was astonished by her words. She quickly whispered to Theo behind her, "Thank you, young master, I heard that you have taken a special interest in this matter. Thanks to you, I was able to return to the White Dragon Squad." As soon as the words ended, he could only smile helplessly, thinking silently that he should have resolved it earlier. It seemed his mother had taken all the credit. "That's my mom for you, thank you, Mom." Suddenly, Evelyn loudly declared, "I, Evelyn, swear loyalty to you, young Master Theo, as if I am your sword." Hearing that, Theo gave a satisfied smile. He spoke, thanking her, and Evelyn immediately replied, asking for your guidance. The White Dragon's lair. The two left the dragon and walked to the entrance of a cave. Evelyn spoke up, this is the White Dragon's lair where the wyverns live. As you know, the White Dragon team carries out missions alongside the wyverns, so the initiation ceremony is held here. He couldn't help but wonder upon hearing this, then asked, if I can't find a companion, does that mean I cannot join? At this, Evelyn quickly responded, yes, that's right, that rarely happens, but there are cases like that. As soon as he heard this, a flutter stirred in his heart. Would the new recruits be okay? He didn't think this suited their abilities. Well, they can handle themselves. Continuing, Evelyn pointed to the surrounding mountain range and said, first you can observe around, usually, you will immediately sense which wyvern will be your partner. Suddenly, a huge dragon's foot appeared. It growled fiercely. Meanwhile, Evelyn and Theo were hiding behind a rock. The monster species, Opteryx, is a tyrannical predator with a gigantic size of up to 15 meters and brown scales. Not only that, but there were other large dragons flying in the sky, a venomous species called Aviali, a poisonous dragon that emits a purple toxic mist, with a snake-like long body and a deadly poisonous needle at the tail tip, a lethal weapon. Another species was also gaping and roaring, the Sigia sword dragon species, a gentle herbivorous dragon that hides underground and launches surprise attacks from beneath the earth when it detects a threat. On the other side, there were dragons flying around, breathing hot flames, the Velociraptor dragon species, small but agile dragons that hunt in packs and possess high intelligence with the ability to breathe fire. After observing for a while, the two mounted their dragons and flew away. Evelyn continued explaining to Theo, the wyverns currently managed by the White Dragon team are mainly divided into these 4 types, so, have you sensed anything about any of the species yet? He looked back dazedly, sensed anything. Suddenly, Theo's gaze deepened strangely, stirring his heart. I have my eye on one, but I don't see it here. 6 years after the Great War, a mutated wyvern infiltrated the White Dragon's lair. It slaughtered hundreds of wyverns carefully raised by the White Dragon team, the Dark Dragon Phantom. On that day, 8 villages were burned, and dozens of inspectors were killed. Ragna classified the Dark Dragon Phantom as a level 2 disaster and ordered its extermination. Ultimately, it was captured after the Dark Dragon Demon King and the Sword Dragon intervened. The nickname, Dark Dragon Phantom, was given because of its ability to hide in the shadows. Theo's eyes gazed into the distance, his thoughts flowing continuously. If only there were a companion with such great potential, that would be wonderful, the traits of the dragon I have seen in the past. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and Theo's heart exclaimed, found it. From afar, the dragons were gathering together. On another cliff, looking from a distance, a large dragon could be seen perched in front. Upon closer look, it was Julius and his dragon sitting and pondering. Suddenly, a girl stepped out from somewhere and spoke up, you look happy, sir. Julius looked at her with a smile and said, if I weren't like this, wouldn't that be even stranger? I accidentally took a dragon under my command. Upon hearing this, Osa quickly responded, very well, I was just about to talk about that. Then Julius said curiously, huh. Osa looked intently at Julius and whispered, Captain of the White Dragon Squad, you intend to make Theo the center of the unit in the future, right? Julius remained silent for a moment, seemingly unwilling to answer. He looked up at the sky and said, as I thought, you are very cautious with your words. Osa saw this and did not hesitate to reply, words are the root of all troubles. She looked at Julius with a strange gaze, it seemed like he was aiming for a bigger picture. Immediately Julius shot Osa an unfriendly glance and said, I didn't say anything. Osa stepped closer to Julius, her voice suddenly unusually soft, don't worry, I'm here to make a proposal for that boy. Hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder, what is she plotting? But in Julius's heart, he pondered that since Theo had chosen the White Dragon team, he couldn't go to the Apricot Blossom Palace. After all, what kind of proposal was she planning to make? Osa spoke gently, saying, let him come with me. What do you think? On this side, several aggressive dragons were attacking each other. They started to corner a white dragon. Evelyn and Theo were riding a dragon at quite a distance. She spoke up, they're at it again. Seeing this, he anxiously asked, do you know about that wyvern? Without hesitation, Evelyn shared what she knew. It had been isolated for a long time. I tried to do something but it was to no avail. It wasn't originally a wyvern, so perhaps it was shunned by the others. Suddenly, Theo realized something. It's not a wyvern. Evelyn quickly replied, that's right, it was born from a female wyvern and a viper. Hearing her words, Theo opened his eyes wide in astonishment. But he soon regained his composure and asked her, "Isn't Viper a level 1 monster living in the depths of the sea? How could that be?" Seeing Theo looking puzzled, Evelyn glanced down at him and whispered, "That's the mystery, this is something that shouldn't have been possible." At that moment, he didn't know what to say and remained silent for a long while. A level 1 monster has power comparable to natural disasters like storms or heavy rain. Viper is a species of powerful supernatural creatures that live hidden in the dark of the forest. He suddenly thought that the abilities of the Black Shadow Dragon were likely inherited from its father. Theo gave a shy smile, his heart seemingly in turmoil. Seeing he had no response, Evelyn kept talking. Since it was born, it had become a major issue within the White Dragon team. At first, we decided to observe it after letting it stay in the nest, but the other wyverns wouldn't accept the kid. Isolating it wasn't a good option, so we are very worried. It's being rejected just because it's different from the others. Suddenly he looked up and asked Evelyn, "What is the kid's name?" Without hesitation, she quickly replied, "It's Umbra. In an ancient language, that name means darkness. All the more reason for us to choose that kid." Only then did Theo break into a satisfied smile and say, "Darkness, that's a good name." Suddenly he changed his posture, causing Evelyn to ask anxiously, "Young master, what are you doing?" Without many words, he simply replied, "My companion is that kid." Hearing this, Evelyn couldn't believe what she had just heard and hurriedly exclaimed, What do you mean?" But before she could finish, Theo jumped down below. His body fell freely, leaving Evelyn stunned atop the dragon. Theo shouted, "I'm leaving first." In horror, she screamed out, "Young master." Meanwhile, Theo continued falling with a joyful expression on his face. "This time, I will give you another life." His eyes fixed on the dragons gathered below. "Just like myself in this life." Theo suddenly smiled softly and landed. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth from the cliff face, the source emitting flashes like continuously exploding electric sparks. At that moment, Theo reached into the weapon system panel, then swiftly drew out swords, swinging his arms to throw them forward. His eyes suddenly lit up. The system screen displayed a notification, "Hatchling Synchro, you can use psychokinesis to move designated targets." The sword shot forward at a wind-tearing speed. Theo gently landed on that sword, hopping sequentially from one sword to another, and thus descended downward. Seeing this, Evelyn was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Oh my god, when did he learn psychokinesis, and using it this way too?" Her mouth wide open in amazement, she marveled at how unbelievably fast he was developing. Nearby, some dragons were gathering to bully Umbra. It growled fiercely, trying to chase the others away. Theo quickly approached Umbra. Seeing it, he involuntarily felt a sense of familiarity, fragments of past life memories suddenly flooding Theo's mind. Each person wore a scornful smile then mocked him, "Foolish. Is he really a Ragnar, so pathetic, an illegitimate child?" He slightly frowned, his gaze betraying sympathy. Moments later, he gathered momentum and leapt off the sword. Theo hovered midair, lightning bolts in yellow crackling around him and the swords. Theo used the breath of the thunder dragon. In an instant, his eyes flared brightly, his hair stood on end toward the back, surrounded by sparks of lightning. He stretched out his hand forward to command the swords. A moment later, those swords shot down like bolts of lightning. They shot down to attack right at the dragons there, the dragon seal. The sword was embedded firmly in the ground, the lightning from the previous strike still lingering. The dragons were frightened and panicked, flying away immediately, leaving only Umbra behind. Theo lightly landed on the ground. He stepped toward it and spoke, "Just a little scared and already running away. Bullies are nothing but cowards." Theo gently asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Umbra growled a few warning sounds at him, then spread its wings and flew swiftly into the sky despite Theo calling from below, "Wait." Evelyn stepped closer and spoke, "It's tense right now, so approaching won't be easy. You should wait a bit longer and try again later." Theo turned his head, smiling as he said, "No, that's exactly when he needs someone by his side. Why do you think he still lingers near the nest despite being shunned?" He watched the figure flying further away and continued, "He is lonely. Mental wounds hurt more than physical ones. He's hurt and certainly won't go far. Help me chase after him." Hearing Theo's words, Evelyn was powerless and could not reply. In a secluded place where no one was in sight, Umbra lay curled up in a shaded corner. It looked very exhausted and kept panting heavily. Suddenly sensing something, he growled and turned around. It turned out that Theo and Evelyn had found their way here. She spoke up, "Many knights had tried to tame him, but none succeeded. He was very cautious with those around him, and his current state was even worse. He waved his hand and said, "Give me some food if you can." Meanwhile, I will try to understand him. After all, this is my entrance exam. On one side was the angry growl radiating the frightening blue aura of wyverns. On the other side, Theo steadfastly stepped forward with less of the fear of a drake. It let out a loud roar. He looked at Umbra with eyes full of killing intent. It still tried to growl to scare Theo, but each trace of killing intent in Theo's eyes was stronger, causing Umbra to falter, its roar gradually weakening. Suddenly he poured a kind of medicine over it. That purple medicine was a healing potion, quickly mending serious wounds and partially restoring stamina. Theo gently touched and comforted it, asking if it was okay, if the pain had lessened. Umbra looked at him with a puzzled gaze and let out a sound. Theo softly stroked it, perhaps it was due to the dragon heart, but I could sense Umbra's emotions. The fury he felt towards the pack that had driven him away, the conflicting sadness and attachment, the desire to still be part of them, the painfully torn loneliness. His feelings towards me were also conflicted. He doubted me, a stranger who suddenly appeared yet brought warmth, but at the same time, he hoped I wouldn't leave. He gently reached out to stroke its head. Theo smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry, I won't betray you." Then he reached toward the warehouse system panel and also. Theo immediately took out a sparkling jade bracelet. "I know you like things like this." The shimmering gem glowed. Instantly, Umbra's eyes lit up as well. Theo teased, "Do you want it?" But it closed its eyes and turned away. Umbra tried to suppress its excitement over the jade bracelet, but moments after opening its eyes, the jade bracelet was already on Umbra. Theo extended his hand and said, "Take this, if you follow me there will be even more." He gave a sly smile and asked, "So, what do you say?" It immediately realized the intent in his eyes and involuntarily let out a cry. Theo continued to tempt, "I've heard you don't like bridles and saddles, but I can make one for you adorned with jewels like this, extremely dazzling and beautiful." Hearing these words, its eyes sparkled as it imagined the scene. Inwardly, Theo thought he must steal a few things from the lady. Just then, over on the other side, Kisone suddenly used his body. Someone who saw this spoke up, "Is that lady okay? She doesn't look well." Kisone raised a hand to scratch his face and replied, "I don't know why, but I feel like I'm about to lose a lot of money." Suddenly, Umbra stood up, making him unsure of what it intended to do. Then it let out a roar. The system screen also displayed a notification, "You have been recognized as the owner of the flying dragon Umbra." Seeing this, Theo smiled happily. The system screen continued to display that a new skill had been learned, Mastery of Flying Dragons at level C, -1% proficiency. Higher proficiency increases the trust of the tamed dragon. When riding, it boosts the strength of both the rider and the dragon by 10%. In the midst of the mountains and forests, a dragon was flying away. Someone was gradually approaching. It turned out that person was Evelyn, who brought along 2 wild oxen with both hands. Seeing the scene before her, Evelyn's eyes widened in shock, and she froze. What caught her eyes were Umbra and Theo looking incredibly close, like soulmates. Evelyn exclaimed in surprise, "How did you manage that? He's never opened up to anyone before." Theo smiled and turned to ask her, "You're back already?" The two of them stood together watching the feast happily. Theo cheerfully said, "Seeing him enjoy the food like that is really great, thanks for the meat, Evelyn." Curious, Evelyn turned to ask, "Really, how did you do it?" He crossed his arms and replied, "I simply tended to his emotional wounds." Watching Umbra devour the meat, he continued, "When his heart wavers, this gift seals everything." Theo's words left Evelyn blinking blankly, not understanding. Suddenly he laughed out loud and said, "You want me to eat that?" Umbra widened his eyes and offered the meat toward him. Theo said, "It's fine, I've already eaten, eat as much as you like." Evelyn closed her eyes and smiled inwardly, admiring that, just like young Master Theo, he not only could charm humans but also tame flying dragons. Then she opened her eyes in surprise. Seeing that Theo was already sitting on Umbra, Evelyn immediately clapped her hands to congratulate him, congratulating the young master. He had acknowledged you as his companion, and a dragon flying while stretching out its neck and back is a sign of trust. Suddenly, Evelyn startled and shouted, "Wait, what are you suddenly doing?" Theo looked confused and pointed toward Umbra, saying, "He called me up." Evelyn panicked and yelled loudly, "Even though he accepted you as his companion, you still haven't been trained to fly. Riding a dragon without reins and a saddle is very dangerous. Taking off is the shortest path to death." Theo smiled confidently and replied, "It's okay, I have my own way." The system screen displayed a notification activating the skill, taming the flying dragon to compensate for the lack of riding skill. and then he surged up into the sky. Evelyn looked up with surprised eyes. Seeing Theo's silhouette gradually disappear against the blue sky, she let out a sigh. Through the mountain passes, all right, I understand, you want to show me something, right, let's go. He held tightly onto the dragon's body, delighted. The dragon laughed excitedly. Turning his face back, he realized something was wrong, something didn't fit. How could a pure dragon like him cross through every mountain pass and turn into a terrifying demon monster so dreadful that it's called a dark evil dragon? A deserted clear stream. From above the ravine appeared a gate. The majestic waterfall scene appeared with sharp rocky mountains, surrounded by dragons flying around. The sound of water rushing down the cliff. A dragon immediately flew near a large rock falling into the abyss. Suddenly someone came forward and spoke. I thought I had understood the winter mountains clearly since they were still covered with black snow. Theo appeared with a large dragon standing beside him, surrounded by a beautiful sparkling light. Unexpectedly there was a crystal cave beside the waterfall. You really like sparkling things, don't you? Suddenly he seemed to discover something and observed it. That thing was. Theo reached out and picked that purple grass. Seeing this, I understand why you have become a phantom dragon. You have been eating it all along, right? He held it and looked at it intently. This also attracted Umbra's attention, who looked at him. I did not expect to find Ghost Willow here, a plant full of demonic energy. Ghost Willow, a plant species that only grows deep in the demon sea. It absorbs pure demonic energy poured down by the moonlight, a priceless elixir for monsters and demons. Suddenly a golden light flared from Theo's hand and then burned the plant. Dragons and demons are two opposing extremes. How can you absorb this kind of energy? No matter what, it is too dangerous. I need to burn it all. Theo's sudden action made Ambra angry and growl, but he just put both hands in his pockets and walked calmly. Don't worry, I will try not to touch the crystals you like. Suddenly Theo stopped, his face showing great surprise. Appearing before him and the little dragon was a corpse tied up with hands behind its back, knees on the ground, as if imprisoned for a long time. The corpse exposed a clear skull, mouth wide open, clothes torn and ragged, which further revealed the skin stretched over bones, looking extremely miserable. That face gradually appeared before his eyes. A few strands of hair still clung to the skull, bearing a frightening expression. Theo calmly observed and assessed. A person, no, a corpse, seemed to have been dead for at least 10 years. He approached the corpse, sat down to look more closely and think, but the body was almost undecomposed, partly due to the cold. However, this also meant that when alive, this person possessed extremely powerful magical energy. His face remained calm as he continued to stare intently at the corpse before him. Such a formidable expert imprisoned here and died so miserably. Suspicious indeed. I should return to investigate later. At this moment, Theo turned his face toward the plants from earlier. The frightening corpse seemed to awaken, a red light rising from its eye sockets as it looked at him. First, the willow demon must be dealt with. Suddenly the corpse screamed angrily, its mouth wide open as if trying to devour Theo, strange light emanating from within. At that moment, Theo was startled and turned his head back, his face showing a bit of astonishment. Before the corpse could rush at him, Umbra the little dragon lunged forward and kicked strongly at the growling body. At Umbra's action, Theo's face clearly showed joy as he exclaimed, Umbra. The little dragon Umbra opened his mouth wide and roared angrily. The terrifying corpse, seeing this, fought back. Although it had been pinned down by Umbra's large foot, it continued to scream. Suddenly it opened its mouth wide, trying to bite Umbra's leg. Theo also realized something unusual at this moment. Fear and astonishment appeared in his eyes at the corpse's actions. It was dangerous. He immediately rushed forward to block the corpse's attack. Theo's arm was bitten, and blood oozed out. Not stopping there, the terrifying corpse bit harder into his arm angrily. Kyle, Robert, I will not forgive this. Theo's painful face seemed to recognize the identity of this corpse. He was not mistaken. Those were the names of the clan chief and the black dragon. What kind of monster was this? The secret technique of the Duke of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Suddenly, someone rushed forward, holding a sharp sword slicing swiftly. It was a girl named Evelyn, wielding the sword as she quickly charged at the furious corpse. This caused the corpse to release Theo, who fell down where he was. The little dragon Umbra and Evelyn looked on in shock and worried for him. Young master, are you all right, young master? Theo lay on the ground, his face still calm as he looked at Evelyn, apologizing. It is my fault. When suddenly the pain from his arm spread, making his previously serene face contort in agony, the pain making him dizzy. The wound on his arm kept bleeding, and the fangs biting deep into his flesh became visible. This was a terrifying kind of poison, filled with demonic energy. my whole body was gradually losing strength without an antidote. Evelyn sat down beside Theo to examine his wound, while the little dragon also gave a cry. With a worried face, she said, "We will take you back to headquarters first, please try to hang on." Suddenly Umbra approached Evelyn and pushed her away. "What are you doing? I don't want to hurt you. I am trying to help you." Theo's face had gone pale, and he kept pushing Evelyn away. "Stop, Umbra. If you don't stop, even if you are the young master's companion, I will." Theo tried to remain calm despite the pain. His body was weakening. He panted and said, "Evelyn, wait a moment, just stop for a bit." He continued looking at the little dragon. "Umbra, you have a way, don't you?" Umbra responded with a sound, seemingly agreeing to the question. Hearing that, Theo felt reassured and smiled as he looked out. "All right, I will entrust my life to you." Evelyn exclaimed in alarm, "Young master, if we don't leave here immediately, it will be very dangerous. That is both poison and demonic energy." His eyes narrowed, calm yet still bearing a tired look. The corpse poison mixed with demonic energy. Even with proper treatment, the survival rate was less than 30%. I will trust in Umbra's method. Umbra absorbed the demon willows here to evolve into a level 2 monster, so naturally, it had to confront that corpse, through which it learned how to control the demonic energy and corpse poison. His face twisted in intense pain. Exhausted, he spoke, "But trust and follow Umbra's way." Theo fainted. Evelyn panicked and shouted, "Young master," then the sound of Umbra calling out followed, as it turned its head searching for something. The little dragon bit the plant from earlier with its mouth. Its leg struck and quickly shattered a rock. In the end, it dropped these items messily on the ground. Seemingly understanding its intention, Evelyn spoke up, "Mix this in and give it to the young master to drink." Meanwhile, the little dragon nodded repeatedly in agreement with her. Evelyn silently looked at the things Umbra had brought. They were just plants and crushed stones, lying quietly on the ground. At that moment, she glanced over at Theo, who lay motionless. Evelyn closed her eyes tightly, worried and deep in thought. But then she hurriedly grabbed the items Umbra brought. "Damn it, I don't understand anything anymore." Evelyn used magic to thoroughly mix the two substances. A purple light appeared, enveloping the items in her hands. A purple liquid was created. She quickly poured it into Theo's mouth. After drinking it, Theo's face was pale, only smudged with the drops of purple liquid, but there was still no sign of change. Both Evelyn and Umbra watched him attentively. That face remained unchanged. Suddenly his body seemed to absorb something, and his heart shone with a miraculous glow. Evelyn and Umbra were astonished to see this. "It can't be." Theo's body appeared to be surrounded by a strange light. He was truly recovering. Golden rays emanated from his body like streams of electricity running through it. That light continuously flashed a brilliant yellow, but then it transformed into black before Evelyn's astonished eyes. The color of the magical element had turned black. "We have never heard of this happening before." Suddenly, Theo's body jerked, his mouth opening wide in pain. Evelyn also realized something and grew fearful. "What the hell is happening, young master?" "The absorption process has begun." Theo's face froze. Black liquid flowed from his eyes and mouth, looking extremely terrifying. The system sounded off. "You have acquired the traits of the illusion dragon. Commander of the white armored dragon cavalry." A man wearing armor, holding a large sword, looked extremely fierce. Julius spoke. "What did you just say? Has this been confirmed by Hack-Tuet yet?" Another person standing not far away responded, "Yes, the comparison process has been completed and they estimate about 89% accuracy." At that moment, Julius angrily smashed the two tables beside him with one hand. "Damn it." Julius's face turned extremely terrifying, his teeth clenched and one eye covered, making this man even more frightening. "This is truly crazy. They say good news comes with bad news." The more he said it, the more Julius clenched his teeth. "But," Julius angrily shouted before the table that shattered to pieces. He never expected something like this to happen. The captain of the 5th Squad of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, Trainer Ispan, together with 15 members. All have died. Purification, rebirth. This is an ancient secret art that expels impurities from the body and reshapes the physical form to absorb mana more easily. However, it requires the cooperation of many master magicians and entails enduring pain for several days. Nevertheless, this method has only been proven effective for children under 5 years old. The fact that this purification process occurred in Theo is the result of countless perfect coincidences. The ultimate toxic poison infiltrating the body, the essence of mana accumulated over decades of absorbing demon willow, and the assistance of Umbra, the dragon who mastered the method to neutralize toxins. Everything harmonized in a strange way. instead of being consumed or expelled by the toxicity. Theo's body absorbed the essence of power hidden within that deadly poison. Theo suddenly opened his eyes wide, awakening from his coma. Seeing this, Evelyn worryingly asked after his condition, "Young master, are you all right?" Evelyn helped him sit up, and only then did he softly speak, "Evelyn, I'm sorry for making you worry." Hearing this, both she and Umbra breathed a sigh of relief. Theo Ragnar, 17 years old, male, title, Mirror Phantom, the greatest genius of a millennium of the Ragnar lineage, viewing the companion inventory of the Dragon Seal Purification Rebirth, Illusion Dragon, access denied, dazed from an unexpected enlightenment, he absorbed demonic poison, producing the first Illusion Dragon. If uncontrolled, you might become the second Illusion Dragon. Theo stood before the lines of text he was reading, his eyes narrowing in thought, the power of the Illusion Dragon. Level 16, Strength Stat 112, Agility 62, Stamina 38, Mana 238, Intelligence 36, Luck 21, Skills Fear of Dragons, Young Dragon Synchronization, Flying Dragon Taming, Access Denied. Not stopping there, he continued to ponder, 85 additional stat points. This is insanely excessive. Theo and Evelyn were still sitting next to Umbra. His gaze began to focus on the glowing things around them. The crystals in this cave were all crystallizations of pure energy. But then he smiled and cheerfully turned his attention to Umbra. Their power had diluted the toxicity of the willow demon and even became medicinal herbs. At this moment, Umbra's face showed curiosity, looking incredibly adorable. Luckily, I trusted Umbra. Suddenly, a radiant purple light enveloped Theo. Ragnar's already perfect physique now received purification, rebirth, and illusion dragon enhancements. He clenched his fists, constantly marveling that his growth rate from now on would be beyond measure. Suddenly, Theo steadied himself and stood up to speak, but more importantly, Theo looked toward the frightening corpse from before, observing and then questioning the key point: who exactly was that corpse? Evelyn seemed to have discovered something. She stared intently at the cliff, which caught Theo's attention. He stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong, Evelyn?" She replied, "There is writing on the rock wall." Looking up at the rock wall ahead, there were lines of writing cleverly inscribed. "Defeated by Kyle and Robert, I hid in this mountain to prepare for revenge, but my body." Theo read those lines, recalling the moment he was attacked by that corpse earlier. It also shouted, "Kyle, Robert." Suddenly his eyes froze. Reading each sentence, he seemed to associate with the past scene of that corpse. "But my body is weakening rapidly because Robert has destroyed my demonic core. The evil energy I consume to survive is probably killing me. I am beginning to lose consciousness. The demonic nature is taking over. Damn it, I haven't even begun my revenge, yet I am losing consciousness more and more. It's time to make a decision, and I have to admit there is no hope left. I will give up everything and melt down my beloved sword, the serpent sword, to seal myself. I hope someone will find this place. I hope they will fulfill my wish. I hope they will avenge me. I pray that my successor will overcome them. I leave my legacy here." At this moment, Theo and Evelyn were also stunned by that confession, their faces showing surprise. The two continued looking up the rock wall. "Wait, the next part, this is the illusion sword technique and the violent thunder god. Then this person is a legendary figure, who once freely controlled wind power and was also a tragic hero. The one who, 40 years ago, contended for the position with the current clan chief until the very last moment, Lord Hector Ragnar." At this moment, a man holding a powerful sword appeared, carrying a destructive power. I had heard he was dead, but it turns out he has always been here. Suddenly, Evelyn realized something, quickly knelt down before Theo. He was stunned and asked, "What are you doing?" Evelyn hurriedly replied, "Even though the clan chief was defeated and exiled, the Lord is still a legitimate heir of the Ragnar bloodline." Closing her eyes, placing her hands over her chest, she continued, "A vassal of Ragnar daring to strike a rightful heir is a grave crime, punishable by immediate execution. Therefore." Upon hearing this, Theo quickly interrupted Evelyn, causing her to freeze and open her eyes wide. "Stop speaking nonsense." He calmly walked away, ignoring Evelyn kneeling there. "The one you killed was not a Ragnar but a madman. I did so to save my own life. Was there any other choice, according to the law?" Theo stopped. "Everything that happened here will forever remain a secret." Then he cast a terrifying glance at Evelyn. "If you are still concerned, accept the Lord's secret skills, keep them." Hearing this, she exclaimed in panic, "Lord, his secret skills can rival the Nine Dragons' ultimate technique, so why do you give them to us?" He stepped closer to Evelyn. "Inherit the Lord's legacy and become stronger, and Theo sat down opposite her and continued speaking, fulfill his dying wish. He placed his hand on Evelyn's shoulder with a dangerous demeanor, thus, the lord of the clan could finally rest in peace. Now that you are his successor, no one can call it a sin. Didn't you say that you would become my sword, Evelyn? Evelyn suddenly became silent as if pondering something. Evelyn Nereville, the senior swordsman of Ragnar. As she spoke, she bowed her head. I swear loyalty to Lord Theo Ragnar as a vassal. She said clearly, I humbly plead for the noble young master to accept the oath of this humble one. Upon hearing that, Theo smiled in satisfaction and thought, you truly are one who rigidly follows the rules. He quickly adjusted his mindset, drew a sword, and placed it on Evelyn's shoulder. Theo Ragnar accepted Evelyn Nereville's oath, engraved deep into my heart and soul and on the long road ahead. I vow to make you my very first sword. At that moment, he looked at her, his face clearly showing joy toward the person kneeling before him. The headquarters of the White Dragon Armor Cavalry. A man named Hulkus Lank laughed loudly and said, is that Theo guy still not here? Maybe I'm the greatest genius in the White Dragon Armor Cavalry. Suddenly, footsteps approached him and the monster. Looking back, Hulkus and that monster were both shocked and exclaimed, ah. At this moment, Theo was walking over accompanied by the Umbra Dragon. Hulkus exclaimed in astonishment, Theo Ragnar, what the hell is this? What did you just bring back? At the same time, this also attracted the attention of everyone around. What, don't tell me that's Umbra. How could he possibly tame that uncontrollable monster as a companion? So is this the reason why he is called the greatest genius in 1,000 years, even if it's talent? What the heck is going on after all? Evelyn stood next to Theo and declared clearly, Senior Swordsman Aelin Narovo and Apprentice Swordsman Theo Ragnar, we have completed the qualification test and return. But she spoke while looking toward Theo who was greeting everyone, where is the captain? Another young man named Spur spoke up, he just received an urgent order and has returned already. Evelyn asked in wonder, urgent order. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew in from nowhere. Small rocks were falling from the sky. A man riding a dragon landed on the ground. The man spoke, I know you have just completed the initiation ceremony, but I apologize to everyone. In a dangerous tone, Julius said seriously, immediately deploy to Blanky Fortress. This caught Theo's attention, as well as the chatter from those around, deploying into combat. Theo looked ahead with a terrifying gaze, and finally arrived at the Ceres Merchant Guild hostage crisis at Blanky Fortress. A plot to steal the Dragon Slayer band's sword to incite rebellion. The mastermind behind it all is Troyvin. Julius Ragnar raised his voice to announce, attention everyone, you will be deployed to Blanky Fortress. The members looked at each other in confusion, and finally Eodi Nalen spoke up. What is happening, Captain? Even the recruits who haven't finished training are being deployed. Is this mission really that urgent? Seeing that Eodi hadn't yet grasped the severity of the situation, Julius tightened the reins in his hand, his voice involuntarily growing harsher. Captain Trainer Isvan of the 5th team and the 14 members under his command have gone missing. Theo opened his eyes wide in shock. The image of Trainer Isvan appeared in his mind, an experienced knight of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Even Julius went to him for advice. There was no way he was taken down so easily. Impossible. Could this be another butterfly effect that I caused? Without giving everyone time to fully absorb this shocking news, Julius continued, according to Black Snow's report, the mortality rate is up to 89%, even if they survive, they won't be able to continue their mission. Therefore, we will form a temporary 5th team with the current personnel and continue the search mission. The temporary 5th team's captain will be Evelyn Nereville. We have 4 hours to prepare, make sure the recruits complete basic training. I don't think they're dead, but we still have to avenge them. Then, Julius mounted his dragon and flew away. Watching Julius's figure gradually disappear, Theo fell into deep thought. The kidnapping by the Black Skull Gang is connected to the Ceres Trading Guild. The White Dragon Armor Legion dealt with it without a single casualty, or so we thought. But the real target of that incident was something else. The theft and transport of the Balmung dragon-slaying sword. At that time, Troyvin used Balmung to start the rebellion. But now, the flow of events has changed. If all of this was caused by me, I must witness the truth with my own eyes. Just then, on the system's mission notice board, a line quietly appeared recalling the Balmung dragon-slaying sword. A few hours later, in the icy mountains, a watchtower guard was standing exposed to the cool breezes of Mother Nature, muttering continuously, it's so cold, I can't get used to this weather. Wait, why does the moon look like that? Following the guard's gaze, the sight was of a squadron of dragons flying dangerously close, steadily approaching. The guard quickly shouted out an alert, White Dragon Armor Legion incoming. But before they could react, the top of the lighthouse was blasted apart. Evelyn raised her sword to signal the attack legion. The dragons soared upwards, followed by a barrage of magical bombs raining down. The ground continuously shook, and in the blink of an eye, the fortress was heavily devastated. A soldier yelled, "Get inside now, we're all dead out here." But sadly for them, the White Dragon Armor Legion had already landed and completely surrounded them. Evelyn stood in the midst of the battlefield, pointing her sword at the soldiers and taking them down. "The price to pay for those who dare touch the White Dragon Legion, I will make them return everything." At the same time, deep in the forest far from the massacre battlefield, an excited soldier ran clutching his sword. "Damn it, they said they would deal with the White Dragon Legion after all. If we had arrived even a little later, disaster would surely have happened. Once I successfully deliver this, my mission will be complete, and after this, I will live comfortably." Before he could even imagine how comfortable life would be, he was cut in half. A shadow suddenly appeared, the man swung his sword and beheaded the soldier, fresh blood splattering, staining the night red. Despite the sight behind him of the headless soldier falling, the shadow only cared to wipe the blood off his sword. A moment later, the shadow returned to the covert intelligence outpost. The captain, seeing him return, asked, "Where's the item?" The shadow respectfully presented his sword. "Here it is." The captain pulled back the cloth to check. "Good, the item has been secured, prepare for the next phase." Hearing the captain's orders, the shadows bowed their heads. "Yes, sir." The captain looked towards the fortress. "Now all that remains is to wipe out this nest of vermin." At the same time, the battle on the fortress was also reaching its end. Hulkus Lank lifted the last soldier and declared the total annihilation complete, too easy beyond allowance. Seeing a group of soldiers kneeling before Theo, he agreed, yes, it was so easy it became boring. He pondered silently. It was hard to believe the 5th Division was completely wiped out. But Theo operated the system to activate the larva synchronization and read the target's memories. Continuously reading the memories of several soldiers, Theo began to feel that something was not right. Yet another one like this. He knew that Bomong had been stolen but had never seen it with his own eyes. The low-ranking soldier said nothing, but even the officers had never seen it. What had I overlooked? Aaron's voice suddenly rang out, cutting through Theo's train of thought. "What's wrong, Theo? Is something the matter?" Theo turned to respond, "Nothing, it's just that I have some things to think about." Hearing the thoughtful tone in Theo's voice, Selpert Gardner eagerly ran over and clapped him on the shoulder. "Even if it's just a hologram, a rookie is still a rookie. Just admit you're nervous." Aaron reminded him, "We've already rescued the hostages. Now let's regroup with the main unit." Selpert let down his guard and said comfortably, "Let's go back. I just want to quickly wash up. I smell like gunpowder all over." Hearing this, everything clicked into place, and a gleam of enlightenment flashed in Theo's eyes. Then he dashed off. Selpert was bewildered, wondering what had come over him. Aaron was equally confused. Perhaps he really hated being clapped on the shoulder. Selpert felt insulted and shot Aaron a sharp glance. Unlike the simple scene here, Theo was swinging his sword, breaking through the layer of camouflaging earth, just as I thought. Aaron caught up and asked, "What's going on?" Seeing the scene before them, Selpert and Aaron were stunned. "Gunpowder, those bastards, they intended to commit suicide along with us." Theo hurriedly turned back and told the two people around him, "We don't have time to hesitate, retreat immediately." Aaron responded clearly. Selpert shouted to remind everyone, "Brothers, prepare to retreat immediately." But it was already too late. In the distance a cannonball was flying straight towards them. As if sensing it, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at the cannonball. Theo's face immediately twisted, he shouted. But not giving them a chance to escape, the cannonball quickly exploded. That was not all. In the distance, the intelligence team captain continued to signal to reload. A volley of cannonballs were loaded and then fired straight at the fortress. The captain smirked, "Let's wipe out every single one of them." For him. At the same time, the him they were talking about was sitting, holding a headless body. Emil Ragnar smirked as he looked into the night through the window, his voice mixed with maddening pain. "Ah, my beloved hidden son, you have suffered so much. Mother will bring that disgusting head back for you." Only a few soldiers remained standing in the fortress. Evelyn swung her sword, the troop count immediately decreased by 1. She gritted her teeth and ordered, "Don't let anyone escape." The White Armor Dragon Legion advanced and attacked simultaneously. Clear. Evelyn looked suspiciously at the piles of enemy corpses on the ground. Was Team 5, led by Trainer Isman, defeated by this group? Impossible, something is wrong, she had a bad feeling. And a moment later, this feeling was confirmed. A cannonball charged straight at Evelyn. The knights anxiously called out, "Captain." Luckily, she managed to dodge to the side just in time. The shell slammed into the ground and exploded, the flames flaring up and burning Evelyn's cloak. If she hadn't reacted quickly just now, her fate would have been like that cloak, shattered and broken beyond repair. Evelyn frowned tensely. "This is crazy. Artillery fire, everyone, find cover immediately." Shells kept raining down relentlessly. A terrified soldier glanced around, desperate to save his life. But somehow, he ran straight towards the place where the shell was targeted. Moments later, the shell exploded, shards scattering everywhere, and he lost his chance to survive. Amid the artillery fire, Theo's group rushed over to Evelyn. Hulkus shouted loudly, "Captain." Evelyn looked over. Everyone had arrived just in time. "It's a bombing raid. We have to leave here immediately." Theo raised his hand clearly, advancing toward the outer wall, moving away from the bombarded area. At the same time, he quickly activated the system, opening the mind gateway, disengaging the safety mechanisms of brain functions, enhancing the speed of thought processing and sensory perception. The entire fortress's architecture immediately appeared before Theo's eyes. Seeing Theo frozen in place, Evelyn hurried back to shake him. "What are you standing there for? We have to run immediately. Theo, wake up. We have to leave the fortress at once." "What are you doing? We don't have time, right now." Theo reversed her hand, saying, "No, we have to go inside." Evelyn was stunned, eyes wide open. Theo led the legion through the fortress corridor. Looking at the ceiling shaking relentlessly and collapsing, Hulkus shouted, "Do you want to go back to the place where we were almost blown to pieces?" Selperd continued, "The lives of all 21 of us are in your hands. Damn it, shouldn't we have run outside from the very beginning?" Theo still didn't slow down. "If we run outside now, we will get caught in the barrage or an ambush, which is exactly what they are waiting for." At the same time, he quickly used larval synchronization to reread the remaining thoughts of this object. After reading, he surprisingly realized they must have thought we couldn't survive inside the fortress. But right now, with this ability, we have more than enough chance to survive. When the mind gate opened, the range of larval synchronization expanded significantly. Theo immediately noticed explosives planted on the left. The right side was under heavy artillery fire. "We will go down using the stairs in front." Everyone hurriedly followed him running forward, but they were shocked to find it was a dead end. The matter involved lives, and some couldn't help but loudly question Theo. "Hey, you told us to trust you and follow you." Another knight who had not given up hope hesitated and asked, "Theo, do you have a plan?" "There's no turning back now." A loud noise sounded. Selperd looked up at the ceiling. It was collapsing. Under the Legion's panicked gaze, the ceiling completely collapsed. At the same time, the outer city was engulfed in flames. The captain of the intelligence team was very pleased with his work. A subordinate stepped forward to report that all the cannons had been used up. The captain drew his sword, saying, "Remember this. This is revenge for young Master Axion. It doesn't matter if they're just heaps of mangled flesh. Bring their heads here." The heads he wanted were in a state of white eyes and darkened lips. It was a pity each head was still breathing. The White Armor Dragon Legion collectively breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they were about to die. Hulkus excitedly cheered. Just as predicted, Theo really had a plan beforehand. He destroyed the floor at the last minute. The guards, seeing a group of people fall from the sky, became alert. "What? Who are you? How did you get in here?" Theo silently watched the two Black Skull soldiers, wondering why they were here. "We detected an area with unusually solid ground and came to investigate." Theo's gaze suddenly landed on an iron cage. He was astonished to realize that one of the prisoners was the captain of Team 5, Trainer Isman. After a while, the White Armor Dragon Legion efficiently dealt with the two guards. Evelyn touched the cuffs tightly locking the limbs of the 5th Legion. "Luckily, sir, you're still alive, Trainer, but this is really surprising. I never expected the mastermind behind this to be the Special Intelligence Agent Ragnar." After only a short while, those imprisoned were able to move freely again. Trainer waved his gradually numbing arm. "Hearing this, you all seem not very surprised." Evelyn also didn't intend to hide it from him. "I had suspected this raid wouldn't have happened without an insider, but I didn't think they would really betray their own people." Aaron was also very angry. "This is blatant treason," Selperd added. "That's right, we must take revenge." Seeing them so agitated, Trainer calmly poured cold water on them. "Don't let your emotions cloud your reason. It's best not to act rashly. They had carefully prepared to capture us from the beginning. With our current forces, we cannot face them head-on. For now, we need to send this news to the black snow outside." Theo spoke up, saying that was impossible. the fact that we haven't received support from Black Snow means they have already wiped out their entire ambush force. That's why we chose to advance into the fortress. But we still have a chance to win. They buried even their own subordinates with this operation. That means they want to erase every trace of this incident. Therefore, they will surely come back to inspect our bodies. The moment they let their guard down, confident in their victory, if we ambush them from the rubble, we can completely reverse the situation. Trainer looked deeply into Theo. He sensed the power of intellect flowing within him. He had even opened a mind gate at this age. The corner of Trainer's mouth gradually lifted. Probably just old, thinking about giving up his life over this. It seems this time we have recruited excellent new soldiers. You're right, the White Dragon Armor Legion will not sit idle and take the hit. We will carry out the plan exactly as discussed. Prepare for battle. The intelligence operatives are searching all across the fortress, but the only thing they found was a pile of shattered bodyguards, mumbling incessantly, begging for mercy. Please, just this once, please spare me. But the most useless thing on the battlefield is begging. The intelligence captain raised his sword without hesitation and struck down. After wiping the blood off his face, Han turned to his subordinates and asked, "Have you found him yet?" The subordinate honestly replied, "Not yet, sir. We have finished searching the west area of the fortress and are now moving to the east." The captain glanced into the distance. He had a bad feeling. The ambush unit also had no special reports. But since yesterday, only the White Dragon Armor comrades' bodies have not been found, right? The captain suddenly stopped. "Wait, stop, has anyone seen the White Dragon Armor team?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the White Dragon Armor Legion landed a critical blow on each of his subordinates. And he himself was not excluded from the hit list. The ground beneath the captain suddenly shook as a sharp sword thrust upward, carving a long slash across his face. In the blink of an eye, Evelyn shook off the dirt and sprang up, swinging her sword toward the intelligence captain. He quickly leaned back and jumped away, narrowly escaping death. The captain seized the opportunity to shout, ambushing the enemy who were the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Preparing for battle, the fight officially began as both sides rushed at each other to tear one another apart. Evelyn looked directly at the intelligence flight captain. Her voice cold, "I just hope you are not the intelligence flight captain. According to Ragnar's law, you are guilty of treason and will be executed immediately." No sooner had she finished speaking than she lunged toward the captain. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 100 moves. The captain saw Evelyn still jumping and taunting him everywhere and gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't understand how they could survive that strike. How it was possible. Anyway, Evelyn had the upper hand. She knocked the captain's sword aside and quickly slashed toward him. The captain fell backward and slid on the ground by momentum. Evelyn shouted loudly, "The intelligence flight captain resisting further was useless. Since we successfully ambushed, you no longer have a chance to win. If you surrender obediently, we will spare your lives." But the captain refused to admit defeat. He shouted, "Everyone." Permission granted to use forbidden magic. The White Armored Dragon Legion was stunned. Forbidden magic. The intelligence flight members placed their swords on the ground to cast spells. The aura around them instantly became much more dangerous. They fiercely charged toward Theo. Theo was stunned, staring at the scene before him. Theo immediately recognized it as a blood rage attack, a type of forbidden magic that uses one's own life force as energy. Seeing the fist of the Imperial Intelligence Squad about to strike his face, Theo slammed his sword into the ground, knocking the attacker away. But the consequence of sending one flying was 10 more rushing in. Countless members of the Imperial Intelligence Squad swung their swords at him. Before he could steady himself, a teammate rushed out to block in front of Theo. Numerous swords pierced through his body. The teammate coughed up blood, looked deeply into Theo's eyes, and struggled to say each word, "Run quickly." Under Theo's shocked gaze, he spewed a mouthful of blood and then fell. Theo clenched his teeth in anger, and murderous intent radiated in all directions. How dare this bastard? He activated his triple dragon claw skill. The Imperial Intelligence Squad was crushed by a terrifying force, their bones and flesh shattered. Within a 100-meter radius around Theo, only the dead teammate's body remained intact. Not stopping there, Theo continued by activating Lightning Gate, striking at the Imperial Intelligence Squad fighting the White Dragon Armor Legion. He leapt up and executed the Triple Dragon Claw, a continuous combo strike. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying move wiped out the Imperial Intelligence Squad without injuring a single White Dragon Armor Legion soldier. The captain looked at the numerous corpses of his subordinates scattered everywhere and suddenly thought, yet he was able to neutralize the counterblood critical hit so easily. He couldn't let this bastard survive. No sooner said than done. He quickly cast a spell. Meanwhile, Selperd was still stunned. Since when had Theo learned such a thing? Aaron was also agape. Truly, we have to take this more seriously. Theo was panting heavily. I tried using the thunder strike to increase the impact, but it was still too much for me. While he was recovering, the captain of the reconnaissance squad suddenly charged in. He shouted loudly, Theo Ragnar, at the very least, I will drag you down to hell with me. Theo was stunned as he watched the captain relentlessly approaching. His mana core was distorted. No way, was he planning to self-destruct. Before Theo was forced to perish alongside the captain, Evelyn stood in front of Theo, activating her ultimate skill, the Wind and Thunder Divine Storm. The captain was swept up in the vortex, blood spattering 3 meters away. Seizing the moment, Evelyn leapt upward, aiming directly at him, and unleashed the ultimate skill, the Wind and Thunder Divine Vortex. After this move, Theo noticed that the frenzy of his mana core had ceased. Moments later, the captain was slammed to the ground. His entire body was shattered, dead beyond any chance of revival. Theo released his strength and collapsed to the ground, when a voice suddenly called out behind him, Well done, Theo. You truly are someone I acknowledge. I have accepted the role as Lord Theo's #1 swordsman, so don't even think about taking that spot. It was Hulkus and the others. Selperd smiled and reached out his hand. You saved my life. I am truly grateful, thank you. Theo was momentarily stunned. His lips involuntarily curled up. He also raised his hand to grasp the hand extended towards him. A team member curiously asked, Since when did you and the captain learn those techniques? Theo replied sadly, If I tell you, you'll get hurt. Selperd immediately became angry and pounced to bite his arm. Seeing this warm scene, Trainer's eyes curved into a smile. After a long night, dawn had broken. In the magnificent palace, inside the pink flower hall, Amel's neck was tightly strangled, making her eyes bulge, while both tears and saliva flowed out. Troyven angrily looked at her, the damned bastard. He threw Amin forcefully onto the ground, shouting, How dare you act like that? A male slave hurriedly approached, saying, Master. Troyven's hand touched the letter placed on the table. Where did you get the courage to steal my seal? He crushed the letter, asking repeatedly, Kill that bastard Ragnar and the White Dragon squad. Is that what you said? Do you realize what you've just caused? He threw the letter in front of Amel. How dare you meddle in Troyven's great plan? She went mad and screamed loudly. Amel sat in resentment on the floor, lifting her tearful eyes to explain, I only wanted the head of that bastard who caused Axion's misfortune, nothing more. Is that not enough? She raised her voice, making his expression grow darker. That enemy and everything related to him, tear them apart. Burn them all to ease my anger, so Axion's soul can rest in peace. Only then will I feel a bit better. Troyven clenched his fist. Axion. He stepped on the letter with her stunned before him. Just because a brat like him died. Have you forgotten your role? Amel couldn't believe it. As Troyven gritted his teeth and glanced at her, you have lost the dragon-slaying sword. The key to the entire plan. From this moment on you are no longer Troyven's daughter. Amel lowered her head, recalling the cold, sharp gaze of a man. That gaze, her father's. The male slave turned his head to call out, Master. The Troyven figure walked farther away, not looking back to give instructions. She is useless now. Imprison her where no one can see her, eliminate all the vermin connected to her so no information leaks outside. He stood outside the door, frowning at the screams inside the room. Please reconsider, Master, just this once. If you spare me, I will do anything. He went down the stairs filled with corpses, strewn about alongside desperate pleas, spare my life. He was pensive. The rebellion plan he had painstakingly prepared had gone up in smoke, all because of that bastard. His expression suddenly turned sinister. Theo Ragnar, I swear I will kill you with my own hands. Theo sat on the bed, operating the system panel. In his hand he held a large sword. The system displayed information about the sword, the Dragon Slayer Ba-Mung, a heavy sword, Mystery 82, effects unknown, currently sealed. The hidden mystery inside must be decoded before it can be used. Theo frowned and touched the sword, the Dragon Slayer. Toxic gas suddenly emitted from the sword he held. Theo immediately threw the sword onto the floor. The sword was struck several times upon impact. Theo fearfully rubbed his wrist while watching the sword emit poison. Just as predicted, the name, Dragon Slayer, is not meaningless. His hand was covered with countless bruises and scratches. It clearly completely suppressed Ragnar. The sword emitted a purple toxic aura. Just as I thought, I cannot use it unless I unlock its mysterious secret. A man holding a torch stood before a gigantic door engraved with the face of a heritage monster from the ancient mythical era, mysterious like an illusion. It does not easily fall into the hands of mortals, but if someone deciphers its secret, it will bestow legendary powers. The man absorbed power from the stone, a legendary treasure. Theo imagined Troivan wielding the sword. In his past life, Troivan must have unlocked Balmung's secret if he could remember what he did back then. He smiled, a place appeared in my mind. The sword was stuck into the system board, until its secret was unlocked. It was just a useless piece of iron. At that moment, a knock at the door outside made him turn his head. As soon as he opened the door, Theo called, Evelyn. She bowed and said to him, "Sorry to bother you at this time, young master, do you have a moment? The commander wants to see you." Julius sat with his hands clasped on the table. "It's good that you're alive and have returned." Julius's expression was cold, but the man sitting and intertwining his fingers said, "You want to be discharged, huh?" Trainer closed his eyes and answered, "It's embarrassing to say this, but as you can see, I lost my legs and Rosinante, my long falcon, in the recent battle." He lifted the teacup, and furthermore, this aging body can no longer endure long on the battlefield. I intend to spend the rest of my days in my homeland to honor the fallen comrades. Julius waved his hand. Who could stop that stubborn old man? He does as he pleases. He sat down and replied politely, "Thank you, sir, commander." Trainer calmly took a sip of tea. "I know this is not a worthy replacement, but I have something to say about the rookie Theo Ragnar," Julius said. "Go ahead." He mentioned that at his age, the Thunder Gate has opened. Julius thought of the skeleton within him and repeated with surprise, that Thunder Gate is the boundary that separates ordinary from extraordinary. Trainer slammed his teacup down. Clearly, he was not a natural-born genius who possessed it from the start. A vivid image appeared of Theo opening the door, but it was as if he had forcibly pried open a door that had been tightly shut. The sensation was unmistakably that the door was being violently forced open. He stepped into a puddle. In any case, his container had suddenly expanded. A figure stood within the cup of water, and compared to what he held, it was absurdly vast. Julius joyfully stood up. "Then we have to fill that expanded container." Trainer calmly closed his eyes. That was all a senior could tell his junior. The moonlight cast down upon the city walls. "From now on," Julius smirked, "you will have to learn and grow on your own." Theo frowned and looked at Julius. In the vast arena, the two faced each other. Julius spoke, "Theo, I've heard you played an important role in this mission." He bowed his head. "Not exactly, it was all thanks to my teammates." Julius smiled at him. "Don't be so modest. So, how far has your martial path advanced?" Theo covered his mouth thoughtfully. "Martial path, are you referring to my combat power?" Then he answered, "Fighting now is much easier than before." Julius raised his hand. "No, I'm not only asking about your fighting techniques." With cold eyes, Julius said, "I'm asking about the world that your sword is trying to express." Theo was utterly stunned. He lowered his head, his voice embarrassed. "If you mean that, I'm not sure anymore." Julius reached behind and touched the sword's hilt. "I have trained with one sole desire, to imitate my master's swordsmanship. That's how everyone begins." Finishing his words, Julius's expression changed. Julius drew his sword and scraped it sharply, startling him, creating a large crack. The entire sky turned red. Theo looked up and saw this was the demon dragon's domain. Theo remembered Osa standing beneath a large tree with a sword. It was different from the domain the sword dragon displayed before the second awakening. He anxiously looked around, wondering if what Julius said meant this world was formed from personal martial paths. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. Far away, Julius pointed his sword and released a beam of power into the sky. "My sword represents the demon." Theo looked up in shock. Julius held the sword with both hands, then brought it behind him. Julius spun the sword around, pointed the tip forward, and then lunged down. Theo's eyes went completely blank. A powerful tide created a huge hole. The tide was about to rush down where Theo stood. The water swirled in circles, and a sword tip appeared. Julius approached and asked, "What do you think?" With an expressionless face, Julius asked, "What did you see in the demon dragon's martial way?" Theo slightly furrowed his brows. "Strength and destruction." Julius smiled smugly. "Exactly, that is the essence of demons. Instinctive, direct." The sword sliced through the wood, even though it eventually shattered. The skull was cut in half, still forming a straight line, piercing and destroying everything it touched. Violence, destruction, power, death. Julius continued asking, "So what do you think about the Plum Blossom sect leader's sword?" Theo's expression was vague. "It was elegant and beautiful." Julius closed his eyes and crossed his arms. "Beautiful, huh? The Plum Blossom sect leader's swordsmanship carries the essence of life. That makes sense." The broken skull emitted a radiant glow illuminating the roots. Seeds sprouted, grew, and blossomed into flowers. "That is light." The roots clung to a large tree, it was slow yet gentle, constantly transforming, but it never stopped growing. This is the way of martial arts. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. This is the martial way he referred to, although both are 9 dragons, his explanation of swordsmanship was like this. Julius grinned. Approaching him, Julius spoke of life and death, survival and violence. Do you think the meaning of these 2 swords is completely opposite? Theo replied, isn't that so? His cloak fluttered up. The red space disappeared, returning to the original arena. Julius turned and left. If I said it outright, what fun would there be? A book was thrown to Theo. He held the book and asked, what is this? Julius answered, a dialogue between me and the Plum Blossom sect leader about the truth of the sword. Theo could hardly believe his eyes. You said this. Julius didn't turn his head but said, this is extremely rare, but you, Theo. A withered tree trunk grew up. An image of 2 figures, a man and a woman, back to back appeared. Julius continued, have become disciples of both the demon dragon and the sword dragon. Returning to the time before when Osa visited Julius, at that moment Julius was looking down from above. He closed the book, and pondered for a moment. Julius sat beside Osa, sulking, hey, you're a bit too strict, insisting that someone who already belongs to me become a co-successor. Really? Osa covered her mouth laughing, you're just jealous. Yet you can't deny that this will be very beneficial for Theo, right? An image of Theo appeared. You already know, Theo is currently a very promising successor. Unequaled by anyone else, he is developing at a rate matching his talent and will sooner or later hit a wall. Osa held the book, and at that moment, this thing will help him get through it, but if by any chance. Osa looked at Julius in confusion. Julius was flustered. What if Theo became an enemy of the leader, but not the enemy of Ragnar? Osa was extremely stunned by those words. One person stood while the other sat to continue the conversation. She also knew that those who developed that fast mostly did not end well. Julius pondered, that's right, if Theo followed the same path, the secret technique we gave him might turn against Ragnar in his blood. Osa stood and laughed, surprised. I thought you simply cared for that child. Osa's smile suddenly faded, but thanks to those words just now, I became certain of one thing. Osa held up the book and looked toward Julius. This is truly your style, it's best if you keep it. Julius silently looked at the 2 books. When the person you've watched over for so long grows up without being consumed by greed, and when you are sure he has become someone who appreciates every moment, then give it to him. Julius closed his eyes without saying a word, holding the book in his hand. Theo was shocked. Ragnar's 2 dragons, the first and second in swordsmanship, the dragon sword and the demon sword, 2 successors at the same time. He couldn't believe it and asked again, can I really accept this? Julius replied, no need to be so humble. Julius turned his head and said, we gave it to you because we believe you deserve it. Theo closed his eyes in silent agreement. He stood behind, watching Julius talk with Evelyn. Looking back, I realize I've been able to grow this much thanks to those people. Julius laughed happily while her face was full of worry as she looked at him. I've never done anything for them, yet they always help me. Theo stood at a distance, bowing before the 2 of them. Since the Rendon incident, I have only received help from you 2, I will definitely repay you. He stomped his foot heavily. Julius aggressively strode toward Theo, if you want to repay me, there's a way to do it immediately. Julius broke into a wild grin. He instantly got ready to duel Theo, a fun joke after such a long time apart. No, wait, now that there's a new disciple, how can I, the captain, just stand still? This is real training now. He was truly shocked. Evelyn quickly ran away, ignoring the fight behind her, hurrying even more as she locked the door. Inside echoed, please, open the door for me. Evelyn shouted loudly from outside, sorry, young master. The sunlight rose, beginning a new day. The chains were removed. Evelyn happily opened the door, but as soon as she opened her eyes, she was utterly stunned. Before her was Theo, his entire body turned to stone. Evelyn worriedly called out, young master. His face covered in dirt and grime. Young master, are you all right? She cautiously stepped closer to him. The captain went too far this time. Well, anyway, under the young master's orders, we locked him in the dungeon. After hearing her words, Theo raised his head as if coming back to life. There was no guard in the prison, but is the young master sure it's okay to just leave him like that? The one-armed man was chained by the neck in the prison. He wasn't the type to confess anything no matter what they did to him, but just leaving him like this was somewhat. Don't worry, I already have a plan. She leaned close to him. Come here, whisper into my ear a little. Evelyn was startled by what he said. At the magnificent mansion, my mansion. In the vast training yard stood a figure. It was the Lord's martial arts practice ground. Go inside, he slightly bowed his head, greeting the Lord of Hoamai Mansion. Osa spoke as he descended the stairs. Good, I've been waiting for you. Have you received the gift that Malong and I prepared? He maintained his posture and replied, yes, both of you have helped me a great deal. Osa smiled, summoned strength and took up the sword. A sword flew out. Osa held the sword and ascended as cherry blossoms fluttered around. Osa approached where he was kneeling on one knee with the sword in hand. That's good. Osa smiled dangerously. What I'm about to teach you isn't some advanced technique, but a fundamental principle often overlooked in swordsmanship skills and arts. The sword was gradually raised, starting from there all the way to the end of the path. Osa pointed the sword's tip in front. I want to teach you how to generate vitality with the sword. Osa looked at him and asked again. Osa's sword tip pressed close to his neck. Theo Ragnar, do you want to become my disciple? Theo bowed his head low before answering. May I ask you something, Lord of the Mansion? He opened his eyes, seeming uncertain. Osa was surprised when he spoke. Is this an invitation from the Sword Saint, Heavenly Dragon? Osa raised one eyebrow. Not many know that name, yet you managed to guess it. The sword plunged deep into the ground. I do not deny it. The sword reflected the shadow of Osa. I am the sole heir of the secret swordsmanship passed down one-on-one. The Heavenly Dragon Sword, the Holy Heavenly Dragon Sword, is indeed one of my titles. Theo bowed deeply and asked, so this was to probe my true intentions, right? Theo replied, I apologize, it's fine, I don't blame you. Osa smiled gently. I have absolutely no hidden agenda. From the time the apricot blossoms bloomed to the Heavenly Dragon Sword. He couldn't believe his ears and looked up. I intended to pass everything on to you. Theo walked along the path filled with flying peach blossoms. A loud call made him confused. That guy. He glanced at the group standing behind him, the rookies of the White Dragon Armor Squad. You are Theo Ragnar, right? Theo turned around with a contemptuous tone. So what? Henry was furious. You're speaking disrespectfully, aren't you? You haven't even greeted us. The other soldiers began to step forward behind Henry. Now that you are a disciple of the Mansion Lord and part of the Apricot Blossom Mansion, you should at least show some respect to your seniors. His expression was profound. So it's about fighting over territory. Senior, you're not even my senior, so what's with the act? Henry and the men behind him grew furious. What did you say? He turned his back and walked away, ignoring Henry's indignation. Not a senior. What on earth are you talking about? You've become a member of Plum Blossom House too, doesn't that make you a junior? Theo calmly said, I think you've misunderstood. The invitation to become an apprentice came directly from the Lord. He turned around and frowned. I have already refused. Henry and the others fell silent, speechless. Osa wondered, do you want to accept both the blooming apricot flowers and the divine dragon's sword from me? Isn't that quite tempting? Theo knelt beside him and answered, of course. He closed his eyes tightly but spoke honestly. I don't understand why you cherish me so much. I haven't done anything for you, yet here we are. Stand up. Osa reached out and touched him. There is no great reason. It's just that you remind me of Kyle. Osa touched his face full of surprise, recalling Kyle's features. I remind you of the clan leader. Osa's eyes looked at him affectionately. Yes, you look exactly like him in his youth, not just in appearance. Back then he also pursued his ideals and dreams. Osa touched his chin gently. Maybe even now he's still dreaming about that. Kyle stood in the snowy forest, driving away monsters. That's why he was never despairing. He had strived through countless hardships and challenges. Kyle sat before a pile of corpses. Every day was an unending battle. Kyle lifted his head to catch the raindrops, yet he never surrendered or abandoned his principles. Osa smiled shyly. When I see in you the image of the boy I once loved, how could I sit still? Theo was a bit embarrassed. If that answers your question, then now it's your turn to answer. Oh, right. Osa's gaze turned cold after hearing his answer. Although the offer was truly tempting, I must respectfully decline. What's the reason? He placed his hand on his chest. For I have had too many teachers. Theo said, making Osa widen his eyes. Miss Hoamai, you have taught me many things. As he spoke, he recalled those who had taught and accompanied him, including Commander Julius the Demon Dragon, the seniors in the Evelyn Knights team, Selperd, and Aaron, friends and teammates like Remington, Hulkus, and Erica, those from Training Ground Number 4, even Axion and Troyven. All of them are my teachers. Osa tilted his head in confusion. Both Axion and Troyven you call teachers. I heard you and Troyven are rivals. He looked straight ahead, it is precisely because of the hardships they caused that I have become who I am today. Osa did not know what to say. Theo bowed slightly again. My sword has learned and changed, thanks to both those who loved me and those who have hurt me. For this reason, I am not confident that I can inherit the tradition of a sect passed down to future generations. Osa smiled helplessly, unable to inherit because his sword always changes, both precious and regrettable. Osa's eyes widened, but even though I cannot be your disciple, he smiled happily, I am still willing to be your son. Osa was stunned, unable to believe it. Osa sat in the cherry blossom garden, holding a glass of wine, savoring it. A slave holding a bottle asked, "Do you truly cherish him that much?" Osa replied, "Of course." Osa shook the wine in the glass, for heaven did not grant me a biological child, yet a child who looks exactly like that person is willing to call me mother, how could I not be happy? The slave smiled, knowing how happy she was. I also felt joy, Miss Osa. Osa raised her glass, and the slave readily poured more. Should be thankful to Theo for allowing me to be a mother. Could you please prepare a letter for me to send to my husband? What does he want to convey? It is about Theo's promotion examination. The slave holding the wine was completely taken by surprise. The girl immediately said, with permission, but he is still a rookie who has just completed the awakening ceremony. The fish swam happily in the lotus pond. The girl continued, if he already attracts too much attention now, he could be in danger. You understand that better than anyone else, Miss Osa. The wine was set down, so I must hurry. Osa's hand remained on the wine glass, with a slightly irritated tone, before the great storm from the Ragnar family arrives and sweeps everything away, I want to give him all that I can. There was only one figure in the prison room. The man, with chains on his neck and legs, sat motionless. The man slightly closed his eyes. The person in the black cloak outside the bars looked at the man inside and said, "You have finally arrived." He bared his fangs and claws, "Don't blame me. It is all by your command, I will never oppose it." The man holding the neck chain said, "Now, kill me." Small knives were thrown into the prison by him. The knife lunging toward the man was knocked away by another object, leaving him dazed. He widened his eyes and looked up, seeing Evelyn holding a sword flying in through the hole in the wall. From the ceiling, she snapped, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." He thought in fear, Evelyn Nereville, damn it, is this all a trap? They fought relentlessly. Evelyn aimed her sword, and he quickly dodged. He used his strength to block the sword from hitting him, but she kept pushing forward, forcing him to retreat. Has she always been this strong? He thought of the man sitting in prison, though he regretted not taking down Sidra. Being caught would be far worse. He needed to retreat and plan for next time. With each sword strike radiating power, he luckily managed to avoid them. I won't let you just walk away from here. The secret technique, mysterious wind shift. She pointed the sword, the power swirling into a vortex as it surged toward him, a whirlwind. If he took this hit, he would spit blood. His body was torn with wounds. He thought, I can't get caught like this. I must erase all traces as quickly as possible. Evelyn closed in on him, delivering a strong punch to his stomach. Why do you all react exactly the same whenever things get out of control? In the blink of an eye, he slumped down. She stood beside him, warning, that move won't work on me a second time. At the massive mansion. Beneath the mansion stood a small wooden house, inside which were bookshelves. Behind the bookshelf, voices are analyzing. At 1:15 a.m. today, Evelyn Nereville caught an assassin sneaking into the dungeon. Cleve stands analyzing the map. This person has been confirmed as a member of the Snake Season organization, a branch under the elite Eastern Troivan clan. It's highly likely they have direct ties with the Ed Troivan dragon. Julius sits with his arms crossed. This almost confirms previous suspicions. We have a mole inside. In the small house in the middle of the forest, the discussion rings out. Exactly. We must hold the meeting in such a remote place to prevent any further information leaks. Cleve reports seriously. Theo, our informant, states that Snake Season is currently hiding in an ancient castle in the Calhelm area. Within 3 hours, if the mission fails, they will destroy all evidence and retreat. She lightly taps the staff in her hand. We need to launch a surprise attack on their base within that time frame, capture all members, and extract information. This is the core objective of this alliance mission. This is Cleve reporting. End of message. Theo stands beside Julius, quietly thinking, I never expected to have the chance to meet a snowless agent in person. Julius rests his arm and adds, there's one more thing. Theo and Evelyn exchange confused looks after Julius announces that this mission will also count as Theo Ragnar's promotion exam. He is stunned and leans down to ask Julius, Have I met the requirements to take the promotion exam? Yes, but not everything will be rosy. He was worried when he heard Julius explaining. The difficulty of this test had increased. Julius covered half of his face with his hand, recalling the fierce battles he fought while advancing through the ranks. It was natural for the test to be harder, but what was unusual was that a single mission could spark a civil war for a newly promoted mid-level swordsman. Evelyn closed her eyes, unwilling to listen. I heard you ordered Evelyn Theo to watch over the dungeon, anticipating assassins because you yourself initiated everything. Now you have to resolve it on your own. He was startled and apologized. Julius stood up and tucked his head under his arm. Though he was the heir, it was disrespectful to plan without reporting to superiors, but since things had come this far, he must complete the mission perfectly. Julius cheerfully bumped his forehead against his, having been promoted to mid-level swordsman and granted the right to carry out a solo mission, understood. Theo painfully rubbed his head clearly. Sir, everything revolves around me now. I didn't expect to become the center like this. Suddenly, he saw the system panel appear. The system announced the main quest for the dark ties from a past life. This is an opportunity to sever lingering dark bonds from a previous life, stop their sinister scheme. He clenched his fists. Yeah, I've always wondered what bound me to them, causing things to turn out this way. Cleve stood opposite him with concern and asked, is something wrong, Theo Ragnar? He replied, no, nothing. His face was serious. This mission will be accomplished no matter what happens. Julius stretched both arms out and placed them on the table. Good, now that you have been briefed on the mission. The three of them wore serious expressions. Only Julius smiled wickedly. It was time to start the snake-clearing campaign. At this moment, night had fallen over the sky, and the pale moonlight shone down on the ancient castle. Deep in the forest, three figures were discussing quietly. Cleve sat opposite the other two, speaking clearly. To eliminate the possibility of an internal spy, this mission will involve only the three of us, she firmly emphasized. Her sharp eyes looked at her teammates as she said, the target is an assassin organization. As Ragnar's swordsman, we have a skill advantage, but clearly, our numbers are fewer. Then she turned to the side with a serious tone and instructed, no matter what happens, do not let your guard down. Theo beside her responded with a sarcastic tone. Meanwhile, in an office of the assassin group, two figures were continuously checking the books. One of them turned around and said, most of the paperwork has been completed. The other replied, good, then we will depart as soon as he returns. Then he asked, how long has he been gone? As the other replied, a smoke bomb silently rolled in from the corner of the room, less than 2 hours. He should be back soon. Immediately, the bomb released a thick, opaque gas. The other hurriedly covered his mouth and shouted, it's an ambush. Then, through the dense smoke, a shadow glided lightly past. Immediately, the people in the room were swiftly taken care of. Under Cleve's sword, the masked man was also slashed. He exclaimed in pain and shock. Then he tried to press his hand tightly against his neck to stop the bleeding while attempting to crawl away. Weakened and panicked, he muttered, damn it. At that moment, Cleve also noticed his silhouette. She stomped her foot hard on the floor and prepared to attack. Then Cleve made a decisive leap and announced that the target had been restrained. After dealing with the trouble, Cleve coldly said to the remaining two, Evelyn and I will handle this part. Theo, you go down to the basement. The two, having just witnessed her performance, were amazed inwardly. Taking down 3 men in the blink of an eye, Theo acknowledged her clearly. Without further words, he quickly dashed off following Cleve's instructions. He ran at full speed while his mind kept working. According to the provided blueprint, the basement was located right beneath this staircase during the meeting. Suddenly, a red cord caught around his leg. Theo froze, disbelieving he had fallen into a trap. Immediately, an arrow flew straight past his face, no more than 5 centimeters away. Fortunately, with outstanding skill, Theo escaped by a hair. But before he could recover, a volley of arrows was fired, all aimed directly at him. At this moment, he seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. His expression changed accordingly. Just then, the system screen appeared, showing the young dragon sync skill scanning the area data. Seeing the long corridor completely sealed with traps ahead, he understood that not only traps but also ambushes had been detected. He decisively selected a skill on the system screen. Immediately, a number of swords surrounded him. This was the Dragon Lightning Bodyguard technique. Right after, Theo activated the Dragon Gate skill, and the swords flew forward, slicing through every obstacle in their way. Each fragile string was cut into pieces and fell apart. Below, those waiting to assassinate him fell sprawled as a result. The masked man was beaten badly at this moment. He couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, how is this possible? Theo continued running forward, leaving the assassin collapsed on the stairs behind. Racing against time, he thought to himself that with this level of protection, there must certainly be something hidden in the basement. Suddenly, Theo's gaze halted. Before him, blood was continuously dripping from a large table. The large man ahead sensed his presence and spoke in a stern voice, "The foul stench of evil chi rises even all the way here." Without turning his head, he continued, "Killing during the sacred ritual hour." The man turned around, wearing a large brimmed hat and a necklace with a giant eye pendant around his neck. He calmly said, "You really are an impatient believer." Theo immediately recognized it upon hearing it, the Holy Demon Sect. His memories suddenly flooded back like a torrent. The Holy Demon Sect, an apocalyptic cult that proclaimed the end days were near and that there would be a mortal savior. A counterfeit religious organization specializing in luring the deluded. He recalled the chaotic war scenes and the thoughts running through his mind, which were also the key reasons that triggered the great catastrophe leading to the empire's collapse. Seeing this, the man was somewhat surprised and said, "So you do know who I am?" Upon hearing this, Theo's eyes immediately darkened. Just then, the system screen appeared again, showing the newborn dragon synchronization skill scanning the flow of mana in the area. Shortly after, the mana inside his body became vividly visible. Seeing this, he was astonished and thought, "Impossible." The inner gate was not only opened but completely destroyed, and strange mana was spilling out, defying any rule or mechanism. He thought in confusion, "Is this what low-level priests call a blessing?" At that moment, the man glared at him and said, "Unfortunately, it seems you still refuse to trust a devoted follower, huh?" Then he folded his hands calmly, yet added, "But it's all right." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive surge of mana was released from his body. At this moment, the more boastful he became, the more I was honored to become the sacrificial offering to the sole deity. The man with a gloomy expression charged forward and said, "Don't even think about denying the grace of the Lord." Theo immediately drew his sword to block the man's strike. Then he was amazed to realize, so solid it was unbelievable, was this really a human hand? Then the battle instantly erupted, the giant man overpowering him with every strike. Theo nimbly dodged the man's critical blow. He immediately spotted a vulnerability and seized it. He swung his sword decisively, slashing directly toward the priest's hand. The two metals clashed, sparking a blinding flash of light. But then the priest, with astonishing strength, blocked his attack. Theo was shocked to see this. He thought to himself, a full-force strike filled with mana could be blocked that easily. Before he could recover, the priest without hesitation hurled him violently against the nearby stone wall. The corner of his mouth started to bleed. Theo screamed inwardly. He was just a low-ranking priest of the Holy Demon Sect. His body collapsed onto the ground. He thought to himself, "If I use the triple dragon claw here, I will be buried alongside him. A normal mana-infused slash won't be enough." He lowered his head, his mind working rapidly. So what should I do? Theo slowly picked up his sword and asked himself, "With this sword, what can I do now?" At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. It was violence, destruction, power. This was the true nature of swordsmanship, death itself. His eyes then shone as he looked at the sword in his hand, and a voice rang in his ear, "The foundation of technique and swordsmanship. Ultimately, what we want to reach is how to create life through this sword, life and death, survival and violence." At that moment, Julius looked at him proudly and said, "Do you think these two swords represent opposing meanings?" Realizing the essence of the matter, he gripped the sword tightly in his hand and thought silently. The two swords seemed to be in opposition. At that time, the priest smiled wickedly, raised his sword towards him, and said, "Lord, this humble sheep sheds sacred blood before you." He swung down with delight and exclaimed, "Please accept it, like a sacrifice." The strike hit the ground, which could not withstand it and shattered, and from it radiated a blinding light. At that moment, Theo quietly appeared beside him, his body without a single scratch, and his eyes were filled with a trace of hatred. Seeing he was unharmed, the priest's face darkened and his voice dropped, "You truly are a troublesome sheep." He gathered strength around the blade, locked his gaze on the target, and thought silently. Indeed, those two swords were never opposing. Life and death are one path. Two rays of light flashed in his line of thought. Death is always at the end of life's journey, and life also sprouts from death. At this point, his hand holding the sword gently turned backward. He focused both streams of power into the sword and told himself, not two but one unified entity. If these separate sources of power could be gathered into a single ray of light. At that moment, the priest raised his spotted hand in front of him and said, "Why are you still so foolish? Your sword strike won't do anything to me. Haven't you realized that yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, a cold sword blade swept across. Theo used the move, Dragon Light. Immediately after, a powerful shockwave exploded. The priest kept his mocking smile and said, "That looks grand, but it's no different from before." Right after the words were spoken, his hands suddenly flashed. His face became astonished. The priest clearly felt every movement of the attack on his body. The strike moved as if it had a life of its own. Then he was blasted by that immense power into the stone wall. Large drops of blood began to fall heavily onto the ground. The priest, bloodied, forced a crooked smile and said, "Enlightenment amidst the bloodshed, you truly are a chaotic scourge of evil, before you further defile his world." Before he could finish, the man decisively struck a direct blow to his face. Only then did the priest painfully cry out once, and immediately the computer screen appeared, displaying the dragon synchronization skill reading the remaining thoughts of the target. After reading, Theo's expression immediately turned serious. He silently thought about how to uncover the true origin of the strange powers possessed by the Matan sect. Immediately after, his hand placed on his face showed something unusual. Then, the space began to swirl. Before long, the two of them were pulled into another space together. Theo exclaimed in bewilderment, "What?" Inside the space, his body was completely bare, covered only by two simplified colors of black and white. At this point, Theo was startled and thought to himself, "This is completely different from all the mind readings he had done before, it's as if they had degenerated into a child." His gaze shifted to the system screen below. Strange characters began to appear on the system board. A blazing red screen clearly displayed, "Warning, an enemy higher level than your current rank has appeared, escape immediately." Seeing this, his face could not hide his worry. He screamed inside his mind, "What the hell, what is this?" Suddenly, an unexpected pressure emerged, tightening around his body. A large inscription appeared, "Who dares?" Thus, Theo stood stunned before the system's blazing red screen. In front of him now was a giant pair of eyes staring fixedly at every action he made. On the strange creature's body were several other eyes. At this moment, it growled angrily, word by word, "Disturbing my sleep." Theo looked around and realized that this was exactly the entity worshipped by the Matan sect, wasn't it? At this moment, the giant creature widened its eyes and asked angrily, "Answer me, who are you?" As it finished speaking, a thought flashed through his mind, could it be their god? His face stiffened, and his eyes betrayed his astonishment. He silently thought, so the so-called Van Hue that the fanatics always mention isn't a lie after all. At that moment, the creature fixed its gaze directly on him and said, "It is you." It recognized him easily, "Theo Ragnar," it said. Hearing this, he was terrified inwardly. "Does it know who I am?" Before he could react, it stretched out massive tentacles, wrapping around his legs, its voice booming like thunder, "I have been searching for you all this time." In front of its gigantic body, Theo was nothing more than a grain of sand in the desert. It roared into his ear, "The disaster of this world." Theo desperately scanned his surroundings, looking for an opportunity to escape. But unfortunately for him, this creature was too powerful. In less than a second, its tentacles had enveloped and almost swallowed his entire body. The tentacles curled tightly around him and continuously twisted. At that moment, from within, a light slowly seeped out from the tentacles. Then, from inside the mass of tentacles, Roadbroke burst out with a powerful dazzling golden light. He looked at her in amazement and immediately recognized Roadbroke. Theo gaped in astonishment. Looking at the majestic Roadbroke beside him, he whispered, "My other half, listen carefully, that thing is not someone you can face right now." Although he had broken through the mass of tentacles, Roadbroke was still only slightly bigger than Theo. Seeing this, Roadbroke reminded him, "Even if you reached Sigurd's level, I wouldn't be sure you could defeat it." At that moment, his gaze suddenly froze. "What?" Roadbroke decisively grabbed him by the tail and threw him backward, saying, "So just leave it to me." Thrown flying far back, Theo anxiously shouted, "Roadbroke." Then he was cast straight out into space, returning to reality. Theo's hand trembled. He suddenly realized, "I have returned." His pupils contracted immediately. He thought to himself, what exactly was that just now? Could it be that Roadbroke has been fighting that thing alone all this time? Theo raised his hand to touch the bleeding wound on his head, and at that moment, an unbelievable voice echoed in his ear. The priest sank to the ground, clutching his head in despair, saying, "How could a heretic like him? I have devoted my whole life to the Lord, yet never once received his grace." Then he shouted in his face, "And yet you, one without faith." Before he could finish his sentence, his face froze. Theo decisively swung his sword down and said, "I don't need a god like that." His eyes were filled with fury as he thought, but more importantly, the god that the holy demon cult worships. The image of that monstrous giant creature appeared in his mind along with a thought. Unexpectedly, it was precisely the unnamed entity that Roadbroke once mentioned. He recalled an old memory, back when Roadbroke told him that for the past 1,000 years, she had remained here, bearing the responsibility of protecting the world from it. Remembering this, his eyes dimmed, and he thought to himself that since Roadbroke had lost her heart, she said she wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 3 years. Memories of war surfaced in his mind. The next year, a great battle would erupt, centered around the cult of the sacred demon, heralding the demise of the guardian dragon god, the rise of the cult of the sacred demon, the rebellion initiated by Troivan. There's no way all these events happened by chance. Reaching this point, he frowned, holding his head, silently saying to himself, no, they are all connected. At that moment, Evelyn stepped forward to support him and said, young master, you did very well. At the same time, Cleve quietly stood behind the two of them. She thought silently, we had to act urgently because among the targets was a blood priest. Suddenly, Cleve's eyes flashed with amazement. Looking at the man lying flat on the ground, she exclaimed, unexpectedly he defeated him by himself. Then she raised her voice to the two of them, that was wonderful, Theo. Cleve exhaled, then put her hands on her hips and said, defeating a blood priest alone is enough to prove your ability. Scene change, now the three were in a room almost filled with documents. Cleve's voice rang out, that's all there is regarding the documents. She slightly frowned, her tone disappointed, all of it is just indirect evidence, not enough to become decisive proof. Just at that moment, Theo brought out a small box and said, I found this in the basement, please check it out. Looking at the box, a thought flashed through Evelyn's mind. It was none other than. A memory surfaced in her mind. She quietly thought, this is the item I collected on behalf of the young master before the awakening ceremony, a record of secret transactions between the Ceres Merchant Guild and the Troivan family. She shifted her gaze to him, her expression puzzled as she wondered why he had never used it before. Unexpectedly, he had planned this far ahead. Cleve flipped through the pages for a while, then stopped and said, this is the transaction record of the Ceres Guild. A seal was clearly imprinted on the page. Cleve said, there are also transactions with Troivan, all officially stamped. Closing the book, she turned to him and said, well done, Theo, with this, we can prove Troivan's conspiracy to rebel, and that the Holy Demon Society is also involved. Cleve paid no attention to the darkened expressions of Theo and Evelyn. She spoke nonchalantly, now we have enough evidence. Then she turned and kept discussing her plan. After submitting the preliminary report, we will immediately attack the Ceres Guild. Theo walked behind, his gaze sharpening. He silently vowed, just wait, Troivan. A while later, the scene shifted to the headquarters of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. Finally, it was time for you to face your inevitable downfall. At this moment, Julius clenched the piece of paper tightly in his palm, his expression full of anger. He shouted, I knew it, that bastard Troivan. I had long suspected he would betray us one day. The person opposite him calmly took a sip of water and said, we still can't be certain, although there are many suspicious points, he remains just a suspect. Julius replied, do you think I'm stupid? Robert sat opposite him, his face still calm and untroubled. Julius continued, the fact that a powerful black dragon took the initiative to share information with me shows this is no longer just a doubt. As soon as he finished speaking, Robert responded, stop wasting time guessing. Julius then softened his tone, saying, judging by your reaction, it seems you already know but are letting things happen. A name slipped from his mouth, Theo, he said to Julius. According to Cleve's report, he single-handedly defeated a blood priest. Julius immediately clenched his teeth and said, don't bring that up again. Robert ignored his words and continued, he's a talent better suited for Black Snow, hand him over to me. Julius abruptly shouted, what the hell is going on? At this point, Robert's eyes darkened. He said, his observation and reasoning skills are exceptional, able to see the whole picture from the smallest details. His way of acting is strikingly similar to Vo Tuet, as if he has practical experience. After hearing that, Julius waved his hand and said, don't try to make excuses anymore, I've already declared it up front. Don't even think about competing with me, brother. You and OSA are truly a pair of thieves. Robert, upon hearing this, slowly placed his teacup down, his voice lowering, brother, it's been a long time since I've heard you call me that, it really warms my heart. 4 figures appeared in his mind. Robert continued, Kyle, OSA, you, and me. Thinking of this, tears welled up at the corners of his eyes. He said, it's like just yesterday that the 4 of us swore brotherhood. A loud voice rang out immediately afterward, don't use those sentimental stories to lure me. get lost quickly, if you dare compete for Theo with me, don't blame me for being ruthless. At this moment, Robert's voice showed surprise as he said, it seems you still haven't realized. He leaned close behind Julius, his tone nonchalant but full of mockery. A brother stealing from his younger brother is simply natural. Upon hearing this, Julius' face immediately froze. Julius replied, next time, remember to prepare something more valuable. Then Robert turned and walked away carrying 3 bottles of wine, not forgetting to turn back and scold, you damned fool. As the door closed, furious shouts echoed repeatedly. Robert glanced back at this moment, thinking to himself that at least he could rest assured knowing that there was no traitor within the white armor cavalry. Now, there were few places left untouched by the claws of the celestial dragon. His body gradually began to dissolve. He thought that entrusting this mission to him wouldn't be a problem. His entire body thus melted into the air along with his thoughts. They would arrive soon enough. Then by the window side, Robert completely disappeared. He left behind an idea, to attack the series guild today itself. This is going to be very interesting. The scene shifts to the main hall of the central chapel of the series merchant guild. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. A man slowly stepped up to the podium. He bowed respectfully and said, I am Naven Bacchus, the second young master of the Bacchus family. Before him, a short man sized up Naven once before speaking, I am Quodrak, head of the series merchant guild. Today I officially propose a marriage alliance between our family and yours. He pointed to the girl beside him and introduced, on our side is Lily Ceres, the 4th youngest daughter of the Ceres family. Then he declared clearly, from this moment on, these two shall be husband and wife, and the Ceres family and the Bacchus family shall become relatives by marriage. After finishing, he wore a satisfied look, thinking inwardly, at last, the dream of glory is in my hands. Naven bowed respectfully in front, his eyes fixed intently on the pin on Naven's coat. He silently thought, this upper-class noble title is just the beginning. I will make the Ragnar clan pay for daring to look down on me. His face was twisted with ecstatic joy. A twisted thought arose, I will definitely take revenge. In the darkness, the elder's face darkened as he silently observed them, thinking to himself that the merchant dared to claim he was part of our family before the Bacchus clan, one of the 6 great families. Then he clenched his wrist tightly and reminded himself that he must endure. With the dowry from this marriage, perhaps he could save the family. His pupils shrank as he thought, who cares about an illegitimate child of the clan? Meanwhile, Naven glanced at the group behind him, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he silently thought that their intentions were so obvious it was laughable. Then his eyes turned hateful, and he clenched each word deep inside his heart, those calculating merchants, they truly think. Looking at the fake smile on Quodrak's face, he wondered if they would really be able to help us. He knelt on one knee before them and chuckled silently to himself, but they didn't even know that the merchant guild holding my assets was actually controlled by me. His brow furrowed, yet the smile remained unchanged. Naven thought to himself, after all, I don't have much time left to live. He reached out his hand toward Lily with a plan in mind, before I die, I will witness that cursed family's destruction. Then his voice softened warmly, saying, it's a great honor to meet you, Lily. He extended his hand toward her and spoke clearly, as the son-in-law of the Ceres family and your husband, I will devote myself wholeheartedly. But Lily, standing before him, showed a look of displeasure. Only then did she voice her question, and how do you intend to prove that? After hearing that, the corner of his mouth immediately twitched upward. Naven confidently responded, it seems she already has a plan. Our family is on the verge of bankruptcy, and I myself am being offered for marriage. Then he declared clearly, if the bride desires, I will bring the entire Bacchus family seal to her. The elder, upon hearing this, immediately twisted his face in displeasure and silently cursed the insolent bastard. At that moment, Lily tightened her hand on his shoulder and said, if you dare be so reckless. Then she shouted with fury, revealing the ugly scar on her bicep, bring back the head of Theo Ragnar, the one who caused me to lose my arm. Naven showed no expression, staring intently at her and thinking, attempting to assassinate an heir in the midst of a ceremony, this woman must be as crazy as they come. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd around began whispering and murmuring continuously. Quodrak hurried to his daughter's side, gently reminding her, Lily, you must not speak such words during this solemn ceremony. Naven's voice then rose from behind, understood. The two immediately turned their heads, eyes wide with surprise as they looked at him. Naven, full of confidence, placed his hand on his chest and said, if the bride desires it, then I shall make it happen. Cut to another scene, a strange aura suddenly appeared in the sky. Shortly thereafter, 2 large dragons appeared in the sky. Curious voices immediately erupted. Huh, what is that? It looks like a dragon. 3 people rushed downward, and seeing this, one person exclaimed in shock, what the hell, someone just jumped down from above. The 3 who landed immediately were Cleve's team, the 2 behind were Theo and Evelyn respectively. At that moment, someone was surprised to recognize that flag. Looking at the flag with its distinctive colors and emblem, that person immediately shouted, Ragnar. They firmly planted the flag into the ground. Cleve stood in front and declared clearly, from this moment on, in my name, justice will be served. She looked around once and then loudly said, from the attacker's stronghold, Ragnar, we have discovered evidence showing a close connection with the Ceres Trading Guild, therefore, we will conduct an investigation to verify suspicions of treason. Then she threatened, anyone who obstructs or opposes will be considered an accomplice and executed on the spot. The people on the street were astonished and exclaimed, executed on the spot, the Ceres Trading Guild committing treason. She pointed directly toward the central chapel and said, if you are innocent. Faced with her angry expression, Cleve continued, then step forward and cooperate with Ragnar's investigation. He whispered in anger, damn it, don't tell me they've already found a clue. Then he gritted his teeth, trying to calm himself, impossible, then I must bet everything here. At this point, the elder beside him cautiously asked, treason, what does this mean, my lord Ceres? Outside. Cleve angrily shouted, Quodrak Ceres, show yourself immediately. Someone inside also worriedly asked, chieftain, how did it come to this? Quodrak could no longer hold back and loudly exclaimed, how absurd. That worthless scrap of paper could very well be a forgery. He shouted from inside the central chapel, insisting that this was definitely a conspiracy to trap us, no matter how dirty your tricks might be. In front of the soldiers standing outside, he firmly declared that the Ceres family had always been loyal servants to Ragnar. Your lies will sooner or later be exposed. Soldiers of the Ceres house. His pupils contracted as he shouted orders, arrest those who dare point their swords at Ragnar. The elder beside him heard this and immediately tried to dissuade him, Lord Ceres, please reconsider, are you declaring non-cooperation with the investigation? He decisively waved the elder away and said, if that is so, this marriage will be called off. Then he pointed directly at the elder and scolded, you fool, do you think only your side can escape? The charge here is treason. Quodrak leaned close to him, threateningly saying, in Winterra, you all know exactly what treason means, right? As one of the 6 great families, you should understand that better than anyone. Do you think I will die alone? The 3 outside are still quietly waiting. His voice rang out again, and if they really had solid evidence, they wouldn't just bring 3 people, they would have deployed a massive army covering the entire sky. Facing the stern expression of the elder, he raised his voice, asking, do you understand now? They aren't even certain about that crime. We just need to stop them this time, just once, and we can turn the tables. At this moment, Naven calmly spoke up, what do you intend to do with an old man who can't even take care of his own hygiene? He stepped forward, putting his arm around the elder's shoulder and said, isn't that right, elder? The elder glared at him and cursed, you bastard. Then he turned away and said, anyway, isn't this a good opportunity? Naven, holding his sword, stepped out of the central chapel and said, we might be delivering the wedding gift earlier than expected. The elder glanced sideways and said, that brat, when did he sneak in? Naven quickly leapt over the rooftops and moved away from the chapel. The elder's face was utterly grim, he clenched his teeth and cursed inwardly, damn it, that bastard son of a whore, the moment we draw our swords, we become accomplices. Immediately, he ordered the soldiers to advance and support the Ceres clan. They quickly dispersed and responded clearly. At that moment, sharp spears all pointed in one direction. The soldiers surrounded the 3 of them. Cleve frowned tightly and said firmly, this is your final warning, if you do not step aside, you will be executed immediately for treason. After hearing this, the soldiers began to hesitate. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the rooftop. Naven silently appeared behind Cleve. He smirked slightly and said, truly a man of Ragnar, how obsessed you are with on-the-spot executions, I don't know why. Theo and Evelyn behind immediately panicked. Cleve also did not take long to notice his appearance. Then Naven decisively swung his sword around his body, creating a deadly circle. Naven's voice rang out mockingly, it is a pleasure to meet the guardians of Ragnar. Naven continued calmly, especially you Theo, I didn't expect our first meeting to be under these circumstances. Upon hearing this, Theo widened his eyes in surprise, thinking to himself, I didn't expect to run into him here. A stream of memories suddenly flooded his mind, recalling the Great War long ago. together with the Ceres and Troivan merchant guilds, the ones who plunged Ragnar into chaos. He immediately recalled Navin's cursed sword, pointed the blade directly at Theo, and declared, "I will take your head." As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Theo with maximum speed, leaving him momentarily stunned. Then came Navin's relentless continuous strikes. Navin's face was full of confidence, thinking to himself, if I use knowledge from my past life, this is the chance to turn the tides and seize great power. But at that moment Theo's gaze sharpened, he said to the two, "I will handle this one." Evelyn shouted anxiously, "But young master, he is." Cleve next to her immediately spoke up, "It's fine, this time let him deal with it, but they're probably trying to destroy evidence right now, we don't have much time, we must finish quickly." Theo stood aside, loudly reassuring, "I will do my best." Navin now smiled with delight and said, "If you don't interfere, I would be very grateful. Are you sure you're okay? Though you don't look like it, I'm very strong too." Theo replied calmly, "I will give those words right back to you." Suddenly his voice held a note of curiosity, "But before that, let me ask you something." Navin tilted his head and responded, "Go ahead and ask." Theo looked at him with sharp eyes and said, "Pointing a sword at Ragnar is clearly treason. Are you declaring yourself a traitor? Is it to destroy the Bacchus family, or more precisely, to seek revenge for your mother?" Navin's expression immediately darkened, he clenched the sword tightly and replied, "How noble of you, young master of Ragnar, yet you bring up a memory I wanted to bury deep." Navin glared at Theo with a demonic gaze and growled, "Now I have one more reason to take your head, I will tear you to pieces." Theo quickly interrupted, "Listen to me first, let me help you." Theo firmly reached out his hand before Navin and spoke steadily, "Revenge, destroy the Bacchus family." At that moment, the system screen appeared, "Hidden quest recruit ghost sword Navin as your ally." Navin Bacchus, the strongest illegitimate of the Bacchus family. His line wasn't recognized by the family despite equal power, the reason being he was born out of wedlock, born in a brothel. Because of that extraordinary talent, his mother had to leave this world. Theo recalled, and because of that he must harbor intentions to avenge the Bacchus family. If I can exploit that I might pull him to my side. Thinking this, he smiled and reached out to Navin, "Let me help you, with your grudge and the collapse of the Bacchus family." Navin smoothed his hair and replied slowly, "Well, I don't know where you dug up the story about my mother, but one thing's certain." As he spoke, he suddenly swung his sword, slashing toward Theo. Suddenly, he used his sword to parry. The two blades collided, sending out a pressuring sword aura. After the unexpected strike, the force forced both to retreat, creating a long crack in the ground. Navin said coldly, "I have no reason to accept your offer, even if I don't cooperate the family will fall due to the rebellion." Theo's face hardened, his gaze icy, "That's right. Without my help, the Bacchus family will be wiped out along with you." Navin replied, "Your worry is unnecessary, anyway in this life I have nothing left to regret, I don't mind disappearing with that damned family." Navin sighed softly, his gaze averting. Theo continued, leaving him stunned, "It's because of the ether fever, right?" Theo observed him calmly and asked, "A disease that spreads when a young body can't bear an overly great talent, if treated aggressively early there's still a chance to cure it, but if the golden window is missed it becomes a terminal illness and shortens your life significantly." Navin lowered his head in silence at the other's words, "The family didn't treat your illness in time, so your remaining lifespan is." Navin answered, 5 years, he spoke defensively, "Indeed a noble heir, you investigated my dirty past, but knowing that doesn't change anything, right here the family will vanish and I will die as Navin." Having finished speaking, he rushed forward swinging his sword. Sword auras collided and flashed dazzlingly. Theo grinned, "What if I can cure your disease?" Navin was suddenly shocked, "Nonsense, there's no cure for ether fever," he hastily denied, then used all his strength to push Theo back. Indeed, in his previous life the cure was found only a few days after he died, so now only he knows the remedy for that disease. He smiled confidently and slowly stood up. His eyes filled with determination as he looked at the other, he continued, "No, it can cure 100%. Theo explained, "As you said, the Bacchus family will vanish even if you don't cooperate with me." He reached out his hand, his gaze sincere and assuring, "But if you take my hand, even after the Bacchus family disappears you can still live as a hero, you helped the Ragnar family. Trust me this time," Theo implored. Meanwhile at the city gate, the battle was still underway, reload, fire. Arrows continuously streaked toward Evelyn and Cleve. Evelyn snapped angrily, "How troublesome." Cleve sighed in agreement, "That's right, is Theo still not finished?" she asked. "It seems like they're having some conversation, she guessed. Hearing that, Cleve angrily tossed all the arrows in her hand down, sighing, why can't I just kill them all? She suddenly remembered Robert's admonition. If possible, don't make trouble. Our priority is to analyze his potential, we should recruit him quickly. You want me to observe him? Cleve wondered. He did capture that monk, but you didn't witness it directly. That's right, she replied. He put down the cup he had been fingering and continued. That's why our Black Pillar mission must accurately analyze the individuals who will lead Ragnar's future. Seeing Cleve standing at attention, Robert asked them to remember that, gathering more evidence is Theo's task in this operation. Cleve focus on assessing Theo's capabilities. Understood, she obeyed but asked what exactly are the intervention limits you mention. In response to Cleve's question, he stroked his chin. It's related to the cult right, I'll allow you to intervene at bishop level and above. Thinking of Robert's words, she couldn't help clenching her teeth in anger. If I intervene at that level he'll nag me a lot. But if the mission is delayed, my shift end will also be delayed, she glared in annoyance. Suddenly there was the sound of someone rushing in at great speed. Evelyn startled and became alert. Naven Bacchus, the young master, defeated by him. Seeing the approaching person she was incredulous. She raised her sword angrily to prepare to fight but saw Theo rushing in from behind. Before she could understand what was happening, Naven had already swept by to block the arrows flying toward her. Sorry for the earlier rudeness. Ladies, with this, could you forgive me? Now we are on the same side. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Naven turned and smiled, winking he said. A system message chimed, hidden quest completed, you have successfully recruited the demonic sword Naven as an ally. Having said that, he rushed off. Moving deftly through the crowd the soldiers shouted in fear, stop them, at all costs stop them. Naven somersaulted and leapt into the air, a soldier shouted from above, he won't be able to dodge. He landed and took a run up to charge. His hand swung the sword repeatedly destroying all the weapons, eliminating the soldiers who blocked his way. The first commander shouted in fear, Naven, you bastard, how dare you betray the family that raised you, how can you point your sword at your own family? No sooner had he finished speaking than Naven was behind him sneering, family, is there any family for a filthy bastard child? The cold words fell along with his sword, the commander was killed. After that came pitiful screams everywhere, the weapons have been destroyed. Evelyn stood to one side in astonishment, truly deserving of someone who can match young Master Theo. How did the young master persuade him? I only promised him what he wanted, he said with a bright smile. Before the two could recover from the scene, Theo ordered, don't stand there, follow him quickly, seize Quodrak series. Having said that, the three dashed off like arrows. Over here, a soldier rushed in to report, Master, our forces are being pushed back. Do you think I don't know? Quodrak snapped angrily. Fearfully, he said, there's no time, we must eliminate any documents that could be evidence. The soldier said, first we must burn the documents related to Troyven. Hearing that, he immediately shouted, no, don't touch those documents. Faced with his panic, the soldier cowered, what's wrong, Master? Please think rationally to minimize unnecessary casualties. Before he could finish, Quodrak grabbed his collar to threaten, if we burn it, how will we recover the money we've invested in them? Are you doing this to save those bastards? As the tension built, a voice from outside asked, should we abandon that money just for those bastards? Quodrak was surprised at the two who had arrived, what a coincidence. I need your help. You arrived just in time. On Theo's side he thought, great, I see the destination. He rejoiced and pressed on toward the entrance. Having said that, the group continued advancing while swinging their swords to cut down those in their way. The city gates suddenly opened, causing Theo to be astonished. Uninvited guests were wreaking havoc. A cult army appeared, the leader announced, followers rejoice, it's time to put what you've learned into practice. O creatures blinded by greed, you cannot see far. Hearing the voice, Quodrak was amazed, my lord, just when I needed help, you arrived in time. He recognized the newcomers as the demonic cult. Following them was the cult's bishop. He exclaimed, it seems you truly cannot die, even sending the cult bishop, now that you're here, please help us. Quodrak spread his arms as if finding a straw to grasp, aren't you and the ledger on the same boat, does that mean you're on the same side as us? Please, I'm begging you, help me. He kept talking, oblivious to the cult bishop clenching his fist. The bishop said, I will help you because I may need you for the day of judgment. First, where are the files related to Troyven? Quodrak, his face unbecoming, ordered, why are you looking for it? That's my source of funds, didn't you think I hid it well? if you need money then do this job properly. No sooner had he finished than the large hand of the demonic bishop distorted his face. The bishop looked down on Quodrak in contempt as if at a vermin, mocked, "What an arrogant fool. Do you really intend to oppose the grand plan of the deity, you faithless bastard?" He shouted at him with fury. "Enough, kill him, financiers are lined up ready." Saying that, he turned and ordered the demonic bishop to act. That hand tightened on Quodrak's face, filling him with utter terror. He struggled and begged, "I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry, I was extremely disrespectful to the bishop. And if I die now, Troyven will become even more suspicious," he pleaded miserably. After a moment of silence, the bishop signaled his demonic bishop to release Quodrak. "Burn all the files on Troyven immediately, don't even think about fleeing, because the deity is watching everything. If you want to live, hurry up," he said coldly, threatening. Quodrak was horrified. He fled in panic. On Theo's side they continued charging toward the entrance. The group advanced while swinging their swords to eliminate the blockers. "I'll breach the entrance soon," he said. The city gates suddenly opened, causing Theo to be astonished. A cult army appeared, the bishop led them and announced, "Followers rejoice, the time has come for us to carry out the holy war." He frowned, thinking to himself, "Finally he has appeared, the cult's bishop." The bishop raised his hand toward the followers, smiling wickedly, "From our blood the god will be incarnate." They chanted in unison, "The god will come through our blood, worship the deity." The deity having spoken, they moved toward Theo's ready group. I suspected the cult was behind this, but what surprised me was that they even mobilized the bishop. He thought as he swung his sword to strike. One slash sent the cultists to pieces. Evelyn shouted, "You madman." Naven asked anxiously, "They're surging like this, can we handle it?" Watching the battle, Cleve stood pensively, "So the bishop really has shown himself. This is more troublesome than I thought." "Wait, but that actually makes it better, now I have a reason to step forward." Thinking so, she drew her dual swords. "After all, we're still standing here," Theo thought. As the battle raged fiercely, suddenly a massive pressure swept away many cultists. Cleve leaped forward. Purple sword aura enveloped her. She said seriously, "From now on I will lead. We cannot sit idly by while they block Ragnar's path. I will destroy this place." Theo hurriedly stopped her. "Wait, don't forget why we're here. We must secure the files before they destroy them." Cleve sighed, "Theo, perhaps I overrated you." As she spoke she spun her sword. "Now that the cult has manifested we don't need further proof." She swung her sword continuously, cutting down enemies. He stepped closer to Cleve, "On the contrary, we need it. They intervene to this extent, meaning they have something they absolutely don't want us to take." She asked, "I know, so what do you want to do?" Looking at the encirclement ahead, Theo said seriously, "Whatever the priority, we must get past them first, right?" "That's true, but by then the evidence will have been destroyed." Theo shouted, "I have a way," he suddenly said. Theo immediately activated, linked with the Thunder Gate, the synchronization dragon range surged, using the synchronized dragon to scan the surrounding terrain. A map of the surrounding terrain appeared before his eyes. On Cleve's side she kept fighting without pause. She thought there was no evidence, but since it was said by the Black Dragon she would observe for now. Then suddenly a cultist charged, shouting, "How dare you be careless!" Cleve swung her sword, the man was immediately cut to pieces. Then, "This time I will trust you, we'll handle things here, we must get that evidence," she said firmly. Theo leaped up, confidently saying, "Leave it to me." The cultists suddenly surged to block the path, surprising him. Evelyn together with Naven Bacchus quickly charged forward, tearing apart the army ahead to help him. Naven laughed, "I have to clear the way, master, go ahead." Hearing that, Evelyn shot him an angry look and retorted, "When have you ever called him master to his face?" Theo immediately used Thunder Dragon speed technique to escort through the fanatic crowd. He was grateful, "Thank you both." Thunder Dragon speed step, Dragon Gate. Looking at the dense army ahead, Theo guessed they wouldn't hand top-secret documents to just anyone. If anyone was suitable it had to be a high-ranking commander. As he thought he scanned the terrain ahead, there it is. Quodrak series. Theo smiled at the target. The system panel announced Mission Scenario 4, Clue, the evil from a past life. This is your chance to avenge a past life grudge, stop their plot. After clearing the way for the young master, Naven turned proudly to introduce himself. "Let me introduce myself. I am Naven Bacchus." His first sword, Evelyn, angry, "First sword, you're joking a bit too much." Saying that she angrily swung her sword to slay enemies as a show of force, he smiled, "Judging by your reaction you really are the first sword, I feel relieved." He smirked slightly, "If you are the first then I can be the second." Evelyn sneered, sounding as if you think you can beat me. Naven confidently, of course. Then he rushed to kill those trying to ambush her. Naven pressed his sword to Evelyn's neck, teasingly, the stage is set, so let's duel, whoever kills more fanatics is number one. She, exhausted, we're on a mission, don't joke around. He provoked, afraid to lose. Unable to contain her anger, she immediately swung her sword to strike. Naven was terrified. Luckily that swing was only to cut down those trying to ambush him. Evelyn didn't look back, charging at the enemy she said, I'll show you why I'm his first sword, don't say I didn't warn you. Naven ran over. I'm looking forward to it. Over here. The tavern door opened. Deep inside there was an access to a basement. Quodrak opened the door, stepping into the secret room beneath the cellar. He looked at the chest full of documents before him. Evidence to extort money from Troyven, just burn this and it's over, that way I'll escape the charge of treason. Holding the torch blazing in his hand, Quodrak hesitated, do I really have to burn this? It's very valuable, once burned it can't be recovered. Not to mention the businesses I've entrusted to the Celestial Dragon. I need to shore up the reserve fund, suddenly recalling the bishop's cruel gaze. He sighed, let the fire go, better than dying, anything will do. In a flash Theo appeared, snatching the torch. Theo Ragnar, Quodrak gasped, how did you get in here? Theo's eyes full of killing intent, it seems the arm of the fourth daughter still isn't enough for you. Sensing the pressure, he panicked. He begged, I'm sorry, I'll do as you say, spare me. Before Quodrak could finish speaking he was coldly cut down by Theo. At Ragnar, betrayal means beheading, he expressionlessly sheathed his sword. System notice, congratulations, Scenario Mission 4, the karmic bond from a past life is complete. Theo studied the pile of documents in hand, feeling unsurprised that the Dark Holy Church had acted. The black notebook I gave Cleve should be enough to incriminate Troyven, but to Troyven the Celestial Dragon is just a disposable pawn. We need to bring down Troyven too, not just the Celestial Dragon. And with these documents I can topple the whole lot of them. He thought to himself, they're all important anyway, I don't know which to take first. He suddenly noticed a book in the corner. Investigation report on the Crimson Bow relic. This is Troyven's handwritten report, Theo gasped, this is a recorded report, warning of interference and surveillance by the Black Dragon during relic retrieval. So far 2 relics have been obtained and the Crimson Bow is believed to still hold an undiscovered relic. He shuddered and gritted his teeth, the relic of the Crimson Bow, what is this? Could all the slanders, wrongful crimes and my tragic end in the past life have been because of relics? Therefore, in future plans, we will eliminate Cecilia and Theo Ragnar. Reading this, his fury could no longer be contained, all because of relics that might not even exist. Theo crushed Troyven's stack of documents in rage. He sighed to calm himself, anger won't solve anything now, I just need to continue avenging step by step. And to do that, he glanced at the 2 relics before him. I'll seize the precious relics he painstakingly collected. The system appeared, you have discovered 2 ancient dragon relics. Besieged and surrounded by enemies. The 2 panting back to back, Evelyn suddenly spoke, I remember now, Naven Bacchus. Immediately after, they charged at the same time, shouting and laughing loudly. The heretic who passed the awakening ritual 7 years ago as runner-up then vanished. Naven at the forefront swung his sword, it's an honor that you still remember someone like me. A straight, sharp slash split several nearest foes in half, he smirked. But do you really have time to think about that right now? At this rate I'll replace you as the #1 swordsman. No sooner had he finished than a large green whirlwind swept across the remnants ahead. She firmly stood in front of Naven. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes, nerve-wrapping secret art, thunder burst. He was helpless, now it's a draw. Before he could finish speaking, a broad-shouldered man appeared from behind. Without giving the 2 a chance to react he struck down toward Naven's position. For meters around the ground and rocks shattered, leaving a large crater. He slowly looked up. You're right about that, you lowly people dare to interfere. Naven stood to one side with a half-smile, sneering, interfering with the plan of the great god. Evelyn added, finish him, I'm glad we see eye to eye. The 2 of them charged forward together. The man widened his eyes, raising his axe with both hands. But before he could do anything Selpert appeared riding a medium-sized dragon. One of its claws killed the man on the spot. Naven was left dumbfounded, not yet understanding what had happened. Selpert cheerfully said, how about that, squad leader Evelyn, I arrived just in time didn't I? Evelyn and Naven's faces fell. She gripped the sword hilt and stepped toward him, growling why did you touch him? Before Delper could understand, a dozen or so medium dragons descended from the sky in succession. Eren rode one in the air and shouted loudly. The White Dragon Cavalry, the entire 5th Squadron, annihilated the Ceres Merchant Guild and the Holy Demon Church forces. As he finished speaking, the scene below exploded, both sides clashed fiercely, the advantage quickly tipped to one side, a massacre by the cavalry ensued. However, at this moment inside the building, blood flowed everywhere. The bishop, mouth full of blood, eyes rolled back showing maddened red veins, laughed, yearning fiercely. When the sky runs red with blood, it signals a new sun and the approaching end. Do not falter, embrace it with faith, let the sacred blood guide the way and bring peace to the people. Cleve sat to one side, tilting her head and sighing. That kind of scheming calculation really doesn't suit me at all. After raging like that, it feels like a burden in my heart has finally been lifted a little. He was dead, but his face still wore a chilling smile. The state was dreadful. After the sweep there was a pile of work to handle. Right now the cavalry were in chaos over the many citizens' complaints. A series of complaints rang out. Can I leave now? About compensation for losses. The cavalry barely had time to reply. Okay, just show me your Merchant Guild member card and you may leave. Next, the complaint desk is at the far left. Over here, Selperd rambled as if mad. Squad leader, do you still need that report? Bring it to me at once. Who the hell ate the flying dragon's goods? A stream of requests followed. It drove her furious. All complaints. Squad leader, this mission gets us special allowances, right? Squad leader, I'm tired, Captain. She snapped angrily. She flipped the table, angrily shouting, deal with it yourselves. I'm terrible at paperwork too. Damn it, Black Snow, where is Black Snow? After dumping us here, where did it run off to? Over there, in a tent. Theo stood solemnly before Cleve's desk reporting. This is the dossier the guildmaster tried to destroy. There is evidence of theft of assets and information from Ragnar, even a detailed plot of treason. It's all recorded here. She fingered the papers and looked up at him. Well done, mid-rank swordsman Theo Ragnar. He was a little stunned. Thank you. She smiled. You work efficiently, as if you've long been of Black Snow. What do you think of the Black Dragon's invitation? He rolled his eyes and stammered. She sighed. Cleve sighed. Don't be so tense. I was only joking. Theo thought to himself. It's hard to tell whether she's joking or not. She spoke again. One more thing. I have good news for you. The operation to arrest the Celestial Dragon is underway. The notes from last time are sufficient to prove their treason. He brightened. You mean? She replied. Yes. Black Snow's elite arrest team is on the way. Suddenly a cavalryman burst in from outside, out of breath with bad news. He was astonished while she instantly turned pale. Somewhere else, a cavalryman covered in blood trembled as he looked at the person before him. Troivan, have you been hiding your strength all this time? With one decisive stroke he severed the man's head, murmuring, only fools reveal their true power. Congratulations Theo Ragnar, Camellia Palace. Axion, the dragon swordsmith, Ceres, all that I painstakingly built. You truly destroyed everything, left no trace. Fine. Go mad as you like, because Troivan's plan is still in motion. We may have lost the dragon sword, but I have obtained this. That's enough. The moment is near, father. The moment we must summon him. At Camellia Palace, the crowd was abuzz with discussion. Oh, I love this design so much. Thank you for making this way. Please come in. When will we receive the fabric? The fabric has just been delivered. We've also checked the quantities. Kisone stood outside feeling bewildered. This place gets busier by the day. Cecilia approached. Mother, you're here, she hissed, asking, what's up with the tailors? She then explained, we're about to start a new business, a high-end brand specializing in scales and luxury accessories. Hearing her say that, Kisone couldn't help but smile. It's been a long time since I've seen Mother's smile, brighter than any jewel. Suddenly Cecilia grabbed Kisone's hand and said excitedly, so Mother, don't worry about the payment, isn't that why I came here? Kisone pouted and turned away. I understand quickly. Suddenly remembering something, holding his forehead, he said with a headache, but that's not the only reason I came, I also brought news. She asked curiously, what news? She blurted, concerning the Crimson Bow. Cecilia went pale, trembling with panic. Don't tell me something happened to your son. Could that wicked Emil have harmed the boy again? She couldn't bear it. Long Tam thought, how worried has he been all this time? Kisone placed a hand on her head and gently told her to calm down. Actually it's the opposite, try not to be too shocked. Emil, that woman. A blood-red tragedy appeared. She crouched down, the woman hurried over. Are you okay? Cecilia raised a hand and forced out, Mother, I'm sorry. Thinking that everything was over made her legs give out. It really happened, didn't it, Mother? The woman comforted her. Have you ever seen a noble lie? She nearly screamed, all this time. I didn't let it show, but every day felt like walking on a blade. Plots kept coming, constant slander, and whenever people began to forget there were assassins, I never told anyone, but I've nearly died many times. Each time I only prayed that at least my son would live. Now it's really over, isn't it? Ki-son was heartbroken. The woman knew how to comfort. Yes, it's over, you've endured so much alone, you did very well, my daughter. Naven approached Theo and on entering said, now you're a famous figure, aren't you? He replied cheerfully, it did take quite some time. Then asked, finally finished the job, huh? He said with a smirk, I told Vo Tuet not to let it slip, yet you still found out. Naven began to recount, that's right, the Bacchus clan will be dissolved, from the chieftain to anyone who signed merchant ledgers. They will all be stripped of titles, at least that's the plan. You reap what you sow, with this the Bacchus clan will be completely. He suddenly interjected, you think that's enough? He looked puzzled, what do you mean? Theo directly made a shocking proposal, at least to Naven. Naven, let me propose something, become the new chieftain of Bacchus. He was stunned, he began to explain, if everyone except you loses their titles, you'll be the only eligible chieftain, and moreover, join forces with me for the coming war with Troyven. Naven shrugged, war with Troyven, he thought, could that have been the goal all along? He continued, the power struggle between him and me is now public, war with Troyven is unavoidable. Troyven and the Holy Demon Church's involvement in the Celestial Dragon Rebellion has been confirmed. Naven silently added a question, so the question is, what are you plotting in the north? This is almost a declaration of war. A war means nothing to someone like me who doesn't have much time left. He leaned back in his chair, I need to get something out of it too, don't I? Theo smiled faintly and took out an object. Naven looked at it in puzzlement. This is, he said, I told you, I can cure your illness, the remedy formula and main ingredient, an ether core. Naven, astonished, snatched it up. He smiled, it's not officially published yet, but that sickness is caused by a disruption in your mana flow, this core will stabilize your mana flow. He stared in disbelief, I didn't expect this, I thought you only intended to heal just enough. What if I take what I need and run? He replied casually, I wouldn't mind if you did that. Theo suddenly changed tone, holding a teacup, stop talking, now Ragnar's single-minded focus on power is a big problem, you and I are both victims of that culture, aren't we? I don't want to rule by force, I want to build trust, what I want is not oppression or coercion but trust. Naven Bacchus sighed, wistful, my God, I tried not to underestimate you because you're young, yet it turns out you're such a romantic. He asked again, so you don't want to do it? He took a sip. He slammed the teacup down. In a voice, I am Naven Bacchus, chieftain of the Bacchus clan. I swear to serve as Theo Ragnar's sword, is that enough? Theo laughed with joy, more than enough. Waiting for Naven to return, he held the teacup, brooding, war with Troyven, everything is moving faster than in my previous life, but I'm not worried. Waiting for Naven to return, he held the teacup, brooding, war with Troyven, everything is moving faster than in my previous life, but I'm not worried, so far everything has gone smoothly. Now then, open the treasure chest. Side quest chapter 2, relics you've obtained progress 0/2. Theo reached for the treasure chest neatly placed on the table. Start by opening the treasure chest. The ancient draconic relics I've absorbed so far are the lesser drake and the griffin, both have become core parts of my strategy. He glanced at the ring box across the table, thinking, then this relic will become one too. He slipped the ring on and the system notification immediately appeared. Ancient draconic relic, the withered ring has been equipped. Transported to the dungeon. Before him was almost a deserted desert. He quickly scanned around, wondering, it's all just rock and sand. Is this the desert I've only seen in books? More importantly, it's much hotter than I expected. What the hell am I supposed to do in a place like this? Is this the desert I've only seen in books? More importantly, it's much hotter than I expected. What the hell am I supposed to do in a place like this? A notification appeared. You have entered the Guardian's domain. Survive for at least 72 hours. Seeing the task declared, he was burning hot, sweating, frowning. What? 72 hours? In a place this hot, like I'm about to melt, I have to survive 3 days. That's insane. The ground suddenly shook violently. A gigantic monster crawled up from beneath the ground. Its skin was covered in sturdy scales, on its head a gaping maw, fangs sharp and aimed straight at where he stood. At the same time the system announced, the desert drake boss has appeared. The beast muttered, "Intruder, I've found you." It opened its mouth and attacked Theo head-on. He quickly dodged the strike. At the same time he launched a counterattack, Dragon Thunder Shield, Chi-Speed Dragon Gate. Surprisingly, the moment it hit, yet not a single scratch appeared on it, which astonished him. It absorbed the long gate move and was still unharmed. How could that be? Before he could recover, it unleashed an attack he almost couldn't dodge. Lightning attribute. Is it because of matching attributes that this happens? The desert drake repeated phrases like a machine that he couldn't understand. "Intruder, I will kill you." The chunk of earth and rock from the earlier attack flew to block his escape just before he could move. He gritted his teeth, his way out. The desert drake appeared behind him. It attacked with full force, forcing him to run and dodge. Glancing at the time, he worried. "Only 5 minutes have passed, I can't hold out like this. It keeps burrowing so I can't land precise attacks." The desert drake surged up from the ground to attack. He could only evade and couldn't strike back, which frustrated him greatly. "It shared the lightning attribute with me so my techniques were useless. Even the terrain favored it." Wait, the terrain. Could it be? As if realizing something, he reached to the system and pulled out a snowflake-shaped cord. He considered the remaining relic from the previous quest. What if I use it now? It's a gamble but worth trying. He dodged an attack. While attempting to use the item, a notification sounded. Ancient Draconic Relic Butterfly of Frost Blossom has been equipped. Transported to the 3rd dungeon. However, at the critical moment a red notification appeared. Notification changed. Cannot enter another dungeon quest while one is in progress. He gritted his teeth slightly. Indeed, things don't go my way easily. At that moment, a spatial rift appeared. The air seemed to fill with frost and snow. System alert. 2 dungeons are intruding into each other. The master of the Frost Blossom dungeon is appearing. A large golden eye peered out from the crack. The rift widened until the worm could pass through. Its eye fixed on Theo. He was stunned. Its face was full of slyness as it spoke. "Chosen one, long time no see. Guardian of the Draconic Relic, you acted rather recklessly." Then it attacked directly with overwhelming force. He was truly helpless. "Damn, I didn't expect things to turn out like this." Seeing the battle before him, he felt utterly powerless. In the end it turns out this is how things end. 72 hours. I should have gritted my teeth and endured. Now that it's come to this, the only thing I can do is. Suddenly an unannounced attack from the desert drake aimed straight at the Draconic Guardian. The Draconic Guardian displeased. "What are you doing?" The desert drake's guardian only said, "Intruder, kill." The Draconic Guardian sneered in agreement. 2 guardians cannot coexist in the same place. Saying that, a claw from the Draconic Guardian struck straight at the desert drake. It roared, "Die, San Wirm, intruder, I will kill you." A system notification appeared. 2 ancient draconic relics are vying for priority. The desert drake opened its maw and unleashed lightning at the Draconic Guardian, its teeth clenched aiming to break the barrier. Watching the fierce battle, Theo was horrified. Just thinking about being there was terrifying. The sword in his hand suddenly glowed, as if urging me to use you. Moonblade. He smiled at the scene before him and said, "Endure a little longer. It seems they're about to be finished off." The barrier was broken. Immediately the desert drake shot lightning to attack the guardian's flank, causing it to spit a mouthful of blood. It fell to the ground in pain. Seeing that, it seized the opportunity and opened its mouth to attack once more. The Draconic Guardian glared at the desert drake with anger. Just as the desert drake lunged with its mouth, sudden streams of cold ice formed around its body. Then ice spikes rose up and pierced the desert drake's body. The moment an ice spike struck its mouth, it bit down on it. Bit down hard, causing the ice spike to shatter. Then the desert drake stared back at the Draconic Guardian. Seeing this, the Draconic Guardian also stopped and looked at it with flashing eyes. Then the 2 lunged at each other again. The desert drake bit the Draconic Guardian once, and the Draconic Guardian clawed back at the desert drake once. Thus the 2 fought fiercely in a brutal tug of war. Seizing the opportunity, Theo immediately leaped toward them. His gaze cold, he swung his sword. "First you." Saying that, the desert drake was cut in 2. It let out a final, agonized roar. Theo smiled and said, "Go ahead and lose your mind if you want." He spun in midair and with the moon blade summoned a griffin. It immediately appeared, extended its talons and lunged at the desert drake. The desert drake was instantly torn to pieces. The Draconic Guardian was astonished. "What is this?" it asked fearfully. From the remnants of the battle, Theo slowly stepped out. A system announcement chimed. "Congratulations, you have successfully hunted the desert drake. Side quest conquering 2 ruins restored, progress 1/2, just as he predicted." As expected, hunting a boss is similar to conquering a ruin. Thinking that, Theo looked at the Draconic Guardian before him with murderous intent. then the remaining one. It was fearful. Wait, let's talk a bit. He impatiently asked, what do you want to say? The draconic guardian hurriedly explained, this is not the way to conquer the ancient dragon ruins among the guardian deities. I am the wisest, I exist here to test your intelligence. Hearing that, Theo fell into thought. It continued, if you can solve my riddle. He abruptly cut in, perfect timing, I've already proven my intelligence. Theo condensed his mana preparing to attack. The draconic guardian broke into a sweat in fear. Theo said, I'm the one who made you two fight each other. The draconic guardian grew anxious. Wait. Theo ignored its pleas, condensing the moon blade, if you truly are the wisest guardian, then accept the outcome. The overwhelming power left it unable to resist. It stammered, hey, did you hear the riddle? A shockwave produced an incredibly loud sound. System panel notification, congratulations, you have successfully hunted the draconic guardian. Returning to your room. Theo placed his hand on the table. He exhaled a breath. He looked at the ring in his hand with joy. I've dealt with both of them. A system window appeared. You have completed the quest to conquer both ruins. Now at last I can. Theo suddenly felt something invading his body. He stared blankly at the moon blade in his hand. The griffin's shadow appeared through the sword. Its eye looked at him and said, Theo Ragnar, I want to eat your heart. Then a strange black substance clung to his hand, trying to suck Theo in. He hastily grabbed it. He clenched that odd thing tightly and pulled with force to remove it. Theo cursed angrily, damn, I only suppressed it once so I forgot. The moon blade always craves flesh. Recalling earlier, before I returned, it absorbed the power of the moon guardians. While he was still thinking, countless strands of black energy shot toward him. They coiled tightly around his hand leaving Theo stunned. Damn, it devoured both dragons so it's even stronger now. Seeing the strands trying to bind him, at this rate I'll be swallowed too. The black strands wound around him. The griffin looked down at Theo struggling and said smugly, I will swallow you right here. And chased the moonlight again. Theo seethed in helplessness. He was slowly consumed by darkness and finally vanished into the black circle. Scene change. Theo suddenly woke up. He looked around in bewilderment. This place is. A voice rang out. This is inside the griffin's stomach. Before him two gigantic forms loomed in the darkness. A deep voice sounded. Theo froze. They were the desert drake and the draconic guardian he had just defeated. The draconic guardian's eyes gleamed as it said from the darkness, Griffin, it finally chose someone. It seems he has waited a long time for this opportunity. It will soon devour your heart. Theo fell silent, clenching his fist, thinking, I see, so in the end I'll be devoured by it. The draconic guardian taunted, this is the end you chose for craving our power, even though you can't control the griffin. Oh, you truly are a foolish chosen one, he glared and demanded, after it devours my heart, what will happen? It laughed loudly, death, of course only you. The desert drake calmly explained, we are guardian deities, guardians cannot die, only you will die. The draconic guardian nodded, he said, that's right, although waiting for the next chosen one could take a long time, we only return as relics if you die. Both guardians looked at him and sneered. After a moment of silence, he retorted in a cold voice, have you forgotten the mission the ancient primal dragon assigned to you? The two guardian deities stared in confusion. His face darkened, he said coldly, the guardians must assist the chosen one in fighting the nameless lord. If I die here and this world collapses, I never expected you two to be so irresponsible. Feeling insulted, the draconic guardian snarled in anger, what? Theo sneered, in the end you are just like the griffin, selfish, stupid guardians, aren't you? The draconic guardian snapped angrily, how dare you? Do you think you can brandish the name of the ancient primal dragon to threaten us? Saying that, countless pillars of ice erupted from the ground toward Theo. Faced with its fury, he stood still, his gaze unmoving. You really want to die? I told you, we could simply wait for a new chosen one. Theo suddenly cut in, then kill me. The draconic guardian was a little stunned by his words. Theo continued, enough with the meaningless threats, kill me. He said with a challenging smile, if you want to watch this world collapse helplessly from within relics like you. Both guardians fell silent and looked at Theo. Suddenly the ice pillars around him dissolved. The draconic guardian said in admiration, you are indeed brave. Chosen one, impressive, at least I admire that confidence. Its body glowed as it slowly wielded its power, I will open this door so you can leave here. Even the desert drake nodded in cooperation, open. The two tried to create an exit, but that was the limit of what we could do. The rest is up to you. Go. Theo turned and ran for the exit. He smiled faintly. Don't worry, the first thing I'll do is teach him a lesson. Scene shift, seeing the gem blazing before him, the griffin exclaimed, finally found it. It grabbed the gem in its talon. I just need to swallow this and his body will be mine. Saying that, the griffin opened its beak wide, ready to devour the gem. But at that moment, a sword beam tore through the space. Theo sliced its head off from the inside. The griffin screamed and fell in pain. From the darkness, Theo stepped out, the sword still dripping blood. Its head began to regenerate. It roared furiously, "You bastard! How did you get out of my stomach?" Seeing the desert drake and the draconic guardian behind Theo, it angrily demanded, "I knew it, you two helped him, where is your guardian pride?" "If not for you," Theo suddenly stepped forward and grabbed its screaming beak tightly. He smiled with ire, "You're too talkative, seems you've forgotten our first encounter already." The griffin flinched, let go, let's talk." Theo said, "I never asked you to cooperate, but when we're on the same boat, and one side holds all the power, fighting only exhausts both sides, right, so be reasonable and don't cause trouble." A voice called from afar, praising and putting Theo on guard. Wise choice, he was surprised. "Blake, you're here too." It greeted, "Long time no see, chosen one." Blake reclined casually, smirking. "Make them compete with each other for easier control. Others have used this trick too." Theo doubted. "Others, you mean the previous chosen ones?" Facing his question, Blake fell silent without explanation. "You don't need to know, because now we'll help you grow." He told Theo, "I'll be watching your next moves with greater expectation." System sound notification, latent buff activated, protects the body from monster energy by increasing immunity. Earth Dragon Devourer activated, resists monster energy by increasing attack power. The black smoke slowly dissipated. Theo returned to the room. He was tired, leaning on the table. He sighed, thinking about what had just happened. "It's hard to believe, the guardians I thought were dead when I took the relic are actually still living inside me." Theo glanced at the moon blade. Traces of darkness still remained. He took up the moon blade. "Calm down yet." Theo sheathed the sword, thinking, maybe that's for the best. It helped me understand the ancient primal dragon's power more clearly. Whatever, he lightly slapped the table. His gaze steady, looking out the window. "I'll rely on you." Scene shift, a solemn figure stood amid a blizzard, surrounded by thousands of swords planted in the ground. Robert slowly approached, voice full of doubt. "Are you really going to make Theo the official successor candidate?" "Yes, he clearly has talent and stands out like the 5 other candidates, but you're worried because he's a regressor." The other leaned in and replied, "That's Kyle Ragnar, the current head of the Ragnar clan." Robert frowned. "The clan head? Didn't you loathe regressors? Didn't you once personally kill all the regressors of House Ragnar?" Facing his question, he turned away. In a low voice, "That's right, but this time I want to let him try once." Kyle slowly drew the sword stuck in the snow. Robert's eyes showed astonishment. Could it be? Kyle turned his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, smiling, "Yes. After all, everyone must complete the full ritual to become an official successor candidate," Robert hurriedly said, "but that sword is too dangerous." Kyle smiled in response, "But there is no better choice, because it's the sword of the regressor I killed with my own hands, the sword of the Mad Dragon Emperor, the previous clan head." Scene shift, Commander of the Knights Julius stood before him and ordered, "Theo Ragnar, prepare to depart. The clan head summons you to the Sword Cemetery." He was stunned by the request. At the Sword Cemetery, Theo stepped forward. His gaze looked ahead. He walked with firm steps. He thought to himself, "It's heavy. The reason I feel heavier this time standing in the Sword Cemetery is certainly because I'm bearing more burdens now." He recalled Kyle's words then, "Don't answer so easily. Do you think you can speak those words while still feeling their resentment?" No sooner had he arrived than Kyle said, "You're here." Theo kneeled respectfully and replied, "Chief Overseer, Theo Ragnar salutes the clan head." "That's right." Kyle's eyes flashed red and he said, "Skip the formalities, Theo Ragnar. Everything started with the parasitic teacher on you, didn't it?" He was surprised to hear that. "Then you, Axion. And this time, the master of the Crimson Bow was executed." "That's not all. The Ceres Trade Guild was wiped out, and the Central Accounts Bureau was almost entirely destroyed. I heard they all called your name before they died." He couldn't help being astonished at that. He was about to shout in protest, when a surge of power erupted. Kyle with red eyes said, "Don't make excuses. A clan lord must silently shoulder all those responsibilities. I will give you the Mad Dragon sword." Theo at this heard and was briefly frightened. Mad Dragon, he thought, he was the previous clan lord, a tyrant who slaughtered hundreds of thousands and also the enemy the current clan lord personally defeated. Seeing his expression, Kyle said, "It seems you know that." Theo bowed and replied, Wasn't the mad dragon the previous clan lord? Only I knew that. Saying that, but inwardly he calculated that he must be careful. All information about the mad dragon is currently classified. Kyle was silent for a long while after hearing that, then uttered a sentence that made Theo go pale. In your previous life, was there a gap in your information about the mad dragon? Upon hearing this, Theo could no longer remain calm and looked up at Kyle. Before him was Kyle's blazing red gaze. Kyle grabbed his throat. He ground out each word. I hate regressors. They want to reshape the world to their will. So greedy and foolish. They treat the world like a chessboard to be overturned at will. Kyle unleashed his power and said, I will slaughter them with my own hands if I discover any. Theo broke into a sweat at this power. He thought to himself, this is pure power, not merely a test of will. He's serious. So does that mean father was this strong even if he wasn't a fake regressor? At that moment Kyle said, take hold of the mad dragon sword. If you can withstand its resentment, I will recognize you. However, I will only acknowledge you if you abandon your child Theo Ragnar and keep only the fake regressor, Theo Ragnar. At this he gripped the sword, and asked again, what does that mean? He narrowed his eyes and replied, it means all the connections you formed after regression must disappear from this world. The people you met, if you did not regress, that you save, or acquire, will be erased. He heard this and clenched his fists. He turned and walked away, leaving one line, I will refuse if the condition is like that. Kyle called from behind, no, you cannot refuse. I already said, I must kill all fake regressors. As he held the sword Kyle said, you have only two choices, die after refusing, or live as the sixth successor after you yourself wipe away the dirty past record of a fake regressor. Theo paused, gritting his teeth at the difficult choice. Kyle continued, now choose. Facing Kyle's options, Theo replied, indeed I want your recognition. Theo turned back and said, however, his hand ready to draw his sword said, if it's exchanged that way, but not knowing one of my arms has been lost, I will refuse. Theo's arm was lost in an instant. He was utterly astonished, not understanding what had happened. On the other side Kyle held his arm aloft and said, do you take this position lightly? Kyle lectured, do you think you can attain it? The mad dragon sword stuck in the ground. He continued, without sacrifice. Pressure radiated out suppressing Theo. Isn't that determination? Under this pressure Theo thought to himself, the gap between us is too great. Kyle angrily said, seeing you still controlled by emotion, making foolish decisions. It seems you are no different from other regressors. You think you can regress again? Hearing this Theo clenched his teeth. His hand slammed hard into the snow. Theo ground out each word, don't misunderstand. The reason I regressed, the reason I went so far away. Blood welled from his mouth and eyes but could not stop his resolve. He shouted, it's because I wanted to take responsibility and protect. Everything fell apart because of me. The power within him erupted. If you want to stop me, if you want me to throw everything away to gain your recognition, right now. At this moment all the swords around were covered by a stream of energy. Theo now seemed mad, controlling the swords as he said, I will surpass you. He shouted and the swords hurled themselves toward him. At this Kyle raised his hand. Theo was surprised at his movement. Immediately a red stream of power surrounded him. He gently flicked his hand down. A barrage of swords lunged to attack Theo. He chopped and blocked each blade that lunged at him. When he reached Kyle he unleashed all his strength, his power forming the shape of a dragon with mouth wide rushing forward. But at that moment a sword controlled by Kyle's red power rushed forth, piercing through his abdomen unexpectedly. Theo staggered and fell, blood still flowing from his mouth. Kyle remained silent and said nothing. Then he turned and looked at Theo impaled in the chest by the sword. From below Robert appeared. He said, unexpectedly Theo decided to fight immediately. Kyle replied, indeed it's been a long time since someone dared face me head-on. Looking at Theo lying before him Robert said, he truly is special. Every fake regressor we've met so far treated others as tools to discard. Kyle agreed with Robert's view, but this kid is different. Finally he smiled. On second thought, a fake regressor who wants to take responsibility and protect. Kyle continued, interesting, I'm genuinely intrigued by you. Placing his hand on the sword he called the fake regressor's name Theo Ragnar. I acknowledge you as the sixth successor. As a symbol, I give you my father's mad dragon sword, a regressor like you. At this the sword began to glow. Kyle said, both of you are regressors, but walking two different paths. I look forward to seeing how the end of your path will differ. At this Theo's body lit up. A burst of power shot into the sky. A modern scene appeared. Crowds of people bustled by. Lights illuminated the night. A hand pressed against the glass thinking, where is this? What is this scene? Theo looked at his lifeless face in the mirror. unable to hide his surprise. He said, "Now then, everything is over." Cut to Theo lying in a room. He woke up, clutching his head thinking, what just happened? At this Cecilia called in, "Are you awake? You seemed so exhausted you slept so deeply before waking." Seeing this he asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Cecilia replied, "That's exactly what I wanted to ask." She recounted, "Last night the master carried you home in a coma. I was truly alarmed. You seem to enjoy worrying your mother." At this Theo thought, so what he said then was a test. At that moment Evelyn entered and said, "The young master is awake." Theo was surprised. "Evelyn, Captain Julius." Julius smiled and said, "Congratulations Theo, I heard you passed the master's trial." Theo hearing that asked in confusion, "A trial?" Julius replied, "Yes, out there everyone is talking about you." Outside newspapers flooded the streets with news that the official new successor of House Ragnar had been announced. At that moment a hand holding a paper said, "The sixth successor." Images of two people appeared. "We have someone new, how interesting." A girl holding a crescent under the moon said, "The new successor." The hooded figure in black also clutched the paper tightly. Elsewhere a man stood in the snow. The girl ran up from afar calling, "Captain, that lazy one has become the successor after you." She held her head in regret. "What a pity, I should have pulled him back to the Black Iron Knights earlier." "I'm sorry," the man replied, "even the master of the plumb bow failed, don't blame yourself Ian." He smiled and called the name Theo Ragnar. "I think I should meet him myself, he is the captain of the Black Iron Knights, Thorkel Ragnar." After the Troivan family's act of betrayal, it left a profound consequence. An event that shook the power structure of the Ragnar family. Because Troivan failed to appeal within the allotted time, from that moment, war was officially declared, unleashing a wave of tension and unease across the land. In the Nine-Dragon Council chamber, an important meeting was underway where the supreme leaders gathered to discuss next steps amid the chaos. The atmosphere in the room was tense, weighed down by anxious whispers. A council member spoke in a low voice, "The lords in the northern continent are making unusual moves, their actions are highly suspicious. It seems they are quietly preparing for something great." Another spoke immediately in a firm, confident tone, "Whatever plans or plots those rebels gather, it won't change the current situation, they lack the strength to overthrow us." A different member cut in with a bitter, slightly mocking smile, "It's laughable. Now in this esteemed council a vacant seat appears as a mark of betrayal." But everyone understood that discussions about succession could not be postponed any longer. Another council member asked, "Is it too soon to debate succession matters here?" The Black Dragon replied at once, "Sir, this is the most appropriate time. If conflict erupts among succession candidates on the eve of war, wouldn't that be a disaster for the whole family? We must act now to avoid the worst-case scenario." Another dragon said angrily, blaming the Black Dragon, "Mind your tongue, insults like that have no place in this council." Unshaken, the Black Dragon continued, "I only wish to minimize every variable that could cause trouble. Am I wrong? If we do not prepare, the consequences will be unimaginable." A weary-looking member hurriedly intervened, "Enough already. Both of you, it seems we need to convene a formal meeting with all involved to resolve this matter. I will arrange it. There is an upcoming suitable event. We will observe and make a decision after witnessing the situation." The scene shifts to Lord Roadbroke's lair, a vast but gloomy space where light only trickles through rock crevices. Here Theo was diligently training. Each sword stroke he swung was strong and decisive. As if tearing the air around him, sweat ran down his forehead soaking his body. But he did not stop, as if each strike was a declaration of war against himself. During training, the crescent sword his father gave him, an ancient heirloom, kept whispering in Theo's mind with haunting words. Kill them all, take everything, seize whatever you can." The whispers acted like a curse seeping into his mind, forcing him to struggle to maintain his sanity. After an intense training session his body was nearly exhausted. Theo stopped, breathing heavily, his chest heaving. At that moment Lord Roadbroke, the guardian dragon who had contracted with him, appeared from the shadows. In a deep voice she asked, "Is it still weighing on you? The lingering hatred of the Mad Dragon Emperor era, which remains trapped in that sword?" Theo, with a worried, conflicted expression, replied, "Yes, that's right. It's been quite a while since my father gave me this crescent sword. The Mad Dragon Emperor's hatred keeps slipping into my mind and tormenting me constantly. It's not yet unbearable. But the fact that this sword once belonged to the Mad Dragon Emperor makes me unable to stop worrying. It's like a ghost that never leaves." He paused and continued, "Thanks to this sword I have briefly glimpsed the realm of the Mad Dragon Emperor, a terrifying power but also chaotic and dangerous." Lord Roadbroke fell silent, his gaze distant as if sunk in memory. "Mad Dragon Emperor, a name I will never forget. He once stole my heart. He once made the whole world tremble before his power. Theo nodded because she had once told him that story. This only made him more confused. Why did my father give me this sword? Could it be a test? Lord Roadbroke advised in a calm voice, "Don't rush, contract seeker. If you dive in too fast you'll face things beyond your ability like last time. You need to be calmer and more cautious." Then she stepped closer in a gentler tone, "By the way, has your severed arm fully healed? Thanks to the timely treatment of the High Priest it has fully recovered." When Lord Roadbroke touched the formerly wounded area, Theo flinched and wondered, "Are you worried about me?" After a careful check she nodded with satisfaction, "It seems it's completely healed and there's nothing to worry about," but then she unexpectedly asked in a slightly annoyed tone, "Why are you staring at me like that? That's enough for today, you can leave. It seems someone is looking for you. And don't make a mess of my lair every time you come here." Theo asked in surprise, "What did you mean?" Lord Roadbroke replied irritably, "You make a mess if you want, but do I have to clean up that clutter for you?" Theo smiled wryly and admitted he had no excuse. The scene shifted to Camellia Palace, a place splendid with intricately carved pillars. Looking at the messenger and the letter in his hand, Theo mumbled in surprise, "So you're the one looking for me?" The messenger asked puzzled, "What did you say, young master?" He shook his head and replied, "It's nothing, just talking to myself." When he opened the letter Theo was slightly surprised, an invitation. Indeed, it was an invitation to attend Miss Ray's 18th birthday party to be held at Daffodil Palace. He asked in astonished doubt, a party in the midst of an approaching war, and a birthday celebration for the daughter no less, and it must be so extravagant. How strange to hold such an event at this time, Theo replied calmly, "Precisely because this is a time of disorder, this party needs to be grander. It's not merely a ceremony what?" Theo analyzed calmly, "Troiven's betrayal has completely upset the internal balance of the Ragnar family. Instead of Axion, whom Troiven supported, I unexpectedly became the sixth successor. Moreover, one of the nine dragons lost their seat for council betrayal, causing instability in the council. This party is not just to celebrate Miss Ray's birthday, it is also an opportunity for the Ragnar family to send a message to outside forces, affirming that we remain as strong as before despite all storms, and at the same time it is an occasion for succession candidates and the 9 dragons to evaluate one another, to gauge the strength and will of their rivals." Upon hearing Theo's explanation, the messenger couldn't hide his excitement, his eyes brightened with admiration. "So that's the deeper purpose, young master, you truly have great vision. Will you attend?" Theo gave a slight but confident smile, "If they're so eager to meet me then I must go and not disappoint them." The scene shifted to Daffodil Palace, where the banquet hall was brilliant with lights and filled with the clinking of glasses, and lively conversation. Whispers spread among the guests as they realized the presence of an important figure. "At last he has arrived, it's the new heir, young Lord Theo Ragnar." Entering the banquet hall, Theo felt every gaze converge on him as if he were the center of attention. He thought to himself, as predicted, "All eyes are on me, this birthday party is merely an excuse for them to assess the new heir." Theo understood that if he wanted to make a strong impression here he needed to act decisively and must not show any weakness. From behind, Naven suddenly stepped forward in a teasing voice, "You really cannot sit still." Having caused a storm upon his arrival, with respect Naven addressed him as young master and added, "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Theo replied with a friendly smile, his eyes sparkling mischievously, "I almost didn't recognize you, Naven. You didn't even shave that bushy beard at the last wedding." Naven answered awkwardly, "That day was really too busy to tidy up." The surrounding guests began to whisper in surprise, "Isn't he the only survivor of the Bacchus clan purge? Now he's become the head of the family." Another interjected, "Though the Bacchus clan collapsed they remain one of Ragnar's 6 pillars, and now the Bacchus head calls the 6th successor young master. Unbelievable." Naven laughed heartily and turned to Theo, "With your timely arrival all the gossip now revolves around us." Theo nodded with a sharp look, "It seems we've created the atmosphere we wanted. Now comes the most important part." Suddenly a voice rang out cutting through their thoughts, "So you are Theo Ragnar." Theo startled and turned to look at the speaker. The man before them introduced himself calmly, "I believe this is our first meeting, allow me to introduce myself a little. I am Thorkel Ragnar, the 5th successor, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry." Thorkel extended his hand, his gaze sharp yet his smile full of guile. Theo narrowed his eyes, "Sure enough it's him." He approached faster than I expected. The murmurs rose again among the crowd. At last they face each other, the former top heir, and the newly risen heir from the shadows. Thorkel looked at Theo, his tone gentle but probing, "No need to be so guarded, I just wanted to see with my own eyes the one chosen as the sixth successor. And honestly I'm glad it's not that childish axiom, Theo thought to himself, as rumored, Thorkel gives a good, exemplary, approachable impression. But in Ragnar where only the strong are honored, would he truly be happy to welcome a new rival like me? He shook Thorkel's hand. In a clear, confident voice, it's an honor to meet you, Commander of the Black Iron Cavalry Thorkel Ragnar. I am Theo Ragnar of the White Dragon Unit. Thorkel burst into a resonant laugh. At the same time he released a powerful oppressive aura that made the surrounding air feel heavier. He asked challengingly, so you want to draw clear boundaries like that? Thorkel's aura was so strong it nearly made Theo buckle, but he gritted his teeth and stood firm. Thorkel laughed loudly in a strange tone, our youngest values ceremony too much, no need to be so rigid. Be at ease, just call me brother. Theo thought inwardly, this is a true Ragnar who always seeks to dominate opponents even in friendly moments. Unwilling to concede, he released his own aura which surprised Thorkel, a flash of surprise lit his eyes. With a sly smile, Theo replied, if you wish to be called that, then from now on I will call you brother. At the same time outside the main hall, the Lank siblings appeared, blending into the lively atmosphere of the party. Hulkus Lank, looking irritated, touched his hot tie and said, this shirt is too tight, I just want to rip it off. Hearing that Erika Lank scolded him immediately, endure it, because of actions like that people say the Lank are barbaric. From behind a voice rang out cutting their conversation, seems everyone has arrived in full. Seeing Remington the Lank siblings immediately brightened with joy, Remington asked with a friendly smile, is everyone well? Hulkus Lank turned and said, yes, you seem very famous in the West, I heard you're on par with a soaring dragon. Remington laughed modestly, haha, rumors are often exaggerated too much. Looking around the banquet hall he continued, by the way, has anyone seen Theo? I want to ask him a few questions about the white armored cavalry. Just then Ray appeared from behind, her voice gentle but meaningful, are you asking about Theo? Remington hurriedly stammered an apology, how could I look for someone else right in front of the star of this party? Ray smiled and replied, it's fine, I know exactly what this event is. She suddenly noticed the glass in her hand trembling slightly as if reflecting the tension in the air. Then everyone's attention turned to the confrontation between Theo and Thorkel. An intense, covert contest of strength. Hulkus Lank asked in surprise, is that Theo? Remington nodded firmly, who else could it be doing something like that right here? The contest of strength lasted a while, the banquet hall's atmosphere felt compressed by the pressure of the two auras. Finally Thorkel suddenly gave up and laughed loudly. I yield. Theo laughed in response, what are you saying? You were clearly yielding to me. Thorkel did not deny it but added, I will not argue. But excessive modesty can sometimes be taken as mocking your opponent, however everything I said is the truth. If I were your age back then I would surely have lost without question. Theo replied gently, you flatter me too much. Thorkel turned to the crowd and spoke loudly, seeing my younger brother so impressive truly makes me happy. He raised his glass and shouted, to the new era of Ragnar. All the guests raised their glasses and shouted in unison, to Ragnar. Thorkel turned back to Theo and said, a successful debut for the new succession candidate, right? Theo thanks. But inwardly he thought, Thorkel is clever. He just showed his strength to consolidate his position while publicly acknowledging his rival to win over the crowd. The atmosphere that Naven and I created has now tilted firmly in his favor. Thorkel cannot be underestimated merely because of that pleasant exterior. After a while his friends also arrived. Hulkus Lank turned to ask Theo, you haven't forgotten your oath to be his sword, have you? Meanwhile the crowd's murmurs continued, how could he reach that level at such a young age? Another interjected, he's not betrothed yet, is he? I want to introduce my daughter to him. The scene shifted to the second floor of the palace, where an elder was seething with rage. He thought to himself he would condemn Theo's actions and find a way to expel him from the Ragnar. The elder roared, and yet there are fools who interfere. A low-born bastard dares to stir the family as if this were his playground. It makes me sick. Suddenly he looked out over the banquet hall and saw Evelyn. His eyes flared with a blaze of fury. How dare that wretched thing appear here? A maid respectfully addressed Evelyn as captain and praised her. You look absolutely wonderful today, Evelyn asked in surprise, blushing, really. The maid asserted, have I ever praised insincerely? You truly are very beautiful and charming. Hearing this Evelyn was embarrassed. She intended to run and change into her uniform but was stopped by her subordinate, you cannot wear a uniform to a party. At that moment a glass of wine flew straight into Evelyn's face. With a voice full of contempt, just that brat alone is enough to make my blood boil. Evelyn trembled as she recognized the voice, the door opened and the old man walked in slowly. He roared, "How dare you crawl your body in here?" Eren retorted angrily, "Even if you are one of the 9 dragons you have no right to treat the captain like that." Evelyn hurriedly stopped Eren. She whispered slowly, "I'm fine, it's nothing." But from her head a dark red stream of blood was flowing down. "I'm fine, really I'm fine, please don't do anything." Eren thought to herself, she had never seen the captain so frightened. What exactly did the elder do to put the captain in this state? He stepped closer full of murderous intent. "I told you never to appear before me again." He looked at Evelyn's mechanical arm and said with contempt, "And what is this now?" He ripped the mechanical arm off immediately. Eren shouted in fury. The elder hurled it to the ground with a cold clang. "Do you think attaching this pathetic toy will make things go back to how they were? If it's trash then live like trash, crawling on the ground to be trampled by others. If I ever see you again I'll tear you to 100 pieces." Evelyn fled in panic, while the elder stood there laughing loudly. Finally that stench is gone." Eren turned back threatening to report this to the tribunal. But he taunted, "The tribunal, how amusing, do as you please. You're about to learn exactly what survival of the strong in House Ragnar truly means." Eren was so furious she bit her lip until it bled, but now she could do nothing to that bastard. Evelyn ran out of the palace heavy at heart. "Just as I thought, a place like this I should never have come to." She had tried to endure. "Just one more time. If you dare call me father with that filthy mouth again I'll tear you to 100 pieces, get gone and never appear before me again, understood?" She had tried her hardest to overcome the pain of the past, but in the end nothing changed. Suddenly she bumped into someone in front of her. The demon dragon appeared unexpectedly, his voice calm yet warm. "Why are you in such a hurry? The party is over that way." Seeing the demon dragon Evelyn felt him like the father she never had. A faint glimmer of fragile hope lit her eyes. In the banquet hall while everyone was chatting happily, a shout rang out that startled everyone. The demon dragon Julius Ragnar, commander of the white armored cavalry, had just broken the elder's arm. The elder howled in pain. "Do you know what you have done? Captain of the white dragon unit, Julius Ragnar." The demon dragon let go angrily and replied, "I told you. If you dare touch that child again I'll make you curse your own stupidity." The elder roared, "You dare turn your back on Ragnar? Seize this dangerous criminal." The tribunal immediately surrounded the demon dragon. Sharp swords pointed straight toward the center. "Without mercy, it's the judiciary, they've intervened already." The commander declared, "Captain of the White Dragon Unit Julius Ragnar, you are under arrest for injuring a council elder. We request that you cooperate." The demon dragon asked coldly, "What if I refuse?" The presiding judge trembled before his murderous aura. The demon dragon continued, "The laws of Ragnar decree that an oath sworn on the sword must be upheld even at the cost of one's life. For years ago I swore on the sword before those old foxes. If they dare lay a hand on that child again I will make their lives worse than death." He unleashed a powerful killing intent that sent the tribunal into panic. Everyone could only recoil before the overwhelming pressure. Theo appeared. Hearing that the demon dragon had broken the elder's arm, "What, can an inspector handle this? Should we run?" He thought to himself that this never happened in his previous life, so why is it like this? Theo glanced at Evelyn and understood the reason. At last everything was starting to make sense. Evelyn is the illegitimate child of Wolfgang Ragnar. For Wolfgang, who values pure bloodline, Evelyn's existence was a shame he wanted to bury at all costs. He had intended to exile her, but the demon dragon recognized Evelyn's potential and recruited her into the white armored cavalry, thwarting Wolfgang's plan. When Evelyn rose to become a prominent deputy commander through her talent, Wolfgang feared the secret would be exposed and exploited a mistake to try to kill his daughter. He staged the incident as an accident. Evelyn luckily survived but lost her left arm and could no longer ride, so she was forced to retire and manage training ground number 4. She didn't even know such banquets existed. Wolfgang did not expect her to appear here. All this chaos is the consequence of Theo's actions after returning to the past. Therefore Theo felt responsible for correcting every variable he had created. The elder shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, please look at this scene." The demon dragon's disdain for the elder guardians of Ragnar, using the authority of the 9 dragons granted by the house to threaten his own bloodline. Isn't that open rebellion? The demon dragon replied angrily, "Insolent wretch abusing power, did those words really come from your mouth?" Theo quickly intervened, "Both sides are too agitated already. Because of the conflict between you two, my friend's birthday party that should have been full of joy is now sinking into fear." Hearing Theo, the demon dragon gradually calmed, but the elder was astonished that he dared to interfere. Theo continued in a calm but firm voice, why don't we resolve this in the traditional Ragnar way? A one-on-one duel. The elder said in panic, nonsense, the demon dragon clearly injured me, there's no need for dueling, it's entirely his fault. But Theo insisted, you are right, but we cannot let this chaos escalate further. He turned to Lady Daffodil and asked respectfully, do you agree, my lord? Lady of the Ice Dragon Neil Ragnar Tun appeared in the banquet hall. She exuded an icy chill that made the elder and those around her tremble. She said angrily, this is my daughter's birthday party, what do you think you're doing? The elder hurriedly explained, sir, you can surely see what Julius has done. She replied, I'm not interested in hearing any more, these petty disputes have nothing to do with me. Then end it swiftly as that boy suggested. That is the last mercy my patience will allow, a one-on-one duel. A murmur rose through the crowd, worried that the advisors have the advantage since they are all senior swordsmen and only the demon dragon can match them. The elder thought to himself, indeed only the demon dragon can win. I hold the advantage. The duel rules are simple, 3 versus 3, best of 2 wins. The final match is between the defendant and the plaintiff, but the first 2 matches are fought by family representatives. He believed the demon dragon only has the crippled Evelyn, and a bastard like Theo, so he was confident it would be over in the first 2 matches. He nodded and declared, fine, let the sword decide right and wrong. Thorkel watching from afar thought Theo had exceeded expectations. Knowing the demon dragon's temper, it was bound to erupt like this sooner or later. The situation could have spiraled out of control if Theo hadn't intervened and the demon dragon had been brought down by that elder. In a short time he found a solution that satisfied everyone. This could be very entertaining. At the arena outside Daffodil Palace the presiding officer announced, from this moment under the council's supervision the trial duel begins. To ensure fairness no magic is allowed, all actions in the match are governed by Ragnar law. Afterwards they must swear not to take revenge or harbor grudges. Both the demon dragon and the elder gave their oaths in unison. The commander called for the first fighters to step forward. Theo stepped forward from the demon dragon's side. He would be the first representative. The Lank sisters asked worriedly, will Theo be okay? Remington agreed suspiciously, yes. His opponent doesn't look easy to deal with. What's wrong? Is he very strong? He is Beta Windblade, the elder's right hand, an elite among senior swordsmen with superb swordsmanship. Still, it's better than fighting the elders themselves. The elder commanded, Beta, show mercy if you wish but strike with all lethal blows. Do you mean kill him? But he's a successor candidate. His face grew angrier. Don't worry, you know well anything that happens in a duel is absolved of responsibility. At least bring me back an arm. The demon dragon watched Theo's figure with concern. Theo, will you really be all right? For my reckless action you were dragged into this, Theo replied confidently, trust me. Through this match I will settle the grievances between you two. He took a fighting stance, his gaze resolute, ready to cut down any enemy. The presiding officer's whistle pierced the silence. Immediately Theo lunged, his heavy steps churning dust into a haze. He hurled himself forward at terrifying speed. Beta did not back down, tightening his grip on the hilt with both hands as he lunged at Theo. The clash of steel rang painfully as the 2 swords met. Shockwaves spread across the arena, dust rising and the stone trembling. The force of the impact sent both staggering backward. Their footsteps carved deep grooves into the ground, but Beta was no ordinary opponent, his figure blurred. Flickering in and out of sight, in the blink of an eye he appeared at Theo's flank and his blade descended in a powerful slash as if to cleave his opponent in 2. Theo reflexively raised his sword to parry like someone who had faced life and death lines before. Sparks flew like fireworks across the arena. Beta narrowed his eyes, thinking it surprising that the boy was not overwhelmed by him. Even in simple exchanges the boy held his ground. Is this the difference of an heir? Dust from the blows thickened and blurred the arena. In an instant Beta deftly kicked a small stone sending it straight into Theo's eye. Theo instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, exposing a gap in his defense. From the dust screen Beta lunged like a hunting beast, eyes blazing red, his sword aimed straight at Theo's weak point. He thought to himself that this kid still lacked real combat experience. Everything would end here. The blade ripped through Theo's coat, steel grazing his neck. Beta sneered, for the heir's honor I'll make it quick. Consider this a painless death. But Theo refused to yield to defeat. At the last moment a crooked smile appeared on his face. Theo tilted his head back to narrowly avoid the blade. Then he crouched low, sliding into a squat ready to attack Beta's opening. Beta gritted his teeth. Did he deliberately expose a flaw? But there was no counterattack. Theo remained motionless in his squat with his sword lowered. The absence of an attack puzzled Beta. His concentration broken, Beta used the chance to leap back and stretch the distance. He thought if the boy had continued his attack he might have died. Why did he stop? Theo clutched his head, his body trembling, a cold dark energy radiated out. It made the arena quake. In Theo's mind venomous voices screamed, "Kill them, kill all who mocked you. Abandon us, take everything, burn it all." Beta watched with narrowed eyes, again exposing a flaw, using the old trick. "How dare you look down on me like that?" The air roared and charged. "Do you think I'll fall for the trap again? I will cut you through." His sword swung down aimed at Theo's neck. But this time the blade did not touch flesh. Theo's sword snapped up to block the attack. Beta was astonished, he actually managed to block. Theo's demeanor changed completely, his face darkened, a murderous aura soaked his eyes red as he faced the voice that sought to swallow him. "Kill, kill, kill, enough, I'll handle this match myself, shut up." Beta, confused and sweating, shouted, "You bastard, what are you saying?" But before he could say more, in an instant Beta's arms and legs were severed, blood sprayed and stained the ground red. Beta couldn't comprehend what had happened, he only saw the sword coming, panicked, he no longer had limbs to defend himself. Beta screamed as Theo's sword descended. The blade struck the ground with a terrifying explosion, the earth cracked open and shockwaves sent dust and stone flying everywhere. Ice Dragon Queen Neil Ragnar Tun stepped in to halt the destructive onslaught. Her face stern, "So this is Theo Ragnar, remarkable." The ground beneath her was churned to ruin. To unleash such power without using mana at his age is unprecedented. He has surpassed standards that heirs never even approach. When the dust finally settled, Beta's shattered body lay across the ground limbless and consciousness slipping away. The presiding officer raised his hand and his voice echoed across the stunned arena. "Duel Challenge Round 1, you are the victor, Theo Ragnar." The banquet hall erupted with gasps of astonishment and hurried whispers. In Theo's mind he kept replaying the recent moment. What was that feeling? Unlike the usual resentments that claw at me, it was entirely different. Oddly, it felt like something guiding and pushing me to strike. Theo recalled the blow that split the arena. When I let go and surrendered to that feeling, I unleashed power of a completely different caliber. A soft laugh escaped, both bitter and curious. To surrender myself to hatred, dangerous, very dangerous, but if I can control it. Theo clenched his fists, excitement flashing across his face. If I master it, I could be twice as strong as now. The silence was broken as the officer's voice rang out again. "Prepare for round 2, both fighters please step forward." Theo strode forward without hesitation. The defendant declared they would continue to fight. Across from him the elder gritted his teeth, the sound almost echoed. "Theo Ragnar continues to round 2, that arrogant bastard. Fine, if you want to die so badly I'll kill you right here." A new fighter stepped out on the elder's side. An authoritative aura radiated. "I place my trust in you, young heir of Ragnar." The man was Paige Grayson, a mystic swordsman. Once a dragon-rank swordsman, the Lank siblings gaped. Erica's eyes widened in shock. "That sword, can he wield it without mana?" Hulkus grinned broadly. "That sword is no ordinary blade, I like it," but Remington's face turned dark and tense. "Hey, why are you worried again? He might not win but he won't really die. I think the impossible will become reality." Unlike round 1 where they provided a senior judge to save face, this time the elder himself appeared. That means in this match they are determined to kill Lord Theo. In the arena Theo tightened his grip on the hilt facing the new opponent as round 2 approached. The officer's whistle cut through the air marking the official start of round 2, but before the crowd could hold their breath Theo raised his hand, signaling a pause with a casual posture and a mocking look. "I surrender." Shock spread throughout the arena. Paige Grayson's composure shattered, rage flared. "What the hell?" Theo only smiled, a smile that upended all expectations. "How could a mid-level swordsman like me dare face an elder? No fight is needed, the elder's victory is obvious. Even a newborn could see that." Paige Grayson ground his teeth and slammed his sword into the ground in fury. "The officer officially declared round 2 to you, Paige Grayson." The crowd buzzed with discussion. This time it's a direct hit to the council's face. Now they have no honor left to lose. Lord Theo is truly cunning. Even at full strength they would struggle to beat the demon dragon. With that arm round 3 will likely be swift. The elder's face went pale as a cold realization crept in. That damn successor, don't tell me he planned this far ahead. His scheme has been perfectly overturned. The scene shifted to Evelyn. She looked at the elder with a mix of surprise and relief. I have never seen him waver like that. Guilt rose in her throat. "Captain, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." But Theo stepped forward. "Don't apologize, teammates help one another as a matter of course." Julius added, "That's right Evelyn, watch closely, we'll smash them. Evelyn's lips curled into a fragile smile. Memories surged back. She remembered Julius's voice as a lifeline then. Evelyn, join the white-armored cavalry, your talent must not be wasted here. Another memory flashed, so what if you can't ride a dragon? Retiring is not the answer. Return and make those who discarded you pay. Theo's voice rang out gently but firmly, you said you would become my sword, didn't you Evelyn? I will fulfill your long-held wish. Past intertwined with present, a fierce flame ignited within her, she gripped her coat as if to keep herself steady. Both of them cared for me like that. Yet I fretted over useless things. Why could I remain trapped in the past like that? She opened her eyes and looked straight at Theo and Julius. Captain Evelyn shrugged off her coat, shedding the burden that had weighed on her shoulders. She stepped forward with her sword in hand and determination carved on her face. I will sever this villainous role myself. The officer's voice rose above the murmurs. The decisive round 3 of the duel. Both opponents stepped forward. From afar the elder advanced with a sword in one hand and the other heavily bandaged. He muttered angrily, his pride wounded, damn it, it's already round 3. Because of that insolent brat my reputation is beyond saving, even if I die I'll take Julius's arm. Then suddenly the judgment echoed, an unexpected ruling, the court accepted the defendant's request, the defendant changes the fighter for round 3. The entire arena fell silent. All eyes followed Evelyn as she stepped onto the stage, the sword gripped like an unshakable resolve. Elder Wolfgang laughed loudly at this. Ridiculous, recklessness has its limits, so what now, will you kneel and beg for forgiveness? Evelyn moved smoothly, precisely. She stared into the elder's eyes without flinching. Don't be foolish old man. The one who should beg is you, father. The elder's face contorted with rage, teeth clenched, veins bulging in his neck. This will be the battle to end a grudge that has lasted too long. The crowd erupted in rapid whispers. Father, she called him father. Evelyn of the White Dragon Squad is Wolfgang's child. Impossible, they don't resemble each other at all. Could she be an illegitimate child? I once met Wolfgang's lawful wife, so what she said is true. Each whisper felt like a blade cutting into the elder's pride. His face flushed red as he roared, you bastard, you call me father, how ridiculous. Evelyn only gave a cold smile, her gaze sharp as a blade. If I knew you liked that so much I would have called you father sooner. Seems you favor old stories, do you? So should I continue? You once beat me nearly to death as a child just because I dared call you father. All because I was merely a bastard child, and that's not all. You even tried to kill me when I was in the White Dragon Squad to hide the shame of an illegitimate child. The arena fell silent. Wolfgang roared, his face twisted as he tried to cover it up as a man of Ragnar. What I did was wrong. But the crowd's murmur drowned him out. She is telling the truth, isn't she? A bastard at that age and an elder to boot. He keeps preaching pure blood while what has he done himself? Truly laughable. Even the other elders squinted and muttered, he keeps acting without restraint. Now do you see the consequences? I warned you to be careful. I knew this day would come. Why didn't you finish her off from the start? Rage surged and his trembling turned to despair. Damn it. At the edge of the arena Julius and Theo watched, hearts pounding with tension. Julius called out worriedly to Evelyn, you don't have to force yourself, let me. But Theo spoke in a steely voice, don't worry Captain, we just need to trust and observe, watch Evelyn handle this. Suddenly the ground shook. Evelyn and Wolfgang lunged at each other, 2 swords collided with ear-splitting sparks across the arena. Each strike was a battle of bloodline and vengeance. Wolfgang fought like a wounded beast, anger feeding his strength. But Evelyn fought with something deeper, a will honed by suffering. A spiraling surge of energy rose, making the air tremble. Julius widened his eyes and whispered in shock, impossible. It was the divine stormwind technique. A roaring vortex swept the arena around Evelyn like a summoned beast. Wolfgang was pushed back, staggering and slipping. The elders in the stands were stunned. Stormwind, isn't that the storm sword? How could she master the lost storm technique? Evelyn stood firm, eyes blazing, movements razor-sharp and terrifying. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. She not only blocked Wolfgang's blade but drove him back. How did she learn the lost storm technique? Crushing one of Ragnar's top swordsmen, Theo in the stand smiled calmly. Not surprising, this duel forbids mana, so only pure swordsmanship is allowed. Therefore differences in magical power mean nothing. Unable to use mana, Wolfgang's true nature was exposed. He lacked the solid foundation of pure bloodline, so he could never reach this level. Wolfgang couldn't believe he was pushed back by his own daughter, his face twisted in humiliation. Damn you, I'll kill you, you bastard. Evelyn tightened her grip on the sword, eyes as cold as ice. Wolfgang leapt into the air and his blade descended as if to crush her. Evelyn met him head-on and their swords clashed in a shower of sparks. Wolfgang roared, "You bastard, you think you can escape me? I will beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy," but Evelyn gritted her teeth and responded with a thunderous strike that stunned Wolfgang. She looked him straight in the face and shouted, "If you think you're able then try me." Wolfgang's arrogance wavered. Evelyn snarled, eyes blazing, "When I was small you were my whole world, I always feared you. But now I have people I can trust, people who care and won't abandon me. I am no longer the weak child I once was." Wolfgang staggered at the declaration. He had not expected the child he abandoned to be this strong. In the moment he hesitated, Evelyn lunged. The sword slid through his body with an almost unbelievable smoothness. Blood sprayed like a fountain and his body was hurled to the ground. The arena fell silent, the stillness evident on everyone's faces. Evelyn shouted, "I am not the weak child I once was." Wolfgang's sword flew out and plunged into the ground. The crowd inhaled in stunned shock. Julius and Theo smiled proudly. The victor had been decided. Wolfgang lay sprawled on the ground clutching his severed arm as blood flowed red. Breathing hissed, teeth clenched, still not letting go of his rage. Damn it. The battle wasn't over yet. Suddenly the elder's arm froze solid and could not move. He looked down at the bone-chilling cold enveloping him. The Ice Dragon Queen Neil Ragnar Tun stepped forward, her presence thickening the air. She said coldly, "If you are one of the 9 dragons then don't disgrace yourself further, accept defeat." Wolfgang's challenge dissolved, the commander's voice thundered, "You win the 3rd match, Evelyn." The verdict was rendered innocent. Evelyn turned and stepped up to Julius. With a warm smile, Evelyn reported the mission complete. Julius said proudly, "Well done, Evelyn." She closed her eyes, cheeks flushed, an innocent smile. "It's all thanks to everyone." The elder's side descended into chaos. A man helped Wolfgang up and said, "Are you all right, Chief Elder?" Others picked up weapons and brought them forward. "This is your sword. You are seriously wounded, please go get treatment first." But Wolfgang pushed them away and rose with killing intent covering him. He advanced, eyes blazing. Evelyn, Julius and Theo turned to look with serious expressions. Wolfgang lunged, fury driving him beyond reason. "You damned brat, I'll kill you with my own hands right here." But before his blade could fall a huge hand clamped down on his wrist. Julius, commander of the white-armored cavalry, stood between them, his eyes blazing red with storm-like wrath. "Do you want me to take that remaining arm too?" Wolfgang clenched his jaw, knowing he could not match Julius in his current injured state. Suddenly a tremor struck from somewhere, making the entire arena pause for a beat. At that moment a messenger rushed in panic. "Invasion, the Troivan clan has begun attacking, everyone return to your positions immediately." Julius was annoyed but quickly turned away. "Theo, Evelyn, war has come, return to the White Dragon squad at once." Both replied in unison, "Yes." Wolfgang shouted, face contorted, "You bastards, how dare you look down on me? Stop, I said stop at once. This match is not over yet." But Neil Ragnar Tun stepped forward with a terrifyingly cold aura. Hundreds of thin ice blades hovered around Wolfgang. "Hey Elder, I'll say this only once, don't disgrace the 9 dragons further." He trembled and replied, "How dare you insult me and the Elder's council?" She said calmly, "Who knows, your views may well be like mine." At the same time the other council elders turned their backs and left. One man said, "Even if the council's honor has hit rock bottom, we cannot let a defeated man wield a sword as our representative." Those words shattered Wolfgang's pride. He knelt in shame under the banner that once belonged to him. Julius watched him fall and felt satisfaction. Finally this is over, the contemptible end of a greedy old man. Scene shifts to Troivan headquarters. Troivan sits on the supreme command throne. His face cold as ice. A general reports, "We have taken the central plateau, Harmon Castle is about to fall." Troivan asks, "Where are Ragnar's forces?" The general replies, "The Lord Cavalry and the 6 pillar regiments are gathering on the central plateau." Troivan sneers not from joy but because the plan is unfolding as expected. "Those stupid Ragnars, they act exactly as I predicted." He clenches his fist. "They will see this battle is only a piece of a far greater plan." He rose from his seat and walked over to point at the map, his face showing delight. "While they concentrate their forces on the plateau, the place we will swallow is right here." In the Bacchus clan territory, the atmosphere over the 6 great noble houses was heavy and gloomy. Outside the walls a soldier whispered to his comrade about the newly instated lord. He muttered that since that man became lord he has shut himself in the castle, drowning in drink day and night. The soldier sighed wearily. In these times does he even realize he's the head of the clan? The other soldier shook his head in despair. "Those who could leave have already gone, why ask any more?" he said bitterly. what use is a lord over a debt-ridden territory? Even the knights and vassals who served the Bacchus clan for generations have left. What can the new lord do now? He snorted with sarcasm. Maybe he should count himself lucky that at least he still has money to drink. The other soldier chuckled. True enough. Then he lowered his voice and asked, "Hey, didn't Ragnar send reinforcements?" "You mean those freeloaders?" At this point we are introduced to Ragnar's support unit with member Eod Naren and Captain Sybil Dre. Another soldier grumbled that this unit was said to do night patrols, but whenever he checked they were dead drunk, sprawled near the walls. The soldiers' disappointment deepened. They whispered that perhaps Ragnar sent them here just to push Bacchus entirely out of the war. After hearing all about the Lord and Ragnar's so-called reinforcements, a soldier laughed out loud and said, "Ah, so that's it, understandable." Far outside Bacchus Castle in the deep forest, a soldier who had secretly infiltrated to spy knelt before Troivan's forces and reported what he had heard. The Troivan commander, cold and scheming, asked if what the soldiers inside said was true. The spy confidently answered, "Yes, morale in Bacchus territory has sunk to its lowest." He sneered and said this campaign is already half accomplished. After hearing the report, the Troivan commander laughed a terrible and cruel laugh. He raised his voice boldly for all his forces to hear. "Do you hear me? The enemy has collapsed. Finish this quickly and return." The soldiers cheered, and immediately the Troivan army began marching toward Bacchus Castle under the darkening night sky. On Bacchus Castle walls, the captain of Ragnar's support unit, Sybil Dre, sighed and stretched as if still half-drunk from previous bouts of drinking. A moment later a sudden gust of wind swept across the walls. From the darkness a Troivan soldier silently climbed the stone wall, his dagger glinting faintly in the moonlight. He found Sybil sitting lazily and smirked. "Lucky me, the guard is drunk on duty, this is perfect." He raised his dagger and muttered, "Drink the rest in the next life then." Scene shifts to a past conversation between the demon dragon and Theo Ragnar. The demon dragon sat behind his desk, his sharp eyes fixed on Theo. He asked, "You want to request the authority to act independently as a mid-rank swordsman?" "No, in wartime campaign combat is the top priority. You will not receive any privileges." Theo calmly handed him a sealed letter, saying, "This concerns the war, please read it." The demon dragon opened the envelope. After reading the documents inside, his expression changed immediately. His brow furrowed in astonishment. "Is what written here true?" Theo nodded. "Yes, the current main targets of Troivan are Harmon Castle and the Central Plateau, but those are only bait. Their real target is the floating archipelago within our territory." The demon dragon fell silent in deep thought, then muttered, "Sensible, that's the logical conclusion." Theo continued explaining, "From the hostage incident with the Ceres Assassin Guild it's clear they are cooperating with Troivan. And the predecessor of the Black Tower is the Archipelago Shipping Consortium, the organization through which all the Empire's financial flows pass." The demon dragon's eyes narrowed. "That explains Troivan's massive war funds." Theo nodded. "Exactly, given the island's strategic position. It will become an even greater threat as the war continues. That's why our top priority must be to reinforce the neglected Bacchus territory. However, Troivan has concentrated sufficient forces at the Central Plateau and Harmon Castle, so it looks like a real full-scale assault. Ragnar has also deployed troops in response. We have no more soldiers to dispatch," Theo said loudly. "They cannot abandon strategic points, that's why you requested independent campaign command. From reinforcing Bacchus territory to investigating the archipelago suspected of funding Troivan," Theo declared, "I can handle all of that myself." The demon dragon looked at him in amazement. "You foresaw this much from the initial request?" He gave a short laugh, then nodded. "Very well, since it concerns the war there will be no problem. I permit you to proceed, but do not be reckless." Theo bowed his head. "I will remember that." As the demon dragon watched Theo leave, he thought to himself that the documents Theo brought were high-quality intelligence, Theo reporting directly to him. Rather than reporting to the Black Dragon meant Theo intended to act on his own. In that case this permission was merely a formality. If it's Theo, he has already prepared everything. Back in the present, just as the Troivan soldier was about to stab Sybil, the seemingly drunken captain suddenly acted. With a movement as quick as a slash, Sybil threw a bottle of liquor straight into the attacker's face. The liquid splashed into his eyes, blinding him temporarily. The Troivan soldier staggered back, rubbing his face, then froze when he realized it wasn't alcohol but orange juice. Sybil grinned with a giggle. "I usually don't like drinking." Before the enemy could react, Sybil darted in like lightning and felled him with a single strike. Killed him instantly. Another member of the support unit rushed in to report they'd dealt with the vanguard trying to infiltrate. Sybil nodded and said, "Good, hurry, light the signal fire." The subordinates exchanged excitedly. One commented that their swords would cut through Troivan's forces. something he had never imagined at the opening ceremony. Others laughed, saying they weren't idle either. As Sybil prepared to light the signal fire, he glanced at them mischievously and muttered that no member of the unit ever obeyed the captain. Just as Sybil bent down to light the fire, one of the Troivan soldiers who had been playing dead suddenly moved. He lunged with his dagger and charged at Sybil with a crazed look. Sybil and the others realized it too late. The dagger swung down, but before the blow could land, a flash of metal tore through the air and the Troivan soldier's head fell to the ground. Standing behind was a composed man with a faint smile. It was Naven Bacchus, head of the Bacchus clan. He lowered his sword and said, "Careful now, if any of you are injured, how will I face our lord?" Sybil bowed apologetically in embarrassment. Naven smiled warmly and waved, "I'm joking, go on, make yourselves comfortable." But his voice suddenly turned icy, "But if you want to be comfortable, there's one thing the Lord should take care of." Sybil handed Naven the torch and said, "Please hold the flame for me, I have matters to discuss with my comrades." Naven looked at him coldly. The sword raised in threat, Naven punched Sybil for his jest. A cry rang out along the battlements. "Ah, I'm kidding, just kidding, I'll get to work right away." The signal fires along the castle walls flared up one by one, lighting the night. Soldiers rushed to their positions, shields held high and bows drawn ready for attack. Naven stepped onto the battlements and looked down. His sharp gaze caught the Troivan forces climbing the stone wall. He wondered silently. What did our Lord see? How far ahead can he predict? How can he perceive everything? Below, the Troivan forces froze as they realized the signal fires were blazing. Fear spread through their ranks as they grasped the truth. Their ambush had failed. They were the ones who had fallen into the trap. In a clear, furious voice Sybil shouted, "Vermin, Sybil has attacked, hold the Bacchus castle, eliminate the intruders." And then the one-sided slaughter began. The castle soldiers unleashed a rain of arrows and magic from the battlements, tearing through Sybil's invading army without mercy. Under the stormy sky, Theo finally arrived in Bacchus territory. He looked into the distance at the faint smoke rising from the battlefield. "The battle has already begun. It seems I arrived just in time." With determination in his eyes, he tightened the reins and charged toward the castle. The wind howled around as Theo quietly smiled and said. Moments later, the battlefield fell silent as the last of Sybil's soldiers collapsed to the ground. Naven, Sybil, and the Bacchus clan soldiers stood amid the smoldering wreckage after the raid, their chests heaving, weapons still stained with the inky black blood of war. Lord Theo's orders to defend Bacchus territory had been carried out thoroughly. Theo averted his eyes and chuckled to himself. "You didn't need to shout like that, my goodness." He placed a warm hand on Sybil's shoulder. "You did very well." These words struck Sybil harder than any blade. Tears welled in his eyes. "He noticed me." Sybil stood rooted, basking in that recognition, while his comrades clustered around teasing with envy. "Jealous of you, you're one lucky bastard." Theo approached Naven. "I didn't expect you to come in person." Theo revealed a slight smile. "I dropped by just in case, but it seems in the end everyone didn't need the help." Naven glanced at Sybil and the remaining soldiers huddled by the signal fire with a curious smile. "Where did you find people like them?" Theo's chest swelled with quiet pride. "They are the ones I trained with when I was a novice swordsman. They wanted to serve me, so they joined the Camellia Palace Guard." Theo looked at Naven and added, "It seems they've also earned your approval." Naven bowed his head, his smile growing even gentler. "To be honest, I didn't expect much at first. They were only mid-rank swordsmen without real combat experience or notable achievements. But after working with them for a few days, I felt a difference. Their skills are still rough, true, but I can trust them." Theo closed his eyes for a moment to receive the praise. Hearing him say that made me swell with pride. He murmured, then opened his eyes to look straight at Naven. "I have a request for you, Naven." He gestured toward the long line of soldiers who had responded to the signal fire. "Now that the vassals and knights have left, the Bacchus cavalry is vacant. How would you feel about training these friends of yours to become the Bacchus Cavalry Order?" Naven inhaled. Excitement slowly but genuinely crept across his face. "The Cavalry Order. It's been a long time since I've felt such anticipation." Watching his change, responsibility naturally settled onto Naven's shoulders with ease. Theo straightened, made his decision and began to leave. He waved casually. "Then I'll count on you." Naven blinked in surprise. "You're leaving already, young master?" Theo answered simply. "I've seen what I needed to see here. I just stopped by on my way. I have other matters to attend to." Naven asked, "Other matters?" Theo turned back with a smile and replied, "An investigation of the floating archipelago." Naven bowed and let out a soft chuckle. "I should be used to it by now, but your boldness still surprises me, young master." Theo's smile widened as Naven continued, Isn't that place notoriously hostile to outsiders and very hard to get into? Rest assured, I have my own methods, Theo replied. Then left Bacchus. Along the windy coast lay the port city of Dion, bustling with its own rhythm of life. In the lower quarter of the city a noisy tavern was loud. A hooded figure pushed the door and stepped in. He didn't notice the large man blocking the way and bumped into him. The rough man's hand reached out and grabbed the newcomer's shoulder rudely. Hey you runt, are your eyes on your feet? The hooded man calmly looked up and replied evenly. Ah, my fault, I must not have seen you down there. The rude man was startled. The insult made his brow furrow. All right, I'll stoop down to your level. The tavern fell silent. Then in an instant the hooded man's hand moved like lightning to snatch a mug of ale and smash it into the rude man's forehead. The atmosphere shifted from noisy to tense silence, then to extreme excitement. In a breath everyone leaned forward to watch. Oh my, a fight, someone shouted half in glee half in warning, others burst into laughter. The waitresses hurried over. Hey wait, I'm here. Yes sir. Here's your drink. Inside the candlelit room at the back of the tavern, a woman's voice rang out as she read a report to the man opposite. The summary of the request is as follows. The floating archipelago will regularly supply gunpowder and steel to Troyven as agreed. All costs will be charged as rental fees for the dragon blade. The man slammed his hand on the table, his face twisted in anger. A request? Dream on, that's an outright threat. That man was Antonius Spinola, head of the Spinola family and the next to lead their maritime empire. His fury spread through the room as he snorted. And what rental fee? They stole that damned blade and now say they'll rent it back to make money. It's a farce, we won't fall for it. But sir, we have no other choice, do we? Antoniu's image reflected on the glossy surface of the orb beside him. Without the dragon blade the floating archipelago will sink quickly. He rubbed his temples, the disappointment in his voice turning to despair. Damn it. If we hadn't lost that sword we wouldn't be under their thumb. His gaze darkened. Is there truly no hope left for our archipelago? Before anyone could answer a loud crash rang out outside. Shouts, curses and splintering wood, the sounds of a brawl flooded into the room. Antonio rushed to the door and kicked it wide open. You bastards, my head was about to explode, and now this, what the hell is going on? What the hell, you idiots, fighting again? The room fell suddenly silent. Dozens of faces turned to him. Some guilty, some defiant. How many times have I told you not to get drunk? Only drink in silence. Understood you fools. From the far side of the room a familiar calm voice rang out. At last he reveals himself. The man pulled his hood back to reveal sharp eyes and a confident smile. It was Theo Ragnar. Antonius Spinola, the next head of the Spinola family, inside Antoniu's office. He leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers impatiently on the table. So you say you want to go to the floating archipelago and you want me to let you on the ship as a fighter? Theo nodded unflinchingly. That's right, I've heard sea monsters have been appearing more often near that patch of floating land. As for my skill what you saw earlier should be proof enough. Anyway your ship is short-handed, isn't it? Then it's mutually beneficial. Antonio stroked his chin, his tone turning skeptical. You're not wrong, we're looking for a few capable warriors. Suddenly his eyes sharpened, his posture shifting from weary to alert. But you will not be allowed on my ship. For a mercenary seeking work your gear is too clean, not a scratch, not a stain, and that brawl earlier happened right where I was. Is that really a coincidence? Moreover you know full well I have a ship heading to the floating archipelago. It's clearly not normal. He leaned forward, fingers clasped under his chin. If you were me would you let someone like that aboard? Theo gave a short, amused chuckle. I'd be disappointed if you didn't see that. Fine. Let's get to the point. Theo reached into his cloak and pulled out a small metal badge, placing it on the table. The Armed Resistance Organization fighting for the liberation of the floating archipelago. The Dark Tower leader Antonio Spinola. That name struck like lightning. Antonio's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react Theo leaned in, his voice steady. So Antonio Spinola, let's make a deal. Antonio's jaw tightened. How do you know I'm the Dark Tower's leader? Theo's crooked smile returned. Come now. That's not the important part. It's not how I know but what I know. For example, about the dragon blade you so desperately crave. At the mention of that weapon Antonio's composure shattered. The chair toppled back as he stood up. Bastard, so you're a hunting dog for Troyven. Theo's tone remained cold and precise. The basis of any agreement is composure. Antonio, do not lose it. Antonio glared at him. Even if I think calmly this is absurd. If you weren't allied with Troyven you could never know about the dragon blade. Before Theo could answer the door burst open and one of Antonio's guards stepped in. Lord Antonio, is everything all right? Antonio waved the guard off. The guard bowed and left. Theo smiled faintly, the corner of his mouth curving into a confident, pale smile. What if I told you I am holding the dragon blade? It's absurd, the truth is Troyven stole it. And now you claim you possess it yourself, ridiculous. Why is that ridiculous? Theo replied, they're like me, perhaps only claiming to have it but never actually showing it. Antonio's mind began to reel as confusion clouded his thoughts. On reflection, they never truly showed us the real thing. I can't believe our judgment was so blinded. Even with the fate of the archipelago at stake, Theo's smile lingered as he leaned slightly. You have nothing left to lose, do you? So why not hear me out? Antonio inhaled deeply and slumped into his chair, his voice softened though doubt remained. Very well, I'm listening. Theo's expression turned serious. The legend and mystery of the floating archipelago. All began with the story of the hero Kriemhild, a resigned sigh. Antonio opened a drawer and took out an old journal. It seemed he already knew the tale. Indeed, he plunged his sword into the head of the CWIRM that ravaged the oceans, sealing it beneath the waves, the legendary hero Kriemhild. Antonio's voice grew heavier as he continued, that story is true. The floating isles were thought to drift thanks to mysterious currents. But that's not correct. The CWIRM sealed by Lord Kriemhild lies deep beneath the seabed. The enormous mana it releases creates an updraft that keeps the island aloft. The dragon blade is the device that maintains that seal, an intermediary that keeps the mana flow stable. But since Troyven stole the dragon blade, the mana flow has been unstable. If the dragon blade is not returned soon, the archipelago will sink to the ocean floor, massive waves will rise, tearing everything apart. The buildings, infrastructure, the people living there, their homes, their lives, all will be swallowed by the sea. He stared at Theo. I'm not joking, the lives of everyone on the archipelago are at risk. If you really have the dragon blade and return it to us, we will grant you anything you want. Theo's face darkened. Returning it isn't a real solution, anyone could steal it again. The image of the dragon blade flashed, its dark light still etched deep in his memory. But most importantly, that would mean giving it up entirely. Antonio's voice hardened. Then continue the deal. What do you want? If it's money we can pay any amount. Theo looked up, calm but resolute. Sir, what I need is not money. Theo's eyes glinted a faint red. I've prepared for this, a way to keep the dragon blade while still saving the archipelago. All you have to do is take me to the floating archipelago. The scene shifts to the sea stretching out like a living map, restless and silver under the blazing sky. A sailboat skimming the waves, its bow bobbing as it carries Antonio and Theo toward a horizon thick with islands. Theo stood by the rail, the wind tangling his hair, and when he spotted the sight ahead his smile widened. At last, here it is. The archipelago floating on the ocean like a patchwork cluster of towns and harbors. Ships large and small trading around its port. A jumble of sails and smoke, once a legendary mercantile confederation with customs so distinct the emperor had to acknowledge its autonomy. The archipelago now bore the scars of occupation. Under Troyven control since the Great War, it had been exploited and turned into a military manufacturing hub. Theo watched a row of forges spitting sparks like fireflies. Theo felt a cold shiver tighten his chest. At the end of the Great War many satellite isles had slipped beneath the waves, vanished from the map forever. He fixed his gaze on the islands and let a thought settle like a blade in his mind. For Ragnar, and for the archipelago, Troyven traces must be erased. Before he could deploy a wider plan, Antonio's voice cut across the deck. You're not joking. You promised to save these islands. What you said earlier about stopping them from sinking by moving those islands. Theo's smile did not falter. Don't worry, it's possible, because a sea dragon lies beneath the archipelago. Beneath the ocean floor is a guardian of the ancient dragon. Then Theo drew the dragon's sword from its sheath and placed it before the guardians. How does this sword look to you? Drake bluntly, oh, it's a relic indeed, the sea dragon interjected, a relic of the ancient dragon. As Theo reached out to nearly touch the sword, small streaks of energy radiated. He frowned, just as I thought, but why is it incompatible with Ragnar? The sky dragon tilted its head closer. Hard to say, it seems the guardian bound to the dragon's sword abandoned its duty and fled from the relic itself. Theo's eyes widened, fled from it. The sky dragon looked at Griffin and explained, that happened before, back when a guardian forgot its duty. Theo looked at Griffin's tense expression. You could do that too if you accepted the price, couldn't you? Griffin's answer was blunt, no, you'd have to be mad to do that. Only one of them could escape and survive. It's not simple at all. So not every dragon could do it, which isn't surprising. Anyway, the leaked magic from him was enough to lift the entire archipelago. Wait, so if I can overpower him, I could move the islands myself? Drake answered with gravity, in theory yes, but you'd have to seal him first, can you handle that? Before Theo could answer, the sky dragon added what the others feared, even weakened after abandoning the relic, he remained among the strongest. Griffin tilted his head, could you even reach the ocean floor? Theo's smile returned, of course I have a plan. Don't worry about how I'll get down there or how I'll seal him, I've already thought of that. The scene cuts back to the present on deck, Antonio's voice tensed through the silence, so that statue really has the power to save the islands, power even the natives are unaware of. Theo glanced at him, his face calm, do you still doubt me, even after I showed you the dragon sword? Antonio ground his teeth and bowed his head, guilt and worry crossing his face. I'm not doubting, just worried, the fate of my homeland is threatened, I hope you understand. Theo's eyes softened a little, he exhaled and smiled with steady confidence, yeah, I understand, just take me there first, I'll make sure to save it. A faint shimmering light appeared before Theo, a system notification blinked up, side quest, Dragon Sword, 30 objectives, return the sword to its original resting place, locate the site, defeat the guardian and claim ownership of it. The scene shifts as night falls over the floating archipelago in eerie silence, moonlight pouring down like liquid glass, bathing the docks and the silent harbor in silver, beneath this calm surface. Inside a dim wine cellar, Antonio had gathered his trusted subordinates, soldiers willing to stake their lives for the homeland. Antonio pointed at Theo as his men stood at attention, our mission is simple, escort this man to the Kriemhilde monument. Once there he will handle the rest. The soldiers exchanged tense looks as Antonio continued, you all know Troyven has bribed the head of the main clan, which is why security around the monument is so tight. We'll use the secret route as always, it will get you close enough. Each soldier stood straight, eyes blazing with determination, yes sir, long live the floating archipelago. Antonio turned to Theo, then it's in your hands. Theo nodded once, eyes sharp and unreadable, understood. Among the gathered soldiers one lingered behind, his lips curved into a sly smile, eyes glittering with something other than loyalty. The scene shifted to the heart of the archipelago, the giant statue of Kriemhilde towering at the center, a dragon-shaped memorial carved into the very cliff. Around it, high walls and watchtowers sparkled under the moon, guarded by soldiers gripping their spears, unaware of the darkness crawling beneath them. Deep below the surface, Theo and his group slipped silently through a secret passage, an ancient staircase damp with a hint of seawater. His eyes narrowed as he ran his hand along the stone wall, so they really do have a secret way in here. One of Antonio's soldiers whispered, we've gotten inside, thanks to the waterfall the chance of being detected is very low, but please be careful. Theo nodded slightly, he opened his pack and drew out the dragon sword, the blade shimmering faintly, resonating with unseen power. He turned to the soldiers in a calm voice, thank you for your efforts, from here on I'll go alone. The soldiers stared in amazement at the sword's light, one of them whispered, eyes wide, is this the real dragon sword? Theo's gaze rose to the towering statue of Kriemhilde, the sword in his hand quivering with energy, the closer he got the more violently it reacted. Following the statue's length up to the giant dragon's head, its source must be up there. He took a breath and then leaped up, his body moving like a shadow in the pale moonlight. Below, one of the soldiers tracked Theo's climb, he really has the dragon sword. Finally there is hope for our archipelago, but his relief lasted only a second, before the soldier could react. A hand clamped over his mouth and a dagger flashed neatly across his throat. His eyes widened in shock, blood spilling quietly onto the stones. The assassin stepped back, face cold and dagger glinting in the moonlight as he whispered, now we'll retrieve the stolen dragon sword. Above, at the pinnacle of the colossal Kriemhilde statue, Theo had reached the dragon's crown, he stared at the towering statue. It reacted most strongly here, the question was what would happen next. Without hesitation, Theo drove the sword into the statue. He recoiled as a pain tore through flesh, Theo's hand burned by the sword's power, driving it into the ground as before had caused nothing. Theo took out a vial of healing potion and drank it, let me think this through, perhaps there's a hidden message. But before he could finish the thought the air around him shifted quickly, an assassin emerged from the shadows, eyes blazing red with bloodlust, saying nothing he lunged with a blade slicing the deadly air. However, as the blade swept through the space where Theo had just stood it struck nothing. The assassin's eyes widened, what? Before he could compose himself a pain exploded in his gut. Theo had reappeared behind him, driving his foot hard into his ribs, the impact sent the assassin flying backward, his body twisting in midair with a crack. He spat blood and clutched his side, a dazed expression flickering across his face, how did he get behind me? Theo landed lightly, adjusted his stance, eyes sharp as lightning, the assassin plunged his blade into the ground to steady himself, breathing heavily. From behind him 2 more figures appeared. Lord Grey, are you all right? I'm fine. Grey growled, his gaze fixed on Theo. He's very strong, charging in recklessly. Theo still held the vial in one hand, wearing a slow mocking smile. Outside the wall of the Kriemhilde monument a deafening explosion shattered the silence. The guards shivered and exclaimed, "Did you hear that? Sounds like something broke." Then another soldier pointed upward with a trembling voice, "Look, the monument, the Kriemhilde monument." All eyes turned to the colossal statue, and what they saw froze them in disbelief. Damn, how could this be happening? The statue was crumbling, massive blocks of stone peeling away from its body and falling like meteors. The roar of collapse swallowed the night. The scene shifted to moments earlier beneath the giant stairs of the Kriemhilde statue. Antonio paced anxiously, brow furrowed as he looked up the tunnel above. Why is it taking so long? What on earth are they doing up there? Before anyone could answer, hurried footsteps echoed down the passage. A female soldier staggered out, gasping, face pale in the torchlight. "Lord Antonio, something big happened. Grey and his companions, the ones with us, they suddenly attacked the guest." Antonio's eyes widened. "What? Damn, so Troivan's lackeys have infiltrated this deep already." Theo turned to parry and counter, driven back by their relentless attacks. "Damn, these bastards are not amateurs." His eyes swept among them. "Even if I create an opening they won't risk a reckless charge. They're stalling. They control 3C zones, so they're waiting for reinforcements to move in quietly." Theo tightened his grip on the sword. "There's no way I'll let that happen." His voice made the leader flinch. What is he trying to do? Immediately Theo's blade sliced through the air in a wide arc, releasing a blast of energy that tore the rock beneath their feet. The ground began to tremble violently. Shockwaves shredded the stone as if the sky itself had been split. As the dust cleared, the ground beneath them split open. Something ancient and shimmering appeared below. Grey's eyes opened wide in horror. How did he know? Theo's expression shifted from tense to excited, so it had been right beneath his feet all along. Theo lunged forward as Grey shouted orders to his men, "Stop him at all costs." But Theo moved faster than their reaction, the dragon's sword humming with energy in his hand. A faint bell rang, another system notification flashed before his eyes. Side quest, Dragon-slaying sword Balmung, desire to return to its original resting place. Objective, locate it, defeat the guardian and claim ownership. Theo's thoughts clicked into place. I overthought this for nothing. It wants to return. The sword reacts strongest here. This is its original location. He raised Balmung high, the blade shimmering with blazing blue fire. With a single decisive motion Theo drove it into the heart of the ruin before him. It could only be here. The moment the blade plunged in, the ground convulsed. Energy exploded from the ruins like a tsunami of light, shaking the giant statue to its core. Grey and his men were hurled aside, tumbling across the shattered stone floor, their screams drowned by the roar of the unleashed power. Theo stood firm, hands locked on the hilt, his body trembling as the ruin's energy surged through him, blinding light engulfing everything. Outside, the guards along Kriemhilde's battlements spun around as a crack rang through the night. Did you hear that? Something just broke. Then a cry froze everyone in place. Look, the monument, look at the Kriemhilde monument. All eyes turned upward and horror swept the fortress. The giant statue that had been the archipelago's pride was beginning to collapse. Damn, how can this be happening? Theo's body convulsed as he slowly came to. Vision blurred and a dull pain throbbing behind his eyes. What happened? Was I unconscious? Theo blinked, trying to focus, then froze. The battlefield was gone, no ruins, no monument. Around him stretched a dense forest and ancient roots twisting over the ground. So I survived. As expected, this must be inside the ruined dungeon. A familiar voice sounded beside Theo. So this is the land of fire. Theo turned and saw his guardians standing before him, miniature versions of their true forms. Theo raised an eyebrow. What is that strange form? The fairy dragon sighed, folding his small wings. I manifested directly using your mana as the medium. Your lack of magical power makes us look ridiculous. Anyway, for a ruined guardian to hold such longing and deep compassion for a human is not a small matter. Theo's eyes widened. A human. Wait, could that human be Kriemhilde? Griffin shook his head. We don't know for sure either. We only read the remaining remnants of thoughts. Theo paused to consider. Given the current situation, that seems likely. Since there are no other ruined guardians, let's explore this place slowly. Perched high among the branches, a skeletal archer drew an arrow. Its empty eyes glowed. It released instantly. The arrow sliced the air toward Theo without mercy. Keen instincts let Theo recognize it easily. he spun and effortlessly caught the arrow. An uninhabited house, didn't they say so? So how do you explain this? He turned abruptly and saw more movement. From behind the trees skeletal soldiers began to crawl out, bones clattering eerily. They climbed over roots and rocks, dozens then hundreds strong. Invaders, Balmung belongs to Kriemhilde. The air thickened with the smell of decay as their numbers swelled. In an instant Theo was surrounded. An army of skeletal soldiers formed a jagged ring of rusted blades around him. For Kriemhilde, we will eliminate the intruder. Griffin's feathers bristled. So that's it. Who would have thought he went so far just to guard a ruin's ownership for a human named Kriemhilde? An arrow suddenly flew toward them. Theo raised his hand and caught it midair. He spun it before firing it back. The arrow flew past Griffin, and pierced straight through the skull of a charging skeleton. Theo exhaled slowly, face cold. They're numerous but nothing special, I just need to slash through them all, simple. The fairy dragon flew closer, shaking his head. It won't be as easy as you think. Theo frowned. What do you mean? Look closely. His eyes followed and froze. The skeleton whose skull had just been shattered was moving, its fingers twitching. Bones creaked as it slowly picked up its sword. The fragments of its skull began to knit back together, glowing faintly as they regenerated. They are not ordinary soldiers, they are immortal warriors, Dragon Maw soldiers. And like a wave the others followed, blades raised high and empty eye sockets burning with the light of vengeance. Theo's eyes widened as the shattered skeletons began to reassemble, but then his familiar smirk returned. This certainly won't be easy. Without hesitation skeletal soldiers poured in from all directions. The forest erupted into chaos. Theo's blade sliced the air, the clang of metal on bone echoed through the woods as skulls shattered and ribs splintered. Griffin hovered nearby irritated. We can't fight this endless battle forever. Any better ideas? Griffin's yellow eyes narrowed. I'll give your foolish human one piece of advice. That Kriemhilde you say is human like you right. Then tell him to relinquish ownership. Simple. Theo blocked an incoming arrow, frustration boiling. He's a legendary hero. If he's still alive after all these years, can you still call him human? Fool. Griffin ruffled and glared at Theo, the presumptuous mortal. Offering advice to a fool is pointless. Theo grabbed Griffin's beak midair. What did you say, you big oaf? Before he could finish speaking a brilliant blue light flashed before his eyes. System notice. This dungeon is the final gift Leviathan left to Kriemhilde. Reclaim ownership of the gift from Kriemhilde. Theo's expression froze. Reclaim ownership of the gift. Wait, so that bastard Griffin might have been right, but before Theo could piece it together, the skeletal ranks attacked from all directions like a wave of death. In an instant he leaped into the air. Theo reached out and summoned multiple swords via remote control. He used them as launch platforms and shot upward, hooking onto a thick branch hanging above the chaos. Theo hung from the branch and scanned the crowd below. This cannot be mere endless resurrection. Synchronize hatching, mind gate. His eyes flashed a brilliant blue, perception expanding like ripples on a pond to sense motion, the auras of the skeletal army. Now, if my instincts are right, there must be something different. And then Theo saw it. Amid the crowd one skeleton stood out, its aura burned a deep crimson, unlike the dull blue of the others. Theo's lips curved into a confident smile. Found you. Wasting no time, he leapt off the branch, swords appearing beneath his feet like stone-like platforms as Theo shot through the air toward the skeleton with the red aura. When they charged earlier one turned to flee. I should have known then. The skull of the skeleton snapped up as Theo closed in, a flash of panic in its empty eye sockets. Theo raised his sword, the blade sparking black lightning. Too late now. Black dragon technique, thunder lance. Black bolts erupted from Theo's blade, raining down in jagged streaks. They tore the air, striking ground and skeletons at once. A deafening explosion followed, bathing the area in blinding light. A system chime rang in his mind. System notice, collected remains of Kriemhilde. Collect the rest of the remains to confront Kriemhilde. Theo glanced at his right hand and saw his palm glowing a deep crimson. A small bone fragment lay in his palm, smooth, ancient and surging with energy. Item obtained notice. Kriemhilde's third cervical vertebra. Theo's smile widened, excitement clear in his eyes. Just as predicted, I was right, just keep collecting them like this. The scene cut to the harbor of the floating isles, shrouded in an unending storm as sheets of rain lashed the wooden piers. Night was torn by lightning. Amid the chaos one of them spotted a lone figure walking toward the shipyard, a man in a black cloak, moving measuredly and unhurried. You're late, is something wrong? The cloaked figure halted abruptly. Nothing to report. However, the storm made things easier. What's happening here? The pilot stammered, eyes wide. Corpses everywhere, passengers, sailors, guards, even merchants, all motionless, eyes vacant and pale, the deck slick with rain and blood. One young sailor dropped to his knees trembling. What the hell, the passengers, they're all dead. The stupid soldiers of the floating isles had the dragon's sword presented to them, yet they let it slip from their hands. He slid a hand beneath his cloak and produced a metal mask. Who wears it doesn't matter. After all, the floating isles are now in our hands. As thunder rolled, the man's name hung in the humid air like a curse, Ninth Phoenix Lord of Troyven, Noil. The rain fell in torrents, water pouring across the floating isles, roofs slick and streets turned into rivers, windows opened and people poured outside. Faces full of disbelief, whispers spreading through the storm as they stared at the void where a sound like a mountain splitting had shaken the night. How can this be? What do we do? Out there towering on the waves, the colossal monument of the sea dragon, a guardian that watched the isles for centuries, is collapsing. Meanwhile, deep inside the ruined dungeon, Theo cleaved his way through the legions of bones constantly rising around him. Bone shards turned to dust under his blade. One final notification flashed before his eyes: reclamation complete, Kriemhilde remains 206-206. Finally collected them all, but as he lifted the last tiny, delicate, faintly glowing bone fragment, he blinked in puzzlement. The petal bone, where does this belong? Before uncertainty could settle, another notification flashed. Do you want to access the memories of Kriemhilde inscribed in the remains? Without hesitation, yes. The world blurred and Theo felt his consciousness pulled elsewhere. So this is the hero of legend. What did he look like? What kind of life did he lead? Light enveloped Theo and the dungeon dissolved into an ancient memory replaying, the memory of Kriemhilde etched in the remains. A child ran barefoot along the shore, sand clinging to her feet as she called toward a cave hollowed by the sea. Levi, Levi, I'm here. Her voice echoed through the cave. There, hidden in a stone cradle, lay the dragon-slaying sword Balmung, its surface humming with a faint light. She approached with fearless curiosity, placing her small hand on the sword's hilt. Wake up, Levi, I'm here. A burst of blue light flared up, and a colossal sea dragon appeared before her, scales shimmering like tides under the moonlight. A voice thundered, how many times must I tell you, what is a child like you doing here? The dragon's growl trembled with annoyance. I am Leviathan, guardian of the ancient draconic ruins. You are not even of the Ragnar line. How dare you call me by that name? She just smiled, raising a basket of bread as if greeting an old friend. She pouted stubbornly, but your real name is too long, so I call you Levi. It's easier. The giant sea dragon shrank its form until it stood before her like a large beast. Do as you will, foolish child, talking to you tires me more. Then it stared at the bread, muttering, why does that innkeeper always give you bread? She beamed, unaware. Right, I don't understand either. Ah, today something wonderful happened, and she began to chatter quickly about the baker, about the docks, about random trifles. While Leviathan listened silently, slowly chewing. Days passed and she grew up, her voice deeper, her hair longer, but she always returned to bread and endless stories. Leviathan continued to feign annoyance, groaning at each tale, but never drove her away, and gradually somewhere between stories and silence the sea dragon began to watch over her, not as the ruin's guardian but as something close to kin. Years passed, the cave remained the same, cold, misty and filled only with the sound of the sea breathing in and out. One night under the pale moon those familiar footsteps returned. The sea dragon exhaled in annoyance and bowed its head. My God, I told you not to come, why are you so stubborn? However, before it could finish speaking something wet fell onto the stone floor. The smell of blood filled the cave. Kriemhilde staggered in, her body covered in cuts and bruises, blood streaming from her arms and legs, her voice trembling as she reached out and cried for help. Levi, save me. Strangers had suddenly stormed the town and rounded up the people. Before she could take another step a soldier burst into the cave and grabbed her by the hair. His holy sword was planted right before Kriemhilde, horror plain in her eyes. The soldier hauled her head up by her hair and said, Got you now, you foolish savage girl, why run off like that? Our great emperor bestows his grace upon these remote seas, you should be grateful. His face twisted into a hateful sneer, and besides I want to have some fun. The sea dragon watched all this quietly, but its eyes had changed. The yellow and red of its eyes flared like molten fire and its whole body tensed with a deep wrath that shook the air. Instantly the cave cracked as the power of the sea dragon was unleashed. The whole island felt the violent tremor. The assault came suddenly and in the blink of an eye the town was engulfed in a sea of fire, greedy flames devouring each roof, spreading rapidly from street to street. Cries for help echoed everywhere mingled with the clang of metal and the shouted orders of the occupying soldiers. if you don't want to burn to death move your feet quickly. But even the soldiers began to grow afraid. Hey, what's all the racket about? The sky above them suddenly darkened, and in that instant a swirling wind brought down blades of rain like punishment. The sea dragon rose above the burning town, its wings tearing through the storm and the raindrops themselves turning into weapons that pierced the soldiers. What kind of monster has appeared here? Those trying to flee could not escape its gaze. And atop the sea dragon was Kriemhilde, small against the dragon's immense form and still bearing fresh wounds, but she gripped the dragon-slaying sword Balmong with both hands. The soldier's eyes widened as he noticed the girl on the giant sea dragon's back, rain pelting his face as he shouted, "There's a brat standing on it, she's controlling it, kill her first." But he never had the chance to raise his sword. A compressed shot of air and seawater formed in his jaw and fired. It tore through the soldier's neck so fast his head came off in an instant, falling onto the wet ground before his body collapsed. However, around the islanders a liquid barrier shielded the helpless villagers from harm. Kriemhilde remained atop the sea dragon and looked down through tears, her voice hoarse and barely audible. "I'm sorry. Levi, I'm so sorry." She pressed her trembling hand to her brow, guilt twisting each syllable. "You should have waited for the chosen one, but because of me, because of me." The sea dragon's voice dropped. "Don't mourn like that, everything is fine, right? But, suddenly a light blossomed around her. Gentle and bright, the protective layer the dragon had formed wrapped Kriemhilde in a delicate cocoon. It slowly set her down among her people. No need to apologize. The moment her feet touched the ground the villagers called her name over and over. "Kriemhilde, Kriemhilde, Kriemhilde saved us all." Kriemhilde looked up at the sea dragon, eyes full of sorrow. "But you said I might have abandoned my duty. But I feel very at peace. This is my choice." Its eyes softened, remembering the small child who once came to talk and play beside it. "By my will, not the ancient dragon's, I could protect your smile." But peace did not last under an empire. Far away in a throne room the emperor slammed his fist in fury, his voice echoing through the great hall. "My royal forces were defeated by a savage brat riding a sea dragon. Yes, unacceptable. I grew complacent because it was a distant territory. Send the royal guard and retake that land for me." And the assault came, chains thicker than masts wrapped around the sea dragon's body preventing it from moving. The beast roared, writhing against them as soldiers flooded the island. Villagers were blindfolded, dragged into lines and spears thrust to their throats. The commander observing from his horse spoke with smug satisfaction. "Fascinating, a creature that refuses to die." He pointed the tip of his sword at Kriemhilde. "If you are its master, you must know how to kill it, tell me." The sea dragon completely ignored him and instead looked at Kriemhilde. "It's okay, Kriemhilde, I am a guardian, I cannot die, I will only return to a deep sleep." Kriemhilde collapsed, her body trembling with the residual magic within the ruins. "When I awaken again, she will surely be able to wake me." The commander lost patience and raised his hand. Soldiers tightened their grips and lowered spears toward the hostages' throats. The sea dragon's eyes softened. "It seemed our time was running short." Kriemhilde trembled, unable to move as tears welled on her face. Raindrops, mist, seawater formed around her hands lifting her arm, her fingers wrapped around the dragon-slayer's sword with no intention of letting go. "Levi, please don't make me do this. I can't. The sea dragon closed its eyes and spoke in a deep voice. "Perhaps our fate was sealed the moment I broke the rules. So, do not bear the weight of guilt for protecting your people. I will help you one last time. I have been very happy, Kriemhilde." And then with a hollow sound that tore the heart, the sword plunged deep into the sea dragon's body. A roar ripped the sky, the dragon collapsed, its massive form slammed hard into the ground as chains clattered around it. The commander watched the creature's body go still, eyes wide before turning into manic triumph. He threw his head back and let out a mad laugh, his voice shredding the rain like jagged lightning. But as the laugh peaked, the expression on his face vanished, the smirk faded, pupils contracted, breath became ragged. Something was wrong. The soldiers around him shuddered, bodies stiffened. What? Fear crept into his voice. How could this be? From the horizon, a wall of water rose higher than the cliffs, higher than the watchtowers, a colossal tsunami awakened by the dragon's last breath. The ground trembled beneath the people's feet as the waves roared forward, swallowing everything in their path. Soldiers screamed and tried to flee, but the sea swallowed them without hesitation. However, at the heart of the isles the people did not drown. The water curved around them, forming once again that familiar protective barrier, shimmering like liquid glass. Kriemhilde stood in the storm, drenched with hollow eyes, watching the waves carry the sea dragon's fading shape back to the abyss. Her voice broke. "Levi," her cry dissolved into the sea, the scene faded, back to the silent world of ruins where Theo stood. His expression softened, a quiet sorrow settling in his gaze. So that's how it was. Kriemhilde was not the legendary hero everyone had thought. She was just a girl, an unfortunate girl who only wanted to befriend the Guardian. Theo's thoughts were cut off by a voice behind him. He turned and saw Kriemhilde of the past standing with the Dragonslayer's sword in her hands. She looked at Theo and her voice carried weight. So you are the one Levi has been waiting for, the chosen one. She bowed her head, a sad smile appearing. Because of me Levi could not complete his duty, I caused him pain he never deserved. She stepped forward and handed the sword to Theo with both hands. Please make Levi happy, he means everything to me. Theo held the Dragonslayer's sword in his hands, feeling its faint hum on his palm. It seems I don't have to do that. Kriemhilde blinked, unable to understand what he meant. Theo raised the sword slightly and smiled with certainty. This one already looks happy enough, doesn't he? These words struck Kriemhilde harder than any blade. Her breath caught, her shoulders trembling as tears welled up and fell, her voice hoarse, warm and relieved. Thank you so much. Memories dissolved like mist and the world shifted. The rain had stopped over the floating isles, the clouds parted, allowing moonlight to fall on the ruined square where the giant monument had collapsed. Soldiers stood around the shattered stone debris forming a perimeter as the people gathered, drenched and trembling from the chaos. Please do not come closer. But whispers spread through the crowd as someone pointed, voice shaking, wait, there's someone there. Heads of the people lifted, breaths held. On the highest shard of the fallen statue a solitary figure stood. As the light gradually reached where that person stood, each eye widened in disbelief. It can't be, it's... You saved our island from sinking back then, didn't you? Theo stood amid the rubble, his cloak billowing in the sea breeze, surrounded by unending cheers. It's Kriemhilde. Kriemhilde has returned. Beneath the floating isles, in a secret council hall, a tense gathering was underway. A heavy atmosphere hung over the place. A cloaked figure wearing a full-face mask stepped forward. He was Noel, one of Troiven's 9 eminent servants. An elderly man, Spinola Umberto, head of one of the 3 great maritime houses, questioned Noel with a worried expression, believing their plan had gone awry. Umberto continued, mentioning that the dragon-slaying sword should have been in Troiven, but Noel responded nonchalantly with a yes. Umberto angrily pointed out the problem. An unknown outsider was wielding that sword. This person had drawn everyone on the Isles to the Roman arena, hailing him as the legendary hero Kriemhilde. Umberto's face was stricken with panic. If this continues, the power of all 3 maritime houses will fall into the hands of that stranger. He shouted that this was not what they had agreed upon. Noel coldly reiterated that Troiven had promised to preserve the house's positions in exchange for the dragon-slaying sword. Then, Noel suddenly changed his tone, saying that Umberto's fuss over such a trivial matter was annoying, the eyes behind his mask glinting menacingly. Feeling scorned, a man lost his composure, grabbed Noel by the collar and snarled, asking what Noel thought their 3 maritime houses were. Instantly, a streak of red flashed. Noel struck as fast as lightning, without hesitation. Blood spattered Noel's mask. He looked down at Umberto and said with contempt that to him they were just insects he could crush at any time. Umberto stammered in horror. Noel continued with venomous words, calling them traitors who sold out the nation for personal gain. Noel asserted that they should simply follow orders instead of whining about ruling the floating isles that were steadily sinking. He sneered that greed must have its limits. Umberto's allies fell silent, horrified by Noel's brutality. Noel grabbed Umberto's face, forced him to look at him and hissed, "Fool, do you still not understand?" Through the mask, Noel's eyes were full of murderous intent. He issued an ultimatum: if you do not want to be slaughtered right here, shut up and do exactly as I say. Umberto was frozen, sweat pouring off him like a shower. He could not find words in the face of the direct and brutal threat. Noel turned to the others in the hall, commanding, "If you want to live, bring me the dragon-slaying sword, you scum." A subordinate knelt and wished to ask something. Noel allowed him to speak. He worried whether Noel truly trusted handing the retrieval of the sword to those people. Noel admitted that he would like to do it himself, but the current situation did not allow it. The reason was revealed. A powerful enemy had appeared. The Overlord Dragon, one of Theo's 9 dragons, had shown up here. Noel's top priority now was to contain this dragon. Meanwhile, at the Roman arena, a massive crowd had gathered, the scene chaotic with dust rising from the center. The frenzied crowd chanted the name, Kriemhilde, their eyes fixed on a solitary figure standing atop the arena. It was Theo. He smirked inwardly, thinking, I know they worship Kriemhilde like a god, but I didn't expect them to be this fanatical. But in his memory, Kriemhilde was not a deity or a hero. she was just a normal, lovable girl. He knew well that even this dragon-slaying sword was a relic of the primordial dragons, something only a Theo could wield. Among those thoughts, the crowd's pleas pulled him back to reality. He was somewhat surprised. The desperate people explained that because of the Troivan bastards, the whole isles were sinking, and many had no way to leave. They begged him to save the floating isles. Faced with the people's urgency, the protagonist slightly curled his lips. He decided to play along with this theatrics a little. He raised the dragon-slaying sword high, the blade gleaming in the sun, and spoke to all the people of the floating isles. He solemnly vowed to do whatever was necessary to save the isles, his voice echoing across the square. In response to his oath, the crowd erupted in cheers, hope flaring fiercely. At that moment, a voice rang out, calling him the hero Kriemhild and saying they had waited for him. A strange woman appeared, putting him on guard. The woman introduced herself as Marty, the high priestess of Kriemhild's temple, her bearing calm and wise. Marty smiled kindly and said that from now on they would be his guides and caretakers. The scene shifted to a long bridge leading to a magnificent temple, perched on a snowy peak. This was Kriemhild's temple. Along the way, Marty explained that the priests had tended the temple for generations, believing in a prophecy about his arrival one day. When led inside, Theo's red eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. Marty pointed to a necklace placed reverently on a pedestal. It was the Pearl of Kriemhild, a magical trinket and the key to linking the gate. She explained it was the sole memento of the hero Kriemhild and the key to reach the deep-sea sea dragon. The protagonist took the gem, understanding its importance. He was silent for a moment, his eyes shining with determination as his mission became ever clearer. Just as he was about to speak, Marty spoke first, preparing to reveal an important truth. Marty called him by name. "You need not worry so much, Lord Theo." Theo was utterly shocked. He had not expected his true identity to be exposed. He asked how she knew. Marty calmly explained that the dragon-slaying sword was a relic of the primordial dragons, so a Theo awakening it was natural. She went on to tell of Kriemhild's sorrow long ago, who had to hurt a friend to protect the isles. That pain still lingered here. Marty smiled, saying that it was Kriemhild who had acknowledged him, so his receiving this treatment was entirely deserved. They had arrived. Marty pointed to a yawning staircase and instructed him to throw the necklace down the path to open a gate leading to the sea dragon. She also warned that the item would help him breathe and move underwater if kept with him. Before he departed, Marty clasped the gem and sincerely prayed for his success in rescuing the floating isles. Theo took the gem with a confident smile, ready to face the challenge at the bottom of the deep sea. Meanwhile, outside the temple, the crowd still stood waiting, unaware of what was happening inside. They clasped their hands in prayer, nervously murmuring the name Kriemhild, hoping their hero would soon appear and save them all. Suddenly, a voice shouted for everyone to stop. The solemn atmosphere was instantly shattered. Spinola Umberto, now clad in armor and accompanied by a powerful army, appeared. He declared that the man earlier was merely a terrorist posing as the hero Kriemhild. The crowd froze, unable to believe their ears. Umberto announced a campaign was underway to reclaim the stolen dragon-slaying sword and ordered the citizens to disperse immediately. Umberto's face was drenched in sweat but his eyes were full of determination. He reassured himself that he had made the right decision. He thought to himself that his reputation might be damaged, but without the dragon-slaying sword his head would fall. What is reputation compared to life? Cornered, he drew his sword and was ready to do anything, even kill everyone there. Umberto shouted orders to the soldiers to eliminate anyone who stood in the way. For any reason, he must recover the dragon-slaying sword at all costs. The scene returned to Theo, who was completely unaware of the chaos outside. He was alone descending the dark steps of the temple. His foot touched the water at the bottom of the stairs, creating rippling waves. He stood in the middle of a pool that radiated an eerie blue light, wondering if this was the place Marty had spoken of. He looked at Kriemhild's gem in his hand, a rainbow light gently emanating from it. Without hesitation, Theo threw the gem into the center of the pool. The gem sank, and the water began to fizz, forming a vortex of energy. The currents grew more violent, signaling that the gate was about to open. A massive whirlpool formed, opening a spatial gateway beneath the surface. Theo immediately plunged into the gateway, embarking on the journey to the sea dragon. He fell into an abyssal space, the dark and silent depths of the underwater world. Thanks to the gem, he could float in the water. He looked around, trying to orient himself in this strange domain. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He sensed another presence. Theo hovered in the deep water, surrounded only by bubbles and endless darkness. A confident smile spread across his face. He was certain something was here and he was ready to face it. But when he looked up, he froze, from the abyssal darkness countless pairs of red eyes like torches began to glow, encircling him. He recognized them. These were the sea serpents, the sentinels of the deep. Realizing he had arrived at the right place, Theo knew his true challenge had begun. The sea serpents lunged at him, their sharp teeth and glowing red eyes cutting through the dark water, their numbers completely overwhelming. Facing the horde of monsters, Theo was silent for a moment, then a bright, exhilarated smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, great, if they're here. This proved he had come to the right place.